Shasky. Take him out! You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
What is happening, roasters? What is happening to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift? Good morning to everybody out there who had a good night's sleep. All the cop students, overnight dancers. Hopefully you made a dime here during the holidays. It is cold out there on a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Good morning to Big John, Ludman, Spadoni in for Shasky as we continue to kick around some of the Warriors stuff. We do have some Arizona Cardinals and Niners stuff to get into. We just kind of slept on this game. Nobody's really hyped for this game other than we're looking at it from the Niners side. Stacking wins, stacking votes for Pro Bowls and MVPs and DPOIs. But a very sleepy week in terms of Niner land, Spinoni.
They haven't seen Kyler Murray since 2021. I did not know that.
Has it been that long?
It's been 2 years since they've seen this guy, Bonte.
Since the pandemic season.
Yeah.
Right? No,
not
the year after.
It was October of 2021.
Correct.
Was that at Levi's? Was that in Arizona?
I think that was in Arizona because 2021 when the Cardinals came here. That was
Trey Lance's first start.
Yep.
Cardinals won 17-10.
And the other one was Colt McCoy, Benjamin.
Yeah. A couple weeks later. Yeah, we know about that one. Wow, it's been a while since we see Kyler and the Cardinals.
So that's going to be interesting. He does still pose problems. I know we don't think of Kyler, right? The team's not very good, but he makes me nervous if I'm a defender.
I mean, they went to Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago and basically ended the Steelers season. Oh, they went to Pittsburgh and punked them. They had a big delay over the Thunder and Lightning or whatever it was up there, the rain. And you know what? It's a hat and T-shirt game for the 49ers. So I expect them to fly down to Glendale, Arizona Saturday. I expect them to be ready to roll, whether Eric Armstead, we know, is probably not going to play. Hargrave is questionable. Burford may not play as well. But it's a hat and T-shirt game. I expect Sunday afternoon for the 49ers, and I don't give a damn how it looks, to be honest with you, Roasters. Everybody on YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line, good morning to you all. But I don't care how it looks. It's a divisional game. Divisional games aren't always pretty. Just make sure when you board that flight Sunday afternoon from Phoenix, Arizona, Sky Harbor Airport, you have a hat and T-shirt on that says NFC West Divisional Champs for the second year in a row.
I love that you know the names of not only the airports, but all the stadiums and everything. Look at this vast wealth of knowledge
it's
over
kind of a
here.
Sickness. It's
it
a
really
disease,
is. You're going to go hockey next. I know you are. They're what? 13.5, 14-point favorites there. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't really care about the spread or anything like that. Win the game, get the hats, get the T-shirts, and we'll worry about the rest later. Because it's all about the number one seed at this point.
It's all about the number one seed.
All about it. And listen, you mentioned it yesterday. The last time we were here, saying, they're going to smoke this, style points matter. That was the P.J. Walker game against the Cleveland Browns. Didn't go well.
And everything went awry, right? The first play of the game, Deebo Samuel gets hurt in that game. Trent Williams busts his ankle in that game. They missed the next 3 games, basically. Next 2 games after that, and Deebo basically only played 1 snap in that football game.
I'm just hoping the grass is okay in the stadium, not like the Super Bowl where everyone's slipping and sliding all over the place.
The grass would be fine. That was just a Philly thing. Philly looks for excuses. That's what they do in that town. That's what they do in the East Coast.
It was
they make a ton of excuses.
It was pretty beat up when I was watching it. It was really
beat
bad.
up. So we're going to get into a lot of Niner stuff. Niners or Cardinals on Sunday. Hat and T-shirt game for the 49ers. But we got to get into the Warriors, of course. They played the Clippers last night. And look, it was a spirited effort in that second half. They cut up the one with 8:51 left in the fourth quarter. Klay Thompson was red hot in the third quarter. Let me just say something. I'll repeat this all day long. If y'all don't think there's going to be a team with players who could break their man off the dribble, have a young, athletic core, if you don't think a team's going to go out there and offer Klay Thompson something around 2 years, $60 million, 2 years, $70 million, think again, folks. Klay Thompson's going to have a market. You know why? Because the guy can still shoot. And his shot ain't going anywhere. But he does need guys to help him get open. And when he was open last night, he got crazy hot. Scored the first 8 points of the game. He ended up scoring a season-high 30 points. 6 of his last 7, Spadoti, he scored double figures. So, look, Klay Thompson may not be a number 2 option on the basketball team, but you better believe he's going to have a market next season. I'm telling you guys.
No, if you can make 3-pointers in this league, Bonte, you can play for a very long time. Just ask his head coach, Steve Kerr, right? And the finances, I'm not so sure. 2 years, 70, maybe that's a lot. We'll see how it ends this year. But he's definitely going to get paid somewhere else.
Oh, he's getting paid.
He's getting paid somewhere else if he's not staying here. And I'm not sure if the Warriors are going to be committed to them. They're 10-14 now. And it's just unfortunate because we've seen this throughout the season. Klay has a good game, but Steph doesn't. Wiggins has a good game, right? Then Steph doesn't. Like, it feels like it coincides as Steph scored 2 points in the fourth quarter yesterday, 5 of 17, 3 of 13 over. It's been a house of horrors down in L.A. for Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors. What is it now? Both L.A. teams, they haven't beaten either in like 11 games or something?
11 games.
Oh, my God.
11 games.
That hurts.
11 games.
Crypto has been the crypt for them.
Yeah, it has been the crypt. They've lost 7 road games in a row overall.
Wow.
7 road games in a row overall.
That's pretty unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
For a Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and, Draymond Green-led team.
And we're going to get into a lot of Draymond Green. There's a lot of reaction from Mike Dunleavy. I know you heard it on Steiny and Guru and Willard and Dibbs. We'll play some of it for our morning audience. Steve Kerr also discussed him. Steph Curry after the game discussed the loss of Draymond Green, and they're just trying to get him help. They're trying to get him help. But, boy, it is disappointing not having him. By the way, Klay Thompson, I don't think he's necessarily back to the old Klay.
No.
I'm not going to say that. However, quietly, while a lot of people just recklessly slander him. Quietly, and I don't think he's back. I'm telling you, he's not back. But I'm telling you this, in the last 11 games, he is shooting 39% from 3. He is averaging 18.5 points per game. Now, the field goal percentage needs to come up at 41.5%. But, folks, he's giving you 4 rebounds a game. He's giving you 18.5 points a game in his last 11. That's just the data for you. I don't want to confuse you with the facts, but those are the facts. And the facts are he's playing a lot better than Andrew Wiggins right now, who got shifted to the bench yesterday, Spadoni.
I was going to bring that up. The starting lineup and the bench roll. What do you think of that?
It had to happen. Kuminga has been better. Podziemski got to start, and we're going to figure out who Brandon Pajitsky is early on because the book is going to be out on him, and the Clippers attacked him at will. They saw him twice in
That's a tough matchup for the Rook. I mean, Kawhi Leonard was putting him in the turnstiles out there. Yep. It's unbelievable.
But Andrew Wiggins?
Kawhi Leonard, real quick, is still so
he's
damn
he's
so good.
He's nasty.
He's so good.
He's nasty.
Norman Powell's out there breaking ankles, too.
Just shooting over Chris Paul and Brandon Pajitsky. Yeah. Amir Coffey hit 4 threes.
Amir Coffey. Glenn Coffey's cousin?
Is that really?
I don't know. The only other Coffey that's professional.
Shout out Glenn Coffey.
There you go. Niners legend.
Out of Alabama.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
No, but I was watching the game, and you brought this up, and you bring it up. If we're shifting to the young guys, there's going to have to be some patience, too.
Yep.
With Pajemski, he struggled offensively. That's going to happen. He's still a rookie. For as great as he has played this season, you're going to expect some stinkers there, too. That's just going to happen. Kuminga, I thought, played well in spots. Hell, Trace Jackson-Davis, I know he only got a little bit of run. I liked seeing him out there at least, just getting them a cup of coffee out there, going back to Glenn. And then Moses Moody, I thought, played well yesterday.
Yeah. So the youngsters are going to get run here. They're going to get a great opportunity. And Mike Dunleavy mentioned yesterday that, hey, man, 10 to 15 games, we got to make a push here. We're going to find out who we are, and then we may go into another direction. We'll get that sound in just a second.
That was him basically saying, you guys got 10 or 15 games to get your S together, or we're going to make some changes.
Yep, no doubt. And so, look, we're going to talk to Kendra Andrews at 8:30. We got Rob's Stats on Fire, Rob Guerrera at 9:30 to talk Niners, Cardinals. We got a lot to get into. Also, in this first segment, I do want to touch on some of the rhetoric out there in the baseball world. Now, I don't want to turn people off, but a lot of people across this country and around the world have been jaded about what the city of San Francisco is. And Rowdy Tellez, Buster Olney, hell, even Buster Posey, they've all disappointed me. Not like Draymond Green.
I was going to say, it was back to disappointment from yesterday.
You know what? Actually, Draymond Green's disappointing, and I hope he gets the help that he needs, but he's let us down. Buster Olney, Buster Posey, Rowdy Tellez have disgusted me. What they've said about my city that I've grown up in has disgusted me. Now, Rowdy Tellez is from Elk Grove. He ain't even from Sacramento. You're from Elk Grove. And for him to go out there and say, when we used to go to games and, it was hardly safe, yada, 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 you act like this is a war zone. You act like this is the south side of Chicago. All right? And even the White Sox have been able to sign guys, despite guys killing each other left and right in the south side of Chicago, which I don't like. I don't like. But don't get on here and act like we're the only city that has a homeless issue. You ever been up to Seattle, folks? You ever been up to Portland? You ever been to L.A.? You ever been to San Diego? Around the Gaslamp District? I'm getting texts from people from San Diego. Hey, look, we got people in the Gaslamp. Philadelphia, I'm getting tagged in videos in Philadelphia about homelessness. So for Buster Posey,
you ever go to New York?
to take the bait from Farhan Zaidi and say what he said about this city is disgusting. Just move. Like you're running the franchise here with Farhan, and you guys are making decisions on free agents, and you're discussing the city and how it affects you. No. You know what affects you not signing free agents is by you not having talent on this team, by you not having a good farm system, by you not having an attractive team, an attractive squad, by you having a terrible philosophy in platooning. That's why you're not signing guys. And you got to make a big trade, but don't give me this crap that, hey, you know what? Our city's in shambles. Just stop. Just stop it. I'm tired of it, Spadoni. Crapping on my city that I grew up in. It's the same issues that I've had my entire life. Now, has the cost of living gone up? Absolutely. Have people moved businesses out of here? Absolutely. The pandemic was a nightmare for a lot of people. But a lot of people also do a lot of online shopping. Go look at Silicon Valley. Yeah. All right? Where's Facebook at? Where's Yahoo at? Where's Google at? People are working from home down in Silicon Valley. They don't got a homeless problem. It's just the way of the times here in the Bay Area. So I'm tired of these people who never stepped foot in my city, who never walked down the street in my city, who live in Walnut Creek or Concord or from Elk Grove, like Rowdy Tellez, speaking about my city, talking about how unsafe it is. That's a load of crap. And I'm tired of it. And I'm disappointed in Buster Posey. I really am. For him to go down that train, down that lane with Farhan Zaidi and use that as his excuse, that's terrible, especially because Buster Posey lived in the East Bay. He didn't live in the damn city. He don't know about living in Fillmore. He don't know about living in Potrero Hill or Hunters Point. Get out of here with this. I'm tired of it. Stop blaming the city for you guys not being able to sign guys. It's disgusting. It is. The Warriors don't make the excuses. The Niners don't make the excuses. Stop it. Please. It's disgusting. And it's disgusting coming from Buster Posey, who I thought was better than that.
And who are the excuses serving? Like, if I'm a free agent, Bonte, and you're crapping on your own city, why would I want to come here if you don't even believe in it? I want to go somewhere where you believe in not only the city you're playing for, but everything that encompasses it. And listen, I'm not here to. I'm not from the Bay Area. I'm from Monterey Peninsula. It's hour and a half south of here. My dad grew up in San Mateo. He's from the Bay. But I've lived here now for 10 years. I'm an East Bay guy, though. And I've been working here in the city, 6, 7 years, however long I've been here. And it does piss me off when I travel around other places and I say I'm from Oakland, too, because it gets a negative Oakland also gets a negative connotation here, and it really bothers me. And I know we still have a franchise that's on its way out, but that always really pissed me off, where it's just like, oh, the city of Oakland, they can't handle it. They need to move to Las Vegas. They got places, it's a dump. It's an S-hole. You see where they're playing and stuff like that? It's not the greatest. But the people that I live near, out in the Laurel District, shout out the Laurel District if you live there, some of the most colorful, kind, warm, one of the greatest places I've ever lived in my life, ever. And I grew up in a very predominant white community down in Pacific Grove where I grew up. And I feel blessed that my son, my daughter, my wife, all of us get to grow up in a place where there's lots of different cultures, ethnicities, backgrounds. So when I hear people dumping on the city, people dumping on the Bay Area, and quite honestly, it's the state of California that's really gotten this short end of the stick, which is just ridiculous to me. Good luck, the rest of the country, if you didn't have California, by the way, because you'd be screwed. I just want to put that out there real quick. So if you hate the state so much, okay, that's fine. You need us. You need the Bay Area. You need LA. You need all of us. And I am sick and tired of it too, because it starts to piss me off just being a California resident in general. But I can feel your passion being from the city, because you know what? I'd walk here. We walk here at 4, 3 in the morning. You don't think we see everything too?
Right. I worked at all hours of the day, Spinoni, in the city. All hours of the day. The homeless issue to me,
it's everywhere, man.
It's been like this my whole life.
Yeah.
It's a major city. I went up to Seattle. I was like, damn, Seattle's kind of dirty in certain areas. I'm not going to sit there and bag on Seattle because I understand there's some clean areas. I understand there's going to be some homeless people. There's going to be drug issues. There's going to be people getting high. Welcome to a major city, folks. By the way, the Roddy Tellez video has been deleted. So I guess it couldn't stand the heat there. When you got a guy talk about from Elk Grove saying that, it was hardly safe down here. You're not going down to Oracle Park. Ain't nobody robbing you down there, man. It's a fun time. People are trying to make money. They're trying to make money. They're not trying to rob anybody. So that just bothered me. That really bothered me that Buster Posey, Roddy Tellez, and Busseroni and people take back on the city that I grew up in, that I walked in, that I've taken every bus in. Stop it. Stop it.
And shout out Logan Webb, who doesn't claim to be from the city, from Rockland, obviously. Grew up an A's fan, now playing for the Giants. Their star pitcher, finished second in Cy Young behind Blake Snell. Had a hell of a season. One of the young guys you can get excited about on the team. Here's him tweeting yesterday, or Xing, whatever the hell you want to call it. A lot of people that have never played in SF seem to know a lot about it.
Exactly.
I love that. I want to hear more from that from the players, to be quite honest.
And look, I'm not even saying the city's perfect. We have a lot of issues in the city. We really do. It is a depressing. I was talking to Zena Cater last night after Warriors during the basketball game yesterday, and the city's not fun. It felt like it peaked in 05, 06 maybe, but like the nightlife has gone down, and I feel bad about people in the nightlife. Working in the bar scene, it's just not good. I worked at the Bubble Lounge for a long time. That's now the Barbarossa Lounge. I seen the nightlight just kind of go downhill. People, the shops, you see all the shops closing, the mom and pop shops and everything. I'm not saying the city's fine. We got a lot of work to do in this city, a ton of work. It is far from perfect, but don't act like it's the worst city in the world. Don't act like we're the only ones with drug problems and homeless problems. All right? I get that people are getting their car jacked and stuff, and I don't condone that. But I also say, you know what? I haven't left anything in my car in 15 years. I'm not even going to take that chance. So if you leave $50,000 of equipment in your car, well, you know what? You're asking for it in this city. You know there's a problem with carjacking. Do not leave stuff in your car.
I mean, that's just a life lesson in general. I don't care where you're living. You could be out in Pebble Beach, California. I'm locking my doors and doing everything. I don't trust anyone. Right. Like that's a problem anywhere too. So it's just it just feels like dumping for dumping's sake on the city right now. And it's just I don't like that.
It's other cities too that are dirty and nasty. Go look at the Gaslamp District with a podcast.
Look at Los Angeles. You think Shohei Ohtani, he played and lived in Los Angeles his whole career so far? I know it's different parts of it and stuff like that. Like, come on, really? That's the excuse we're using.
Yeah, but also, you know what? You know what's funny, Spadoni, before we move off of this? It's a lazy excuse by Buster Posey. It's a lazy excuse by Buster O'Neil. It's a lazy excuse by Farhan Zaidi, which is why I asked him this at the end of the season presser. It's lazy because a lot of players either stay at those condos across the street from Oracle Park, or they live in Atherton, or they live in Hillsborough, or they live in Millbrae, they live in the East Bay, Concord, Walnut Creek. They don't even live in the city. They don't even have to be around the city. You know, your wives want to go shop, they could go online shopping. That's what a lot of people do. Online shopping, you don't have to go to the malls if you're that scared to go into the city. Oh my God, we fear for our lives in the city. Like, stop it. A lot of these players don't even stay in this city. So I don't know why. I don't know why Buster Posey would say it. You're on the front. Like, let other people say that for you.
It's disappointing that, you know, the guy that was the face of your franchise during 3 World Series runs said something like that.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Tim Lincecum's saying something like that?
No.
You think Hunter Pence is saying something like that? A guy that embraced the city, and I mentioned it yesterday. I know we got to go to break here in a second. But for as many faults as Gabe Kapler has had as a manager, and he had a lot of them, you know what, one thing that I appreciate about him?
He embraced
the city.
Yep.
You could see that guy walking around. How many times did Joe Shasky go over here talking? And we love you, Joe. Filling in for him today, Joe Spadoni, by the way. He would just see him riding his bike. He would come to him and say, hey, what's up, Gabe? And he'd say, hey, what's up back? You can see him going down, was it Brogan and Son or whatever, right down the street over there at our old building, just getting his hair cut. Like, that is Gabe. He's going to trying all the new food spots, talking about on social. I appreciated that aspect of Gabe Kapler. And now you have a guy, another local guy, and Bob Melvin. And how does he feel that his president of baseball operations now is hamstringing his efforts to try to bring guys over here? He's a Cal guy. You know, he played for the air. He didn't play for the A's, but he managed them forever.
Right. You know,
like, come on.
You know, it's funny. Buster Posey says that about the city. Yet his wife wanted to move back here. They wanted to move back to the area. You know, let's not confuse people with the facts that the Giants just suck. Let's stop making excuses and stop blaming the city for your inability to sign guys because your franchise sucks right now. And it's not a winning product. And boy, you better hope you win next season. Yeah. You better hope you win next season.
I want to pick more of this on the other side, too.
All right, we'll do that. That's coming up here. I'm a little fired up because I'm tired of people bragging like we don't have issues across America. Sure, this city is far from perfect politically, you know, with the homeless problems, with the drug problems, but we ain't the only city in America that has that issue. We go all up and down California, all up and down the West Coast, all across the East Coast, go out to Chicago, and I guarantee you there's problems out there. I've been down to Miami. Miami ain't the cleanest spot in certain areas, so let's stop it. Stop crapping on the city and stop blaming the city for your inability to sign players. It's terrible, and I'm very disappointed in you, Buster Posey. That was disgusting what you said the other day, and we're going to continue on this, brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Diabetes, high blood pressure.
Loser.
What was that? Shohei, you're a loser?
Farhan, you're a loser.
Farhan, you're a loser. Who said it? Was that Nick in Berkeley?
Someone, I think it might have been.
Nick in Berkeley. Farhan. So Buster Posey said earlier this week with the Athletics' Andrew Bagley, something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives, is there's a bit of uneasiness with the city itself as far as the state of the city with crime, with drugs. Whether that's all completely fair or not, perception is reality. It's a frustrating cycle, I think, and not just with baseball. Baseball is secondary to life and the important things in life. But as far as a free agent pursuit goes, I've seen that it does affect things with us. That's Buster Posey after they missed out on Shohei Ohtani, basically saying that, hey, we offered Shohei the same thing the Dodgers did. We went through all the demands, blah, 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 blah. You just don't have a good roster. You don't have a Mookie Betts. You don't have a J.D. Martino, or J.D. Martinez may move on. Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, the Fresh Prince. I mean, come on. You
don't have anyone young to get excited about outside of pitchers. It
just sounds like San Francisco's now. Yeah, it sounds like San Francisco's Gotham City now. What these guys are making it seem now. Rowdy Tellez, they deleted a video because the folks who filmed the video realized, oh wait, Rowdy's not a Bay Area native. He's actually from Sacramento, which is 2.5 hours north. Actually, Elk Grove to be exact. So,
oh my God.
Tellez said Thursday, for me, the city, man, it's bad. I grew up going to Giants games, grew up taking Bart into the city. It was fine. But the last 10 to 12 years, man, it's just been a bad city. It's not nice anymore. It's not clean. It's not safe. Now, I'll agree the city in the last 10 to 12 years has been going downhill. There's no doubt about it. Has it gotten a little dirtier? Absolutely. Has it gotten safer? I don't know the crime reports. I don't know. I walk in the city. I used to walk in the city every day. Now I still do. It's not the same city. We have our issues. There are no doubt about it. But L.A. has their issues. San Diego has their issues. The south side of Chicago has their issues. New York City has their issues. The Yankees play in the Bronx, for crying out loud. All right? The Mets play in Queens. We all have our issues in every damn city. Let's just not use the city as an excuse on your inability to lure a star to San Francisco.
You can't close. That's the rat on the table right now. I'm using a lot of rats this week. I don't feel like I want to use them up. But, you just can't close, Farhan. That's the problem. So either find someone that can, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, thank you. Find someone that can And you thought maybe Buster Posey would help that. That's the disappointing part, right, Bonte?
Yep.
When you heard Buster Posey was going to be a part of the organization, you're like, oh man, that's a face that young free agents can they can gravitate towards. I watched Buster Posey growing up, right? Aaron Judge that was his favorite player, right?
Yep.
They tried to use that. So when I heard that, if I'm a Giants fan, I was like, great, Buster's on board. This is our guy, one of the greatest catchers in the history of the sport, is coming over here to be a part of it. He's going to lure some guys over. And then what does he do? He just piggybacks on Faran and dumps on the city.
Hey, look, he said the perception is maybe reality and a perception for everybody out there. Just stop watching Fox News, folks.
That's the thing. Where are you hearing this from?
Because I swear to God, I'm not even trying to name drop or flex here. I'm in the Amalfi Coast. I'm in Positano. I'm in the pool overlooking the Amalfi Coast.
God bless you. Was Tommy DeVito there?
He was not there, unfortunately. Nor is his agent. He's going to the Italian.
I saw that. That's great.
But I'm out there in Positano. And a guy from Australia with his wife and another gentleman from New York or from Jersey worked in the city of New York. He goes, what's going on in San Francisco? You guys got a huge homeless problem. It's like, where'd you get that from? Oh, man, we're just watching Fox News. And I don't want to get political here, but we know what Fox News represents. And we know what San Francisco, the type of city that it is. It's very unique, and we're left, and Fox News is right, or whatever it is. And so, for some reason, we've become the whippy boy for all these cities across the country, saying, oh, boy, San Francisco, oh, man, it's so bad.
Oh, you live in the Bay Area? Oh, you live in Oakland? I did get that a little bit, too, when Jade and I were vacationing in Greece, Bonte. Oh, we say California first. Yeah. Oh, California, okay, yeah. Like San Diego, Los Angeles. No, Oakland. Oh, It's like, what's wrong with Oakland? I love where I'm from. I love claiming Oakland now. I've lived there now I've lived in the East Bay now for 10 years.
Love Oakland too.
I'm not leaving. I'm raising my kids there. Like,
they've had a homeless issue.
Yes, they have a lot of issues.
Didn't stop them from signing Kevin Durant.
No, that's true.
David West came over. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because the team was good.
Yeah,
the organization has to be good. Here's Roddy Tellez. Where was this at, Big John or Lubman? Where do you say this on?
What do I say? I want to believe it was like one of the Barstool podcasts or something.
Okay.
Or FanDuel. Let me double check that while you guys play it.
Here's Roddy Tellez.
I only know JD Davis, who I went to high school with, and he seems to like it, but that's close to home for us. We're sub 2 hours from there. So, for me, the city, man, it's just bad. I grew up going to Giants games. We grew up taking, Bart into the city. We grew up doing all that, and it was fine. But last 10, 12 years, man, it's just been a bad city. It's not nice anymore. It's not clean. It's hardly safe. But I don't know. I don't know on the baseball side. I don't know what goes on over there. I really can't speak much on that front, but it looks like it's just there's a lot of the recruiting process is different. And they're just not the same team. When you had Buster and Mad Bum and all those guys that were doing, they're winning World Series, that's an easy recruiting process to bring guys in. But even then, I don't know what it is.
It was via Foul Territory, by the way. That's a YouTube baseball show with Scott Braun, Todd Frazier, and Eric Kratz.
Yep. Perception versus reality. I just wish Posey just didn't even touch it. Don't even touch it. You're early in the process of free agency. Why lay it out there like that? Because you know how the fans are going to take it. And I understand what Posey's trying to say, but man, leave the perception alone. How about you take these guys on recruiting pitches and let them know that the perception is a lie? Hey, come here. I will tour. We'll go around the Bay Area. I hope you drive in every part of the city. Every part of the city. Let's go to some lines, Spadoni, because a lot of people talk. Let's go to SF Bay Drummer down in H-Town.
Hey.
What up, SF Bay
He's
Drummer?
always on my social. What's up, SF Bay Drummer?
What's up, Joe? What's up, Bonte? Buster Posey, he has lost his mind. If you're supposed to be the closer, man, you don't go and say, talk bad about the city. You have a relatively good experience about the city because you could say, oh, we don't sweep trash around here. We sweep confetti around here when I'm involved. That's crazy, man. And I grew up on the side of 3rd and Palouse. That is nothing near 3rd and King, how that looks before the train started coming through.
Right.
So, I'm tired of people crapping on the city, people from Elk Grove crapping on the city, talking about you're scared and everything, man. It's really not even what it was from 95 to 2000 because it was lit during those times.
It was lit.
But,
yeah.
I mean, and I lived through some of that stuff. So, like,
a lot of people were dying, SF Bay drummer, during that time. A lot of killings.
Yeah.
A lot of guys we grew up with was shot and killed.
Yeah, including my cousin, Mr. C. Rest in peace.
Yep.
So, like, I'm just tired of everybody doing that, man. And I'm praying, like, we're one day closer to Faran being fired, because the Giants, they'll probably be last in our conference, in our division. Like, get Faran out of here, man. You keep making excuses because you can't sign anybody.
Yeah.
That's a you problem. That's not a Giants problem. Let's get somebody in here that knows what they're doing and give Bob Melvin some help.
Good stuff, SFA drummer. Let's go to Paul in San Jose real quick. Quick comment from Jay LaFrey Spadoni on YouTube. And I was just in Vegas, and I saw this. I'm in Vegas now, and the homeless live in the tunnels underneath Vegas. I saw that. Nobody brings that up. Instead, we're just bringing franchises after franchises after franchises to Las Vegas. So I don't want to hear anything. Paul in San Jose. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Good. One thing about Ohtani, I don't think the reason why he didn't want to come to the Giants is because I don't think it's because of how the city looks or anything. I just think that there's no superstar there. Where at least in the Angels, he had Trout when he was healthy, but I don't think he wants to be the main focus on a club. And when he goes to the Dodgers, he's got all these other superstars, you know. And I think if the Giants had at least a couple superstars, or maybe one, then that might have led him to come to the Giants. But other than that, I don't think that's the reason why, is because the city's worse or the city's awful or whatever.
Yeah, you're on to something, Paul. I mean, sell the Bay Area. You're the Bay Area's team now.
Yeah.
Sell the Bay.
Yep.
Why don't you sell Marin, sell Napa, sell Silicon Valley, sell San Jose, sell Waika? I mean, what are we doing here? It's very disappointing. Very disappointing that the Giants, and by the way, FanFest, it's not going to just going to be one day. They're going to do it at 4 different locations this year.
Oh.
So
will one of those be in San Francisco, I hope?
Well, one is in Sacramento, one's in San Jose.
Elk Grove?
Shout out Bay Area, Elk Grove.
Oh, man. Yeah, Bay Area, Elk Grove. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. We'll pivot off of this. We'll get to Nick and Berkeley. We'll get to the rest of your calls. We'll pivot to Warriors. We'll pivot to some 49ers football. We got a lot going on here on it's not a payday Friday, Spanoni.
It's not. That's all right. Next week, right before Christmas. Perfect timing next week for it, though. We need that. It's all going to go away, of course, for all of us.
Yeah, check's already gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
More coming up on the roast.
It's not just the season of giving. It's the season of...
ski.
All right, we're going to pivot. Shasky out, Spadoni in. Spadoni doing a hell of a job in place of Shasky. Hell, in place of me on Tuesday. Spadoni's trying to Wally Pitt one of us, man. I'm about to be out of a job in
I'm
February.
platooning. Farhan, I need a deal. All right? I am for sale.
You are. Don't say that too loud.
Don't say that. Not with all the stuff going on around here.
You might not be in position to say something like that, Spadoni. I'm just looking out
for
for
a
you.
platoon.
Yeah, you're a platoon. You're looking for a deal. Just looking for a role. Kendra Andrews, 8:30, ESPN. Talk about some dubs. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Rob Stats Guerrero will come on at 9:30 to talk some Niners and Cardinals.
Got shout-outs, too.
We got shout-outs at
we got
7:45.
people shouting out Farhan Zaidi today.
Oh, boy. 7:45. 7:45. Shameless shout-outs. It is 7 o'clock hour. When we get to the top of the clock, we got King of the Hill.
Ooh.
The 7 most polarizing figures in Bay Area sports history.
That's gonna be tough. There's a lot of polarizing guys.
You know, I'm already going to switch it. I already sent up on my list, and I need to switch it up because a name just popped up in my head. I don't know where to go with this list. Maybe somebody can help me. I need help. Guru, help me.
It's going to be a very polarizing list, probably.
Probably will.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
347. Bonte, thank you for this on the Comcast Business Text Line, Spadoni. Bonte, by the way, got a tweet from BPA again yesterday. Bonte, thank you for bringing this up. Perception is reality. The reality is the Giants suck. Why would anyone want to come here? Yes, the city has its issues, but everyone has their issues. They're putting the blame on the city. Buster lives in Lafayette and has no clue. That's the problem. You don't even live in the city. So how would you know how the city moves? Just watching the news? You know, listen to all the I'm not saying that the news is not credible or anything like that. But how about you live in the city? Spend a day in the life. Spend a week.
It's really funny because I remember Shohei Ohtani took Bart. Remember that for the A's game? And he got lost and he was supposed to make the start. But instead of taking the Dublin-Pleasanton train, he took Richmond and it made this huge delay. It was just funny that looking back, one of the most valued, if not the most valued superstar in sports right now was fine taking Bart. Didn't have a problem with it. Had nothing but nice things to say. Just a regular guy on there. Now he probably couldn't take it. But just at the time, I'm just thinking about athletes taking, come on.
Cal basketball head coach Mark Madsen takes Bart.
Steve Kerr takes Bart.
Come on, man. I actually agree with Chicago and Jason. Chicago has a lifetime subscription of issues. It hasn't stopped the White Sox from signing dudes. They've been signing dudes left and right. They can't win, but they sign guys.
They try.
And they're able to seal the deal. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley.
Man, the White Sox.
The White Sox. The White Sox. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Man, look, man. You could take Buster Posey, Wiggins, and Dre and Farhan and put them all on Amtrak and send them on their way, man. You know what I'm saying? Because all these cats hating on the Bay and not playing right, you're bums. You're bums. You're bum status 100%, man. So just beat it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no time for it. You know what I mean? It's like it's Farhan. I can't believe this guy. And for Posey to say that about the city, like, man, who do you think you are, man? How dare you judge anybody? You know what I'm saying? If you the only time you look down on somebody is when you give them a hand up, bro. That's what my dad taught me. So all I know is the city is a great place to live, and all these cats be trying to gentrify our cities and move everybody out, then raise the rent, and then all of a sudden the land is worth more after they move all the people out. Like, man, how dare you? You know what I'm saying? You guys are pro athletes, man. Give back to the city. Live in the city that you play in. Sign some autographs. Throw some jerseys into the crowds for the kids. See, this is a disconnect with baseball. It's a whole lot of snobbery going on. You know what I'm saying? And some of these other players in the NBA, they just sit around collecting checks. They ain't even playing at all. They just going through the motions. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, why don't y'all really ball out like they used to do in the 80s and get busy? You know what I'm saying? Half y'all lazy bums right now.
Nick and Berkeley. Yeah. Nick and Berkeley.
I love it.
Always bringing some heat. Let's go to Schlep Rock. Schlep Rock.
Hey, Schlep.
You know, he came up with the nickname, although, you know, Kevon Windex Looney. Because all he does is clean up the glass.
Yeah, that Windex bottle's empty right now.
We need to refill, Schlep Rock.
When it's leaking or something, but that whole team looks that whole team looks old right now. Even Steph sometimes. But here's the thing with this baseball thing in the city. From the clip I heard, Roddy Tellez didn't say anything that was not true. maybe distorted a little bit in some people's mind, but not in my mind. He did not lie. He wasn't talking out of the side of his mouth. Now, he doesn't live in the city, but I go to the city 10 times a month. It's deplorable. Same thing with Oakland.
But
you know,
let me ask you, Slap, do you feel safe in the city, or are you scared for your life?
I'm not scared because that's not my persona. You know, I'm a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to scare me unless, you know, Edward Scissorhands or somebody like that is reality and he's coming down my way. But other than that, it's no. But I go to the city. I'm there early in the morning, 5, 6, 7 in the morning, and it's deplorable, you know, what you see there. And like you said, you live there. Sometimes we get this mentality of you can't see the forest for the trees because we're in it. You can't tell me that it's not dirty. You're stepping over human waste. You're stepping over needles. You're stepping over dirty, urinated.
But that's not it. That's not everywhere in the city.
No, that's the Tenderloin.
You know? The Tenderloin around Market Street, south of Market on 6th Street. I get that, Schlep Rock. I get there's certain areas that has that. There is a drug problem here.
That's every city.
But it's not everywhere in the city, Schlep Rock. That's the one area.
Right. The city is huge, and it's not everywhere. But just because Philly has that same situation, just because L.A. has that same situation, just because New York has that same situation, doesn't give it an open door for San Francisco to have that situation.
No doubt, Schlep Rock. But hear me out here. We make it seem like people's comments because I've been hearing this for over 4 years now about the city. And it's like, we're the only city with this problem? No, we have our issues, but we're not the only city with this problem. And yet other cities are able to attract free agents and sign free agents. And this is like the first franchise I've ever heard use the city as an excuse to not lure people here, Schlep Rock. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, I agree on that. And that's the baseball hierarchy with the Giants that have dropped the ball, and they've dropped the ball, no pun intended, for decades now since the Bond signing. You know, and to me, Buster Posey to me was a facade. Everybody's saying he was great this, great that, great this. What kind of when Buster Posey was there, that clubhouse wasn't fun. It was buttoned down, and it wasn't fun. People didn't want to come there. Buster was a face of the franchise. Buster's great. I mean, I just didn't get it with Buster. He had a few good years. He called a good game, but his technique and all that, anytime a ball was thrown in the dirt, he automatically came out of the crouch and was standing up like, you don't do that. But I don't know. The city's bad. It's deplorable. So is the management with Giants when it comes to signing free agents. But I don't think Roddy Tellez was speaking out of the side of his mouth. A lot of that stuff he said was true. Thanks for letting me pontificate, guys. I got to go.
Anytime, Schlep Rock.
I take it with a grain of salt, though, when the guy doesn't even grow up here. I don't believe the word he says.
Yeah, I'm going to read this text from Jordan Watkins, our boy J-Dub. J-Dub is from Atlanta. Said, proud of you guys the way you're defending the city this morning. You guys are 100% right. He grew up going to games at Turner Field, Georgia Dome, Phillips Arena for the Atlanta Hawks. All are either in or by the hood. It's everywhere. It's such an easy cop-out. What sucks is guys like Buster and Farhan aren't blaming people that look like them. The stereotype of crime and poverty looks like us. It's BS. And you got to think, man, the diversity of San Francisco, that's been one of the bigger issues for me. Growing up, table in elementary school, Spinoni, I'd have a Chinese kid to my right. I'd have a Latin girl to my left. I have a black kid right in front of me. Had a white guy over here. You had a who's who, Indian, Cambodian. Everyone. So I grew up in a diverse city. Now that city is gone. There's not a lot of diversity out here. They've moved to whether Oakland, Fairfield, Antioch, Brentwood, whatever the case is.
Benny is the minority in his preschool. He's white. He's white and he's Filipino.
So that, you know, that to me, when I think about San Francisco, one of the biggest problems, in my opinion, that's not the diversity the one that I grew up in, and it doesn't. And the Giants don't even reflect the diversity that the city once had. You know, you think about the Giants growing up; they had Jose Uribe, there was Barry Bonds, there was Candy Maldonado, there's a Will Clark, there's a Kurt Manwaring. There's a who's who of guys. The Alou brothers back in the 60s. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Orlando Cepeda, the Baby Bull. You know what I'm saying? Juan Marichal. Like, you had all these guys. You had a diverse city. And that, to me, is long gone. The diversity's gone. It is done in San Francisco. That's one of my biggest issues with the city. It's like, damn, you got less than 3% African Americans. The Latino community is dwindling. The Asian community is strong as ever, but you got foreigners and stuff like that. But the city, the diversity overall has changed.
And it's nice to see finally, I will give them credit this, you got an international signing, so that does help. But I want some more of the, the Camilo Duvals, right? Like, what a great story that was, right? Getting some of these Latin players to come over here, because I'm seeing it on my TV right now because I have MLB Network on. It is such a major sport. It is the sport over there. The sport. We have football over here. We have NBA. And it sucks because when the Giants are going strong, it does feel different than the other sports.
Yep.
Because of the city, because it's on the water, because of all of that. It does feel a little bit different because it's SF. They've won 3 titles, and their inability right now to go after international free agents. They got one. Hopefully they can get some more. Jung-Hoo Lee. And I can't wait. Our own Sam Levin's going to be at the presser today, and I can't wait if he asks any questions in regards to the city, to Faran, to any of these guys.
You know he will.
Good. Because honestly, if I'm a fan of the Giants, I want to hear Farhan apologize for these comments. Buster Posey, apologize for these. Now, they're not going to. I don't think they will, but they should, because it's a bad look as a representative of a company, because that's basically what it is. And you're crapping on the area and expecting the other guys like, hey, it's not the best, but you know what? I think you guys can do well here.
Yeah.
You don't just, that's not how it works. That's not how good business is run. You prop everything up and you try to view it as an attractive spot, so now you could come in and build on top of that.
Yep.
Come on.
Well said. Well said. I wish I could go to this presser at 11. I pick up Baby Chez at 12:45 on non-Warrior game days. Damn, I wish I could
Baby
make that
Chez
presser.
asked a question. She'd ask some good ones.
Gaga, goo goo, gaga.
You're giving, no, she's
Frozen.
She's speaking in great sentences. All right?
A little bit.
Will you just let it go?
Let it go.
Would that be your question?
There you go.
The cold never bothered me anymore.
There you go. Anyways,
City never bothered me anyway.
It's all right.
Yeah. The city never bothered me anyway.
Love is not an open door when it comes to Buster Posey and
Him and
Farhan
Poop
Zaidi.
never bothered me anyway. Needles never bothered me anyway.
I knew you were going there next. Dude, going on Bartlett.
Look, cocaine never bothered me anyway.
Relax.
No, I'm kidding.
We're going to get us canceled.
Let's
Kids
go
are going to school.
When does that crack come into play?
Yeah, okay.
I don't think
Kids
Baby
are in
Chess
school.
is asking that one.
Yeah. We got She'll ask for Melico, which is milk in Russian. Marcus in Oakland. Marcus, what's happening?
What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening? Bonte, what's going on, man?
What's up, big boss?
What's your other co-worker name? Your other
Spadoni.
What's up, man?
This Bosworth?
Spadoni. What's happening, man? Hey, welcome to the city, man. 10 years, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
You love it, huh? It's a beautiful place, huh?
Well, it's great. I've been in the East Bay, but I've been working in San Francisco now for a long time. But I love the East Bay. I love San Francisco. I love everywhere. And my dad grew up in San Mateo. I grew up down in Monterey, so we'd visit a lot coming up here. But the city itself, it's grown on me.
Okay, exactly, man. Look, check it out. Man, me and my family been out here like third, fourth generations out here, man. My parents, my grandparents. I just want to say thank you for supporting the city. Also, just want to say Buster Posey, he's just a buster, and I never liked him anyway. So, look, all that hype, what y'all used to give him a lot of hype. So, it's not surprising for him to say that, but I'm glad you're supporting it. It's a beautiful place out here. I would like to see y'all one day, come and see y'all at the thing. Yeah. But, hey, Spadoni, you're still a rookie, man.
I'm still a rookie. Thank you. I don't know where he was going with that. I don't know what that was.
Rookie of the year. Rookie of the year.
There you go.
All right.
But I understand where he's going. He's 3 or 4 generation. Yeah. I've been here for 10 years. That's a cup of coffee. Although that is a third of my life now. So I'm 30 years old. It's a third of my life I've been in the Bay. So we're approaching it. I know Steiny, we had a segment. Remember that when Steiny was trying to claim the Bay Area and people weren't letting him? But he's lived most of his life here.
And then Shasky wrote with Steiny instead of his own father when Shasky's dad called in.
Says you can't claim it.
Yeah, no, Steiny doesn't pull that stuff around me. I'll pull his card.
No.
I'll pull his card.
He tries to claim Oakland.
Come on, man. Come on.
He's had kids. He's raised kids in Oakland, though.
Yes,
they can claim it. Benny and Nora can claim it. Jaden and I still can't.
But he takes shots at San Francisco, even though he lived in San Francisco.
Oh, of course.
Had a great time in San Francisco. I'm not going to let that happen.
Love you,
That's why I crap on Philadelphia so much. That last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I love this guy, Craig G. Craig G on YouTube is something else, man. He just compared me to Tucker Carlson.
Bonte Carlson?
Where's
the boat? Dude, you got to rock a bow tie on the TV broadcast now.
Where's Tucker Carlson at now? He got axed from Fox News.
Yeah,
right?
he's doing solo dolo work. I don't know.
Is he still the fool?
I have no idea.
He's got a show on Twitter.
What's the other one? The OAN? Is he on OAN network?
I don't even know, man. To get compared to Tucker Carlson, man, you got to strike a nerve. To get compared to Tucker Carlson.
The only thing you want to be compared is with the money he was probably making.
Yeah.
It was probably a lot of cheddar.
And I don't make that money. Trust me. I don't make that much money.
Tucker Carlson got his soul taken from Jon Stewart way back when on CNN when they had the Crossfire show. Yeah. Just eviscerated. I think the show was canceled like a month later. It was one of the greatest things ever.
Oh, man. Get compared to Tucker Carlson is something else, man. That's a highlight. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch this every single day on their YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com and shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. Shameless shout outs coming up at 7:45. But we have King of the Hill.
Ooh. Oh, there it is. You love that.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's like a 35-minute bed, too, so we can just keep it rolling.
You have all the primetime beats on this?
It cycles through all of them.
Cycles through all of them.
It's so great.
This beat right here was used for the big games.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
All the time.
Boomer, who's it, Keith Jackson?
No, Tom Jackson.
Tom Jackson, sorry. Keith Jackson, someone else.
Yeah. Keith Jackson, forward tight end and announcer.
Thank you.
And announcer. Rest in peace to the announcer, Keith Jackson.
Broncos legend.
Whoa, Delhi.
There you go. All right.
And then you had Keith Jackson, tight end from Oklahoma. Played with the Philadelphia Eagles, Miami Dolphins, Dan Marino, Randall Cunningham. But anyway.
My favorite part, real quick, of the Boomer, whenever he do these, was when they didn't know clock management.
Yeah.
Tick, 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 tick. It was my favorite part.
Tick. Love that.
Tick, tick, tick.
He's all time. I love
Prime time.
There you go.
Prime. And Tom Jackson would just have these like 2-word liners.
Yep.
He just come in. That's right, boom.
You can't do that, boom.
What does Chris Carter do? Catch touchdowns.
The Raiders.
Who's the guy from? Where's he from, Tom? Louisville. Because Tom Jackson went to Louisville. Unbelievable. All right. This week with
We've
Draymond
only
Green.
just begun.
Oh, man, this week. The top 7 polarizing figures in Bay Area sports history. I'm going to cut it off because there's a lot before my time. So I'm going to start in my lifetime, my sporting lifetime, and I'm going to start it at 1990. All right, the most polarizing figures in my lifetime. Number 7. It's got to be Jose Canseco. Bash brother. I mean, he was that dude. Mr. 40-40. The roids are just raging.
I mean, you were a kid at that time. The Bash Bros were the thing, right? Everyone had the posters.
I mean, he hit a home run in the Sky Dome, now the Rogers Center in Toronto, that I don't think has landed. He hit it to the 5th deck, dog. He was the first guy I ever seen hit it in the 5th deck, to the 5th deck, in the Sky Dome. Canseco was that dude. So he's number 7. Number 6. Tim Lincecum.
Ooh.
It was short-lived. But when it was Lincecum Day, that ballpark was buzzing. When he was on the road, we were watching. The delivery, the changeup, the fastball, the hair, let Timmy smoke. He was one of ours. He was always in the city, deep in the neighborhoods. Tim Lincecum was that dude. He was polarizing. I mean, when we think about that era of Giants baseball, we don't think Buster Posey at first. We do think of the Lincecums first. We do think of Bumgarners. But Tim Lincecum was that dude.
He was. And you can, see yourself in a Tim Lincecum because he wasn't physically imposing. A lot like Stephen Curry, and I'm not comparing the two. But for a short stretch, I mean, Tim Lincecum was the best pitcher in baseball. He was that guy. And he gravitated towards him because he was, what, 5'10", $150?
Yep.
If that, soaking wet?
Yep.
Unreal.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Now, it's players and coaches. And there's a lot of coaches that deserve consideration. Tony La Russa, Dusty Baker, Felipe Alou, Bruce Bochy. I had a ton of coaches. I mean, Don Nelson. I'm going with Jim Harbaugh here. Jim Harbaugh still gets talked about to this day out here. Hell, what he's doing in Michigan, the khakis, the who's got it better than us, the feuds with Trent Baalke, the feud with Jed York. Jim Harbaugh was polarizing. He flipped this organization. But, boy, Jim Harbaugh could do no wrong. He divided the team. He made a controversial quarterback change. Jim Harbaugh was something else in this Bay Area.
Hypotheticals.
Hypotheticals. He's in this list. He's number 5. All right, number 4.
Number 4.
My entire career has been, it feels like it's been narrated by Jimmy Garoppolo. All you got to say is 888-957-9570, Jimmy G. Jimmy G had these phone lines lit for 5 years. Jimmy INT, the Jimmy Oh-No throws.
Feels great, baby.
It feels great, baby. Jimmy Garoppolo. And again, this is my list, not your list, and I'm starting it at 1990 because I wasn't around during Willie Mays. I wasn't around during the A's three-peat when they won 3 in a row in the 70s, and they had some controversial figures.
Fights,
but I wasn't around. I wasn't around for that, so this is my list. Jimmy G, polarizing.
Looked great on the sideline yesterday. A massive win for the Raiders.
Wow. Did he get a snap?
No.
He didn't get a kneel down?
I don't think so.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. Number 3.
Number 3.
James C. underscore 1982 just commented on YouTube, said, if he even mentions Kaepernick. Well, guess what, James C. underscore 1982? Colin Kaepernick's number 3 on this list. Polarizing figure in the Bay Area.
It was.
All you got to do is Google Colin Kaepernick 49ers, and you know what I'm talking about. He was polarizing. All right. Number 2.
Number 2.
Draymond Green. Draymond Green. We've done the last 2 shows. We've done 8 hours of radio, Spadoni, solely on Draymond Green.
We could do another couple if we wanted to, but we won't. Like, that's how much content there is.
That's how much content he provides. He provides more content than Stephen Curry. And Stephen Curry is one of the 10 best players in the history of this league.
Pretty unbelievable.
There you go. Number 1.
Number 1.
Barry Lamar Bonds.
Yeah.
Barry Lamar Bonds. So, listen, man. There's a lot of guys who deserve to be on this list. There is Joe Montana, Steve Young, T.O., Terrell Owens. There's a lot that didn't make this list. It's a complicated list, but you know what? It's my list, not yours. King of the Hill this week, top 7.
I have never used steroids, period.
Who was that? Rafael Palmeiro? Oh,
yes,
my
sir.
gosh. That was King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com right now. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by AC Transit. Your calls. Shameless shout-out, 745. We got a lot going on the roast today. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Get in where you fit in. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, folks. You ever get bored? Because I do a lot at home. No, I actually don't get bored. I just get geeky. I become a nerd. And I got Spadoni in for Shasky doing a hell of a job this week. Trust me, everything is okay with Shasky. He's got some personal stuff he's going through, but it's all good. Trust me, it's all good with Joe Shasky. You ever just want to get entertained? Pull up Barry Bonds' Pro Baseball Reference page.
Unreal.
1990. 25 years old. All he does is bat 301, 33 homers, 114 RBI, 52 stolen bases. A couple of years later with the Giants, first year, 336 batting average, 46 homers, 123 RBI. You see the 73 home runs, 137 RBI, 46 homers. Dude batted as a 37-year-old, batted 370, 46 homers, 110 RBI. Even chipped in 9 stolen bases while getting walked 198 times.
It's unbelievable. I look at a guy like him and guys that just played forever too, like Ricky Henderson. Just look at Ricky Henderson, and then there's a famous quote. I don't know who it was. If you split Ricky's career in half, he's a Hall of Famer in 2 different careers. Yeah. Like same with Barry Bonds. Yep. Like it's unbelievable. And we brought this up because during the break, I was mentioning to Bonte, MLB Network always shows the top 10 most searched people for Baseball Reference at the end of each given year. And Barry Bonds, it's a bunch of, it's you got your Aaron Judge, you got Shohei, you got Mike Trout, you get all the current stars. And then every single year, number 5, Barry Bonds. Just everyone's just looking at him because he's getting compared to these guys every single year, and no one can touch Barry Bonds when it comes to hitting baseballs. No one. I love Mike Trout, love Aaron Judge, love all these guys. No one's touching Barry. I love Alex Rodriguez. I know all this stuff. No one's touching Barry.
Nobody.
No one.
Nobody.
Barry,
you got a crazy stat?
Barry loved the city, by the way.
Crazy stat.
Barry loved the city.
So Barry Bonds, in his only World Series appearance, he had 13 at-bats in that entire World Series.
Oh, no.
7 times he was intentionally walked. You know what he did the other 5 times?
Home
run.
He did hit the farthest ball ever at Angel Stadium.
Yeah, who's the pitcher that someone said that on
Tim
the bench?
Salmon
That's
said
right.
It. Tim Salmon. That's the farthest ball I've ever seen hit. I still don't know if it landed.
It disappeared.
Just
in
disappeared.
Anaheim. Went to Disneyland probably. It's on the teacup
California
ride.
Adventures? I don't know. It went somewhere. Definitely not in the bleachers.
No.
By the way, prior to the Warriors-Nets game tomorrow. 5:30 tip. We'll be on pregame, 4:30. NBC Sports Bay Area.
It's a primetime slot.
It is a primetime slot. Guess who's going to be in the building?
Who?
Monte Ellis.
Oh.
Monte Ellis will be in the building tomorrow. And get this, at 4:30 at the team store, the Warriors shop at Thrive City, the first 50 fans will get a Monte Ellis autograph. He'll be signing autographs out there, taking some photos. Monte Ellis.
Hell yeah.
Will be at the Warriors shop tomorrow at Thrive City at 4:30. He's back in town.
That makes me feel good, actually, because obviously it didn't, Steph comes in, the rest is history, but Monte Ellis was a very, very good Golden State Warrior. He was the only guy that Warriors fans could gravitate to for a long time. So you know what? Good. I'm glad Monte's there with the organization. Hopefully they get a win for Monte tomorrow, right?
Come on. Nets are tough. Nets got some scorers. They got some ballers. This will not be a gimme game.
I love me some Cam Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Like Cam Thomas.
Yes.
Mikal Bridges.
Well, what about the Warrior ender, Lonnie Walker?
Oh, God. Oh, Lonnie Walker.
He's actually been playing very well.
That depresses me.
Oh, no.
415.
Don't show the highlight package.
Yeah, no, let's not go there. Not today.
Kane's legend.
Yeah, whatever. He's from Ready, PA, that dump.
It's all about the U.
Who's from Ready, PA?
Steiny.
Oh, Steiny. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Yeah. My bad, Steiny.
Lonnie Walker, though, in all seriousness, look up his backstory. Had a very difficult childhood. I urge you to read that one up. Very good story.
Somebody asked me, are you sure that wasn't Mark McGwire who hit that home run? Google Jose Canseco, ALCS Game 4, Skydome.
See, because I was thinking of the other one, the Kingdome
with Mark McGwire off of Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
This was in the ALCS where Jose Canseco hit a home run to the 5th deck. I think Bob Costas was on the call.
Oh, no, he absolutely was. I know the exact one you're talking about. Yeah.
Moon shot, just boom. I mean, even the pitcher knew. I don't even know who's pitching. He just didn't even look back. He's distilling his wind up like, oh, boy, that's gone.
There's something about just when someone tanks one in a big moment, it is up there for just all-time sports calls for me. Just, that one is belted, and I mean belted, and it's just gone. All time.
All time. All right, Seamus shout out 745. Let's get into some dubs right now. Kendra Andrews is going to join us at 8:30. Clippers win 121-113. They led by as many as 16, They were up 13 at the half. Spirited effort in the third quarter. They had a 16-4 run that started in the third quarter, ended in the fourth. They were down one, but obviously the big story is Draymond Green. Draymond Green. I think I'm going to go to Big John for these cuts here about Steve Kerr, right? So, John, let's play the first cut about how this is an opportunity from Draymond Green. Here's Steve Kerr, his pregame presser, discussing the opportunity for Draymond Green moving forward.
I think the suspension makes sense. You know, to me, this is about more than basketball. It's about helping Draymond. I think it's an opportunity for Draymond to step away and to make a change in his approach, in his life. And that's not an easy thing to do. That's not something you say, okay, we're going to do 5 games, and then he's going to be fine. The league did that at 5 games after the incident with Rudy. That's not the answer, to pick a number. The answer is to help Draymond and give him the help he needs, give him an opportunity to make a change that will not only help him, help our team, but help him for the rest of his life. It's not just about, an outburst on the court. This is about his life. This is about someone who I believe in, someone who I have known for a decade, who I love for his loyalty, his commitment, his passion, his love for his teammates, his friends, his family. We're trying to help that guy because the one who grabbed Rudy and choked Rudy, the one who took a wild flail at Yusuf, the one who punched Jordan last year, that's the guy who has to change. And he knows that. Everything before that, over a decade of play, what are we really talking about, right? We're talking about, getting ejected for yelling at the ref or throwing a ball. But you look at the past year and what's happened, it's clear he needs the opportunity to change, and that's what an indefinite suspension gives him the opportunity for.
Steve Kerr, and he brought up Jordan Poole, and if you watch the video, he choked up a little bit when he brought that up and these situations up. And Draymond's going to go get help, and I support that. But, boy, it feels like it's a little late. And it's very disappointing because on the court, we're not talking about his on-court game. On the court, Spadoni, he was fine. He's playing well as he has in a long time offensively. Defensively, was there a little slippage? Sure. But he's still a very, very capable defender.
He's been their second best player.
Yeah. Well, basically.
Yeah.
And it's been overshadowed because he's missed half of the team's games in what was the most important season of his career. So we support him. We want him to get help. Help yourself before you get back on the court and try to help your team. But I don't think it's a good idea for him to practice with the team. I think he needs time away.
Yeah. I would agree with that. It's very odd that he would have practice still with the team. I understand it. But I do think he needs some time away for some mental, reconfiguration there, whatever he needs to do to get right. And obviously the league is trying to aid him in that. Mike Dunleavy Jr., Rich Paul, his agent, all that. But it definitely felt like a sobering moment for the organization yesterday with all these guys having to answer for Draymond Green's transgressions.
Curry did as well. Maybe we'll pull that in just a second. But here's Steve Kerr, the second cut here, Big John. And his expectation for Draymond Green when he comes out of this.
I'm confident that he can come out on a better side. I know him. He's an incredible human being. He's a very complex human being. In a lot of ways, he's incredibly loyal and passionate and competitive. And sometimes that same thing hurts him. Can he find that space to be on the floor and compete and bring it like he does every night and not cross that line? And that's what he has to do, and I believe in him. I think he's going to be able to do it, but I'm not sitting here saying, a couple weeks he'll be. That's not how this works. So he's got a lot of work ahead.
A lot of work ahead. Here's Stephen Curry last night, and Stephen Curry had a rough one. Fourth quarter against Phoenix, he was 1 of 8. Last night against the Clippers, 0 of 4 from the floor in that fourth quarter. Just 2 points, 2 free throws. They need to get him going, but he's going to see a lot of blitzing, a lot of doubles, a lot of triples, and guys got to take open shots. Clay took his open shots and was fine.
They were doing boxing one on him yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. And why wouldn't you?
Right?
Now he's going to see Mikal Bridges. He's going to get doubled by Mikal Bridges and others.
I got Kawhi Leonard. I'm taking my chances, right? Yes.
No doubt. You can do that because others got to step up. They don't respect the other players on his team outside of Steph. It's a disrespect to others.
It is.
And they should take it as that. Kevon Looney's got to shoot open mid-range jumpers. Just shoot a couple. Make a couple.
I know. Kevon's been disappointing there. You know who was sneaky good yesterday? Not even sneaky. He's been good. I'm going to say it. James Harden's been good for the Clippers lately.
Yes.
I didn't expect him to look like that yesterday, Bonte.
Five free throws in the first quarter alone. Had a double-double. Season high in points. Season high is
15 assists.
Yeah, season high. Season high.
That was impressive.
I mean, he cooked anybody in front of him. Moody, Pajimski.
It looked like Houston Rockets, James Harden. I was shocked.
He looks like he's starting to get into his rhythm.
Yes.
In shape. And if he plays like that,
they got a shot.
They're going to be a factor in the Western Conference.
Yes.
They did that without Paul George. Now, here's Stephen Curry, because a lot of people are getting on Stephen Curry. We'll take some calls in a second. Coach of Vallejo, hang tight. Mystic, hang tight. Shameless shout-outs in 17 minutes. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Stephen Curry, speaking on the support for Draymond Green during this suspension.
I know there's questions on what the suspension actually means time-wise and all that, and conversations we had yesterday were about him, personally, and making sure the focus is getting right, getting, on a path that's going to allow him to be who he needs to be as a person, as a man, father, husband, and a basketball player in that order. And that's going to, that journey is going to be challenging, but we're all here to support him and try to hold it down while he's gone. So, it's a tough situation all the way around, but we are capable of getting through it, himself included.
All right, here's Steph Curry. More on supporting Draymond Green and the team.
I don't know, like the program or the requirements or the things that he needs to do, but I'm here as a friend and a support to kind of lean in on being there for him, whatever that means. Yesterday was a conversation for us as a team to understand, where we currently are, where we're trying to go, and holding each other accountable, holding Draymond accountable to, what's been going on and what needs to change for, us to be right as a team. Like I said, with him involved in that, but every day is a new challenge, literally, and that's going to be something that we have to, be able to be support for him.
So the challenge now, Spadoni, pardon me, is that the Warriors have played in 20 clutch games this season. Games decided in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter or overtime when the score is within 5 points. The Warriors are 9-11 in those games. 9-11. So they got to figure out without Draymond Green, as he's away, how do they steal a game or two here over the next 9 before we get to the new year?
Well, it starts with that guy that just spoke, Stephen Curry. He needs to be awesome. And I know that's asking a lot of a guy, but this is what you ask of when you're a top 10 player of all time. You lean on these guys. You lean on Jordan, LeBron, Steph. These are the guys you lean on in times of, stress. When everything else isn't going right, you could always count on Curry. And right now, he's been struggling.
He is struggling.
But you know what? We've seen slumps from him in the past. I expect him to break out of it. But in the meantime, when you get a performance like he had from Clay last night, it hurts even more because you can't count on those every single time. It's going to be a mixed bag from Clay moving forward. Wiggins, I can't expect anything out of him.
Well, how disappointing is that? We spent so much time on Klay Thompson.
We just brought up Wiggins' name. It's an hour and a half in. He came off the bench yesterday, and he's making $100+ million.
First time in his career in the regular season, Andrew Wiggins came off the bench.
He's 28.
And he scored 9 points yesterday. He was 4 of 9. He was 0 for 4 from 3.
Going through the motions.
He's averaging less than 12 points a game. And we want to slander Klay Thompson. Thompson.
5 fouls. He's reaching out there. He's not in the right spots. He's just going through the motions.
That's the biggest issue on his team outside of Draymond Green is Andrew Wiggins. And I don't know if you could jumpstart this guy. I don't know. Is he going to just continue to slump? Now, Steve Kerr did commend him for being a professional and having a good attitude. And he's going to get minutes if he plays well. But that has been a holy crap. He doesn't look good at all.
We had Sedano on yesterday. George Sedano, ESPN, obviously been covering the league for a very long time, very tapped in. He doesn't even know what the value of Andrew Wiggins is right now.
I don't either.
It's like, that's shocking. This was the second best player on the team, Bonte, in a championship run. He was guarding guys like Tatum, Brown, Doncic, some of the best in the league. He was going at them and playing better than them.
Which 4-year contract looks worse? Oof. Is it Draymond's or Andrew Wiggins? Because they both have a player option at the end of the deal.
It's Wiggins right now. It's not even close.
Wow.
And that's saying something.
Well, since nobody wants to speak about Klay Thompson, because, oh, man, he's been bad all year. He's been bad all year.
Hell of a game yesterday.
He's been bad all year. Well, Klay averages 16 points a game. All right. It's not great for a second option. But in his last 11, I don't want to confuse anybody with the facts. I don't want to confuse you with the facts. Here's the facts in the last 11 game for Klay. He's had 3 clunkers. He had the 2 of 10 game in Phoenix, the 3 of 13 game in Portland. Boy, over his last 11 overall, 18.5 points per game. He's shooting 39% from 3, and he's shooting 41% from the floor. And why did he get hot yesterday? Even though Curry struggled. When you play next to Podziemski and Kuminga, all of a sudden you have floor spacers. Podziemski could break a man off the dribble. Kuminga could get to the rim. When you go to the 2 big lineup with Kevon and Draymond Green, the spacing for Klay Thompson's just not there. At this stage of his career, he needs space. He needs guys to create for him. He's a limited player offensively, but he's still one of the best shooters in the league. And if you don't believe that a team will offer him big money next year because of his shooting prowess, a contender, think again, homie. Think again, folks. Klay Thompson will be sought after in the offseason if the Warriors decide to let him walk.
I think so. For the price, I'm not sure just yet, but that depends on how his season ends, right?
Can I say something, Spinoni?
Yes.
I'm hearing.
Oh.
A team would be willing to give him $30 a year for 2 years.
According to sources. This is Bonte Hill? Okay.
According to sources.
All right.
According to sources.
He had a play yesterday. I was actually very impressed with it because I was rewatching it this morning, just sitting in here. And he had this play. It was down the stretch, obviously, very tight game. And maybe it was 4 or 5 minute mark. He had this quick, running to the line. It was this little give and go, right?
Right.
So I think it was Looney at the top of the key, set a screen, goes back to the 3-point line, then does a little quick fake, runs back, throws it to Looney. It should have been a score. Looney fumbles it. But I was so impressed late in the game. Everything's going well for him offensively, shooting-wise. He doesn't force it there.
No,
and he goes for the high percentage play, passing it, and it should have been, and Looney just fumbled it there. But that was so mature of him to do that in a game where he is balling. He's been the best player offensively in this game, and he's trying to hook up Kevon Looney there. Like that goes to for me, that spoke volumes about where he is as a teammate when everything's not going right in a game that's going right for him, and he was willing to do that.
We want to hyper-focus on Klay. That's fine. You can do what you do. I'm not telling anybody to alter their opinions on that. But in his last 11 games, I don't want to confuse you with the facts. I'm not going to do that. But he scored in double figures in 10 of those 11 games. 6 of the last 7, he scored in double figures. 10 of the last 11, he scored in double figures. He had a season high yesterday. All right? How many 20-point games during that stretch? Well, funny you ask. 6. 6 20-point games during that stretch. Now, we're not asking Klay to be a second option because he's not that at this point of his career.
Now, we're asking Wiggins to be that, and he's not.
But in the last 11, he shoot 39% from the 3-point line. But he sucks, though, according to a lot of people. I'm telling you, when we get to the offseason, you're going to see how many teams feel like he sucks. And I'm telling you, there's not a lot of contenders who believe Klay Thompson sucks.
No.
Because they're going to be after him in the offseason. I'll bet my bottom dollar on that one. Sources ain't never been wrong.
According to sources.
Bonte
Hill over here.
You can't have non-shooters on the floor. Klay Thompson's a shooter. That's why I always said, if I'm going to bench anybody, it's going to be Wiggins over Klay. I don't really care who starts, who fit, all that stuff, but I would rather go shooter in a shooting league. Wiggins is shooting 26% from the 3-point line.
He's been awful. He's been the worst player on the team. And he's getting paid like he should be the second best player on the team.
So, you know what? Klay, we'll see what happens. But good stuff for him. Season high yesterday. The threes, he got crazy hot there.
It just sucks that they lost in a game like that.
Lost.
That's the thing. He has the game and they lose. It just feels like they're snake bit right now, Bonte. It's one step forward,
It never felt like they were going to win that game.
No, it didn't. The Clippers felt in control for the most of it, but it felt like an opportunity squandered. You were waiting because Steph had been quiet, right? You're like, we're we're a step flurry away from, maybe stealing this one, and it never happened. They were outplayed for the most part. You were right. But it felt like they could steal it late. Just didn't come to fruition. And credit to the Clippers. They're 6 in a row now. They're on fire.
Yep. They are.
They
won 11 to 14.
Right,
they won 11 to 14. Yeah. But, Wiggins right now is lost. CP3 did not look good. There's a problem here.
Westbrook.
There's a problem here.
Westbrook had that block on Chris Paul in that game. That was just like, oh, my God. This is personal for him.
This is personal.
Yes.
I mean, the clip, Norman Powell shooting right over him. Amir Coffey shooting right over him.
They were going right at them.
Right at them.
Yes.
Right at Podziemski, right at CP3. It's a problem.
And that's what's going to happen. You know what? And you were mentioning it, Podziemski. This is going to be a learning curve for him.
The book's going to be out on him.
Yes.
But the fans need to be patient with him. Like we were patient, like Coach has been patient with us. Shameless shout out to 7 minutes. Shameless shout out to 7 minutes. 888-957-9570. I'm not trying to flip no narratives on Klay Thompson, folks. I just don't want to confuse you with the facts. And the facts are in 10 of his last 11, he scored in double figures. In 10 of his last 11, he's shooting over 40% from three. Those are just the facts. He's a three-point shooter, and he's shooting over 40%. When is 40% bad for the three-point line? When does that become bad?
Dare I say, facts don't care about your feelings?
Facts don't care. And I'm not even trying to be, I don't want to confuse people with the facts. Facts are he's averaging over 18.5 and 39% for the three-point line in his last 11. On his team, that's pretty damn good. Coach of Vallejo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I'm trying to be objective, and I like being objective, and I like the team, but I think Steve Kerr once again is showing a preferential treatment to the players, and right now he should really be open on who plays. Now, I like Podziemski, however, he does not need to be the high-minute player on this team, and he was a high-minute player last night. His line was pathetic if you read his line, okay? Also, of course, he has very trouble standing in front of anyone, and that's really causing Looney to be exposed down there. Now, last night I watched Moses Moody on the bench, and he was visibly upset because once he got going in the fourth quarter, Kerr pulled him out again, and Moody was hustling. He was making a tough play. Podziemski he pulled him out. Podziemski got more playing time than Klay Thompson last night, and this was easily Klay's best game of the season. But Steve Kerr has found his new Jordan Poole, who he's going to play regardless how they play, and not look at it objectively.
Well, Coach,
and I hate to see that.
Coach, he's not treating Podziemski like Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole wasn't playing.
Nope.
At times, the problem there. Podziemski 2 of 11, and the scouting reports out on him. How does he adjust? Because Steve Kerr's going to continue to roll out this lineup. He's going to roll it out, and see what it is. Now, Dunleavy, we'll get to Dunleavy in just a second. Maybe we'll play that in the 8 o'clock hour. But about him and what's going to happen through the next 10 to 15 games. Kai Phillips. I think Klay, he's just spent $299.
Oh.
I think Klay might cook like he did in January last season, January and February. And what about March, where he had the best month and third best month of his offensive career?
Well, it would pay dividends going forward for him, because if he's not going to be on the Warriors, he's playing for other people right now. Yeah. It's not just the Warriors right now. He's auditioning around the league right now.
Trust me, there's some people who see him auditioning and they like what they see. I'm just say that. Mystic in San Francisco. Mystic, what's happening?
Man, this is a sobering morning. Just a couple of real quick, small things. Big things. I was going to say this. Andrew Wiggins, something must be going on between his ears. It's not a physical thing. He's got the physical tools, but he is a shell of himself. I'm wondering if it has something to do with the dark cloud over this team, Draymond Green. I feel relief that Draymond is not around, honestly. I feel like the team can breathe. He used to be on the edge, and it kind of galvanized the team. Now it suffocates the team. He is a weight, an anchor, hanging on and hanging over the team now. And I am, for one, pleased that we are now going to see Kuminga stepping into that role. And I think it's incumbent upon the Warriors to start adjusting their offense a little bit to allow Kuminga into the spaces where he can cook and he can step up and be our next big scorer, since Wiggins is lost and Draymond Green isn't around. And honestly, I'm not sure I'm into bringing Draymond Green back, because what's going to happen? He's going to continue to be a jerk and keep a stranglehold around the necks of the youth on the team who are totally in fear of him. Andrew Wiggins, who is now just in shambles, it's almost like he got punched in the face. But when his boy went down. So I don't know, man. I think this team is cooked for the season, but the bright spots can be. Let's turn Jonathan Kuminga loose. Let's let him be the next guy, since your old guard now is starting to descend.
All right. That's Mystic. Very sobering morning. Don't forget, shameless shout-out, 740, about 3 minutes.
That was a great test for Kuminga last night.
It was.
Very difficult assignment going up against Kawhi Leonard.
It's tough, but
I thought he held his own at times, and other times, you know what? He looked like a young player. But he's got to learn through this stuff. You got to keep playing him.
This is where last year bothers me.
Yeah.
Last season bothers me. Because he needed to play last season to have that third-year leap.
Yeah.
And then you get inconsistent minutes. Hell, he was out of the rotation last Wednesday. Can you believe that? Shout out to Kuminga on this team. Was out of the rotation
last 17 minutes of the game.
Played last 17
Should've
minutes.
played the
Saved a day.
God.
Saved a day. So, I it's just tough right now, man. These guys are going to have to learn, and fans are going to just have to be patient. They're 10-14. And this schedule, you look at the schedule, Brooklyn, Portland, Boston.
It's not going to get easy. No one's a gimme. It's very difficult.
It's very sobering right now watching this team.
It is.
And no rim protection. They're slow at the point of attack. You mentioned Kuminga getting just a lesson from Kawhi Leonard.
It was. Boardman gets paid, Bonte. Boardman gets paid.
And now teams are sitting their stars out against the Warriors.
Paul George wasn't even there. Kevin Durant wasn't there.
No.
Didn't skip a beat.
No.
Didn't skip a beat.
Didn't skip a beat, man.
That's...
because the same thing's plague them.
If you were to tell it to Warriors fans 5 years ago, they'd be like, oh, what are you talking about? But again, different team, I get it. But the fact that we're fast forwarding right now, it's only December 15th, you're a year removed from a championship, and it's come to this. We have relief. Callers are saying they're relieved that they don't have to watch Draymond Green.
Wow.
That's pretty incredible.
That is.
For a made guy in the organization, you're relieved that you don't have to watch him.
That is.
And I think he speaks for a lot of fans.
He was at one point everybody's second favorite player in the Warriors, because Steph's always been number one. At one point, Draymond was more loved than Klay Thompson. You had the Klay ups. You had, hey, man, he's chucking.
Yeah.
And then Klay, all of a sudden, Toaster Klay, China Klay, Game 6 Klay.
Scaffolding
Klay. And it's crazy to see the Q rating with the fan base when it comes to Draymond Green, but I hope he gets the help he needs. Look, the Clippers in the first half, they set the tone with the 19 free throw attempts, Spinoni. The Warriors turned it over. The points off turnovers again plagued them in that first half. And it was just too much to overcome. Way too much.
It was. You know what else is not too much to overcome, though? Shameless shout-outs.
Oh, you like that?
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout-outs on the Morning Roast.
Shameless shout-outs here on a Friday. If you want to sponsor Shameless shout-outs, just hit up Sam Lubbock or their Morning Roast 957 The Game on Twitter.
Slide into his DMs.
He likes DMs. That. He does like that.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
How's Brianna doing out there in Detroit?
I'm fashionable.
Hey, Brianna, Detroit Pistons, are they going to win a game again?
I know people.
She knows people. Maybe.
Do you know people that can help them win a game, Brianna?
What's Cade Cunningham? What's he doing this offseason, potentially? Hell, maybe at the trade deadline.
I could use Jaden Ivey. You're not playing him. Hey, Kobe White in Chicago.
What's James Wiseman?
What's he? Kobe White in Chicago. Uh-oh. Let's go to the shout-outs. Lubbock, you know what? You've been doing such a great job filling in this week, Lubbock. Spinoni. I got Lubbock on my brain. Sorry.
We all know what he's really thinking about.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking about.
All 5'10" white guys look the same.
Yeah, you do. You guys do look the same. No, actually, one's got a red head.
Yeah, one's got a red head.
John pointed out you called me Spinoni yesterday.
I did. During
you
Fast
just
Five.
have no idea who anybody is.
I feel like an old man.
I was Evan
It's like my
Giddings
mom calling me
earlier.
my brother. Hey, Bernard. I'm like, no, I'm Bonte.
It's all good.
So, Lubbock, what's your final thought? Oh, wait. That's Lubbock over there.
Final thoughts? Shameless shout-outs? Whatever one.
Lubbock.
I'll go first. Shout out to all the kids out there, all the parents out there going through difficult times right now during the holidays, trying to provide, doing the grind out there, Bonte. It's very difficult. They're doing their best. And you know what? Your kids appreciate you. One gift is okay. Right? It doesn't have to be a bunch. They appreciate it. All right, so keep grinding out there. All the men, the women, grinding for your kids and all the little kiddos out there, man.
I do a special shout out to the single mothers out there.
All the single parents,
moms, all the single parents, single moms especially, though, because I know it's hard. There's some deadbeats out there. Keep doing your thing. Keep raising these kids. Keep working those jobs and supporting your kids. You're doing a hell of a job out there. So shout out to the single moms. 510, shout out to C Boogie, your Sonoma JV football MVP. Congrats, C Boogie. Big John, what you got? Who you shouting out this week?
Well, I didn't get a true, we did it a few days ago, but I'm going to shamelessly shout out my old high school, Soquel High, for winning their very first state title in Santa Cruz County. But the biggest shout out is for the head coach, Dwight Lowry, former San Jose State Spartan and NFL corner. Came back. He had a bunch of offers to go play at some big prep school or coach big prep schools. He came back to Santa Cruz to coach his hometown team, and within 4 years, took him to a state title. So shout out Dwight Lowry.
Jaguar, Dwight Lowry.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember that name.
I like that. I like that. Spinoni or Lubman, what's your name back there?
This is Lucas.
Lucas, turn off the mic. Get the hell off my show.
No, I'm better than that. I'm going to give a shout out to the Cal Golden Bears. They are going to be in Shreveport, Louisiana tomorrow, taking on the Texas Tech Red Raiders in the Independence Bowl. It's going to be a tough one for the Bears. They rallied three straight to get bowl eligible. Hopefully my guy Jay Knott can run roughshod over the Red Raiders. Texas Tech, a 3-point favorite here. So hopefully Cal could pull it off. Always good to end the year with a bowl win, no matter how big or small. Bowl season starts tomorrow.
I was going to say, it's officially tomorrow? Okay.
Oh, wow, we got 3 NFL games tomorrow. You got bowl season, Cal Bears.
What is the slate tomorrow?
Arizona Wildcats playing Purdue in college basketball, 1 versus 3. A lot going on this weekend, folks.
The Raiders
shout out to the couches on Saturday. That's
the Raiders set the tone for football week, by the way. Just a hell of a win for Antonio Pierce. Going from 0 to 63. God, that guy's got a pulse on the locker room. Brandon Staley has the opposite. That pulse is dead.
By the way, some breaking news in the NBA before we get to Rhea and Lancaster. Philadelphia 76ers president of basketball operations, Daryl Morey, has agreed on a contract extension through 2027-28. Oh, the Baker gets an extension.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Play the system.
Rhea, Lancaster. Rhea, good morning. Who you shouting out today?
Good morning. I want to give 2 shout-outs. I want to give Nick in Berkeley a shout-out because he makes me laugh every time he calls. But also I want to shout out, after 20-plus frustrating years, the Los Angeles Clippers, my team that I used to be a season ticket holder for, finally gave me good basketball yesterday. I love you guys.
That's fleeting.
Oh, man. The one Clipper fan.
Hang the banner in December for the Clippers.
They're hot right now. 6 in a row, 11-14.
We'll see.
Ty Lue's got it rolling. We'll see, though.
We know what the name of the game for the Clippers. Can they stay healthy in the playoffs?
Shout out to the single dads as well. I said that, both parents, but I just gave a
aunts, uncles that play the parent role.
But I gave a special shout out to the single moms. Also, shout out to Ray Ratto for defending the city.
Love Ray.
For defending the city and calling the Giants out on their crap. Ray Ratto, we still love you. Silk in Oakland. Silk in Oakland. Who are you shouting out today, Silk?
Hey, bro, I'm shouting out the NBA. Just, I just wanted to comment on that, the Draymond Green situation more. But I just wanted to say the NBA needs to spend more time, all sports need to spend more time and focus on mental health. These guys need it. They put in a tough position, and I think mental health will change a lot of these situations.
I like that,
Great
Silk.
call.
I like that, Silk. We all need a little help.
Take care of y'all mentals. Shout out Marshawn
doubt.
Lynch.
And take care of your mentals. Shout out to the reverse Grinch shoes that come out today. The Kobe's.
Love those. AD rocks them all the time, too. Christmas Day.
Leland in Danville. Leland, what's happening? Then we'll get to Javi. Leland.
What's up? I would like to shout out my father. His birthday's coming up soon, so I'm really happy for him.
Absolutely, Leland. That's a great shout out. Happy birthday.
I didn't know they make Lelands anymore. These guys sounded kind of young. 10 years old, named Leland? Like Jim Leland? Hall of Famer, by the way.
Hall of Famer. Hall of Famer. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Oh, Javi and San Bruno. Something I was going to say.
Oh, I thought it was Vacaville, Javi. Where's he at?
No.
Is he on Alcatraz? He's on Alcatraz.
He might
still.
be in San Bruno. You guys got him in Alcatraz behind the glass.
Well,
I got no problem with Javi and Vacaville.
He may or may not have been doing some threats.
Yeah, well,
to some
Javi and Vacaville, he's got some loose screws.
Yeah, he might be in Rikers Island. Right?
You got to take him in doses, man. Javi and Vacaville, man. He just, he's cut from a different cloth. Javi and San Bruno, though. It's Javi and San Bruno. What's happening?
Hey, very, very happy that I'm a famous Javi, but very happy that I'm alive. I was sick for the last 2 days. I'm very excited, and hey, I just saw Godzilla -1 again yesterday for the second time. It's going good, and I'm just happy for life. Thank you, guys.
You know what? Shout out Life. That's great. Also a great cereal. I love Life.
What about the movie?
Life.
Never seen a movie, Life?
No, that's with Eddie Murphy. Yeah,
Martin Lawrence.
Thank you, yes.
The board game?
The board game as well. There's a lot
Board game, yeah. The game of life.
There you go.
The game of life.
Shout out Living. It's great.
It is. It does.
Cinnamon Life is very good. Yes. Oh, I love cereal. That's all I grew up eating.
Oh, man. A lot of people say, happy to have you back, Clay. Happy to have you back. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text Line.
There you go.
You guys make the show so fun. Even when you disagree, it charges me.
Embrace debate. That's what we want.
Well, I don't.
Skip Bayless.
We don't have to always agree on everything, but we don't also have to disagree on everything. What my goal for 2024? Less arguing, more fun, nice tones. We don't need to be screaming at each other.
Yeah, that's gonna go.
For that.
That's gonna go well.
My blood pressure's been spiking. I'm having a meltdown.
Yeah, that's going to be.
What was I having a meltdown
second
about?
day of January after they had Sam Howell beats the Niners.
What was I having a meltdown about that time? I'm having a meltdown. That wasn't Lonnie Walker, was it?
Was that the day after the Browns loss?
That might have been the Monday after the Browns loss.
Jeez.
You lose to P.J. Walker.
I was having a meltdown.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
I was having a meltdown.
Oh, man.
We got time for one more shameless shout-out. One more? Yeah, one more shameless shout-out. Let's go ahead. Bring them on the line. One more shameless shout-out. Who we got? Oh, we got Duke in the city?
Oh.
Duke in the city? Oh, Duke.
Yeah, people sliding through with some cold sweet cheddar, 6 rings on our fingers, we sure look better. We got Nick Bosa. They say he's a roaster. Quarterback back like he came out of toaster. He passed a Ferrari. 50 seconds move by, David back to Yari. Turn around and look your boy with all hands up. He got you shook. We're going to say some of that when Shaq get back.
Duke in the city. Have a good Friday. Hey, have a good Friday, Duke. I loved it. That's all I needed.
That's good.
Woo, he always give me some chills. He's got some bars, baby.
He's loyal. I appreciate that.
He is loyal to the soil. Injury report coming up. Comcast Business Text Line says Stephen A. just had a meltdown about Steve Kerr. When does Stephen A. not have a meltdown? Doesn't he have meltdowns every day? He's too rich to be having meltdowns.
Stephen A. be saying some wild stuff.
Yeah, if I was making $12 million a year, I wouldn't be having meltdowns. I'd be chilling. Nothing would bother me. Trust me. Nothing would bother me. But I don't make $12 million a year.
But
so
you
a lot
don't,
of things
so there
do
you
bother
go.
me. So it's okay for me to have meltdowns. Including the one about GP2. Nah, I'm kidding. There's no meltdown. We had an update. He's been dealing with the straight right calf. He suffered last month against the Kings. The Warriors yesterday announced that GP2 was reevaluated this week and indicated that he's making good progress in his recovery. GP2 has been clear for light on-court work to begin. The Warriors will reevaluate him again in a week. The Warriors are now 10-14. 888-957-9570. What you make of Mike Dunn? Oh, we're going to play the Mike Dunleavy sound on the other side. His thoughts on Draymond Green. We're going to get into football. Kendra Andrews at 8:30. Stats on fire, 9:30. Niners and Cardinals. Guess what, folks? It's a hat and T-shirt game. Hat and T-shirt game, baby. NFC West Division champs will be happening. They'll be rocking hats
Absolutely
and T-shirts.
incredible.
Absolutely incredible for the second year in a row. It's just a matter of time. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We'll get into Mike Dunleavy. Then we will slowly pivot the 49ers. That's coming up on the roast. Benoni Abate.
My little.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a fun Friday, Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out YouTube and Twitch, Comcast Business Text line as well. Look, man, we're going to get into football in the 9 o'clock hour, heavy football 9 o'clock hour. We'll transition after Kendra Andrews at 8:30. About to go to State Warriors, of course. She's going to join us, Warriors reporter for ESPN. She's been all over the Draymond Green situation and the vibe of the team, and we'll ask her. We'll ask her whether or not they can sustain this or try to figure out this run without Draymond Green. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough without Draymond Green. And Spadoni, he's in for Joe Shasky. It's just, you could tell they were just all exhausted last night.
It was a lot. You can tell from the podium game, from the actual game, like a lot is weighing on Stephen Curry's shoulder right now to carry this franchise, more so than ever right now. I mean, you're a year removed from a championship. You think in the back of your mind, like, what? Like, we were just having a parade down there, right, over on Market Street. We were just having a good time. Yeah, we lost to the Lakers, and it was like, but you know what? We could blame, what happened before the season, right? Jordan Poole's gone. Maybe everything's fine. Fast forward to December 15th, and the next 10 to 15 games could determine, Bonte, whether or not this core even stays together anymore, and that it could be coming to an end, which seemed unthinkable just a season ago, and now could be their reality, which is a very sobering moment, and I think you heard it in Steve Kerr's voice. You heard it in Steph's. You heard it in Mike Dunleavy Jr., who I don't think is as emotionally connected with this core as Bob Myers. And he basically said as much. Hey, 10 to 15 games, prove it to me that I should believe in you guys. Otherwise, I'm looking towards the future. And right now, 4 games under 500, it's not looking great. I'll just say that.
Where's this cut at, Big John, with Dunleavy about the 10 to 15 games? Is it the opening statement? Opening statement here. Mike Dunleavy spoke yesterday down in L.A. Obviously, he met with Rich Paul, Draymond Green, as he tried to figure out a path, Spadoni, to getting this right. We have no idea when Draymond's coming back. Mark Stein joined us on Warriors pregame last night. He says he wouldn't be shocked if we didn't see him until 2024.
Wow.
Wouldn't shock me either. That's 9 games, Spadoni. That'd be 9 games. And he's missing out on a lot of money.
Yes.
If he reaches 20 games, he's going to miss over $200,000 a game. Right now, he's missing $150,000 a game. I know he's a very rich man, but money's money.
Yes.
That's a lot of coin.
That is, and it's a reputation, too, that's on the line for him, too. That's already been heavily damaged throughout the years, but more so with his own fan base now, which hurts even more if you're Draymond Green, I'm sure. Now your own fans are calling and saying, I'm relieved I don't have to watch him on the floor. I still can't believe a caller came in and said that.
Yeah.
I'm relieved that I didn't have to watch Draymond Green play anymore because of all these antics. It's unbelievable.
It's really sad.
It is.
That's what it is. That's why I was so disappointed. I thought Bully Efezi touched on it very well yesterday on the postgame show. We want to get him help. But boy, it is very disappointing when you come in and say it's the most important season of your career. Most important season of your career. And you've been suspended or hurt or kicked out of half of the team's games. And it's been going on. It started last year. You heard Steve Curry was choked up. The Gobert incident, the Nurkic incident, he even brought up the Jordan Poole incident. Once broke apart the team last year. That team wasn't connected last season, yet they still make the second round, lose the 6 to the Lakers. But that was, I don't know how they did that, considering what went on with that basketball team and how divided that team was due to what happened in training camp, which was caused by Draymond Green.
That punch has had lasting damages on this organization that I don't know if it can ever get fixed. That's the reality.
All right.
It feels like that.
No, it does. You're honest, Spadoni. Here's Mike Dunleavy yesterday, president of basketball operations. Mike likes to be known as Mike Dunleavy, no Mike Dunleavy Jr. anymore. Mike Dunleavy. How Draymond's suspension could impact the future roster decisions.
The bigger impact will be, how we do the next 15, 20 games, and that'll probably determine, where we go more than this specific incident or this time away for him. The reality of the situation is if you're evaluating Draymond, his ability this year has been great. His availability is not. And so we need him more available because when he plays, he's really good. We're really good. And, that's the main thing. I don't think I need any more evaluation of Draymond as a player. We need a little bit more evaluation on this team and the chemistry and the lineups and all that. But from a basketball standpoint, honestly, pretty pleased with Draymond. We want to help him be on the court more, though.
Want to help him be more on the court.
I like that. The ability has been great. The availability has been not.
That's true.
I like that.
That is true. Is Draymond Green still a long-term partner with the Golden State Warriors? Here's Dunleavy.
Yeah, I think so. We're committed to him. He's been here for a long time. He's hung a ton of banners and means so much to this organization. And like I said before, I think this is about, turning this thing into a positive and getting better. And so I think that happens, and, we feel really good because, again, his play has been terrific. It's just been his lack of availability that's not been great, and we want to make that better.
Well, Curry, they felt tired of just talking about it. His team feels exhausted for dealing with it. Now, they galvanized each other in the second half, but look, man, playing hard and moral victory is just not the Warriors' way. Not under Steve Kerr, not with Stephen Curry. These losses are piling up. They've lost 7 straight on the road. 7 straight on the road, Spadone.
They're falling behind in the standings, too. So they're 11th in the Western Conference right now. You got the Suns ahead of you. You got the Pelicans, the Rockets, the Clippers, all these teams. They're not going away.
No.
Other than the teams behind you who are pretty much done. I'm putting the nail in the coffin on the Jazz, the Grizzlies, Blazers, Spurs. You mentioned the Grizzlies, they get jaw back, maybe. But even those teams, when you play them, you can't take them for granted.
Right.
And you'll be playing the back end of a back-to-back in Portland this Sunday, Bonte.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sleeping on that game.
No, you can't sleep on anything when you're 10-14 and lost 7 straight on the road. And Dunleavy saying that, hey, we're going to see what happens in the 10-15 games, and it'll determine a lot. Could we be watching the last 10, 15 games of Klay Thompson in a Warriors uniform? Could we be watching the last 10, 15 games of Andrew Wiggins in a Warriors uniform? Could we be watching the last 10, 15 games of Kevon Looney in a Warriors uniform?
It's pretty wild to think that that's a possibility at this point. But
15 games away.
When you're
10 to 15 games, Spanone.
It's, it's a business of winning. And if you're not winning, things change. And then they could change very, very quickly. Even for the Golden State Warriors, who this is an uncomfortable situation that fans haven't been in the last decade, basically. Mm-hmm. It's all about been winning, the next step, what's going forward. This is the reality for most of the franchises. Hell, even the greats of the greats go through turmoil. The Lakers, the Celtics, the Heat. These things happen. Now it's up to Dunleavy to make the hard decisions. He can't have any emotion with this. And that was the thing with Bob Myers. You always felt like he was connected with these guys. There was an emotional aspect. As soon as Mike took over, he got rid of Jordan Poole real quick, brought in Chris Paul. He does not care about this. He has
was it Mike's decision? Was it Lakers' decision? We have no idea.
We have no
idea. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Mike.
But Mike is going to get,
Because Mike spoke about, what happened there, and it made Mike look bad a little bit. And I like Mike Dunleavy.
When he said he was committed to him. Right.
Well, he said, hey, we're committed to these youngsters. Yeah. Jordan Poole to Kamiga. And 3 days later, Jordan Poole's in D.C. So is Mike Dunleavy afraid to break up the core? Well, 10 to 15 games, bro, we're going to find out a lot. Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, a lot of guys are playing for their Warriors careers.
I mean, more importantly,
this team may look different in January, Spadone.
I mean, Chris Paul's playing for his Warriors career. I know that.
Well, he does not look good. He does not have any juice right now.
It's pretty.
Scored 12 points, but
he had the buzzer beater yesterday, but he was getting attacked.
Defensively, he was just getting smoked.
He got Mutombo'd by Russell Westbrook yesterday.
Yeah, I mean.
That was. Russ looks energized off the bench. I'll give him that.
Norman Powell, how about 21 points off the bench for Norman Powell, 5 rebounds, 9 of 13.
I always like Norman Powell. That guy He's just so underrated because there's so many stars on that team.
Right.
But he can just go in the paint. He can get a bucket when you need it. There's just a bunch of bucket getters on that team, and they were having their way with them.
For anybody who missed the cut with Dunleavy, because people are asking for it, and Dave Johnson says that Draymond broke up the core last October, Bonte. It may be the case.
It might be.
We may be late to the party. But how will Draymond's suspension impact the future roster decisions?
The bigger impact will be, how we do the next 15, 20 games. And that'll probably determine, where we go more than this specific incident or this time away for him. The reality of the situation is if you're evaluating Draymond, his ability this year has been great. His availability is not. And so we need him more available because when he plays, he's really good. We're really good. And, that's the main thing. I don't think I need any more evaluation of Draymond as a player. We need a little bit more evaluation on this team and the chemistry and the lineups and all that. But from a basketball standpoint, honestly, pretty pleased with Draymond. We want to help him be on the court more, though.
So 10 to 15 games. A lot will be determined within the next 10 to 15 games, Spadoni.
And it
should be the case, right?
But you don't want to be and you don't want to be so negative. And I hate that we're sounding so negative right now, but the team's not playing. The fact of the matter is the team's not playing well. You got aging superstars. Stephen Curry's feeling the weight of the franchise on the shoulder. Draymond Green's indefinitely suspended. Andrew Wiggins is a no-show. You're relying on a rookie and Brandon Pajemski out of Santa Clara to be a huge facilitator and scoring aspect. Guy couldn't score yesterday. He's getting attacked, and it's not fair to put it all on a kid like that. Then you're relying on Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, guys who should have been playing a lot last year, did not, and when they did finally play, their minutes were dropped significantly.
Mm-hmm.
So you're jumbling this mixed bag right now and expecting good results when in reality, the chemistry isn't there.
No, it's not.
And are we expecting the chemistry just to improve 10 to 15 games?
No.
That's the sobering reality of this. I don't know if that's enough time.
It's not. But 10 to 15 games, you could be out of this bad boy, and there could be massive changes.
Yes.
And that's what Mike Dunleavy's telling you guys. These next 10 to 15 games, 11 of the next 13 at the Chase Center. What do the Warriors do record-wise? They've got to make a run here now. Or again, we get to January, mid-January, and this roster will look a lot different. Now, Rudy Gobert.
Oh, God.
Rudy Gobert.
You just said Rudy's name, and I just,
Why'd you say, oh, God?
My flashbacks to the joke, by the way, but just Rudy Gobert, whatever he says, I have the lasting image of Rudy Gobert, like most people, him touching all the microphones, and then the world got shut down. I'm blaming Rudy Gobert.
God. Well, my lasting image is Draymond's right arm.
Yeah, well, exactly. But prior to that, I just think of him just being a knucklehead.
So Rudy Gobert told Tim McMahon of ESPN, I have empathy for Draymond Green.
Oh, wow.
You see somebody that's not well inside and suffering. You take away the game and all that, and you want somebody to be well and be able to do what we do every night and compete and be happy. So now that's the third player outside of the Golden State Warriors players and coaches, but like Kevin Durant, Yusuf Nurkic, they all said that Draymond needs help. Were we just blind to it? It felt like he needed help after the Jordan Poole situation.
It does feel like, maybe not for you, but for me, I'll speak for myself here, that because we're so used to it, I kind of poo-pooed this whole notion of, it's not that big of a deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty big deal.
Oh, it's a huge deal.
It's like the mental health side of it, most importantly. Like when we're having this many stars come out and say it, his contemporaries in the game, Kevin Durant, who won titles with him, is saying this is very serious, basically. This is his career.
Yeah,
is in jeopardy right now.
No, you're right.
That's sobering if you're a fan, or just if you're just watching Draymond.
Spadoni, I didn't know this, but he's second all time in terms of career ejections.
Wow.
Rasheed Wallace is number one. He's leading them by 10.
Numbers.
He's got 30.
He's Wilt Chamberlain.
Draymond Green just surpassed DeMarcus Cousins.
Wow.
For most career ejections. So he's heading up that list. It's not going to be good.
That's not what you want. That's not what you want.
You add in the fact that they've missed out on some draft picks. James Wiseman.
That's looming very large right now.
It's just a tough scene right now for the Warriors, and they got to figure this thing out. Let's go to Mike in Berkeley. He's got some adjustments to talk about with the Golden State Warriors. Again, Kendra Andrews in 14 minutes. Kendra Andrews, ESPN. What's up, Mike?
Morning, guys. How you doing today?
I can't complain, baby.
Friday. Let's go.
Yeah, Friday. Thank God for Friday. Hey, I was just wondering, Bonte, you've been around ball a long time. You too, Joe. A coach's job is to provide roles for his players. There's only one player on this team that has a defined role. Only one, and that's Steph. Everybody else is kind of looking at each other going, what am I doing here? I get minutes one day. The next game I get, reduced minutes. The whole Moses Moody thing is a complete mystery to me. But if you go back in time, you look at winning teams, they have people coming off the bench that are offensively like supercharged guys, like Vinnie Johnson with the Detroit Pistons.
The microwave,
Freddie Downtown Brown.
Yep.
And recently you've got, Russell Westbrook, even last night, he's taken the role of coming off the bench. And Jamal Crawford. Why can't that be Klay Thompson? I just don't understand why you can cut his minutes a little bit, and his new role is the savior off the bench.
I hear you, and I have no problem with Klay Thompson coming off the bench. They've actually been one of your better players in the last 11 games, though. And you can't put everybody on the bench. You try to put Looney on the bench. You put Wiggins on the bench yesterday. He's been scuffling more than Wiggins has had 3 good games this year.
Yeah.
If we've been hyper-focused on Klay Thompson, and I don't know why we've been hyper-focused on Klay Thompson. The deal is the deal. He signed a deal when he tore the ACL, the $43 million, and we projected that he'd age better. We didn't know the Achilles injury was going to happen, so he got $43 million. It is what it is. He has an expiry contract. Wiggins is starting a new 4-year contract with $100 million that has a player option. Klay's not the problem. I don't know why we continue to make Klay Thompson a scapegoat, but I do agree with Mike that guys need to have defined roles. They do. Especially youngsters. This is your role. This is what I want you to do. Like, for example, Jonathan Kuminga, Spinoni, dunker spot, perimeter defense, pass it first when you first get the ball, and then look for your shot when you get it back. That's a role for him. Moses Moody, I told Willie Efezi off air yesterday, I said, I get the Pajitsky starting and the energy, you need an extra ball handler, but I would have loved to see a starting lineup with Steph, Klay, Moody, Kuminga, and Looney and Sarge.
I like that.
Because Moody is balling, man.
He's been the most consistent Warrior.
Right.
It feels like Moses Moody. Outside of Steph, and even Steph's been a good, Moses Moody is so damn consistent and is such a pro's pro. It is baffling that he has been so inconsistent, whether it's not even in the starting lineup, reduced minutes, this and that. And we're going to see it going forward when it comes to the chemistry with these guys. Pairing the Kumingas and the Moodies, the Bajemskis, the rope that they have, because you need them to contribute going forward. Mm-hmm. Steve Kerr knows that now. There's no hiding them on the roster, which is you have to play these guys. And I think for the first time in his NBA career, Steve Kerr is now going up against some very strong adversity. Yeah. I'm not counting the COVID year when you had the built-in excuse if you're missing all your star players, that you were tanking that year. Yep. It is what it is. We're at a boiling point with the Golden State Warriors when it comes to this dynasty, this franchise.
Oh, it is.
We're at potentially the point of no return when it comes to a lot of these guys.
Yeah, well, this may be the last time we see it. It's incredible. But it was funny to me watching Klay Thompson, and I don't want to confuse people with facts here. I don't want to confuse you with the facts.
Don't confuse me.
The facts are Klay Thompson shooting 39% from 3 in the last 11 games. He's scored in double figures in 10 of those 11 games. He's averaging 18.5 points per game in those last 11 games. Now, it's not always going to be pretty because the field goal percentage is only at 41%. He needs to bump that up. That's below average for him. But from 3, he's shooting 39%. And if he gets open threes, he's going to knock them down like he did last night. So, Klay's been scapegoated for all the issues when the issues have been Draymond Green's availability and Andrew Wiggins no-showing basically all season long. Let's be honest. And when you think about starting lineups, you want spacing. Everybody says, we need spacing for Steph Curry. Then why would you bench Klay and start Wiggins? When Wiggins is shooting 26% from the three-point line, and nobody's going to defend Andrew Wiggins on the perimeter.
No.
Klay Thompson can go 0 for 10. Guess what? There's going to be a defender in his face.
Yeah. No one respects Andrew Wiggins shooting right now. No one.
Nobody.
Why should they?
Nobody.
I don't even think they respect his defense.
No, they don't. They're going right at him.
They don't respect anything about his game right now. It's unbelievable. And we go to the trade deadline. Who wants that on their team? If I'm, if I'm a contender or I am like a Detroit Pistons, someone, and we'll ask Kendra Andrews in a few minutes here. Right. Why would I want this guy?
Yeah.
And you're stuck with, that's the sobering part of this. If it is the mental head case with him, I don't know what it is with Andrew Wiggins. If it is,
you're preaching, Spinoni.
You might not be able to come back from that either.
Spinoni.
So you got 2 mental head cases on the team, and Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins. Good luck, Steph. Good luck, man.
Hey, Spinoni, you're preaching, man, because this is not even Minnesota Andrew Wiggins. I don't know who this is.
This is the worst version of Wiggins. This isn't Kansas Andrew Wiggins.
No, this is bad. This is really, really bad.
Was he this bad in elementary school?
No,
That's what I want to know.
Let's try to tat some calls real quick before we get to call of the week. Call of the week coming up here on the Morning Roast. Frank in the city. Frank, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yes, hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Frank.
What's up, Frank?
Monte Spadoni, when you guys speak, people listen. And I just want to make sure that you understand. We love you out there. Remember how it used to be before Draymond Green, Kerry, and all those guys played together. The Warriors used to be a terrible team.
Mm-hmm.
Today, everybody's piling on Draymond Green, whether it's CNN, ESPN. I mean, who's having his back? The only people having his back is his coach, Stephen Curry, and everybody else. And still, people seem to remember, not long ago, this team were losing. We have to be grateful for everything that Draymond Green has done for the Warriors. And at this time, he made a mistake. We have to be supportive of him. You guys need to show him some love, because if you don't, remember, everybody else is saying a lot of bad things about this guy. But they used to beat all those teams. You think they're going to say good things about him now? They're happy to see him, losing.
Frank, we want him to get help. He has to help himself, though. And he has to separate himself, because all we're doing is commenting on what he's done on the court. And what he's done on the court is let his team down. That's
Frank,
what it is.
Frank, it's a strong Italian name. I love the name Frank. Shout out my Uncle Frank. Rest in peace. Tony Soprano once said, those who want respect, give respect. And he hasn't been giving respect on the court to the fan base or anyone involved. So I will, have his back when it comes to the mental health side, all of that.
Yep. And Draymond
he has to want it. He has to want it.
Here's the cold part. Draymond Green was hitting shots. Dude's shooting 43% from
We're
three.
not crushing him as a basketball player.
On the court, he's been great.
And you heard that from Mike.
I'll say good. Draymond Green on the court has been good.
He's been good.
Very good. I said that all along. We've said that all along. But you can't really talk about the on-court production when on the court you're also connecting with Yusuf Nurkic. Yeah. And you have the Rudy Gobert situation, which he told Ramona Shelburne, boy, I didn't realize I had him choked up like that for that long. He lost it.
Those comments to Ramona Shelburne, by the way, I don't want to use the word disturbing. It was a little shocking.
I didn't even want to bring it up today.
It was.
I didn't even want to bring it up.
We might have to read some of the comments.
I didn't even want to bring it up.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to be positive on a Friday.
You're trying your best, man. $1 million smile over there.
Call of the week. Let's go to Ken Opener Cal in St. Louis. Ken Opener Cal, what's happening?
Steve Kerr said.
Steve Coach.
What they was, I told y'all then that Steve Kerr need to start these boys, and they'll do something good, and then he'll start the next game doing the same thing.
Ken Opener Cal, that was caller of the week. Caller to the morning roast, and if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the caller of the week too. Ken Opener Cal, all the way in St. Louis. Oh, I know him and his wife going to have a steak dinner over that, Cal. You made the caller of the week. What's Cut Open a Game, sponsored by St. Martin, Lucky, California. We'll get the Big Smooth in Oakland before we get to Kendra Andrews. So Big Smooth, hang on tight. I want to take your call. You've been on hold for a while. We'll get your call on the other side and then get to Kendra Andrews of ESPN. And we'll discuss this Draymond Green situation, and then we'll pivot to the 49ers, who are playing in the hat and T-shirt game on Sunday, baby. Hat and T-shirts, which is the first check mark along the way to a Super Bowl run, baby. The journey. Glendale, Arizona. Can't wait to get to the Niners. But first, Kendra Andrews here on the roast. And Big Smooth before Kendra. That's coming up here, brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
I will, Steph. I know you'll bounce back from these dismal fourth quarters, the last two performances. I'm not worried about Steph Curry. I'm worried about Andrew Wiggins. And so is Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth, what is happening, man? What is happening with Andrew Wiggins? We need answers, Big Smooth.
Hey, Bonte, thanks for the platform. Man, before Kendra, wow, what an honor.
Hey, man, Big Smooth, you're one of our day ones, man.
Big Smooth is big time.
You're big time, Big
man,
Smooth.
You, Bonte, you said it. I'm like, Wiggins, man, Wiggins. Wiggins, every time I say his name, it makes me scratch my head. So, Wiggins, we allowed, your employer allowed you to go home and get right. Nobody was questioning anything last year. Go home, take care of your family. So naturally, we thought you would come in chomping at the bit, in tip-top shape, ready to go. Take as many shots as you want, Wiggins. Crash the board, Wiggins. Dude, what's the frustrating thing is he's not hurt. If he were hurt, you could say, well, yeah, he's coming off of this, he's coming off that. He's coming off of no injury. And then to hear that the management was disappointed that he didn't come in shape. That was nobody's really talking about that anymore. Why is he not coming in shape? He looks like he's just not engaged. Even when he goes to the cup and he could dunk, he chooses not to. This is very concerning, and I think that, hey, you got to allow Moody and Kuminga to just play. Heck, we're losing anyway. If we're going to take these L's, let's let some experience, some seasoning happen for these young guns. These guys are energetic.
Yep.
They're bouncy. You know, why are we wasting time with, as we saw last night, Wiggins finally got his minutes cut. This should have happened to me 3 or 4 days ago. But let me say this. I would say I tip my cap to the Warriors because they said, vets, we're going to hand it over to you. And they said, we're going to just let you guys play your way out of it. It didn't work. But the Warriors gave that time to the vets. But anyway, man, thank you guys. Happy Friday to you. And shout out to the 49ers for making the Bay Area have some hope in something. All right. Y'all.
Absolutely. And Kendra Andrews as well. She was at the Niner game last week. She was happy, having a great time. I wonder if she always, I know, how can you have a bad time in L.A.? How can you have a bad time in L.A.? City of Angels. I mean, what a road trip. OKC starts off with OKC. All right, fine. OKC. But you
they got good steak out there.
How do you know that?
I've been told. I've never been. I don't want to go to Oklahoma. Sorry.
I bet you Kendra, she had to. Kendra, good morning to you. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. I'm sure Kendra Andrews probably put in a petition. Hey, ESPN, can I put in PTO? I'll skip the OKC trip. I'll just meet the Warriors in Phoenix because we all love the Valley of the Sun.
That's exactly what I did.
You didn't go to OKC, Kendra? Are you serious?
I went to Oklahoma early in the season. I made my annual trip to Oklahoma and, I met them in Phoenix.
There's nothing out there in Oklahoma is what you're saying, Kendra? Nothing?
I'm a city girl. We'll just say
there you go.
Can you confirm, as you wake up with us, we really appreciate the time waking up at 8:30, and you're a psychopath for doing this, Kendra. And by the way, this is Joe Spinotti, not Joe Shasky. Yes. Shasky's out. Spinotti's doing a hell of a job. How are the steaks? Because Spinotti just said he heard there was good steaks in OKC.
I've never actually had a steak in Oklahoma City, but next year when I go for my one game a year there, I will try one and report back to you.
We will hold you to that.
Well, Slater's like an Oklahoma guy, right? He knows some good
he didn't take you on a tour out there or something, Slater? What?
He is the Oklahoma guy.
Yeah. Oklahoma State Cowboy, former Oklahoma City Thunder. All right, enough about OKC. Enough about OKC. Let's get to the real business at hand. The Golden State Warriors, 10-14. They've lost 7 straight road games. They're 4-12 after a 6-2 start. Things are spiraling for this basketball team, and it all starts with Draymond Green. So you were there in front of Mike Dunleavy. I know you were asking Mike Dunleavy questions as well as Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry. So what's the mood? I guess we'll just start there. The mood right now, before the game and after the game, around this team after hearing about the Draymond Green suspension.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a lot of just disappointment that this is happening again. But beyond that, I think is a genuine level of concern for Draymond. Steve Kerr repeatedly talked about how this is about Draymond, the person, the man, not the player. Stephen Curry said the same thing, the father, the husband, the friend, and that is a complete shift in tone than they have been in Draymond's past suspensions, right? It usually was just, well, we need to do what we need to do to get him out on the court. And in this instance, it's very much he needs to take as much time away from us as he needs to get right mentally and make sure that there's actually a change in behavior. I think because of that, the Warriors are really just trying to move forward, and there is a level of optimism seems like a silly word to say. The Warriors like the pieces that they have. We also, of course, heard that Mike Dunleavy is very open to making some trades and bringing some new people in. But I think the Warriors also just understand, look, this is what it is.
Yeah.
We have to just deal with what it is. We're not going to have Draymond for an extended period of time. We have to move forward.
So you just mentioned it there, Kendra. Mike Dunleavy Jr., general manager of the Golden State Warriors, spoke yesterday, and he said, the team's next 15 to 20 games, it's going to play a major role in what they decide to do. What did you take from that? Is that if they're 500, if they're below 500 at this point in 20 games or so, everything's on the table outside of Steph and Curry? What did you take from that?
I don't know if it was necessarily like a record mark, but I kind of took it as he is putting almost, because we know there's some untouchable pieces on this team, he's putting almost everyone on notice and saying, if in 15 to 20 games, because in 15 to 20 games, you're going to be in mid-January, I think, early January. What comes after early January? A month later, the trade deadline comes. And so you're giving 15 to 20 games, and we're going to be assessing every single person, whether we're 500, whether we're a bit above 500. We know this team doesn't want to be a 500 team. And in this Western Conference, 500 isn't going to cut it. So how are you playing individually? How are you playing? How are you adding to this team? If you're not adding to this team, well, your days could be limited. If you're playing extremely well, your days could be much, much longer. Mm-hmm. That's kind of how I took it. He's assessing everyone on an individual level of how they come together as a team. And in 15 to 20 games, they will probably start having those conversations that they've been very patient with having at this point.
Unreal. Kendra Andrews, ESPN. Don't forget tomorrow, Monte Ellis, will be signing autographs beginning at 4:30 p.m. for the first 50 fans in front of the Warriors shop at Thrive City. Warriors and Nets tomorrow evening as the Warriors begin a stretch of 11-13 at Chase Center. Kendra Andrews, of course, discussing the Warriors. She was with the team last night, and you talk about some of these individuals. One individual who got demoted, or not even demoted, I don't want to say that, but he got benched for the first time in his career in the regular season, and that was Andrew Wiggins. What is going on with him, Kendra? I mean, they've tried everything to get this guy jump-started. It's just, I've never seen him in a funk like this, whether it's Minnesota, whether it's with the Golden State Warriors. This is as bad as he's played. Heck, I don't even know if he played like this in middle school, Kendra. He's been that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? It is a mystery. And Wiggins says, I feel good. I still feel like it's coming. The question I always kind of ask when people say it's early is, well, when does it not become early anymore? Yeah. And I think we're starting to see a shift in that. Steve Kerr and the Warriors say it's not early anymore because you're past the stop net with the 24th game. That 20 to 25 game mark is always looked at the benchmark of what are we actually working with here. And that's why you saw his minutes cut down to 15 against the Suns. And that's also why you saw him be moved to the bench because he isn't producing. And that's just the natural thing. But even if you look back to last year, he was playing much better than he is now. But that was even a step down from what he gave them in that title run, right? So it's just kind of been a little steady digression, I think that's the word, for Andrew. But right now it's definitely way more noticeable.
Well, yesterday we were...
Regression? Is that the right word?
Regression, but we can look it up. Trust me, we got a Merriam-Webster dictionary on deck here. We got it. Yeah, because yesterday we were asking people to describe Draymond Green with one word, and I heard some words I'd never even heard of. I was like, damn, I thought I got a good score in the SATs. Well, I don't know what's going on.
I think recidivism was one of them.
Yeah, it works for us, Kendra.
Kendra, how important was that performance last night for Clay, even in a loss, for his mentals going forward, if you will? Because he's been pretty down. I mean, this is a guy, Klay Thompson, who's won 4 titles here. He's a made man, but even the fans are getting a little bit impatient with Clay. How big of a performance was that for him going forward?
I think it's really big. It's big for any guy to have a get-right performance, especially Clay. he's probably one of the most confident people I know. And so it was kind of like, it wasn't as much a reminder for him as I think for other people, like, this is what I do. This is who I am. Now, of course, the key is going to be doing it consistently. And, Steve talked about it a little bit after the game, but in every good game Klay has had this season, and you guys know this as much as anyone else who tuned into the Warriors, he wasn't forcing anything. He was playing so within the flow of the game, and that's what unlocked him. And you just keep saying that over and over and over again. So you just hope that it's like, okay, Klay, you're 12 years in. Let's see this consistently. I think that's what the Warriors are really looking for him now. And with Draymond out for the foreseeable future, with Andrew struggling, with Kevon struggling, with all these things happening, they really need that from Klay going forward.
Kendra, I know, without any biases whatsoever, whatever your gut tells you, because I'm thinking about what Mike Dunleavy said in front of you yesterday and all the reporters saying, hey, 10 to 15 games, we'll see what this team is like. It's going to determine a lot here. Do you believe in your heart of hearts that they could ever possibly trade Klay? Because I don't see it because of the business aspect of everything and what he means to this fan base, but he does have an expiring contract. And he may, I don't know what you could get back for Klay, but I know there's teams out there who value his shooting. And if you got young athletic players who could break people off the dribble, break down defenses off the dribble, Klay could be effective. He's still one of the best shooters in the league. But if this season does go awry and they go 4-11 over the next 15 and they're 10, 12 games under 500, could you possibly see the Golden State Warriors trading Klay Thompson?
Right. I mean, it is such a weird thing to think about. And, I grew up in Oakland, so Klay has always been on the Warriors as far as I can ever remember, right? So it would be a really, really weird thing to see. And for business-wise, you say, well, no, you never trade Klay Thompson, right? But at the same time, there's another side of the business that you say, oh no, maybe you do. It depends on what side of the business is better business, I guess. And maybe there's a way that you both are good. Like you keep Klay and he plays really well, and that's good for both sides of the business, right? Yeah. I think it really depends, but I also think if the Warriors are all about taking advantage of Steph Curry's prime, you don't put things off the table. And I think that there is this beautiful picture painted of Steph and Klay and Draymond all starting and ending their careers with the Warriors. That, I think I was talking about that with another reporter the other night. I think the only other team that I can think of that has had that kind of full circle is the San Antonio Spurs. Like, you're lucky if you get one guy to stay their entire career with one team, right? Yep. To have three is so rare. Like Michael Jordan Bulls, right? Yep. Like even times with the Lakers, the guys that come and go. It's a hard thing to accomplish, and I think right now with the state that the Warriors are in, you really start to ponder is that possible? Is it possible for all three of these guys to have that full circle moment? It's definitely not off the table, right? Yep. But I also think you do just start thinking of, as you said, he has an expiring contract. If he walks away, if he leaves the Warriors, do we do it for nothing, or do we try and get something back for it? And it's going to be a really hard thing to approach and address, I know, because like you said, Klay is just so sewed into the fabric of this team.
Mm-hmm. We're about 13, 14 minutes into the conversation. A guy we really haven't talked about is the best player on the team, one of the best in the league, and Stephen Curry. How's he handling all this, Kendra? Because when I heard him talk yesterday, it feels like more than ever, he's feeling the weight of the organization on his shoulders. And I can see him pressing out there. He's going to have bad games occasionally, but it feels like whenever Steph has a bad game now moving forward, this team just, I don't know. It's going to be very difficult for them to win when he has an off night.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it in him playing. I think when I watch him in these games, that he does look more unhappy, right? And maybe unhappy is he looks more frustrated. Things in games, right, are getting him more frustrated. He's a fiery guy, right? But he's usually a very also composed player and unleashes his anger at very specific moments. That's the kind of guy Steph is. But you do see a little bit more of a rattled Steph Curry. And, I think there is a lot on his shoulders, and a lot is being put on him. And a lot of guys are looking to him to have answers and guide. And I think that's maybe internal, but really external. Like a lot of people are like, what's Stephen Curry doing to get everything right? And it is really tricky. And I think, again, that's why you say you look at the next 15 to 20 games and you, Mike Dunleavy, whoever asks, what do we need to do to help Steph? Because at the end of the day, that's the guy who's going to win you championships. And right now they're putting him out there with 22-year-olds. And the 22-year-olds are doing as great of a job as they can. They're playing better than their veteran counterparts. I asked Steph last night, like, how is that? You know, historically, you've tried to get out of funks with four-time champions, Hall of Famers, veteran players, and now you're doing it with a group of young kids. And he said, like, our fabric is a little bit threatened right now, but all you can do is just push forward. And that's what he's trying to do. But at a certain point, you do, and Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors have to assess what can we do to help Steph.
Yeah, that's well said, Kendra. Well said there. By the way, the streets are telling me, a.k.a. the Borgeses, George and Izzy, you're having a good time.
Oh my
at Levi
God,
Stadium last week.
Shasky came over and saw us too. Listen, we missed you at the tailgate, Bonte. Next time.
Next time. Your boy wanted to stay home. I let the family go to the game. I just wanted to home. I wanted to be home alone.
That was a snoozer.
I wanted to be home alone with YouTube TV, kids. I just wanted to chill, man.
I get it.
He gets up for the big ones. If it's the Eagles or Cowboys, you'll see Bonte.
No, that's not
Seahawks
true. That's
or Cardinals.
That's not true. I go to all the games. I just wanted the day off. That's all. Wanted the house to myself. You know how that is, Kendra. Just want some R&R.
Listen, I'm a couch potato at heart, so I respect it.
There we go. Kendra Andrews, hey, good job as always. Thank you for waking up with this. We'll see you tomorrow at Chase Center. Continue the great work at ESPN.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Kendra Andrews, ESPN.com, covering the Golden State Warriors. A lot that she said there is hard to disagree with. It's hard to disagree with. The Andrew Wiggins thing, I mean, this has been happening all year. All year. Last four games. Just think about Andrew Wiggins since he's come back from jamming his finger in his car door.
We've all been there.
I
did that with my toe as a kid once. And, well, it's a graphic tale. I won't tell it, but it involves a sock and a ripping of the toenail.
We've all been there. But Andrew Wiggins sits returning. 30.8% from the floor he's shooting. He's shooting 25% from three, which is not far off from the 26% he shoots from three on the season. 8 points a game, 4 rebounds, less than an assist. All right, on the season, Andrew Wiggins. This is just awful stuff, man. We got to get him going. I thought he was the most important player outside of Stephen Curry coming into the season, and he's been probably the most disappointing player of the season.
Not even close. Might be in the NBA right now. That's considering the expectations for this team, Bonte, where they were at, moving on from Jordan Poole, the championship odds, they were up there. And he was supposed to be the second best player on this team. And it's been a no-show.
It's been a no-show.
He hasn't been a winning player.
No, he hasn't been close to us, but only 12 points a game. 12 points a game. 41% from the floor. He's shooting 26% from three. But look at this. Here's some of the raw data. He's committed 42 turnovers on the season. He's got 24 assists.
Oh, my God. It's almost doubling the turnover to assist ratio there. Are you kidding me?
He's 19 and 72 from three. 26.4%.
What's that free throw percentage at? In the 50s still?
Yeah. He shot 39% from three last year, 39 the year before, 38% the year before. The free throw percentage this year, shooting 62%, which is up from the 61 last year.
Oh, my, that's like Shaq numbers. What are we doing?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on.
I feel like I don't have the answer, Sway. Like I tell you, I don't know, Bonte.
I don't know either. I don't know either what's going on with them.
It comes to a point where we're paid to talk. We're radio hosts here. And then it gets into bad speculation, right? And that's not who I am.
I'm not going to.
When you're speculating off the court, all this sort of stuff. But there's something just not right because, he's had these moments in the past and Steiny's brought it up. Like, this is who he is. He's never been this bad.
No, he's never been this bad.
He's never been this bad.
He's never been this bad.
Never this bad.
Never, ever.
This is the worst version we're getting of Andrew Wiggins. And it's baffling because you'd think this is his prime.
He's out there floating. Again, you look at his body, it looks like he's lost some weight. He doesn't look as muscular as he usually looks. He looks a bit frail. He's a small forward in the league trying to guard Kawhi Leonard and LeBron James and all these big parts. And it's just not happening.
And the other players, like you just mentioned, are playing bully ball on him.
Yeah, no, not even
I mean, he
close.
was compromised, so I'll give him that. But I remember the game 6 in LA, LeBron was just running all over him.
Yeah, it was not good.
No.
Not good at all. Dan in San Francisco. Dan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Vontae, listen, this thing is over. When dynasties end, just please hang tight. Let me finish this because I know it's sensitive. Listen, I'm a Warriors fan too. I went to Monte Vista, the same high school Bob Myers went to, and Bob brought the trophy back in 2016 when the Warriors won the chip before LeBron beat us. I love the Warriors. This thing is done, and the only player that's still good is obviously Steph Curry, and a major move needs to be made if we want to be competitive and not waste his prime year.
Go ahead, Dan. Keep cooking. Oh, Dan, you're cutting out.
He cut out there, yeah.
He was cooking, though.
He was.
He was trying to get that color of the week, but it's too late.
It's too late.
Because the color of this week is on the line right now from St. Louis.
Oh, boy.
It's Can Opener Cal.
Cal.
Our caller of the week, Can Opener Cal. What's happening, my man?
How many times do I call you the next game you see what my boy do, man? That's all I got to say.
Who's that, Clay?
That's all I got to say. Yeah, he
Cal.
got no legs, man. He's too slow.
Cal, real quick, Cal. You and I are in the same boat. I'm not trying to push any narratives about Klay Thompson. I'm not even saying he's been great this year. But he hasn't been the issue. He is not. There's been a plethora of other issues other than Klay Thompson. And don't let me confuse you guys with the facts again. I'm not going to confuse you guys with the facts. Don't be confused by it. But the last 11, he scored double figures in 10 of the last 11, shoot 38% for 3 and 18.5 points per game. Don't let me confuse you with the facts. Can't open the cow.
At the same time, hold on. At the same time, besides the last game, Klay Thompson had picked up his average and everything like that. They say he was shooting better and everything, and he had a few games. But what I'm trying to sit up here and say, Bonte, is if Klay Thompson leaves, like a lot of these fans, they begging him to do. Klay Thompson leaves with what Klay's still capable of doing. You really want Klay to go to the Lakers? You want him to go to the Clippers? Knowing that he can put icing on the cake. I mean, that'd be a real story. That'd be a real story and stuff. You got Batman and Robin going against each other. Steph Curry ain't never sit up here and won nothing without Klay. Klay still got what it takes because Klay can't pass himself the ball, Bonte. Klay needs to be able to sit up there, make somebody sit up here and have space, and this team hasn't had that. What this team needs is a new dress. When I say a new dress, sometimes you just need a new coach because I guarantee you, man, when Mike Brown sit up here and left, when Mike Brown was coaching this team, they would be winning. They need some motivation. They need something that everybody believes in. And the same problem is everybody don't believe in the coach and the young guys. What happened to Moses Moody yesterday?
I don't know.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes. That's all you got to play. And then TDJ got to sit up here and put him in for 5 minutes. Come on. The thing is, the Warriors are not getting blown out, guys. All they need to do is have somebody who can, at the last second, have them win games. They sit up there, they called up. But guess what? When Klay stepped up and got it within reach, Steve Kerr pulls them out. He up the first quarter.
Hey, can't open the cow. Spadoni agrees with you over here. Spadoni's nodding his head. Yes, you're giving him a sermon over here.
Yeah, I'm glad because Spadoni, you're keeping the real. But Bonte, when I first called y'all, remember, Bonte, I was saying the same thing.
You're consistent, Cal. Cal, what can I say? You're consistent.
I'll just decide one thing I want to say, and I want to say something that's serious. Remember what I'm sitting up here telling you. These guys, they're barely losing these games. But think about this: if everybody got if the Warriors got the same foul calls as all these other teams and stuff like that, they wouldn't be losing. People not realizing that. The Warriors, they said the last few games, they only lost by a total of 7 points. If the Warriors got good foul calls and they set up, they respect the Steph Curry like they do LeBron James, we wouldn't have lost none of those games. Think about what I just said.
No, I hear you, Cal. But hey, good call, Cal.
They also got to stop reaching, Cal. They got to stop reaching.
Yeah,
they're not doing dribble drive penetration.
No.
They're not doing the things that the teams that get the calls are doing. That's
they're a hacking team.
Yes.
They hack.
And they
hacked in the first half.
And that's a product of an older team.
Yep.
And now they're getting young guys who are also prone to hack.
Because they don't stay down, out of position, not
they're
going for
learning.
pump fakes. They're learning on the fly. And then the veterans, they're older, They're slower. So at the point of attack, they were trying to run zone yesterday. It was getting picked apart. You're trying to run man defense, is getting picked apart. James Harden is breaking down your defense all game long. It is what it is. So that's the 20th clutch game of the season for the Golden State Warriors. Games decided in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter or overtime when the score is within 5 points. The Warriors have a 9-11 record in those games. 9-11. They'll see the Clippers again February 14th, Spinoni.
I'm done with the Clippers. I'm done. If I'm a Warrior fan, I'm like, every team right now is giving me fits. I can't even sleep on it's the Spurs who are giving me a little bit of fits. Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Who's stopping that guy? Like, I'm just thinking all across the league right now in this conference specifically. And listen, and Kendra was talking about it, it's Stephen Curry right now. Stephen Curry and who else? Well, yesterday it was Klay Thompson, but who didn't show up? It wasn't Steph.
What? Hey, people said, oh, boy, Klay will finally score 30. Well, it was a season high. But in 6 of the last 11, he scored at least 20.
Yes.
You guys were begging for 20-point scores. Well, 6 of the last 11, he's scoring you 20. He's not the second option on the team.
Ken Opener Couch just mentioned it, and I don't know if you agree with this. I don't think a lot of people would. Going forward, though, that Steph could not win another title without Klay Thompson. I don't know about that.
Well, it depends what the roster looks like.
Yeah.
It depends what the roster looks like.
I understand that the thought process there when Klay was in his prime and back in the day, you don't win any of those championships without him. I understand that. But going forward, you have to have a tough conversation. And Mike Dunleavy will have to have the tough conversation with Steph ultimately, like, hey, I know Klay's your guy and stuff like that, but it might be best for the team to move on from him and try to go after someone else or just, giving the young guys a bigger role. I know you came into this and Kendra touched on it. It is such a unique situation when it comes to Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green.
Yep, it is touchy.
Because other than, the Spurs, but not even the Spurs. Because, Tony Parker left. He didn't end up, he wasn't a Spur for life. Manu, okay, but Manu was a sixth man.
Yep.
It was a little bit different there.
Yep.
And Kawhi came up. There was different iterations there. I don't see a Kawhi Leonard on this team having that sort of impact with these guys later on. So it's easier said than done when you tell Steph, hey, it might be time to move on the guy that you've only known in your career being your splash brother in Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
It's a tough conversation.
It is a tough conversation. But boy, the report from Shams Charania, because it is tough. You're right. You're spot on, Spinoni. There's nothing you said that I disagree with whatsoever. It's going to be tough to break up the core. We all loved them. Think about the Brandons. They were not as loved as Steph, Klay, and Dre. And it was tough for Giants fans to break up the Brandons.
Correct.
It was tough to move off from Brandon Belt. He wasn't close to the player that Klay Thompson was in his prime. Just wasn't. The report from Shams Charania the other day, Spinone, 2 years, $48 million now, it's off the table. You better believe there's going to be a team who would give Klay Thompson that in a heart.
Oh, yeah.
In a heartbeat. We were talking about Cam Reddish, who he's been okay.
He's been all right. He's been solid.
Damn, he's been better than he's ever been.
Yes.
He has players around him. Klay Thompson at the stage, it is what it is after the two major injuries. He needs players around him who can help his game out. He's dependent on others. We get that. And when he gets hot with the best of them. But if he does go to a team like the Lakers or the Bucks, or go look at my Orlando Magic.
Ooh. Klay in Orlando?
Harry Potter World?
He'd do numbers. Yeah, I was going to say Harry Potter World and also
close to the Bahamas.
Disney World.
He's close to the Bahamas.
His dad, yeah, Michael Thompson.
Less taxes. You're right, Big John. Less taxes. Klay Thompson goes to a contender with guys who could break their man off the dribble and create open shots for him. Look out.
He'd be a good veteran presence on a squad like that.
Look out.
We're not shipping him to Orlando right now. People just tuning in. Relax.
We're not.
But a team like that could use a veteran presence and a guy that can knock down threes, a guy that's been there, a team that's trying to get over the hump.
But a lot of y'all who like to call when Klay struggles, you don't call after the good games. You had a slew of good games. You didn't call. You didn't dial up 888-957-9570. As soon as he clanked it up against Portland, you couldn't wait to call. Then he had a couple good games. And he stunk it up the other night in Phoenix.
Negativity sells, Bonte. We all know that.
I guess so.
We can only be negative. Positive radio doesn't sell. Come on.
I'm just saying, it's been crickets. It's been quiet on the set. So let's be fair. Let's be fair. I've tried to be fair with Klay. No homer, no nothing. Try to be fair all straight down the middle. Let's be fair. Like Jason Kidd told Tim McMahon from ESPN a couple weeks ago. Hey, man, why don't you write some positive stuff? Positivity sells. It can, right? We all want to feel good. Tell you, man.
So this next stretch, Bonte, what are you looking for? What are you looking for any of these guys?
Less turnovers.
Okay.
Stop fouling. Better shot selection. And see, look, you're down a man. You're down 2. GP2 and Draymond Green.
Well, to keep it a buck, you're kind of down 3 guys because I don't know what I'm getting from Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, well, there you go.
If like that's sad. This guy's playing, and I feel like I'm down a man already. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage when he's starting.
Yeah, I mean,
which he's not going forward.
I just give me a win, Spadoni. I just want to win. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. While you are there, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We're about to get into the Niners, baby, because it's a hat and T-shirt game, folks. Hat and T-shirt game. Let's get to Adam to SF, take him to school, and then we'll get into the red and gold. Adam in the city, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. Thanks for having me on. Spadoni, you've been doing a great job all week. I just really quickly wanted to thank you and Willard for standing up for the city of San Francisco. I'm not going to get into all of that. I just wanted to say thank you that someone can speak up for this city. Really quickly, so the scoring, Clay, he shot well and everything, but when I watch games on a nightly basis, I don't feel like that's the problem. I mean, how many times did the Clippers last night dribble drive? Sorry, there's a fire truck going on right here.
That's all good.
How many times did the Clippers dribble through the defense last night and just kick to Amir Coffey for a wide open
all day?
The 3-point, all day, and it's the 3-point defense. It's the inability to protect at the rim. I'm like, I think you guys said we have a problem. We just have so many guards. And no, we haven't had a big man forever, but how does this, what I want to know is, from your opinion, how does this team get better defensively? Because the offense has been there, but the defense is so bad.
It's so bad. That's the problem.
They can't stop anything.
No, you're so right, Adam. You're so right. And it's not going to get better overnight because you're not going to get younger and athletic overnight unless you make some big-time moves.
And to expect the young guys to be, above average or elite defenders when you're going up against James Harden and Kawhi Leonard and all these guys. Norman Powell's been in the league for a long time. These guys are too damn good. They've been around. And Kuminga and Moody, they show flashes of brilliance, I think, on defense at times. Specifically Kuminga, he shows flashes. But the consistency, you just got to keep playing.
Right.
And you got to live with the mistakes at times. And I know it's frustrating for fans to come to that realization, but you're going to have to. They're going to have to take their lumps at times. And you'll see flashes of, you'll get a win here or there where it's spurred on by the young guys. You're going to feel really good. You'll have some games like yesterday when Pajemski, he just gets attacked. But can they consistent play from their young guys is going to be the question going forward.
But it is point of attack defense, so because Amir Coffey, he hits 4 threes. He's wide open. Norman Powell got into the lane, 2 feet in the paint at will. The Warriors don't score in the paint. They don't have any guys who can get to the paint at will. But Adam is on it in the city. Defensively, they've been atrocious. I mean, the Clippers at one point in the first half were shooting 59%. They shot 50% for the game. 50% for the game, 40 from 3. And the Clippers, out of all teams, dropped 27 assists. And James Harden had 15 of them.
15 assists. James Harden.
So they got no point of attack defense. We got to get to taking
real quick. I just wanted to say, we remember and we're going to remember the Golden State Warriors for their offense being like innovators and the greatest offensive team probably in the history of the NBA. But don't make any mistakes about it. The defense was also elite.
Oh, yes.
During all those runs.
It was.
The defense was elite. Wiggins, even in the last championship, Wiggins, high level.
So,
Draymond, high level. Gary Payton, high level. Even Steph played the best defense of his career.
Well,
he's not the greatest, but it said something.
Breaking news here from the NFL before taking him to school.
Oh, I see it right on my screen.
Yeah.
Do we hit the sounder for it? Do you want to? There you go.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Oh, Brandon Staley fired from the L.A. Chargers after giving up 63 points to the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday. There was no Josh Jacobs. They gave up 63 points. What are they down, 35 at the half?
42 nothing at the half.
And then what did Antonio Pierce say? What did you tell your team at halftime? Antonio Pierce said, keep your foot on the gas pedal?
Hell yeah. Antonio Pierce was a head coach in, what was it? Some L.A. school, high school. Won 99-9 one year. He wanted to destroy them. And you don't think Mark Davis was noticing that and loving every second of it against the Chargers? Because don't remember, Bonte, the fans heckling Mark Davis early in the year about McDaniels. That game was in SoFi Stadium against the San Diego, now L.A. Chargers.
Wow. So Brandon Staley, fired.
Gone.
Chargers also fired GM Tom Telesco.
Gone.
They took Quentin Johnson in the first round.
He stinks. He had a touchdown yesterday.
Zay Flowers got picked right after him. Looks good in Baltimore. So change of scenery. And Adam Schefter reporting from ESPN. Brandon Staley's Chargers tenure always will be remembered and defined by memorable moments from each of the past 3 seasons. 2021, lost the winner go-home game against the Raiders.
That was an all-time game, too.
It was a long game. Gave me a migraine. Last season, blew a 27-0 lead in a wild card game to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
27-0.
27-0. They lost in historic fashion, 63-21. And he's been going at it with reporters left and right. Richard Sherman said yesterday he should have been fired at halftime. Just call him an Uber.
We were talking about that in chat. Not the worst place to get fired at halftime, Las Vegas, Nevada. Go to Caesar's Palace.
All right, before we get to the hat and T-shirt game, baby, you know I love me a good hat and T-shirt game. It's time to take them to school. You Clay haters are going to love this one. Clay for 3. Chris Muller, my main man on Warriors pregame, pre- and post-game live said, a 50 burger's coming. He had to sign up yesterday. A 50 burger's coming, folks. Klay Thompson, but the Warriors still lose, so no moral victories here. They're 10-14. They've lost 7 straight on the road. Ugh, disgusting. I was taking him to school, brought to you by the Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more information, visit peralta.edu.
Shout out Berkeley City College. I went there and Lady.
Yeah, I went to Berkeley
City before transferring to SF State.
There you go. Berkeley City's nice.
It is nice. Very nice campus.
Laney is too. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. We're going to get into some football, baby. It's a hat and T-shirt game for the 49ers. 888-957-9570. Are we all overlooking the Arizona Cardinals? Are we overlooking Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals? Is there any way we're going to lose this game on Sunday?
No.
Well, last time we did have a Cleveland, you and I.
That happened earlier. That was their one-off. They're fine, all right? They learn from their mistakes, okay? Like Tony Stark, he learns from his mistakes.
All right. I think we'll learn. Football, baby. Football. 888-957-9570.
He didn't know what to do with the Tony Stark.
No,
I didn't stump there. He's like, Iron Man? There you go.
We'll make a nerd out of him at some point.
I knew it was Tony Stark, but I was just starting thinking about the hat and T-shirts. That's all. I got giddy. Thought the Niners.
There you go.
Giddy.
He's giddy.
And I'm not talking Josh.
No. Don't talk about that. Bye-bye.
It's that time again, Dub Nation.
It's a Wildcat song. Football. You ever watch that movie? Wildcats.
I'm looking up
Google
right now.
Wildcats.
Comedy.
Google Wildcats, the football song. As we talk about hat and T-shirts in Glendale, Arizona, baby, because you're 49ers.
Is Goldie Hawn the head coach? That's what
Yeah, she was the head coach.
Oh, my God.
This is a great movie.
I can tell.
It's a great movie.
And they're wearing silver and black like the Raiders, too.
Yep. They had a big player, defensive lineman, who she had to pay to play. And he would go on the other side. He was something else. Something. That movie's a
The
classic.
80s movies were something else, they're just throwing crap against the wall and see if it sticks.
Football.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of football, the Niners are in first place in the NFC. They control their own destiny for a home field advantage. We talked to Nick Bosa earlier in the week. Niners have already clinched a playoff spot. They already have. Now they clinch the NFC West with a victory over the Arizona Cardinals. Seattle and the Rams are both 6-7 on the outside looking in. The Cardinals, they've been terrible, but we knew they'd be terrible. They're 3-10. They'll be eliminated from the playoffs in a couple weeks.
I'll say this. They've played hard in most of their games.
Here's Shanahan earlier this week. He said, Shanahan said that this Cardinals team reminds him of the 2017 Niners.
Oh.
The first team he had, remember they opened up 0-9, and then they won 5 straight. Yeah, a lot of close losses. They had 5 straight losses by 3 or fewer points. They lost 5 straight games by a combined 15 points. So Arizona they do play hard. They just beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. They had to win against Dallas earlier this season. They blew a game against the New York Giants when they were up 20-0. They got smoked by the Rams a few weeks ago.
They'll have some stinkers in there.
They have some stinkers, but they beat the Falcons at home.
They played the Niners tough. Josh Dobbs, the first time around, Dobbs now is falling back down to earth. He's now the third string
quarterback.
And Nick Mullins is starting for Minnesota.
Oh, my gosh.
Dobbs' sanity was short-lived.
Take the Bengals.
I'll remember it always.
There we go.
Is this it?
Football.
What is this? I've never heard that in my life.
Oh, my God. I'm telling you, man.
Wildcats.
Old school. For all you youngsters out there, go watch the movie Wildcats. Football. Oh, my God. That's a Guru movie. I bet you Guru watched that movie.
Oh, I'm sure.
For sure. Guru probably was in the theaters.
Steiny definitely not, but probably Guru.
Hey, Guru went to the theaters for that one when movies were 75 cents.
Oh, God, dude. They're so expensive.
They are so expensive.
It's unbelievable.
Speaking of 75 cents, did you guys see the Panthers-Falcons game this weekend? Cheapest ticket, 45 cents.
No.
45 cents.
In Atlanta or Carolina?
In Carolina.
Oh, no.
You can go to an NFL game for 45 cents? They should sell out then. You still can't give tickets away. People are still passing up on tickets. Imagine that.
I'm on Ticketmaster right now, just looking for him. Can I get a quick flight over there? Just go to it for fun?
Just go see Bryce Young and Desmond Ridder.
Yikes.
All right, Arizona. Kyler Murray could be his last year. Remember, he has 4 years left on the deal, and they have an opt-out.
He's auditioning right now.
He's auditioning.
So this
for a
game
job.
does mean a lot for him. It does. And going forward, because there's going to be, we saw here with the Chargers, they have their quarterback, obviously. Justin Herbert's just out for the year with a broken index finger, but they just fired Brandon Staley for just joining us. Chargers firing Brandon Staley, their head coach, and their general manager, Tom Telesco.
Belichick,
they're gone.
the new coach?
Belichick, there's going to be a lot of head coaching opportunities here, which means I want to bring in a quarterback. And Kyler Murray will be sought after. So I would look at one of these teams. I don't know if the Cardinals, maybe the Cardinals stick with them. I find it hard to believe because 4 quarterbacks are going in the top 10 in this upcoming draft.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely going to be Caleb, then Drake May, and then I think Penix and Jaden Daniels, and somewhere in that order there. They're all going in the top 10. Somehow, some way, some shape or form. So do the Cardinals go in that direction? It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But remember, Kyler was the first player taken in that 2019 draft, right? And what did we talk about? Nick Bosa.
Oh, he doesn't forget.
Oh, he doesn't forget, and he loves his 2019 classmen. Who's on there, Bonte? You got Bosa,
Debo Samuel,
Debo,
Drake Greenlaw,
Wishnowski,
and Mitch Wishnowski.
And now Cleve Furl, who was drafted by the Raiders, but he's there now too.
And what does he say?
Class.
Whenever they make a play, class.
We're saying it way too loud, by the way. It's class.
Class.
And they just a little shrug.
Class.
Little shrug.
Class.
I do love the
Debo
shrug.
scores a 30-yard touchdown. Class.
I love the shrug, by the way.
Mitch Wishnowski, punt inside the 5-yard line. Class. Drake Greenlaw, DDT, somebody on the sideline. Class.
DDT, someone out of nowhere. Randy Orton. He hit him with the stunner, JR.
This is all about the Niners this week. This is what they do. These are the games that I say, worry about yourself.
Yeah.
How are you playing?
Yeah.
Are you playing a clean football game? In a game like this, you don't want to give the Arizona Cardinals any type of hope, any type of momentum. You want to come out fast, and you want to just step on their necks. Literally. We're bird hunting right now. So get out fast. Don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
You know, no penalties in a football game like this. And, of course, you want to leave injury-free. Every team wants to leave injury-free, but injuries are going to happen. But you will be shorthanded. There's no Eric Armstead. Javon Hargrave is questionable with a hamstring injury. Burford, we don't know if he's going to play. And so there are some injury concerns. Eli Mitchell, I know he was limited Wednesday, didn't practice on Thursday. So he may not play. Maybe a lot of Jordan Mason backing up Christian McCaffrey. But this is about the 49ers. How are you playing? How are you humming? You know what I'm saying? You want to get ready for Christmas Day. You want to put on a show this Sunday. So my thing is,
if there was an upset brewing this week, it's because the 49ers did not do something more so than what the Cardinals did.
No doubt. It's a textbook trap game. But you know what? It's a division game, and there will be a lot of Niner fans in Glendale, Arizona. So I expect them to handle their business.
It's all red anyway, so you can't really tell, but you'll hear them. Absolutely.
And this is about Pro Bowls. This is not only do the Niners want to get home field advantage, obviously, they want to clinch the NFC West, and they want to wear hat and T-shirts that say NFC West champs. That's the goal on Sunday. But it's also a stats game. These are one of those games where pro athletes look at it and say, this is where I get my Pro Bowl votes. This is where I can get my touchdowns. This is where I get to my 1,000-yard seasons. And so Brandon Ayuk's already over 1,000 yards. George Kittle's close. Debo needs a couple monster games for the receiver spot to have to get to 1,000 yards receiving. So this is a lot of stats on the line for the 49ers. This is form. And then, of course, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy going back home. He's from the state of Arizona. Yes. He's a Gatorade Player of the Year in Arizona. He was a legend in Arizona. Apparently, Nick Saban looked at him and was like, I don't know. Just like most NFL teams.
Oof. Brock Purdy, if you play
he's going home. A lot of family's going to be there.
Yep.
A lot of family.
And you know what? And you know, it's a secondary to the ultimate goal, which is the number 1 seed and winning a Super Bowl. This is a big week for MVP. Like these 4 games coming up. This is massive for the standings right now. It's him and it's Dak Prescott. I think it's a 2-horse race for the MVP here. And if he has a big game against their division rival, and if you just look at what the Cowboys got dealing with, they got a lot going on in the next couple weeks as far as tough opponents. So I'm looking at Brock Purdy to have a huge game again. And even if he doesn't, you know what? In the back of your mind, that's fine. Just get the dub. I just want the number. Take care of business, right? Because you look at the schedule for the Niners outside of the this week. Then you got Ravens, Christmas night. That's going to be very fun. Mm-hmm. You going to that one, Bonte, by the way? You going to that?
Oh, yeah. I'll be there.
Oh, you'll be there?
I got to see Lamar.
That's
a busy day for me.
That is.
Because you got Warriors and Nuggets. I'll do pre and post.
What time do they play?
11:30.
Oh, yeah. You get lucked out. So the
game would be over at 2.
Nice.
Post game would be over by 3. It is time to speed down to Levi's.
There you go.
And
Traffic
the family's
should be
coming.
fun. Traffic should be
I
fun.
hope so. But I have to see Lamar Jackson.
You got to see Lamar.
And
then you got the Commanders, then they got the Rams. So I'm looking at taking care of business this week, massive test. And then, listen, the Ravens, they're a very good team. I got to see it to believe it when it comes to them as Super Bowl contenders.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Andrews is such a massive loss. He's been the most complete tight end in football the last 2 years and a safety blanket for Lamar. So losing him is tough. And then Sam Howell and the Commanders, they stink. And then there's massive implications potentially against the Rams in the last week of the year at Levi's. So very exciting stretch here, starting with the Cardinals this Sunday.
You know, this game, though, this game with no Eric Armstead possibly. Aaron Banks is banged up. He didn't practice yesterday. Oren Burks didn't practice. Ross Joelle, Drake Greenlaw, Javon Hargrave, Elijah Mitchell, Charvarius Ward. Remember, he suffered a groin injury last week.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't come back into the game, although reports are that he was willing to come back into the game. You can't have Charvarius Ward out here on Sunday. So that puts a lot of pressure on Sammy Womack. It puts a lot of pressure on Isaiah Oliver. Obviously, Ambry Thomas. Dominic Lord, does that mean he leaves the slot, or do you play somebody else outside like a Sammy Womack? You can't be thin in the secondary against these speedsters in Arizona. They do have weapons.
It looks like Marquise Hollywood Brown. He was limited on Thursday.
Right.
Usually when they say he's limited, I think he's going to play this Sunday. So that's another speedster you got to worry about, those intermediate routes, middle of the field, stuff like that. That's where I look at the linebackers. You keeping a spy on Kyler.
Well, that's the thing. Kyler can't run.
This is a big Fred Warner game, too. I mean, It always is. He's been a baller this year. But I look at what he's done against mobile guys, and that's been kind of the Achilles heel we think in the past.
That's Achilles heel for everybody.
But everyone, right? Like, if you have a good mobile quarterback, it gives anyone headaches.
Yep.
And Dobbs even ran against them pretty well in the first go-around with this team. So I'm looking at Kyler. He can give you fits. He can give you problems. But if you do what you did against Jalen, right? Do that cage kind of defense. Keep him contained. Don't lose containment against this guy. He can make some mistakes.
I would say Kyler's a better pocket quarterback than Jalen. I would agree with
that.
I think he's a bit better from the pocket, but he could scat, and Pittsburgh did a good job on him. But James Conner. This is a tough running back. During the Eno Benjamin game when Kevin Kugler said, "Oh my goodness," and Drake Kirkpatrick got trucked. James Conner looked like the second coming to Earl Campbell in that football game.
He was unbelievable in that game.
And against Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago, 25 carries or 105 yards. He averaged over 4 yards, 4 yards a carry. He's a tough running back, man. And it's Trey McBride, this tight end.
He's good.
Jair Brown. Jair Brown, you got to step up against Trey McBride. Trey McBride's a good target for Kyler Murray. 8 catches, 89 yards against Pittsburgh. He's a big tight end, which is why they let Zach Ertz go anyway.
Has anyone claimed Zach Ertz, by the way?
Not yet.
No one's gotten
Not
Zach.
yet.
That's interesting.
Not yet.
Still just hanging out there.
Not yet. So, again, the Niners have the better team. They have the better roster. They're going to go to the playoffs. They've already clinched the spots. But you want to win the division this Sunday. You want to keep home field advantage, and you just don't want to develop poor habits in a game like this.
No.
You don't want to be sloppy. You want to come out fast and just hit this team in the mouth. And Arizona's a team that if you do get up big on them, they will lay down. Yes. They'll lay down. But they're pesky, and they'll stay in the game. And if the longer they stay in the game in Glendale, Arizona, all of a sudden they start feeling good about themselves. And Kyler is capable of throwing an 80-yard bomb. Yes. He is capable of breaking off a 50-yard run. So you don't want to sleep on this team. But handle your own business. You should be able to win this game. But, boy, you don't want to start messing around, being slow, and all of a sudden it's a 10-7 game, and then, what do you know, Arizona's up 13-7, and the longer this game goes and the closer they're in it, you don't want to mess around with this.
No, you do not. And it's very interesting looking at this game from just multiple angles and stuff like that because of where they used to be and where they are now, right? This Arizona Cardinals team with Cliff Kingsbury, they were competitive against Kyle Shanahan and co. And Jonathan Gannon's this new kid on the block. And I'm just looking at all the coaches in the NFC West right now. And Kyle Shanahan, we know about McVay, owns him in the regular season. Outside of the one loss in the NFC Championship, biggest game, right? Yeah. If you can ask McVay, he'll take that with all the regular season losses, I'm sure. Pete Carroll, he's been getting destroyed as of late against Kyle Shanahan. And now Jonathan Gannon's the new kid on the block. So very interested to see how they look and how buttoned up they are in this game because it means a lot for the 49ers and not much for the Arizona Cardinals. But they're playing for momentum building into next season, right? You're seeing that with teams that are out of it. Like the Raiders aren't even in it now, but they're playing for their head coach at this point. They're playing for pride. And they're going to hear a lot of Niners fans this Sunday in Arizona. There'll be a lot of them. I've never met, and Shasky says this a lot, I don't think I've ever met an Arizona Cardinals fan either. I don't think I've ever met one.
I haven't.
Right? You can't even, you're trying to think.
I haven't.
I've never met one. So I'm expecting like 65 to 70% Niner fans for a potential hat and t-shirt game this Sunday.
Yeah, I haven't. Man, I'm looking at this text before we get to Rob. 347. I'm going to bring this up because we will discuss this next week. I got my fillers out. I want to bring somebody on who knows about the homelessness and the crime and everything because I think it's an important conversation, although we are a sports show, but I want to do it with Shasky. 347. Bonte, I'm listening to the show on delay because of work. I just checked back in and you're talking about Schleprock, who was saying he goes to the city 10 times a week. And he says that Buster is right about his description of the city. Here's something no one talks about. He says, I work in retail banking and it breaks up. And parts of my role is to do community outreach. I work with two of the largest homeless support nonprofits in the city. And when I talk to the boots on the ground, I hear that the majority of the homeless are folks who are being shipped in from the Midwest. Those cities are buying bus tickets and sending those folks specifically to San Francisco. So I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about that, but that is very, very intriguing to me. It is very, very intriguing because I'm tired of people dumping on my city. I'm tired of it. Yeah. It's getting annoying. Including you, Andrew Bagley, with the Twitter fingers. We see you. Rob Stats Guerrera, Stats on Fire. Look at this. Gold Standard Podcast Network. They do a great job. They do a phenomenal job, and Rob has been at the forefront of it. Starting this weekend. And he's on Zoom right now with his Niners hoodie. He's got a fresh haircut. Look at him. He's all happy. He's fired up. And he should be happy because starting this weekend, Rob will bring his podcast, the Gold Standard Network, to 95.7 The Game at 8 a.m. on Sundays for the rest of the season.
Oh, hell yeah.
Rob sets on fire.
Sick.
We'll be spitting fire on the Bay Area sports leader, 95.7 The Game. Rob, tell us about the show and what the audience can expect. I hope they can expect what you bring on the Morning Roast because that won't be good enough.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to be joining the 95.7 The Game family. We are going to have just energy, passion, the most compelling pregame coverage you could possibly imagine. How could you not be fired up about this team right now?
I'm fired up. And I'm fired up to hear you at 8 a.m. talk about the Niners and Cardinals in a hat and T-shirt game. Think about this. But let's let's just sit back for a second here and think about what Shanahan and Lynch have done to this organization. When they stepped aboard in 2017, obviously they started 0-9. It was a wreck. They lost to 5 games by 3 points or less, 5 straight games. And then they trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. And look, I don't want to get into Jimmy Garoppolo, but he was a good Niner. He did what he had to do, and we know about his pitfalls and limitations. But all Shanahan and Lynch have done here is built the bully, and they've been in big games. Now they're going to the playoffs for the 4th time in 5 years and winning the NFC West for the 3rd time since 2019. That's gonna happen at some point this season. But boy, what a job they've done, and you've been all over it.
Absolutely. They deserve a ton of credit. And not only that, they have a quarterback now that's in the MVP conversation. And whether or not he wins it is one thing, but that doesn't matter. The Niners are still getting MVP-level quarterback play. And let's be honest, we haven't had that in this town in 29 years since Steve Young, and it's damn good to have it back.
Absolutely. And speaking of that quarterback right now, Rob, a lot of the rhetoric, from the national media, what have you, a lot of it this week when it comes to Brock Purdy, you heard it from Cam Newton, who's won an MVP. You're hearing from everyone. I know. I see your eyes roll right there. Game manager.
Oh, boy.
What does that mean to you, anyways, when you hear the term game manager in Brock Purdy?
It's a load of crap. It's ridiculous, okay? It's from people that haven't watched Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy at this point could throw a touchdown pass to himself, and people would say, so what? He got a lot of yards after catch. It doesn't matter. I have never seen quarterback performance parsed the way that Brock Purdy's has been parsed. Ben Solak of The Ringer just put out a whole video debunking, quote-unquote, Brock Purdy for MVP because he doesn't throw enough on his deep passes. He doesn't have enough air yards on his explosive play. What are we talking about?
Go ahead, Rob.
I've never seen it like this. His passes are too short. They're too long. There's too many yards after catch. None of it counts with Brock Purdy. We've just decided that he's got good players and Shanahan, and no MVP has ever had that before, by the way. And so he can't win the MVP. It's ridiculous. But you know what? It doesn't matter. The touchdowns do count. The offense is rolling, and we're going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Rob, you know what's funny is imagine them covering Joe Montana. Imagine them. It's not like they've seen Tom Brady. And I don't even care if it's dick and duck. You get the ball out of your hands, you get the ball to your playmakers. That's the name of the game. And that's why the playmakers are played to be playmakers, to make things happen after the catch, like Debo, like Ayuk, like we watched with Jerry Rice and Teo and John Taylor for so many years. So this whole game manager thing, first of all, they're all game managers. Their job is to manage a game and make sure you don't turn the ball over. There's no crime in being called a game manager, in my opinion, but the way it gets used, it's wrongly used here, Rob. Oh, he's a system quarterback. Guess what? They all run systems. They all run different systems. They all run in a West Coast offense. That's a system. Whatever it is, a spread offense, it's a system. So this whole thing about game managers and system, it's just dumb to me. Give Brock his credit. He's averaging over 9 yards per completion. I mean, what else do you want from him? He's throwing deep balls. He's throwing short. He's taking shots. I don't even get it. And I don't even care about the national narrative anymore, Rob. I really don't. We know how well Brock Purdy's playing. He's playing some of the best football we've ever seen from a 49ers quarterback.
You don't have to convince people that Brock Purdy's playing well, right? You win the Super Bowl, the trophy doesn't count less if people think your quarterback is not as good as they say. So whatever. Get on board, people, or don't. What matters is the Niners are handling their business, and it's the best quarterback play they have had since Steve Young.
Why do you think that narrative is out there about Brock Purdy? Why can't he get his because all of a sudden people are starting to respect Dak Prescott a hell of a lot more. And I've always thought, you know what, Dak Prescott's been fine. All right, he has the turnovers. Is he a top 5 quarterback? I don't know. Go debate with your mom. I don't care. But he's a better quarterback. He's been a top 10 quarterback for so many years. But the pivot to elevate Dak Prescott because we don't want to show love to Brock Purdy is one of the strangest things I've seen in years.
Because Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft, 7th-round pick. He does have really good people around him. He does have Kyle Shanahan around him. And honestly, I think part of it is, too, that the Niners got to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. And so people think, well, they did it with Jimmy, and he's terrible. He just got benched with the Raiders, so Brock must be like another Jimmy Garoppolo. And that's not true.
Wouldn't you think people would wrap their arms around that? It's one of the greatest stories in North American sports history. Think about that. We wrapped our arms around Kurt Warner for bagging groceries and leading the Rams to a Super Bowl. We wrapped our arms around Tom Brady for being a 6th-round pick. He was the last pick of the NFL draft. Isn't that one of the most heartwarming stories we've seen in recent memory in the NFL?
It's like people think he hasn't earned it, which is crazy because he's the first last pick in the draft quarterback to ever even start a game in the history of the NFL, let alone win a game, let alone play as well as he has. But there is just this reluctance to embrace him because I think people don't want to admit that he shouldn't have been a 7th-round pick, that he was better than we thought, that maybe the arm strength isn't quite as bad as we thought. We don't want to admit that we were wrong.
And Rob, I think a lot of it, too, is the fact that he's made it look so easy, and it's not, and it's driving people insane. Like the opposing, like people watching this like this, it shouldn't be like this. Mr. Irrelevant, this just doesn't happen. Well, we've seen it happen with Kurt Warner. We've seen it happen with Tom Brady. So why couldn't it happen with Brock Purdy, you know?
I think that all the best stuff Brock does is stuff we can't see. It's getting to the line of scrimmage. It's deciding, first of all, am I going to can the play or am I going to run the original play that's called? All right, let me read the coverage. I know my first read's not going to be open here. We can't see all that stuff when we watch on TV. You know what we could see? We could see a quarterback drop back, dodge a pass rusher, then throw a laser 25 yards down the field. So we think that's better than what Brock does, but it's not. It's just all of Brock's best stuff is from the neck up, and we can't see that when we watch.
Rob Stats Guerrera, Stats on Fire on Twitter, of course, Gold Standard Podcast Network. And starting this weekend, Rob will bring his podcast, the Gold Standard Network, to 95.7 The Game at 8 a.m. on Sundays for the rest of the season. Rob is telling us about the show, and Rob's going to bring fire. He's going to break down everything with the 49ers. Look, this offense, defense, what's been the most impressive aspect of this football team during the season? Because I look at the offense, I'm saying, wow, for the first time under Kyle Shanahan, the offense can carry the defense a little bit here. What's been the most impressive aspect of this season for you, Rob?
For me, it's been the turnaround since the bye week with the defense. Steve Wilks told us a few weeks ago that he was built for this, and man, was he right, because they're giving up a little over 10 points a game after the bye week. Suddenly, the defense, which only had 8.5 sacks in their first 8 games, has 11.5 sacks since the bye week. The coverage looks so... Ambry Thomas has risen from the grave to help out the 49ers in a massive way. The offense has been impressive, but the way the defense has turned it around, to me, is a credit to Steve Wilks, and I don't think they get enough credit.
All right. Trap game coming up this Sunday, Rob? Is that what you're telling me? Is there a trap game coming up against the Arizona Cardinals? Anyway, that this isn't a hat and T-shirt game for the San Francisco 49ers. I know Kyler Murray. You know, they haven't seen him, by the way. I didn't know it's 2 years since they've seen Kyler Murray. It's pretty unbelievable.
The last time they saw Kyler Murray was Trey Lance's first start. Which how long ago does that feel like right now? I don't know that it's necessarily going to be a trap game, but because of some of the injuries on defense with Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead, and maybe Dre Greenlaw, Wilks said he's going to play, but who knows, and maybe Charvarius Ward, Arizona may be able to move the ball a little better than we think. So maybe think about like the Raiders game against Jared Stidham last year. Maybe it's going to be a kind of game where the Niners have to put up 28, 35 points.
I could see that happening against an Arizona team that's pesky. Playing for Kyler Murray's playing for his future. They're trying to play. I guess they're playing for pride here. The injuries with the 49ers. What's the more concerning injury? Is it Eric Armstead or is it Javon Hargrave's hamstring? What's the most concerning injury this week for you?
To me, it's the combination of those two. Like if it was just Armstead or just Hargrave, that would be okay. You could deal with it. But when you have cluster injuries at one position like that, that's when your depth is really tested. And that means Javon Kinlaw is going to have to play more. And Javon Kinlaw has been really good this year, But I think the fact that he's been in a limited role has helped his knee remain as healthy as it has been. If he's got to play more snaps, I don't know what that's going to do to Javon Kinlaw. Now you're really taxing that defensive tackle position because Kalia Davis is going to have to pick up the slack. And I don't know how many teams go 4 defensive tackles deep. So the cluster injuries at that one spot concern me the most.
Okay. 49ers playing the best out of anyone in football right now. Is there any team in the league that can keep up with them, all things being equal, if they're all playing at their best right now?
No, not even close. At their best, the 49ers beat anybody in the plan. I don't care if it's Lamar Jackson. I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes, Tua Tagovailoa, whoever you want to pick. At their best, nobody competes with these 49ers, and it's not close to me.
Okay. Having said that, is there any team that gives you a little bit of, you know what, maybe we should keep an eye on them if we play them come playoff time in the NFC?
In the NFC? No, not really.
Not the Cowboys, no?
No, forget the Cowboys are on a tomato can world tour. Okay? They've played 2 good teams, and one of them is the Eagles, which everybody thinks stinks right now, and the 49ers kicked the tar out of them for the 3rd straight time. Spare me on the Dallas Cowboys, who think they're big and bad, and every time they play the 49ers get punched in the mouth. No, I am not sweating anybody in the NFC.
This feels like the year, because I'm not even sweating anybody in the AFC right now. Miami, we saw what happened on Monday Night Football. There's something up with them. They've lost some guys. They've lost some guys on that defense. Kansas City has no wide receivers. Kelsey looks a step slow, even though Patrick Mahomes still is Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. You give them an extra week off, they could be dangerous. But, Rob, I got a super feeling about this season, man. I'm telling you, I feel like it's going to end in Las Vegas. Feels like the drought is over because Shanahan, I think, has done his best job. And nobody's talking about him being maybe the coach of the year, how he's kept this locker room together for year in and year out. They got off to the fast start. He's calling plays. The playbook is open. He's being aggressive. This feels like the year.
They have to win it this year because they are such a good team. What they have done on both sides of the ball. And if you don't win it, you just get forgotten. You go into the dustpan of history, and you won't get mentioned as one of the greatest teams of all time, and you won't even get mentioned as one of the greatest 49ers teams of all time because you got to have a ring to get into that club. So they have to get it done this year because they are historically good.
Historically, the best offense since 94? Or is this offense better than 94?
Oh, it's
Rob, you may have 3 1,000-yard receivers. It's possible. I don't think it'll happen, but it's possible. They had one 1,000-yard receiver that year in 94. Ricky Waters had 1,500 scrimmage yards, over 1,500 scrimmage yards. Christian McCaffrey's going to have over 1,500 rushing yards, not to mention the passing yards. He's going over 2K. I can't believe I'm saying it. This offense may be a bit more dynamic than that 94 offense, which is funny because Mike Shanahan was the offensive coordinator that season.
Yeah, Shanahan was mad in the Super Bowl because Steve Young only threw 6 touchdowns. Yeah. Mike wanted 8.
That's insane.
It's close. They're in the conversation, which is a scary thing to talk about when you're talking about some of the Hall of Fame players the 49ers had, but that's the company they're in right now. Yeah. That's why, like you said, they have to finish the job.
They do. That pressure them out next year. You win it this year, then we're looking at this team next year rolling it back saying back-to-back. But you got to win one. It does feel good, though. Right now, they're rolling. Rob Guerrero, you could hear him on Sunday here on 95.7 The Game. Really excited for you, man. Really excited. You've had a hell of a year. I know some bad things happened in your career-wise. You got let go. You bounced back in a major way. You're still one of the biggest content creators when it comes to 49er football, the Gold Standard Network. Rob Guerrero, Stats on Fire, 95.7 The Game at 8 a.m. on Sundays for the rest of the season. And I expect nothing but fire, Rob.
You know it. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Thank you for the kind words. Always appreciate you having me on. And let's go. And let's go Niners the rest of the way here because special things are coming.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Rob. Truly. I like seeing people elevate and get promoted, man. I'm not a hater at all. I know Spinoni's not a hater. We like seeing people have success in this business, man. So keep doing what you do.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Thanks, Rob Stats Guerrero. Real quick, we do have some calls, but I want to play this. As he said, a lot of good things there. Let's see what the Niners do on Sunday. It's a hat and T-shirt game, but I do want to end it because I know Steiny and Guru are going to get into this, but I want to get your quick thoughts on it. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long. Steve Kerr, I missed this. We missed this.
I must have.
Steve Kerr.
We're getting pictures of Santa Claus yesterday. I missed a lot. So.
Yeah, I missed. I was working double duty. But also, I listened to. We played most of Steve Kerr's presser. I must have missed this. But Steve Kerr was talking about questioning Steph's leadership. And then we have Stephen A. ranting about what Steve Kerr said. Ooh. Big John, take it away. All right.
Would have been held to a certain standard. Why is it that standard applicable to Steph Curry? That's all.
All right. That was Stephen A. Smith.
It's a lot there.
It's a lot there to unpack. I know Steiny and Guru will unpack a lot of it. Steve Kerr having Steph Curry's back. People want Steph Curry to be somebody he's not. I mean, he is a leader. He leads in his own way. You can lead in different ways. But people want to be yell and scream and call out people publicly. You don't need to do all that. But our final thoughts will be about Stephen A. Smith.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You better be careful. I'm sorry for YouTube. That if you missed it on YouTube and Twitch, I apologize for that. Our apologies there. Hopefully, Steiny and Guru will get it on for you guys to listen to.
It. Yeah.
We'll replay it. We'll put it on social media and everything like that. But Stephen A. Smith basically just coming at Steve Kerr for basically saying, hey, man, I'm tired of people questioning Steph Curry's leadership. Kerr had Curry's back as Stephen A. Smith and company have called out Steph Curry for, quote-unquote, lack of leadership when it comes to Draymond Green. You can't hold Draymond Green's hand, man. No. You can't.
No. I understand what Stephen A. was saying there, holding guys like LeBron to this standard, right? We're going to Kawhi Leonard, the greats of the greats. ultimately they get the blame for when the team struggle, and it feels like to Steven, Steph's getting a little bit of a pass. But I'll tell you this, if it continues to go poorly, they will look at Stephen Curry, and if he continues to play like he played yesterday, I don't expect that to happen.
Right.
But don't worry, there will be something to be said about Stephen Curry's play this season, but let's relax first.
Yeah.
10-14, I get it, it's not going well. Everyone's to blame right now. No one is without fault on this team, but Steph's the least of their worries is the main thing right now. He's the least of the problems right now.
By the way, it's trending. It looks like Hargrave and Armstead will be out Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals.
James
Both those
Conner
guys.
season?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Kinlaw will have to step up again, and Kinlaw's had a good season, but boy, you don't want to put too many snaps on him. So I expect the Niners to play some ball control offense to keep that defense off the field as much as possible. I just listened to that rant with Stephen A. Smith and kind of reminded me of why I don't listen to the Nationals' perspective. I don't know if Stephen A. Smith he's good at what he does. I got no hate when it comes to him. I got no hate when it comes to that, but I don't know, man. Steve Kerr's tired. This Warriors team is tired. What do you want to do about Draymond Green? At some point, grown-ass man got to police grown-ass men. He's got to police himself. Grown-ass men, what LeBron does is he ships him out. Request a trade, he gets you out of there.
He does.
You want Steph Curry to do that? He's won 4 championships with this guy. But Draymond Green's got to police himself. He's got to want to help himself before anybody else can help.
I do think some Warriors fans do want that approach, but I don't think he can do that. That's not him.
That's
not that you're expecting a guy to change. Like that. Leopard just doesn't change his spots.
That's why we love Steph.
Yes.
Let's go to Big John and then Lubman, not Spadoni.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just piggyback off that, Bonte. I mean, we're all grown-ups. You can't. Curry has 3 kids of his own. He's not going to raise Draymond in his 30s. And also, we don't know what is spoken in private, behind the scenes, on phone call conversations between Curry and Draymond, what he said to him to be a leader. So, to Stephen A., quiet down.
And I'll just add this last thing. When it comes to Steph, just because he's not demonstratively calling out guys in public, going to the podium saying this guy needs to do this or I need to get rid of, just because he's not doing things in the public view for us to see does not mean there are things happening behind the scenes, behind closed doors, where honestly these things should take place, where he might be getting, more involved in louder as a leader. So just because we're not seeing it does not necessarily mean it's not necessarily happening.
There it is. Spadoni, good job, man.
Thanks, man. It was a fun week.
We got through the week.
I'm feeling great. That win yesterday galvanized me. Aiden O'Connell out here ending
I didn't get a win. I don't know what win you're talking about.
AOC.
The Warriors lost. President. What are you talking about? The Warriors lost.
That Thursday night football game.
I didn't watch one snap.
You didn't miss much.
I know. I just saw the scores. You know what I did? I forgot to make my pick in the pick'em pool. So
Aiden O'Connell has now ended Trey Lance's, Brandon Staley's, and Tom Telesco's career.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Get the hell out of here. That's enough of you. When's Shasky coming back? Shasky, where you at? Shasky. I think he'll be back next week. He's doing the Lakers. If you're concerned with Shasky, he's doing fine. He's doing
great.
He's doing great.
Being a great family man.
Yep. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. Have a great weekend, Roasters.
3. praying. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what.
We work with some good dudes.
Yeah, some.
What a loser.
I'll tell you what, man. So we're sitting out there having a great pre-show stuff.
Yep.
The boss walks up and goes, "Are you ready? Are you ready today?"
He didn't say that to you.
Are you ready to do a show today? And I said to him, "Oh, I'm more than ready." I said, "My one issue today is organizationally. We have so much to talk about, and I haven't really put my spreadsheet together. Yeah. So from an order standpoint, I'm a little bit askew, but let me tell you something. Let me give a little advice to all the bosses out there before one of your employees is getting ready to do his job.
Yeah.
Don't mess up a pregame routine."
He did.
He did.
He talked to you before you headed out that mound. Yeah.
Like, what is that? How you doing, buddy?
That's what I was waiting on. Evan, it's Friday. No payday, but we still feel good. It's Sucker Free Friday. Shout out to Sheed from Warriors.
I don't know what that means.
Sucker free. You stay away from suckers. And I got the Draymond shirt, him and Gobert. So we're ready, man. Another L last night, Stoney.
For who?
The Warriors.
Well, they hung in.
Us. They did hang in. And Pajimski becoming a Bay Area favorite, man.
I'm telling you. It's another.
Oh, my.
Another.
What?
Great call by me.
What?
Oh, I had Pajemski early.
What? You screamed at me when I brought his name up in the rookies and Moody. You look at him.
Well, Moody.
You screamed at
Moody.
me.
We're not talking about Moody.
No, Moody's a baller.
Jeez.
He's starting over Moody.
Yeah, exactly. You know why? Because he puts an imprint on the game.
Well, he can rebound.
Yeah.
Damn.
Rembury 5 says they love the tea.
Yeah.
Steiny doubted pods.
Yeah.
No, I didn't brand you.
Yeah,
you know what? Hey, don't be starting this stuff on a Friday.
Yeah.
Your boy is ready for the weekend.
We need a show like Clay had a game. Because we got to keep it real. Clay was in his bag last night at home.
This is what I don't do. This is why you and I,
Rick James.
Sometimes we click, sometimes we don't. Here's like my whole school of thought on this is always, doesn't matter, they lost. Doesn't matter.
Right. But as a parent, we both are.
Doesn't matter.
Maybe this will be the start of something better for him and the team.
The start of something better would be a win.
And I agree with that.
Nothing has happened. You know the Warriors are 4-12 in their last 16?
Oh, man, you hit me with that. I was like, damn.
I mean, the good news is that Buster Posey is just a terrific ambassador for the San Francisco Bay Area region. You just what?
I don't know what. Fillmore Mike opened my eyes. He called Willard and Dibbs on. We'll get to that, but thank God for the Niners.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
So I went down the street to my guy's place yesterday, Kenny, Grand Oaks Tavern in Oakland. Just walked down the street, and he said, I walked in, and by the way,
you could do a podcast on venues.
Nice little crowd there of Raider fans first, and then they left, and we started watching the Warriors. And my guy Kenny, who owns the bar, says, "Hey Matt, you think we're going to make the playoffs?" I said, I don't know. He goes,
talking about the Warriors.
The Warriors, yeah. I said, well, I don't know. Why, like, maybe. He goes, because I need, because if they make the playoffs, that makes my May better. April, May.
Okay.
The Warriors played, 12 playoff games.
Yeah.
So that's 12 crowded bar nights.
Oh, I bet.
Then he said,
business. Good God.
Steiny, are we going to make the playoffs this year? And I said, Kenny, I'm not worried just about this year anymore. And I don't think you should either.
Well, we're not giving up.
I said, Kenny, I'm worried about the next 3 years.
But you can do that, but still the focus
I'm worried
is this
about
year.
The next 3 years.
No, I feel you. Yeah. What most?
that Kenny's bar is going to suffer.
All right, that's one.
Because not everybody's going to go watch the Warriors like they did 8 years ago.
Well, Dub Nation, hold on. It was a great timeout on line one.
Yeah.
People came. People never left. But what worries you the most about this, the construct of this team? Because right now I'm not 10-14. A loss last night. Did the Clippers even miss Paul George? It didn't seem like it. But the Warriors kept it close. But damn, when you have standards like the Golden State Warriors, Steiny, telling you and Evan and the listeners keeping it close, that's not a moral victory for me.
No, not at all.
Glass half full for Kenny, though. People are going to need a place to drink the next 3 years.
Wow. Give you 2.
1.5. Poor Kenny. You love those glasses, don't you?
Yeah. Who was coaching last night, Kerr or Atkinson?
Atkinson, definitely.
Dude, he was
coaching.
talking. I was like, what? And you text to find. I go, he ain't got a technical.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he
did.
did.
That was odd. I was like, Kerr letting him get some run.
Yeah. All right, let me start here. I feel like we've been on 10. Buster Posey said this earlier this week, and I came in today when the boss was like, what do you think?
Yeah.
Everybody is kind of up in arms about it. But let me here's the quote. You ready? Here's what Buster Posey said, Goo, and you just react.
All right. I'm right here
then
for
we'll
you.
just have a conversation. Yeah. Buster Posey, this is in the wake of not getting Shohei Ohtani. Buster Posey, something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives, is there's a bit of uneasiness with the city itself as far as the state of the city with crime and drugs, Posey said. Whether that's all completely fair or not, perception is reality. It's a frustrating cycle, I think, and not just with baseball. Baseball is secondary to life and the important things in life. But as far as a free agent pursuit goes, I have seen that it does affect things. So the boss, he's like, you can't say that.
Right.
Why? Why not?
Because, go ahead.
No, he's just telling the truth, right? He's telling the truth that San Francisco's got a perception problem. Would you acknowledge that?
So does every major city in the United States. New York, Los Angeles. I think it's a cop-out. And let me tell you why I think it's a cop-out. One, you hadn't been living here. Two, no, Fillmore, Michael, that was a real call. Okay, hold on, Steiny. And then 2, Bonte Hills of the world, Joe Shasky's. Everybody was talking about the shining light that is Buster Posey. If he were in on these negotiations because he's such an ambassador for the Giants, and now we find out he's in. He's in the room. But you know what? Put the coffee down too, Buster, because you didn't help close. So when you come out and say what you could actually say about Los Angeles, have you looked at the crime rate out there and what's going on out there? Look at New York. My point is, you shouldn't have said that out loud, because to me it comes off as not sour grapes, a reason that this team and this ownership group cannot close a deal. That, to me, was foul. Because if you want to get the nitty-gritty, I keep going to L.A. and New York. We can keep going. Every major city in the United States right now has issues. Am I telling you I don't walk to the parking lot and see boo-boo on the ground and cry? Yes, but that's every city. Don't tell me that's 90% of the decision from these athletes. It just came off as an excuse.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't.
LA is popping on and popping, just worse than San Francisco if you want to get technical. And you can live in Walnut Creek where there's less crime. You can live in San Ramon. You can live in Burlington. Come on, Belmont. You can go there. You don't just have to be in San Francisco. You play ball there. But come on, Buster. You're telling us that's why you didn't land the big fish.
That's not what he said.
And I said this to you and Evan. I was in sales, and Steiny, when the salesmen, the ones that didn't hit their quota, would say, the leads are bad. But the guys that were going above their quota, They had no problem with the leads. And that's what this sounds like when Buster's LA had no problem landing Ohtani. It's gangs out there. It's crime.
No, but it's not that San Francisco is better than LA or LA's better or this has more. The perception that's out there is San Francisco's worse than those other places. That's the perception. Whether it's true or not is a different issue. The perception is, you know what, San Francisco's a little worse off than these other cities. And all Posey's saying is, you know, there's a perception out there that we're worse than other cities, and that's not true. And I'm just telling you, though, that we have to deal with that.
That's real.
Because...
Well, don't take a meeting then, Buster.
What do you mean?
Farhan, don't take a meeting then if that's how you feel.
What do you mean?
If you feel that perception is reality, and it's your prerogative to feel that way, and the city is just a dump, don't take a meeting with a free agent then.
He didn't say dump.
But that's what I'm saying, Steiny. When you say stuff like that, that's what you're subliminally saying to people that know how to break down math. You can't just say, "Oh, so you'll never what he's greasing."
I agree with him that the perception of San Francisco as a city. I agree with him that the perception of San Francisco is that it's worse of a city than L.A. or New York.
Okay.
Right now, it feels like that's the perception.
Right. So you feel how you feel, partner.
Do you feel that way? You have to feel that way.
Steiny, because I had a boss named Jack Cunningham, and I know you guys don't care about my work life. His favorite phrase was perception is reality. I hate it, but I do understand it. My point is, when you say that, now you got a built-in excuse every time you're going to court a free agent. So when I hear that coming from the higher-ups, and Farhan, we came at his dome when he said it a year ago. Remember he said it? He said it in a different way, but the bottom line is, that's a built-in excuse, Steiny, that you're going to come in third place now because of the perception. So I'm saying don't even go and take a meeting then.
I came in today, read the quote, read it again, and I keep hearing, you can't say that. Why?
No, you can say it.
Why? It's his truth. What he's telling you, I'm going to tell you something. Yesterday, get out of the office at 3 o'clock, and I'm walking around the city.
2:30.
And I swear to God, I'm walking down the city. I'm going to go meet my buddy. I'm like, you know what? This city's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like this city. It's pretty cool, man. You know, it's pretty cool. So, I'm not a San Francisco hater at all, but I can't disagree with Posey about that there's a perception about San Francisco that's not fair. I agree with that there's a perception about San Francisco that's not fair.
Let's put it right on the table.
That's all he's saying.
Is there a racial component to this? Because last I looked, we've never heard a Golden State Warriors say they got a problem with the surrounding or the greater Bay Area. Last I looked, the 49ers are okay. I'm just like, why is this specifically, why are we hearing it from a sport or a team that's dominated by white guys? I'm asking, is that fair? Is there something there?
I actually had not considered that. I didn't think of that component at all, and maybe that's a shortcoming by me.
Quietly, the Warriors haven't really been able to court a big-time free agent outside of Durant. I mean, he's the one that makes everything good, but before him, what was the last big-name person that came to the Warriors, you know?
Well, I guess I was talking to Evan more about the guys that are already here, and if the city's going, and look, I'm not here to tell you the city, I'm here every day just like you, doesn't have its problems, but if it was as bad as they're saying it is, I think we'd hear guys that are here speaking up about how, the city's eroding, and I don't believe it to be on a pace that fast or that rapid.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm just talking about what Buster Posey said. I want to read it again.
Yeah.
Something I think that is noteworthy and something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and players' wives. All right. So that's true, right? He's telling you that I hear from I talk to a lot of players and they say, what's going on with San Francisco, Buster? I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to play there. He says there's uneasiness. Do you believe Buster Posey when he says there may be uneasiness with certain players wanting to play in San Francisco because of the perception.
I believe he believes that. And
well, I'm asking, but do you believe it? Do you believe Posey's telling the truth?
Yeah, I believe he believes
that. I do too. Okay, so the only way to turn that around is to say, we got a bad rep here. It ain't right. Like, what? I don't understand what's wrong with Posey saying.
So it takes him convincing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. It's going to take years of people saying, you know what? This city's great. It's as great as it's ever been, if it is, and you go with it. But
you got to have an advocate for the city that doesn't believe that, to not sway somebody, but show them that it's deeper than that. You know what I mean? So if Posey believes that, then there's no way he can combat that if somebody brings that up. But if
I disagree.
If you had somebody that didn't believe that and knew the fiber of the city and focused on the positives, I think you could overcome that.
Here's the one thing that I think is a joke.
And I'm going against myself. I got to say this. I heard Stephen A. Smith, he has one of the biggest platforms during the NBA Finals, talk about San Francisco and how clean it wasn't. It jarred me like, damn. And then we heard Barkley talk about it. So am I sitting here saying the San Francisco is Disneyland and it doesn't have its issues? Steiny, I'm not. But my point is, get somebody in there, Farhan, and this is Buster included, that can sell the beauty.
Well,
and some of the stuff that you saw on your walk yesterday about the city. Like, don't tell us you didn't close the deal and then the city's bad too.
Buster Posey basically said, here's what I'm finding out as we go after free agents. There's uneasiness about the city. Is that fair? No. Perception. So part of the Giants' sales campaign now, unfortunately, apparently, has to be, we are not the city that everybody thinks we are. We are not a crime-ridden city that is worse off than L.A. or New York or Chicago. Like that, okay, we've got to turn that around. But to me, Buster Posey just put the rat on the table. And I believe that there is uneasiness about the city. Okay, that's a challenge. Pittsburgh's got, the Pittsburgh Pirates have challenges. Yeah. They got money issues.
You do understand you can live in Walnut Creek. Everybody doesn't live in the pit of the city. Like, say something to that.
Every city's got nice areas. Like, of course, I don't understand what that means.
If you play for the Giants, doesn't mean you have to live in San Francisco. That's what that means.
Well, if you live in New York, you have to live in New York City.
No, you don't. You can live in Walnut Creek or Belmont. You know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't, buddy.
Just when you wear a Giant uniform doesn't mean your address is in San Francisco. You play there. Your work is located there, but you can go somewhere else that's not far, like a lot of these athletes do. Come on. You're not chained to the city.
Well, I get it, but that dynamic's the same everywhere, right? Like if Detroit's got a bad reputation, well, of course you don't have to live in Detroit, but maybe people don't want to live like a guy like Ohtani. He doesn't, of course he knows that he can live in Atherton.
Yeah,
but we're not talking about Atherton. Like every major city's got, really nice areas that they all live in. So maybe what I'm thinking is, who cares? You ain't there anyway. Like, you ain't there. Like, you're not going to live in the city. If that, he's at least addressing the Posey's at least saying we got a perception problem here in the Bay. We got to fix that. Like, I just cannot understand what is wrong with, and I'm not saying I don't know what's wrong with the truth. To me, there's two different things. Is the city a dump? No, the city's not a dump. Is there a perception that San Francisco is worse off than a lot of... Yes, I believe there is that perception out there right now. Okay. Let's acknowledge it and let's turn it around, I think is what Buster Posey's saying, right?
I'm like Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat, Forest NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. I mean, where Niner players live, we've never heard a peep out of them, and that was to my earlier point. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you the city doesn't have any ailments, man.
No, and I'm not saying it's better or worse than any other city. I want to deal with, but all I want to deal with is Buster Posey saying that players have a perception of San Francisco that's not doing them any favors, and in fact has perhaps been one of the reasons that a guy doesn't come here.
No, let me give this to you. And I'm not because it's your prerogative. You feel how you feel. I'm just talking about anybody. But would you have an issue if I said, you know what, that sounds like a cop-out in the sense that the problem's not us, it's the city. Because the Giants have been tied to some major free agents over the past, and they haven't closed the deal for whatever reason. You could chalk Correa up. He was going to come. But if somebody said, hey, Steiny, I think that's a crocker, you know what? Because when you say it like that, then you're saying, oh, it's not, the problem's not us, it's the city. Then you'll never, then how do you overcome that?
Right. But that's all very fair.
Bring the mayor in on negotiations because she's going to say, oh, the city's great and this and that. But, man.
Guru's right. Players can live wherever they want. Oh, shoot. You can live anywhere, and that's what makes Posey's comments so egregious. Posey didn't rip the city. Posey said we have a perception problem. We have a perception problem here. You think we do. I see my buddies back east, and they make fun of San Francisco, and I'm like, you guys don't get it. You guys buy into all that crap.
I keep going to this. Stephen A. and Barkley were throwing eggs at the city on TV.
Right, and I'll say to Stephen A. Smith, big deal. You walked outside the Four Seasons on Market. That's great, Stephen A. And yeah, there was a couple homeless people. Yeah. But hit the pike. You don't know. Right. I've been here 35 years. Yeah. When my buddy's back east, oh, is it? You guys are idiots. Because you have fed into this perception, and I'm telling you right now, I've been there 35 years, and I love it.
And we got an all-star game coming.
Who?
The NBA All-Star Game coming to Chase Center next year.
Yeah, they'll probably take the APEC approach.
Wow, Evan, man, because I didn't like anything about that. Maybe that should open my eyes.
See, to me, if I'm Buster Posey, to me, not acknowledging that San Francisco may have a perception problem, to me, is burying your head in the sand and not addressing an obstacle that you have to overcome to begin to solve the problem.
But what if Buster and diehard San Franciscans feel like, just say where you're really at, Steiny. Forget the perception. Just say you think that it's a problem, that the crime and the homeless issue is it is an issue, not perception, because that's how people are processing it. And you might be right.
888-957-9570 is the number. And look, here's the other thing I want. This is interesting. I've lost a lot of respect for Buster Posey. If it's so bad here, go back to Georgia. The problem with this is the reason it stings is because it's Buster Posey. The reason this hurts so much, apparently, is because it is Buster Posey.
The guy you wanted
and he doesn't fly off the handle. And he's as classy of an athlete as we've ever had here in the Bay. And he's truthful, and he's honest, and he's humble, and we love him. And he said something that clearly resonates. And it ain't Aubrey Huff who's saying it. That's the problem. That's why we got to take it seriously, because it is Buster Posey. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it, everybody. Hey, you're talking to a guy who loves the city. Matt Steinmetz.
It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile.
haven't been said out loud a lot, although it was by Faran Zaidi. And this is one of those things I want to just kind of walk through with everybody because I don't. So here it is. This is Buster Posey. Yeah. Something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately, thank you, Sam, something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives, is there's a bit of uneasiness with the city itself as far as the state of things with crime and drugs. Whether that's all completely fair or not, perception is reality. It's a frustrating cycle, I think, and not just with baseball. Baseball's secondary. But as far as a free agent pursuit goes, I have seen that it does affect things. Let me just,
go ahead, man.
My first thought was, what's the big deal? But I think part of it is somebody saying that it's okay to say that, but he didn't stick up for the city after that.
And
by saying, look, there's a perception out there, and we got to fight against it. I guess, should he have said, and it's not true either. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing is, Stoney, your job, I'm talking about Faran to everybody, when you're selling something is to overcome it. So it just sounded like, oh, the city has it, it's trash, nobody wants to come here. That's not the case. Let's problem solve and get somebody in there, not with the gift of gab, because that means you're selling somebody a lemon or something that's dysfunctional. The city has some things that are positive, Steiny, and what he said about it's bigger than the sport and it's about life and security. I get all that. Hit me in the cardiac muscle. But damn it, Steiny, you know me. Overcome that. Because we could go get all the numbers and the data, and L.A. and the crime and what have you, and the bippers would be no different than L.A. or New York. But I do got to say this, partner. You, unfortunately, are on my IG list, and I send you videos. And there's a video scrolling out there now about how all these stores, high-end stores, this is where I feel like a hypocrite, are leaving the city. And it makes me sad when I see it, and it's like, wow, and then I forward that to you. Not to laugh or this is where I work, this is where we grew up, but I'm just telling you, Steiny, when you say something and you don't close a deal and you leave it the way Buster left it, you're saying that's the reason and there's nothing we can do to fix it. I'm starting to say, because people were saying, man, you get Buster in on these negotiations, oh boy. And now all of a sudden the fans are feeling like, okay, we're still losing said player and now we're going to write it off. So in those meetings, Steiny, if I'm in there and I'm a free agent, hey, what about the crime and the homeless issue? It sounds like Buster Posey like, well, you know what? You're right. You shouldn't come here. Like, come on. There's got to be a way to combat and sell what's beautiful about this city.
Well, see, this is where
because I'm not going to sit here and tell you, Matt Steiny, that I don't feel the way you do about your walk yesterday, but I also know some stuff is going on. But I believe some stuff is going on in New York. I damn sure know what's going on in L.A.
See,
but you're saying the perception in
like,
LA and New York ain't like it is
Here's
here.
what I take exception to. You said that what Buster Posey's essentially saying is that's the reason we don't get free agents. He didn't say that. He said it's noteworthy, it's come up, there's uneasiness. He didn't say, well, we can't get anybody here. Somebody asked him a question about it, and he said, yeah, what do you want me to tell you? There's uneasiness.
But those are heavy issues.
But you also said he's saying there's nothing we can do to fix it. He never said that. He never said that. Like, he's just saying we got a perception issue that we have to overcome. Like, I don't
it's not going to be fixed
that.
by next offseason when there's a free agent possibly that could don
it's not going to be fixed for decades.
No doubt.
Because I moved out here 30 years ago.
The world's different than when you moved out here, too.
But that's the point. Maybe I wouldn't move out here today. I don't know. Yeah. I don't live in the East Coast and get to see the perception of San Francisco nationally.
So, Steiny, as a Giant fan, is that good enough, though? That's what this boils down to. Like, if they don't get a free agent and they meet and this continues, Or do we got the right people talking? Because if that's the issue, Giant fans, guess what? Like you said, Stein's going to take forever and a day to fix the perception, and you may not even fix it. Right. Who can sell the city as is? That to me, because that's all you got.
Buster Posey to me said nothing wrong. Nothing. He did not denigrate San Francisco. He talked about its perception. Mike's in San Francisco. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? Hey, Mike.
Mikey.
Oh, hold on. Let's we'll wait for a second. Yeah. We got. We'll get to calls in a second.
I just, you know what? You're doing a good job at pointing out what triggers me about the perception is reality. And now I'm starting to say, okay, you didn't say LA doesn't have issues, or New York, or Boston. What you're saying is, the San Francisco has that. So you're saying Buster was saying, whether it's true or not, people think it is.
Exactly. That's all he said. I told you.
Right.
2 months ago, I go on a golf trip with 12 guys from Pennsylvania, New York, Philadelphia. Do you know how much grief I took from them about crap they don't know about? Wow. I just did.
That's told me that.
It's funny. It's kind of funny. I don't care. Oh, Stein, slip on hypodermic needles on your way to work today? It's like, no.
Wow.
Like,
right.
I got you. The only thing I can do is laugh at them
for
falling for this exaggerated perception of the city. But I can tell you, it's real.
And there's a lot of people on the text line saying what ails the city. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I guess, Donnie, at the end of the day, you need somebody in there to combat that. And again, you see what I'm saying? And if Buster can't get past that, he didn't say he could, but at the end of the day, Giant fans are going to come to that park predicated on who they're coming to see.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump into some calls.
All right.
Let's go to Mike. Mike in San Francisco. How you doing, Mike? Welcome to the show. Thanks for listening.
Mikey.
Hey, thanks. Hey, I'd like to start off. I'm 58, born and raised in San Francisco. I've been a civil servant for San Francisco for 34 years. And San Francisco has its warts, no doubt. But like my daughter goes to school in L.A., I visit her all the time. We're no different than L.A., but the national perception, I don't think, during this political climate with Nancy Pelosi being part of San Francisco has had this barrage of media attention that's making it worse than it is.
I agree.
It is worse than it was. There's no doubt about it. But there are people that are trying, like, if you notice, planter boxes going up around the city. I call it urban landscaping, but you see people kind of attacking the problem, putting planter boxes so there's no room for a tent.
Sure.
I don't know if people know at Pier 95, there's a sea of travel trailers for the people that actually want to get off the street and need a little help. The city is constantly trying to help, but I went to Trevor Noah the other night.
Yeah.
He did about 25 minutes on San Francisco, and he said, just like you, when he said San Francisco, they act like he was going to a war-torn country.
Right. Right, and that's a joke.
Yeah, it is lazy.
Right.
San Diego, I don't think is – yes.
No, you go. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So San Diego is not as bad as LA, a little more conservative. I go there for a race every year, but it has problems too. They sure sign stars. LA sure sign stars.
Preach.
So I just want to say there are people out here. There are meetings going on. Everybody's trying their best. If you go to Union Square, they got blue carpets for 2 blocks. It looks like they're about to set up food trucks. You got cops everywhere. The city is trying, just like APAC. They clean things up. We need to take that momentum and keep going. And the last thing I want to say is born and raised in the city, Little League, SFYBL, go to Reardon, blah, blah, blah. You know a lot of people. It's a small city.
Right, you know it is.
I've never seen a homeless person I know. They're all coming from other states because we got great weather and we give them benefits and everything, and we're compassionate.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the call. I feel like I'm with Mike. I love San Francisco. It's like my little brother. You know, I can make fun of San Francisco, but you can if you're not from here. Seriously. And I do not believe San Francisco is if we're ranking cities, I don't think San Francisco's worse than any, California, LA, San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco. Yeah, they're all the same. Yeah. They all got pluses and minuses. But for some reason, Buster Posey's saying, everybody thinks San Francisco's the nadir. We got to change that. San Francisco's like everybody else.
But I would ask Buster also, Stoney, is twofold. How are you dealing and what are you guys saying more than just him when that comes up? And maybe you're not the right person to be in the room when that comes up.
I
know what I'm saying?
I want Buster Posey in that room because I don't care what he said. He's got more credibility than anybody else in that room. He's got more credibility than Faran. Got more credibility than Kapler.
But the results are the results.
Like Buster Posey is Steph Curry. And that's the other thing Buster Posey, people. He loves San Francisco.
Yeah, but he ain't from here.
I'm not
going to love it,
but I'm not either.
From here.
I'm not either.
All right, and I'm not comparing you to Buster Posey. I'm saying you'll never love here like somebody that is born and raised here. The love is different. Ain't no the love is different. And I can't either. I'm from Union City, been here my whole life. I love this city, but I can't claim it more than Bonte or Joe Shasky. And he's presidential, Buster Posey, Stoney. But like Fillmore Mike said, I just keep
tell me what he said that was wrong. That's all I'm asking.
It wasn't about what he said. It's, do you have the license to say that?
Does he have the license to answer a question about some of the challenges that are unique to the San Francisco Giants signing a free agent?
Or have you lived in the city enough to know the soil? Have you been on the ground to know the positives about the city to where you could have that as a foundation to fall back on when somebody's saying,
you know what? I got you.
Crime.
That's fair. No, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that.
Because I agree with you about Buster, man.
You're absolutely right about that. I guess he didn't advocate enough.
That what a word.
Christopher.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, Stoney, what do you do then?
Hey, how come we can't sign a free agent?
Right.
Hey, Buster, is there any truth to people don't want to play here because it's a dump? Listen, yes, I've heard some players talk about it. Their wives are asking about it. It's an issue. Okay. All he's saying is it's an issue.
But that word advocate, isn't that his job in Farhan's? To be an advocate I would love to hey, Buster, not that you owe it to us, but what are you saying when that comes up? Because it sounds like when somebody brings that up, it's next question.
A Veggie Delight on YouTube. Posey's lived here long enough to know. I agree.
But he wasn't saying it 100. He was saying just a perception. Buster was.
Buster's got it all. He's been here. He played his professional career here, and he's a classy, upfront, honest, truthful guy. And all he said was, no, yeah, we run into that. What do you run into, Buster? We run into players who ask us about the city and whether it's dirty or safe. Look, my freaking brother texted me 3 years ago, hey, I'm going to a wedding in Sonoma. I was going to stay downtown in San Francisco, but you think it's safe? Or should I go right up to Sonoma?
Right.
I'm like, what are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
He's like, well, I just
ain't the only one that thinks like that, Stoney.
That's the point. Everybody, most people, a lot of people are thinking like that. And what do I say to my brother? You're an idiot, bro. What are you talking about? It's no different than any other city. I don't know what Posey's supposed to do. Let's go to Scotty and Marin. Hey, Scotty. What's up, buddy?
Hey, boys. Hey, listen, I had this very same discussion with my buddy who texted me a day or two when he read the article, and he was all pissed. He's been pissed at Posey now for 3 days, for a week now.
Okay.
And I go, did you read the thing? Did you actually read it? Because I'm entirely in your camp with this thing. And the other point is, these players and San Francisco's always been a destination for players to bring their families when they go on.
No doubt, absolutely.
Every single player in the big leagues stays in San Francisco at least twice a year, some 3 times a year for 3 or 4 days. They know what's been going on downtown in the area, Union Square, and on the way to the park. It's also a reality of what it got worse. There was no doubt about it, and it's part of the equation. Now, as far as Buster Posey advocating, he literally picked up his family, went back to Georgia after retired, stayed for a year, and said, we want to go back to the Bay Area. And he came back. So that you telling me he's not saying that to the players and their families and say, look, we thought it was so great. We went back to where we came from, but we couldn't take it. We wanted to go back to the Bay Area because we love it so much. So, but the perception is there's people with different political persuasions that make up major league rosters and their families. They come to the city. Every player comes to the city every year. They've seen it themselves.
You know what, Scott? You know what? I want to expand on that. Thanks for the call, Scott. That's true. When I was covering the Warriors, and first of all, everybody stayed in San Francisco, all the teams. But if you're an NBA team or a baseball team, every once in a while on a road trip, it's a family road trip. Bring the family. The family trips aren't to Detroit. They're not to Pittsburgh. They were always out here. You'd go cover the game, and you'd see somebody from the other team, and they have their families with them. Why? Because we're playing the Warriors, and we got 2 off days, and we're going to bring the family because they can enjoy San Francisco. So this was like the place everybody came with the families, for what that's worth.
I just think of here I go back to the race, but I just think of a player in the NBA or a player in Major League Baseball that's from the inner city. Would he be more hesitant to not come to San Francisco or more non-hesitant to come than somebody that come from a good upbringing, Steiny, and looks at the city like, oh, I ain't used to this. There's got to be some of that too. But at the end of the day, if there's some of that, and I believe it to be, what can you do to combat it? Because at the end of the day, it's not whether Buster was right or wrong. It's, can you sail? Can you overcome those objections?
No, I hear you. And I think you're on the money. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what has set people off. And I feel like what's set people off is that he didn't defend the city. Is that
I want to say
boil it down to the simplest form?
I think so.
Is San Francisco's got a perception problem. It's not entirely fair.
Yeah.
I have come up with it. Yeah. There's some uneasiness. Some wives have talked about it. And no, it's we gotta.
Now that
we
part,
gotta figure it
from
out.
here on, start writing and I said, it's a beautiful, like if he would have just added that or ended it with that, I think that would have went far. You know what I'm saying? It's been great for me and my family when I played here, but to stop at what is a reality, the perception is kind of like, well, what did you say when they said Steiny's a mean, arrogant SOB? You know what? You gotta give us what you. And Faran said this, what I find.
I mean, he said whether that's all completely fair or not.
Well, okay, but if he's not from here, which doesn't give him the right to speak on the city in a negative fashion, then why, if he gloats about the city or pumps it up or takes his pom-poms out for San Francisco, would someone take his word as gospel? Because he's not from here.
No doubt, Evan, and I think my way of thinking, and I'm not saying I'm right to what you just said, it would have just sounded better if I were one of those Fillmore mics ready to go in on him if he had ended it with some throw the city a bone, per se.
Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Robert saying Buster was ridiculous. I hope we're – so how you doing, Robert? Thanks for calling in. What's What's on your mind?
Thanks for taking my call, Steiny and
Yes,
Guru.
sir. Hey.
I thought that he came off as someone who was criticizing the city, criticizing the area. Born and raised in San Jose. I think San Jose, I read, was the only large city that was voted the best city in the country to raise a family in.
Whoop.
I was just out in New York this spring.
All right.
You find the same things there, Miami, Dallas, Houston. They're no different than San Francisco. The difference is that you have what seems to be a very conservative culture in Major League Baseball that is a bunch of Fox News viewers mainly, and because of the politics, as one caller pointed out, Nancy Pelosi, people hate her, Republicans hate her, conservative America hates her, and that gets globbed on to the city. I don't see the Warriors having problems attracting free agents. I don't see the 49ers having problems attracting free agents. It seems to be a conservative Major League Baseball issue, and that's one of the reasons I got turned off the baseball a long time ago. And I think it's a political and a racial issue in Major League Baseball.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate the call. You know what's funny is usually we do these shows and someone would be like, well, there's a political thing. And I'm like, beat it. I don't want to do. But it's.
You can't run from it.
No, you can't. I mean, you absolutely can't. This is being fueled. The media is fueling the perception that San Francisco is a nightmare. And the reality of the situation is maybe it is a nightmare, but is it really more of a nightmare than other cities? I'm not sure I believe that. That's the part I don't believe.
Yeah. And real quick,
I kind of think we're all the same. Philly's better than San Francisco. It's all the same. Yeah. There's problems and solutions everywhere.
No doubt about it. And to Evan's point about, the Niners or Warriors, if they landed free agents or not, I would say it's kind of bigger than that. The guys that live here, and now you're going to say, Steiny, and you can, and it's fair. Well, Guru, you got how many Warriors live in the city? How many Niners? My point is, we haven't heard players. My point is, we haven't heard players complain about their experience in the city. And I'm not saying that means it's perfect, but dude,
that's fair.
For the rat on the table is the race element in all of this and the political thing. Steiny, what about this? I talk about the lack of young black men in baseball, and 99.9 of that is they don't have the inner city kids don't have the resources to play travel ball. But it kind of grows into what we're watching when you look at the average Major League Baseball team.
Hey, it's time for our difference maker of the week.
Yes.
It's a new facet here, and we are really excited about it. Who's this week's? Do I say it?
Yes.
Who's the biggest difference maker of the week for Steiny?
Yep.
Brandon Pajemski.
Gordon for three left side. No good. Pajemski's got the rebound. The Warriors with 24 seconds left have a chance. Pajemski waits for Curry. Curry tries to get free. Pajemski dribble drive down the lane to the rim. Scores. It's a 1-point game with 15.4 to go. Now the Warriors have to foul.
All right. Brandon Pajemski is our difference maker of the week. That's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Brandon Pajemski, you know who he's going to be. He's going to be the latest guy I was right on 95.7. Other game. Oh, I'm kidding.
'Twas a holiday evening and all through the house. Everyone.
I might go viral.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. You know where you're at. Talking about Buster Posey's comments.
Got a lot of people talking.
Yeah, they really do. I'm going to read the quote that's got people talking.
Yeah.
Buster Posey on free agents coming or not coming to San Francisco. Something I think that's noteworthy, he said, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives is there's a bit of uneasiness with the city itself as far as the state of the city with crime and drugs. Whether that's all completely fair or not, perception is reality. It's a frustrating cycle, I think, and not just with baseball. Baseball's secondary to life and the important things in life. But as far as a free agent pursuit goes, I have seen that it does affect things. And what I'm understanding from a lot of you is the disappointment with Posey comes over. He didn't advocate for the city, and that apparently that sounds like an excuse.
No doubt about it.
Am I hitting the nail on the head?
Right. No doubt about it. And again, if it were me, Steiny, I would have added some sweet nothings about the city. But it sounds like, oh, we're not closing deals because of the ailments of the city. And I just, if somebody, what are those people in your life, like the president has, the press people that tell, hey, you need to, the Raymond Ritters of the world, when he gets to the guys, you need to do this. You know, somebody should have told him, hey, before you let this one fly. But let's put another rat on the table. Farhan said this about a year ago.
Just go out to Market Street and get one.
No, that's New York.
Kidding.
That's New York. All the rats in New York, I was there. I seen it. I don't see rats in the city like New York. Dude, they got rats big as Godzilla. No, I was there. But listen, they put their trash on the street in New York. You get what I'm saying, Steiny? Like, nobody wants to hear why you're not closing the deal. Put the coffee down.
Why not?
Bring in, who's getting another great giant? Rod Beck.
He's dead.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Let's go to Mike in San Francisco.
You know what? I'm somebody that can close it.
Hey, Mike.
Why are you laughing at me?
How you doing, buddy?
Hello?
Hey, Mike. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you, bro? How you guys? Hey, listen, thank you for having me. I listened to you guys for at least almost 2 years now, or maybe a little bit over a year and a half. But I work in the city. I work for the city for over 20 years, man, and in law enforcement, and I see the city every day. And I've seen it at its worst, and now I'm seeing it now making that turn. Now, as far as Buster Posey, he's a giant great. He's entitled to his opinion. I'm sure he's probably getting that some of the info from other free agents and people who are associated with the city. But I do see the turnaround, and I do see the city at its best. I've seen it at its worst. For those who are indigenous from here, I grew up here. I went to school in L.A. I've been to New York, Miami. And, Guru, I have to tell you, man, I've seen rats in the city, but let me tell you something. New York has nothing over us, man.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
So I want to tell people around here that live in the city, like, we're working. The city is turning around.
Hey, Mike.
It is a great city.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you this. Like, I kind of feel the same way. I don't know what this is, and I swear to God I'm not pandering, but I was walking in the city yesterday after work going to meet a buddy, and I said, this city's pretty cool. I feel like it's definitely gotten a lot better since COVID, for sure.
Exactly. And I would say most of our problem with the city in regards to homeless and things of that nature and drugs, they're not from here. The majority of people are not from here. They're from other states. So if you take it from what face value on that, we're starting to get services and everything to those people that need help. City is turning around, man. I'm out there every day at Market Street, yeah. But you know what? During the day and at certain hours, it's a beautiful city. I can just go back to Fleet Week when that weekend.
It was very loud, though.
On the beach, Christie Field, it was absolutely a beautiful sight. The city is awesome. I lived in L.A., lived in New York, lived in Scottsdale, Arizona, been to Europe. Let me tell you something. San Francisco is a beautiful city.
Thanks, Mike.
Keep staying with us, and we're going to turn this around. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Yeah.
I kind of feel the same way Mike does.
Yeah. I feel that way every day I'm coming across the Bay Bridge, Steiny.
I know. That's why I stop in Treasure Island.
God, you hate
still doing that?
Not as much.
I don't believe you really ever did it.
Oh, no, they took
it was a good story for the radio.
They put some stuff there now to where you can't even really enjoy it like you could.
Lucan, what's up?
Look at him. Lucan coming with us today.
Is he?
Yeah. Remember yesterday on the air, you go, I don't know if I'm
Action tomorrow? Action? After? Thumbs up.
Yeah, baby.
2.
Yeah.
Let's go to that guy. That guy is in the town. What's up, that guy?
Oakland.
Come on now. That guy going once.
Hey, fellas, great. My brother. Hello?
Hey, buddy. Yeah.
Hey.
Yes.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. I was just parking.
I was going to say, say hello one more time. Go ahead. My
great
fiction.
topic, great show. Hey, but there's a couple of issues, and I'm born and raised in the Bay Area, like you, Goo. I have, just like I have friends, and let me preface it, New York and LA will always get the headlines no matter what, right? So, and everyone's got problems. But as far as here, if you figure these players, they see what's on the news. They see the bad stuff. And the media likes to air the bad stuff. And Steiny, I got friends from your area out in Lehigh for 30 years.
Allentown.
For Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
For Thanksgiving, and they don't want to come here anymore because of the stuff they see on the news. I'm not joking. I know. In Taiwan. I got a buddy in Taiwan that he's like, you guys only clean things up when big things happen, like APEC. So I think there's two problems with that, is that these guys, they see that, and they see also, it's not just the city, because I got no problem with Buster said. He's keeping it real, and he's seen it from an outsider's perspective. They group it as an entire area. I mean, you see, there's no joke. Why did 3 teams leave the town here? Because there's no money. All 3 teams left the town, right? And, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so all 3 teams left the town, and they see that, and everyone knows the Niners don't actually play in San Francisco. So they see what's happening here, and they group it as an entire area that's going down. And if you're a fan and you travel, like you guys travel everywhere, and you see other cities, there's problems everywhere. But the thing that makes it unique is that we never had these problems before, and now you see the smash and grabs, you see all this stuff, and if you're a player, that's all you see.
No
and
doubt.
You say, well, I don't want to go there now. And then the other problem, and it's a different item, but it's still a big problem, like I used to tell JD, with the Warriors, they can't get the big-name free agent because of the curse. The blessing and the curse are the big 3. Now, they're a blessing because of everything they did, but the curse is, no matter who you are, unless you're LeBron James, walking in that locker room, it's always going to be Thompson's, Green, and Curry's locker room. And this is why they can't attract anybody, because they don't want – James said it. He's like, what am I just going to go there and get a ring? And that's how I'm going to be built the rest of my career. So this is why we get good guys, but not great guys here.
Gotcha.
I appreciate it. You guys have a great weekend.
Thanks, that guy. Appreciate it. 510, Mike was a caller before the last caller, and the 510 on the Comcast business text line. Mike was the civil servant.
Yeah.
What Mike just said is what Buster Posey should have said. That was a beautiful statement about the city.
Wow.
That's what Buster Posey is supposed to get done.
No doubt, Stoney.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I
Because the city is still a big boy. L.A., Boston, Texas.
Texas is a state.
You know what I meant.
I'm sorry?
California.
That's a state also.
But I'm I hate you. You know what I meant, Evan. San Francisco's a big boy. The 4th largest market, right? Right, yeah, for radio.
Top 5, yeah.
Yep, I'm right.
I didn't say you were wrong.
No, I was but yeah, Buster, and give me somebody in there that can sell the positives.
Well, you got to find one person that likes it.
They got to be.
Can we find somebody?
No, I'm talking about amongst the Giants, man. Will Clark, get Will in there.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy.
Wow, you okay? No, I'm just saying he'll have that zest.
There's nothing that says Bay Area like Will Clark.
And I don't believe Buster, of all his playing years, never lived in the city. Not saying he's not qualified. I think that's what set people off. How you going to tell us about Oakland and you ain't lived in the town? You played for the town. But you know what I'm saying? I think that had a lot to do with it. And I'm saying but somebody that can sell. You know how many good salesmen overcome objections? Hey, Buster, what about the crime in the what was it? The crime in the what?
Drugs.
And the drugs.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You're right. Don't come here.
Like go
to the Dodgers.
Like the one thing that I do kind of I don't know if it's take offense with, but like we don't have a drug problem here in San Francisco. You get drugs anytime you want.
No, but you see people doing
a drug problem.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah, you see
you
people
can get them
doing
anytime you want.
Yeah, but you see people, and you do it in New York too.
It's bad taste.
Our guy from Brooklyn out here, Jay, said he did have this take. Tell me what you think. In New York, they don't let the riffraff mess up the money. And said they'll have, an area for whatever's going on. But he says out here in San Francisco, he feels like the riffraff affect the tourists and all that. Like that's changed since the 80s and 90s.
I'm focused. I need to apologize to you.
What happened?
Steiny, after yesterday's Tasmanian Devil incident, you have to give Guru slack.
Yeah, that was bad. Dibs checked you too.
Did you ever apologize for that?
For
lying.
Or just being wrong?
About what? Which time?
Well, not your uncle that we thought was the writer, but
Charles Proteus Steinmetz.
He would be disappointed.
You know what's funny? My daughter came home from college a couple days ago. We brought up Charles Steinmetz, and she had never heard. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm sure I've told you about. No. So she looks him up, and she goes, why isn't this guy more famous? And I said, that's what I want to know.
But he's not related to us.
Well,
hey.
What do I need to apologize for?
A Tasmanian Devil.
Oh,
he tried to spin it like.
Oh, did you do that on purpose? Tasmanian Devil spin?
That's a 4.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
Yeah. You know what I got into last night?
An apology?
For what? Being wrong about Tess?
The Warrior game came out at 7:30.
Catch me right now. I'll apologize for anything. I'm in such a good mood. What?
Oh, wow.
Yesterday I said something about the Tasmanian Devil that was so off base.
Well, you lied.
I was wrong.
Yeah. What about
There's
Hunter
a difference
Pence?
between a lie and being wrong. I was wrong. I didn't lie.
Yeah, but you were the emotion behind you thought thinking you were right was.
Well, I always do that even when I know I'm wrong.
You accused us.
There you go.
Was it that? I'm sorry, guys. I apologize.
Thank you.
My bad.
You can buy me one.
Okay, done. Although, you know what? It's not payday today.
Barry Bonds.
Okay.
Get him in there.
Add some context to that.
Get him in there. In the room to close.
Yeah, he's a people pleaser.
He grew up around here.
Okay.
No, he
doesn't want to do that. He's busy riding his bike.
Dude, he looks good, man. So is Buster.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got. All right. Let's keep it going.
Steiny Gurus, CNN. No, because it's political. There's a lot of this is juicy. Like this could go on a whole week worth. Everybody has a different view.
I'd rather talk about Draymond.
Well, it is interesting. Like, okay, so if baseball is a primarily, let's say, sport on the right, well, isn't the Giants owner like one of the biggest contributors, so to speak?
Yeah.
Wow.
So why would they have an issue with it?
I'm just treating the layout there.
Oh, wow.
No. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, that's a great point, man.
Let's go to David. David's in Denver, Colorado. Denver's the city. Colorado is the state. What's up, David?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Dynamite.
Hey, so area native. I grew up in the South Bay, and last time I was in the city was probably like 2016, honestly. But all my buddies live out there, all around the Bay, and they still all go into the city now and then. And what I get from them is the city's turned into a you-know-what hole, and they don't like to go anymore. So it's not just a news perception. It's like people from the Bay going in there saying it's not that desirable anymore. And they tell me stuff, so I'm going off what different people who are natives there say. So I grew up, obviously, the city It was always a cool thing to go do. It was one of the greatest cities in the world, and I'm not hating on it in any way. But it sounds like some things have changed and gotten worse. Just like, take out here, for instance, Denver's got a crazy problem with like the homeless out here.
How about Portland and Seattle? Yeah, Portland and Seattle too. You're right. Thanks, David.
So,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm not. So it is everywhere. I'm not singling out the city, but that's just what I'm hearing from the street, so to speak. The second part is, it's I think it's kind of bothersome just to hear Posey get critiqued or like people having this much conversation about it. And I think, quite honestly, I think it's a societal thing. I think it's like not only can you not say something disparaging and just quote unquote keep it real, you actually also have to say things to appease the other side or to appease certain groups of people, because everyone's always looking for, people. You have to like make people feel good in some way. And you see that with all these different groups, which they say are, whatever, fighting for this or that. But I see all these things where it's like, you can't just say, here's what it is, here's the truth of it. You also have to like assuage people or make them feel okay about it. And I think that's a weak part of our society now, is that everyone feels compelled that they have to do that. He didn't say anything wrong. Could he be behind closed doors disparaging the city? And I don't know him personally. He doesn't seem like that type of person, but just the fact that we have to have a conversation now off of these comments, I think it's indicative and symbolic of where we're at as a society, and I don't think it's a good thing.
Let me ask you this, because you make some valid points, but what about this? And this is what hit me, because this is realness. Everything you said was spot on, but what about the people that live and have grown up here? Buster doesn't live here. He does not have the license to say that, nor did he try to defend the city. So what about just from that vantage point of, hey, Buster, you might be right, but you're not the guy to deliver that message?
And you mentioned that earlier, and I'll frame it this way. I thought about it, and I was thinking, there's some validity there, because my hometown, and it was my hometown, and someone said that, I'm going to have a different perspective, a different take, a different feeling about it because it's my hometown.
Right.
So I'm going to want to fight for it in a certain way. So that is valid. San Francisco is not my hometown, but if it was more like personal to me, I'm going to try to be like, hey, man, here's the good of it, because naturally I'm going to be seeing that already because that's my hometown. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks, David. Good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm kind of like David. All my buddies from back east make fun of me for living out here, making all the
the needle jokes,
making all the stereotypical jokes about San Francisco and how can you live there? And how do I handle it? I just say,
you laugh.
You guys think you know, but you'll never know.
Right.
But I laugh, but I stick up for it. For sure.
And we call out everything, the bipping. What about everything that we talk, our daily journeys here in the city? But it's Stoney, it's everywhere. And I'm not saying that makes it okay, but stuff, I live here, it's safe. Well, it ain't safe as it used to be. It's still safe, but stuff pops off everywhere. And I just, again, not to dumb it down, the bottom line is this place is not bad enough to where you can't land a free agent. So I think that's what sport fans are taking offense to. Like, man, miss me with that. L.A. and San Francisco, come on. Ohtani you know what I mean? Get us somebody. Because Correa was coming. Correa was going to say.
Can we put the rat on the table?
Brought to you by Echo.
The city may be a small factor in the Giants' lack of success getting free agents. I think a bigger issue is they stink. Why would somebody want to come here right now?
Jung-Hoo Lee does.
By the way, I got to tell you something.
Yeah, and I was saying Jung-Hoo Lee.
Can you tell me his name again, please?
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Jung-Hoo Lee. Okay, so
hey, grandson of the win.
Okay, so
what you got?
Let me get I guess I do have some pessimism in me. What are you looking at, Sam?
Happy birthday, being very pessimistic.
Yeah.
So this guy that the Giants signed to this unbelievable contract, it's like 2/3 of what Zito got a decade ago. They signed him for less than they paid Jock Peterson per year last year.
6 years, though, Steiny.
No, but like $18 million a year is our Ohtani?
18 and a half.
Oh, that's where you're going. But you're trying to improve your team.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know.
Oh, they got a 278
he was a star
hitter.
in Japan. We'll see if it translates.
Korea.
Korea. This is the first time I ever trusted the damn text line. And it failed me. 95. He's from Japan.
That's yay. Bob is at SF. Hey, Bob.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
Hey.
Hey, I'm doing great, man. I love the show, you know why I love this show so much? Because you guys are not afraid to tackle. You're not afraid to tackle real issues, and you guys talk about it, and I love it. And it's also the fact that you were not just talking about a bunch of billionaires paying a bunch of millionaires all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the reality is, one person that grew up in San Francisco could say they got squeezed on both ends. You know, they got squeezed out by the rich people and they got squeezed out by the poor people. But the fact of the matter is that, it's all around. What I've gathered from all the callers is it's all around America. So it's much bigger than just San Francisco. It's something going on societally, right?
Yep.
And it has probably something to do with the fact that, I don't want to get into the politics of it. Anyway, I just wanted to say I love the show.
Thanks.
You guys are awesome. And, keep it real.
Thank you, Bob. See, for all you guys that don't think we're doing it right, take that. Yeah, Bob, in your face. Everybody who doesn't think we're doing it right.
What about this one, Steiny, from the 650?
Sure you want to do this?
Yeah, Guru, you're off on this one. My buddy's a cop. He's been a cop for 30 years here in the city. They're told not to arrest people anymore for all kinds of crimes. I didn't say that wasn't true. And I believe that's across the board because, lack of coverage or resources or whatever. But that's what ails everywhere. United States, every metropolitan city. So
all right,
I didn't say anything about the cops.
What if I would say to you?
Because you can run in and steal now in any state and not have nothing done to you. Used to have finesse to steal back in my day. Now you just run in and walk out with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
finesse is another word for gutless.
No, they called it booster. My boy Mike used to boost.
I never stole anything in my entire life. And
I don't believe you.
Well, like at a convenience store? No, never.
Department store? Like high-end item?
Actually, you know what?
Come on, stop.
I knew a buddy who did.
No, that ain't you. You're telling me you never sticky fingers.
Nope.
My head got caught a couple of times. Remember I told Starburst?
How tough is it? Like, this is one of those things where this is what pisses me off about the people that bip. It's like, can you do a crime that's a little harder? Like when you were growing up, it's like, of course you could steal a candy bar and a pack of gum. It's like, it's the easiest thing in the world to do. That's why I didn't do it.
Like 12 in a row.
Like anybody can do that.
On.
Anybody can steal gum. Come on.
Well, they hit Evan not too long ago, so let's not bring it up.
By the way, I appreciate the Comcast Business text line. Somebody said, Steiny, didn't your brother's car get broken? Yeah, it was my sister.
Safeway.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In
the town.
In Rockridge. So put that in your face, too. Oh, Rockridge. Rockridge is nice. Rockridge, yeah, kicked in the windshield.
I wish we'd go back to the 70s, man.
I don't.
No internet, and you just enjoyed your family and friends.
What would you do?
The things we
without
did.
the internet.
We enjoyed each other. You read. You had downtime. You play sports.
It's the last time Goo opened a book.
Now that hurts.
Right. Goo, ask me.
But I ain't saying you ain't opened a book.
I haven't.
That hurt.
Yeah, you know what? See,
that's The Richest Man in Babylon is a book I'm reading right now. You guys don't even know that about me.
I apologize.
Richard Wright, Little Black Boy. You don't know that about me. I'm reading
Stephen Wright, I think, is you mean. He's a comedian.
No, that dude, he's funny.
Hey, I apologize for that. That's the kind of thing.
That hurt.
No, that's the kind of thing that I don't. Sometimes I don't realize how nasty it sounds.
I ain't just
and I apologize.
Yep.
Because we all know you're smarter than me. Definitely when it comes to streets.
I would love an IQ test with you. I wouldn't do one with Evan, but I would like to do
Evan,
one with
he's beatable.
Oh, Evan's lightweight genius.
Yeah, I know, 707. Oh, we gotta get out.
Why is he laughing so hard?
I don't know. He's in a good mood.
Read on the other side.
Let's just go with it. It's a Football Friday. Brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 12/20/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
Whole Foods Market makes holiday menu magic with sales on rib roast, spiral ham, gourmet cheeses, and beyond. Shop in-store or online to craft your feast, now through December 25th.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of the things a great producer will do is tie in content with the bumper music. See, I would have come back with something like, on Fridays sometimes I like to mix it up a little bit.
It's really freestyle Friday.
You should have come back with Scott McKenzie's "If You're Going to San Francisco."
I like San Quinn's version better.
I'm not done. Be sure to wear some flowers in your hair. You've heard that song, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a great one to come back with. That's when times are much simpler then.
I just said that. Mackenzie. Who do I think of? Oh, Spuds. Remember the dog?
Yes, that's right.
I hated it.
I do remember that guy.
Yeah.
He had a black patch on his eye.
Yeah,
right?
Little Rascal.
What do they call that?
A black eye?
A Dalmatian?
No, those are.
Hey, let me tell you something. They're a little too busy for me, those Dalmatians. I'll tell you.
I don't think I've ever seen one in the hood, a Dalmatian. Somebody just walking.
You know what? That's a great point. It doesn't feel like they do well.
I'm just saying. Pit bulls and rocks, I see.
Oh, what was the other thing I was going to say about a dog? Oh, let me tell you. What's your favorite kind of dog?
This is real talk. A Yorkie. I don't like the big dogs.
Really?
Yeah.
No Great Dane for you?
No, those get on my nerves. I grew up Danny, Irish Setter.
How can a Great Dane get on your nerves? All it does is lay around.
Yeah, no, they're too big, man. I don't like big dogs.
Don't you think it's ironic that the Great Dane is the biggest dog out there?
And I hate those dog shows.
And yet they're the best, quote-unquote, apartment dogs.
Now that I've never heard.
Yeah, because they don't like
take too much space.
They're like me.
They take too much space.
No, they can
like a Yorkie little dog when you come in the door.
Half a couch.
Yeah. My Aunt Staffeline had a Yorkie Flash, and he would jingle every time they'd come in the house in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a good look, too, blonde.
Yorkshires are good dogs. Solid companions.
All right. You know what dog I think is the most beautiful dog, but it's too busy? Is
your dog?
Vizsla.
What's that look like? A Vizsla.
It's my favorite type of dog is the Rhodesian Ridgeback. Have you ever seen those? They are cool. It's got the ridge on its back.
Wow. What's the dog, real quick, the
Doberman.
Georgia Bulldog. That's the one where the skin is all, that's nasty.
It's a bulldog.
Yeah, I couldn't.
You couldn't handle a Ridgeback, Steiny.
Why not?
I just see right here, exercise requirement 2 hours a day.
They definitely, I'm not playing today.
Yeah. Man, we playing other ball today.
Hey, shh. I got to get right home. David in Concord. I am so ready for 2 o'clock.
2:15.
David, hey, buddy. No.
You got the goal, my brother.
David in Concord.
Hear me?
Yeah. What's up, D?
All right. Happy holidays, gentlemen. I speak from experience. I lived in L.A. for 17 years, San Francisco for 15 years. I checked around. San Francisco is number 1 in homeless per capita in the country.
Stick it to
LA
us.
is number 2.
Oh.
Well,
What?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Now, L.A. has 9 times the total population of homeless, more than San Francisco. And living in L.A., I know every single neighborhood, as I do San Francisco. There are some extremely dangerous neighborhoods in L.A., and I can't say that about San Francisco. That San Francisco is relatively calm compared to L.A. I just think Buster's got it wrong.
Wow.
Thanks, David.
That's all.
Hey, good stuff. Good stuff.
And there's dangerous neighborhoods in the Bay.
Ridgebacks were bred to hunt lions. Now,
That's
can't.
an oxymoron.
See, this is where you'll believe everything.
A dog ain't hunting no lion.
Do you believe it or not?
No.
What about a pack of dogs? Pack of dogs could get it done.
Sell me on that.
Well, if they're from Rhodesia, they might have been.
Steiny, Great Dane is not the biggest dog. Oh, please.
I kind of want
show me one bigger.
Mastiff.
The big horse dog.
That's a Great Dane.
Just too big, man.
I love my golden retriever. Says the 650.
Mastiff.
What about a Mastiff?
They're the biggest dogs.
You're thinking of a mastodon, and that's prehistoric.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
That sounds like a rapper.
Actually a
Mastodon.
Yeah, actually it does.
That was a 1.
No, I think it was better than that. I'm in a giving mood today, which yesterday. I was leaving here at 3:00 because I had it. And the boss is like, "What are you doing here at 3?"
Yeah, what were you? I saw you late.
Giving back.
I was like, the exit is that way. You passed me up there. What did you do?
I gave back like I do a lot.
Share with us how.
Okay. Wonderful woman, Rosemary Orozco, KTVU.
Yeah, my girl. I would have said the beautiful Rosemary Orozco, but go ahead.
Well, that's because, just shut up, Matt. She teaches a course for aspiring media students, and she wanted me to address her class, which I did.
I wonder why she...
Because she was looking for professionals. Let's go out to Mel in Oakland. Hey, Mel.
Mello.
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. You guys having a great show so far.
Yes.
The bigger problem for the Giants, it's not Buster, what he said about the Bay Area and him not defending it. It's more of what Guru said. The Giants front office has no charisma or salesmanship at all. Because if
kids
you
call it Riz.
What's up?
I think the kids call it Riz.
Riz.
I think.
Whatever they want to call it nowadays, they don't have it. And that's plain to see. Because if there was any Giant player that you would think could convince Southern conservative players that, hey, San Francisco is a great place. One, you're not going to be living in the Tenderloin or anything like that. You're going to be in an affluent area. And winning here, the fans are going to love you the rest of your life. You'll always be able to come back. If there was any player you think could be able to do that, it would be Buster Posey. So if he's just at the first sign of any objection just throwing his hands up, then that means they don't have the right people in there selling the San Francisco Giants.
And I'll take a page from E40, and this is no shaded Buster, but maybe you need to be from the soil to sell the soil.
I don't think you necessarily need to be from here, but you need to at least have an appreciation from here.
Exactly. That's bigger than that.
In 10 years, if Steph Curry's helping recruit players to the Warriors, he doesn't need to be from here, but I'm sure he would have a better pitch than, I guess people's wives don't want to live here. He would have Aisha talk to him. Like, there's ways you can do it.
No doubt.
I like that.
Good stuff, Mel. I'm a Mel fan.
Yeah, you and him didn't like the soil, but I liked what he said. You got to have an appreciation, which is greater.
You said something earlier that I just let go completely because I just didn't want to get into it.
I was saying.
The idea that I can't love San Francisco more than somebody who's from here.
Oh no,
that's what you're trying to stick it to me.
No.
You're trying to.
We both love, and I'm from Union City. The city is. I feel like I'm from here. I'm not. It's a big part of my life.
Yes, you are.
I'm from the Yay, but the city I can't like. I guess there's a street code, Steiny.
I don't know.
I couldn't rap and say, "Oh, I'm from San Francisco." I am, but I'm not because I'm from Union City. So Buster can't sell. He's from Georgia. He can't sell. Even though he played here, he ain't from here.
You got appreciation for Oakland, for example.
Right. I was born there.
What about like Steph Curry and how entrenched he's become
no doubt.
in the Oakland, San Francisco community?
Doubt about it.
He could sell San Francisco.
But Evan, are you I'm looking at Evan. Layout. Are you saying that I'm coming across like I don't have an appreciation? I got the greatest appreciation. I guess I'm just being real and cognizant of the fact that I'm from Union City.
Well, no, I'm just trying like you can speak on Oakland, so why wouldn't you be able to speak about your love for San Francisco?
No,
it's not
I have, and I do, and I think I'm doing that now with this conversation. My point was just the origin, Evan, is I can't say I'm from San Francisco. That was all.
No, but I mean, Union City's close to Oakland.
No
you never
doubt
say you're from
it.
Oakland, but like,
and I love it's there. It's mine. It's my first big city. It's never gone anywhere. So is the town, I guess.
But if you lived in San Francisco for
that just
5 or 10 years, but you might also have an appreciation for it in a way that someone that's from here doesn't because they don't know anything else.
Like I lived in Oakland 8 years, Lake Merritt. I lived on Vernon Street next to the halfway house. And
I know exactly where it is. I live near there now.
I lived in the apartment complex. Boy, used to go down when I was single.
Right by the lake.
Yes. Right there, Perkins.
Did you ever go to Baggies?
No. Went to Onsberger, though.
I lived right behind Onsberger.
You got to be kidding.
On Bellevue. Dude,
right? You were in with the uppities.
No. I was paying. Yeah, you're right. I was paying $900 a month.
Dude, that's amazing.
It was a studio.
Yeah. And right then we'd go to Golden Bear, B. Shaw's joint, and JD.
James Daly.
Okay, yeah. Shout out JD. But my point, Evan, is...
How about Hunter Pence could sell the city?
Yeah. Well,
that's a good one.
Well, he can sell anything because he's so vibrant and outgoing. My point is, you got to have lived here, I believe, not to not enjoy it and respect it, but have a different perspective. And that's why I was saying Bonte, Shasky. Like, who do we got here in the station that lives in the city? Evan and Shasky and Bonte. Random, but yeah.
And Grandy, yeah.
And Grandy. Yeah, Grandy.
Yeah. Frank's in San Francisco. Hey, Frank, what's it like in that dump right now? I'm kidding. Hey, Frank.
What do we got here in the state?
Yeah, Frank,
I hate my voice sometimes.
You got to turn that radio down.
Radio 101.
Let's go to Duke in San Bruno. Hey, Duke, how are you?
Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. First time, long time. Man, I can't believe, Goo, how wrong you are and some of these callers that are agreeing with you. First of all, Buster Posey is not the Chamber of Commerce. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer baseball player. And second of all, if you got to sell San Francisco, you got bigger problems. I keep hearing you got to sell the city. That's a problem right there.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick, before you even finish, and we're going to let you, I get you, but why don't you have this energy towards Buster, who talked about the selling point that was an obstacle?
Buster was a messenger. He was saying what other people were saying. It wasn't from him. He was just a messenger. That's where you guys are missing the boat.
No, I'm not missing it, Duke. I'm with you. I agree. Like, when I saw that quote, I was like, okay, what's everybody?
But didn't it read that it might be something to it?
There is.
And that's what Buster was saying. It sounded like. Now,
that's
the
called
way
truth.
He just said that hit me.
That's called the truth.
But do you think Buster feels that way? I do, and that doesn't make him wrong.
Of course he feels that way. He just said he did.
So he's not relaying a message. That's how he feels about the city then.
No, he's relaying the message that he's heard from free agents that some people are like, they're not crazy about the city.
But if Buster feels that way, then the whole point is, Stoney, I'm just saying that's a problem when you got to sell the city to somebody.
But what the callers just, who sells, who's a big, give me.
Well, when you court somebody, you take them around where you know, hey, let's go here.
Did the Dodgers sell Ohtani on L.A.?
Well, he was already there, and I don't think they had much of a. But when Kevin Durant came in, come on, Stoney, you know what I'm saying. When you're courting somebody, you show them all the nice parts of the city.
What do you do? What do you do after that 5 minutes is up?
I would hope that. I did get it, but you know what I'm. So that caller was technically right, but he wasn't because Buster, if he feels that way about the city, my point is there's going to be a negative result in the end, and for baseball fans,
Buster
mainly here
feel
Giant
that way.
fans. Oh, I thought I asked you, do you think Buster feels that way?
Oh, I thought you meant, does Buster feel that way?
That the other people feel that way. I was saying, do you think Buster feels that way?
Are you asking me if I think Buster thinks this city's a dump?
No,
I don't. I don't think he thinks it's a dump.
Not dump, but what about, do you think he signs off on what he heard from the players' wives about the crime?
Well, he's got to assuage them for sure.
Right.
If that's a concern.
It read to me that he might be, not, and I can't judge it.
Hey, what's his name?
Buster?
No, just free agent Jimmy Mathis. Hey, Jimmy, you don't want to sign here.
Right, I've been doing that joke all morning.
We got problems.
Right.
Of course he's not doing that.
But he's not doing it that way. But if you got no zest for the greatness of the city to overcome somebody saying, hey, what about the crime and drugs and the homeless situation? You got to have some zest to combat that, I believe. Oh.
Let's go to JR in San Jose. Remember who shot JR?
Dude, that was my favorite show.
You have any idea what we're talking about, Evan?
Come on, Evan.
Who shot JR?
Larry Hagman was the actor.
J.R. Smith?
Yeah, we should
Patrick Duffy, Bobby.
Dude,
that Knots Landing came
Joan
on
Collins.
after, dude.
Oh, wait, that's Dynasty.
Yeah, the Carringtons.
And
We're talking about Dallas.
Oh, no.
Bobby Ewing.
Dang it. Oh, JR. Hey, what's up? I forgot you were there.
Patrick Duffy.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing today?
Dynamite.
Hey, you got me thinking out.
No, I just wanted to say I'm from San Jose. I grew up in San Jose.
That's a shame.
High crime areas.
I'm kidding. I'm just in one.
No, I lived in the city too. I went to the Academy of Arts out there for music and acting. And I've lived in LA, and every time living in LA, people come and they're like, "Oh, you live in Hollywood." I'm like, "You come to Hollywood? Hollywood don't look like Hollywood. The city, LA, San Jose, don't matter where you go, they all got their own problems." If you got to sell the city, to somebody, then you're not in the right job. I mean, these people don't got a mouthpiece. Obviously, whoever's in the high rankings of the Giants, they don't got that mouthpiece. They don't got it. They're not from the city. When you come from the Bay, it's different. You got that mouthpiece, and you've seen it all. You know what I mean? No matter where you go, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's no different in San Jose, no different in Frisco, no different in Hollywood. It's all the same. You're just not used to it.
Wow. Thanks,
I come from an area where. No worries. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
that, man.
Somebody on the YouTube chat says, "Steiny, quit interrupting all the callers."
He said mouthpiece.
Lucky you take calls.
He said mouthpiece. You got to just have a mouthpiece to sell anything, Steiny, and that's all. I don't know if Faran, I've doubted it before this even was a subject or a reason, but it did read to me, we're striking out as an organization because of the elements of the city.
Do you guys think that people are more frustrated with the quote-unquote perception or reality that Posey's talking about with the city, or the fact that he's a representative of the team that's not shaking the pom-poms, like that he's not doing his best job as someone who's employed by the Giants to shed a positive light on them?
Evan, could both be my answer to that wonderful question.
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks like it was. I was like Linda Evans.
Oh, she was
of Dallas.
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
I believe she was married to Yanni, a pianist.
God.
He played the piano. What are we, 3 years old? The word's pianist.
Oh, stop. I'm in through 25, 54. Come on, buddy. We're okay.
I mean, that's like one thing I just don't get it. Like, hey, I'll tell you what, Peyton Manning, he throws a nice ball.
That we hate that humor.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, I hate.
Can we not laugh at stupid
that
stuff
pull my
like
finger
that
humor? I hate.
Pull my finger. But you don't like my humor of like me hiding stuff, right?
No, that's cultural, right there. Dude, have my water bottle for half a day.
Can we just do the second 2 hours from the ship? Come on,
Could you imagine?
Yes, I can imagine.
Make a call.
Dude, yeah.
You got the juice, Steiny.
Doing all these educational things. How many people were in the class? Or was it a Zoom?
Yeah, it was about, I would say there were 20. Great questions.
Next question.
What was the best?
Weird thing is nobody asked about you, actually.
Well, shouldn't have. But give me a good question.
Somebody asked a great question, but I can't remember.
That is, and I believe you can't, but you want to. Willard would have remembered. Because he talked to
how'd you get started in the business? I said I busted hump. That's how I got started in the business.
That you didn't say.
I said, you got to want it. You got to want it. If you don't want it, stay at home. You got to want it.
I'll tell you
It's got to come from here.
Right. Well,
you got to have the passion. If you don't have the passion, pike. Hit it. That's what I told him.
I'm out. My late mother, Daisy Mae Johnson, said this, Evan. This is real talk, and I'm living it. Son, find a job you love. You'll never have to work another day in your life. And
that was Mark Twain.
After I get past you, I'm it. This is it, man.
Who's Mark Twain anyway?
Your mom was
Daisy
a
Mae.
great woman. I'm not. Please don't.
I wish you
this.
could have met her.
Please don't take this. Did she? That's hers.
Yeah.
She came up with it.
Well, to me, because you told me I gave you some normisms. You're like, he stole that. It was Yogi Berra. I'm like, come on, man.
I was telling, people say, Steiny, how come you're such a jerk? And once in a while say, you know what, I bring this, you know what my mom and dad used to do to me? Hey, think about this. And Dad's old now, so he can't listen to the radio. He's not going to know I'm talking about him. Mom doesn't care. She got better things to do. Hey, my mom would say, hey, guess who asked about you today, Matt? And I'd say, who? And she said, nobody.
I love Mary.
That's my mom.
Yeah, I love it.
Guess who asked about you today, Maddie? Who, Mom? Nobody.
That's pretty good.
So there it is.
I got to give you one of Norm's.
There are all my problems right there,
Wiggins.
rolled up into one sentence.
We'd be driving, hey, Dad, can you stop at McDonald's? And he would just stop the car right in front of McDonald's and keep going. It used to traumatize us. If I could fight him, I would. He would laugh it off, but that was torture.
You know,
he would stop.
You know, my buddy, I'll tell you what my buddy Dana does too, and I got to figure out, like, we'll be out golfing and, shoot, I don't have a beer. In my bag.
Yeah.
You got beer? You got any beer in there? You got any beer? And he goes, oh, yeah, I got beer. At home. It's like, you're
right, yeah.
A dork. It's like dork central.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. Back to...
Yeah. Well, speaking of Wiggins, he no-show last night.
My fault.
Yeah.
What did you text early, like 30
I don't
seconds
know.
into the game about Wiggins? He looks like a different player. I said, he's morphed into me.
Yeah, he said he looked energized off the bench.
I was like, oh, boy.
That's right, yeah.
Steiny, they got to have a good weekend. They play Saturday and Sunday. The Warriors.
Who do they play Sunday?
Portland.
That's a
at
loss.
Portland.
Yikes.
No, you saying that's a loss. I'm like, Portland should, man. Athleticism is just a problem. Like, stopping it defensively is I'm not worried about this team offensively as defensively. What if I told you that?
A week, I'd want to punch you. That's why. Because they need a bucket getter. They need a bucket getter. And I say, they can't stop anybody. That doesn't matter. Today it matters.
Yeah, we got to go.
Could Steiny dunk in his basketball days? I'll tell you what, I'll give you a longer answer than you're expecting on that on the other side. Let me see. Let me look at my sheet. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And it was also brought to you by AC Transit.
Watch it, believe me. I really love the
throw. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is this like a little rumba?
Nicotina.
Oh.
Want me to bust something? See, I should have just did it.
Yeah. Ew. No. God, what's the song by him? We always have the other. By the way,
Ja's coming back Tuesday, random. I'm not even a Grizzly fan, but I'm happy for him. And we're waiting on Day.
That's good. No, I couldn't dunk. I dunked once in practice, but the ball was like a little deflated, so I could.
So you
don't want
didn't dunk?
Never in a game.
No, with a regular size ball.
No, the regular. It was the ball was regular size, but it was a little bit deflated, so I could
okay.
Listen, I can palm a basketball. That's
you're getting defensive.
But but when you get
right, okay, I believe you, bud. Nothing to prove here, man. Look at you. They asked, could you dunk? Now you're wearing the
I got
size.
rim. How about that?
Okay.
I could get rim.
There you go.
I do think that. How do you think the new lineup looked last night for the Warriors? Okay. Back to Wiggins.
I do got one question about the new lineup.
Remind me what it was again?
Pod, Clay, Steph, Looney, and Kuminga.
Okay.
I was telling Evan this.
Go ahead.
I'm a Podziemski fan, and I love it. I saw him in college.
He's my guy.
Okay, he's our guy. But if you're Moses Moody, and I'm not being selfish, I kind of think I should be starting.
Well,
I know Podziemski can rebound and pass.
Yeah.
I might say a little better than are you? That's easy to say. He passes and rebounds better than Moody. That's why he's starting. But I just was thinking, like, damn, shouldn't Moody get that?
Well, I'll just tell you what I think.
Yeah.
And it's just what I think. What do you want? What's he want? This is unsettling.
Steiny?
Yes.
Can I say something to you?
This is the boss.
I love him.
Do you care what you look like?
Oh, boy.
You know who he's asking.
Sometimes.
I do.
Yes, I do. Okay.
You do care,
I
right?
do care what I look like.
Do you know that when you stand up, that your head gets cut off in the middle of your eyes on YouTube and Twitch?
Wow.
There's a lot of people watching that. Like I think you're a relatively good-looking guy, but when your head gets cut off and you can't see your forehead and your eyes, it looks a little strange.
How can I help?
Don't stand up.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're so fidgety. People liking that he get on the YouTube chat. But you got ADD.
Nobody's
You got radio ADD. Look at it. Veggie Delight.
I do look pretty good. I got to admit.
Well, not to the lady on bar.
No, God.
Oh, boy.
Do you know? I should have never told that story. My daughters thought that was so funny.
I bet.
They thought that was so funny.
We would have had a convo. What do you mean by that?
Hey,
go ahead.
Warriors lost last night to the Clippers, but there's so much going on, obviously, with Draymond Green, indefinite suspension. But there's something going on with Steve Kerr and Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, man.
And it relates to Steph Curry, and I want to play this because I think it's interesting. Let's start with what Stephen A. Smith said yesterday about Steph Curry. Take a listen.
Want to go there? Let's go there. What about Steph Curry? You are the leader. If this were a teammate of LeBron James, we'd be asking LeBron, what you going to do about it? Even though LeBron isn't the one that did something like that. We would have been asking. We would have been pointing to his leadership. We've been pointing to the incredible role model that he is, the leader, the champion, the kind of impact and influence that he has. And we lean on all of those things to say LeBron, 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 even if it had nothing to do with LeBron. But somehow, some way, we never asked that question about the babyface assassin who's the greatest shooter on the planet Earth, who's a 4-time champion and a 2-time league MVP, who, by the way, is class personified, and I can't think of a greater role model than Steph Curry. Remember the fight at the Garden between the Knicks and the Miami Heat when Jeff Van Gundy was grabbing Alonzo Mourning's leg? Mm-hmm. What, after Alonzo Mourning and Larry Johnson had gotten into it, Pat Riley gets in the middle of all of that, helps.
All right, so he's basically saying if we were in L.A. and Draymond Green were a Laker, LeBron James would be getting asked about Draymond Green all the time. Steph, what are you going to do? So I'm assuming that Steve Kerr heard this because after the game last night, here's what Steve Kerr said.
Steph is as good of a leader as I've ever been around. I mean, the guy is an amazing human being, and what he's done the past decade in leading this team through all of the ups and the downs and the turmoil. For anybody to question Steph Curry's leadership, it's actually it's kind of sickening to me, And I saw some of that yesterday. It was disgusting. We're talking about one of the finest human beings I have ever been around, and but that's the climate that we live in, and these guys. Part of all of this is just the climate we live in, and the arrows that are, slung at these guys, and the judgment, the criticism. That's fine, but it's part of it, and it's not easy. We're all human beings, and
so he's clearly referring to Stephen A. Smith. So
he says sickening.
Sickening. So clearly, Stephen A. Smith probably didn't say anything after that. He probably gave in, right? So it's I apologize. Apologize to Steve Kerr. Anybody else who may have been offended? Well, let's take a listen, Stephen.
This was from earlier today. It's pretty long, so bear with us. It's a few minutes.
Oh.
This is the problem, okay? No. You can leave me up on the split screen with everybody, please. This is the problem, okay? Steve Kerr, no one is questioning Steph Curry as a leader. What we said was, quote, if that were LeBron James, we would have said, where are you? So in this particular instance, we're not talking about behind the scenes. We're talking out front and center. We were asking Steph Curry, where are you on this? Because you're such a great leader. Because you're such a phenomenal individual. Because you're the closest thing to perfection that I think most of us have ever seen as a professional athlete. We're asking about the impact that you've seemingly been unable to have on a teammate who loves and reveres you like Draymond Green. But Steve Kerr twisted it because we want to sit up there. He wanted, I don't even want to use the words. You understand that I'm tempted to in terms of him fawning over Steph Curry. We all fawn over Steph Curry. Why would you try to twist it like that? You trying to tell me that Steph Curry's not a human being? That every single thing about him is absolutely positively perfect, that we can't sit here while revering him and respecting him and appreciating everything about him. We can't simply sit here and say, yo, you of all people, you might be able to have an impact on Draymond Green. Whether we're right or wrong in that, I'm just talking about speculating about that because of the phenomenal person, athlete, professional that Steph Curry has proven to be. If I'm looking at Draymond, who is Draymond hurting most? He's hurting Steph Curry because Steph Curry is so great still that without Draymond Green, he's out on the court without his guy, which hurts him. That's the point that we were making. But Steve Kerr twisted up. And that's the problem that I have with him, and people let him get away with that because he's such a good man and he's a top 5 coach of all time in my estimation, and he is a good man. Everybody that knows that about Steve Kerr is a good man. He's decent. He's conscientious. He's a leader. He's a winner on every level. We know what he's been through in his life. The fact that he is the human being that he is, we revere him too. But from time to time, we might ask a question about Steve Kerr. It's disgusting to ask a question. That's a problem. And he's talking about the days that we're living in and all of this stuff and clickbait. My brother, you didn't say my name, but I don't need clickbait. We've been number 1 12 years. With or without YouTube, with or without social media, been number 1. Period. Number 1. Month over month, week over week, year over year for 12 consecutive years. I don't need no damn clicks. We're on a national television show, which you used to do, Steve Kerr, because he was calling games. You win TV. Yeah, come on now. Just stop that nonsense.
Well, Steph spoke after the game.
About how lousy of a leader he is? Or
No.
For allowing
I'm all over on this.
Yeah,
man.
you really are.
I did want to hear from Steph vocally, and I said that a couple of days ago when it popped off. but I was talking to Norm. And at the end of the day, Stoney, I brought it up, Evan. It was a bad analogy. If him and I went out and I was acting a fool, Evan, and I was acting a fool, and, we did it 4 or 5 times. Evan can't, he don't have a remote control, and we don't know what Steph is doing to Draymond. He is hurting him on the court and hurting the team. But at the end of the day, you can't control another grown man. I guess I was like Stephen A. just asking, Steph, I'd like not to condemn him, but I guess I would just say what Dre did wasn't cool. Something to where it's not just unicorns and rainbows.
All right, so you're saying Steph did get asked something similar last night after the game.
He was asked about Draymond specifically. Here's what he had to say.
I know there's questions on what the suspension actually means time-wise and all that, and conversations we had yesterday were about him, personally, and making sure the focus is getting right, getting, on a path that's going to allow him to be who he needs to be as a person, as a man, father, husband, and a basketball player in that order. And that's going to, that journey is going to be challenging, but we're all here to support him and try to hold it down while he's gone. So, it's a tough situation all the way around, but we are capable of getting through it, himself included. I don't know, like the program or the requirements or the things that he needs to do, but I'm here as a friend and a support to kind of lean in on being there for him, whatever that means. Yesterday was a conversation for us as a team to understand, where we currently are, where we're trying to go, and holding each other accountable, holding Draymond accountable to, what's been going on and what needs to change for, us to be right as a team, like I said, with him involved in that. But, every day is a new challenge, literally, and that's going to be something that we have to, be able to be support for him.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Sounds like a leader to me.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't give you what you wanted.
Right. And he don't have to. Like, who am I? I just, again, I guess I'm not looking for blood. I'm just looking at a 10-14 team, 3 games out of the 10th spot. The final.
Are they that close?
Yeah, they're that close. But I guess Donnie and Evan, I'm just looking for Draymond was wrong. And I'm not getting it from Coach Kerr. Now, Coach Kerr did say that about Rudy Gobert, and I appreciated it. It shocked us. Remember, he took some time to think about it, said he re-looked at the video. Draymond held on to him long. So I guess I was just hoping Steph would, and hoping is strong, just kind of, what Draymond is doing, he can't continue. But he's looking after his brother, his friend, and he said that's what this is about, and he itemized it, what's most important. So maybe there is something going off.
What if
Draymond's dealing with off the court?
What if Steph Curry told Draymond that to his face? Dude, what are you doing? You're wrong. You got to cut this out. But he didn't want to do it at a podium.
And he's never done it because there's been so many transgressions. I guess that's what Stephen A. and company were wanting. Would that be suffice for LeBron if he were in Steph's shoes? Or would we say, LeBron, you ain't no leader because you ain't publicly said anything? There's no doubt they've talked. And maybe Curry has done that. And maybe some out there could say, Guru, Stephen A., or whoever, it's none of your business. But it is eager to see where this thing goes, man.
So whose side are you on? Kerr
I'm
or
on
Stephen A. Smith? No shade, though.
No, I kind of retired that.
No, actually, you didn't use it earlier.
I would be on.
You said it 3 times today. No shade at Buster Posey.
Oh, well, thank you.
No shade at Buster Posey, but what an ass.
You know what? I guess I'm on Stephen A.'s side that I publicly want somebody to come out and just say Draymond was wrong. Now, I know he's going to get the help, and he's your brother, and I get all that, but I guess, Donnie, at this juncture, where he's left this team, and some are saying they could be done, I ain't pissed off as I'm going to be if this thing doesn't get turned around before he's back. And I think that just comes with, if I were Draymond Green, Evan and Steiny, I would tell Steph, please, the next time you talk into a microphone, because I know you love me, is unconditional. Just for the sake of the jackals out there, just say you are disappointed in my actions. That's how this would have went. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's doing that, and I get it. And it's their fraternity. It's their brotherhood. They've been through the battles. But everything is just soft nature with Draymond's going to come back. And I get it. But, man, the fan base and the Warriors are left 10-14 with a bunch of games left, who knows how many without him, you deserve some public criticism.
I don't know if I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
I really don't. And I know you can't compare all things to all things, but I really don't. Like, if I'm in the my Guru, hey, Steiny, what do you think about Guru? Hey, man, Guru and I have worked together forever. Nobody's perfect. I've certainly made mistakes. He's certainly made mistakes.
What number of infraction is this?
I just don't like.
Is that the third infraction 4 years ago?
No, what I'm saying is,
you know what I mean? Like, we are at a point now to where, like, this is the umpteenth time.
Like, so
that's why people
I gotta come up to the mic
more.
I got to come up to the mic and go,
well, you don't got to.
Guru was an ass, or Guru was wrong. Right. Like, I wouldn't do that.
You know what?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't.
You just said something about Buster Posey and the phrase I hate. You and Evan, perception is reality. So
what do you hate
give
about
me
it?
this, Steiny.
Okay.
The perception is Draymond Green. The Warriors are afraid of Draymond Green.
Okay.
And I know that not to be the case.
Well, you don't know that not to be the case.
I don't feel like
you don't know that not to be the case.
I cannot drink water thinking that they're afraid of Draymond. No one man is bigger than any organization. So that's why I'm yearning for the public just one time. You know, Dre was wrong. That's like, give it to me. You think they're afraid? I'm asking. Do you think they're afraid of? If I said that's the public perception, would you say, "Goo, you're wrong"? And I think that's what Stephen A. is not saying, but they're saying it. Like, I mean, is this guy running? Can he do it? Is he above everybody?
Who?
Draymond Green. I ask you, do you think the Warriors as an organization are afraid of Draymond Green?
Yes. Like,
that bothers my soul.
I'm sorry, but it's overstated a little bit, I think. I mean, I don't think they're walking around with bulletproof vests.
But you know what I mean.
But yes, I think Draymond Green's the type of guy that when he walks into the gym, everybody looks at him and says, I wonder what he's like today.
Oh, man.
And yes, I do think there are probably certain people in the organization that are afraid of him. Now, I don't know.
Well, not that. But
what do you mean, but not that?
I'm talking about publicly to say that he's wrong.
You cannot dismiss that there may be people in that organization who are afraid of him physically because of what he did to Jordan Poole.
Okay. Hey,
that's a possibility. You say, do you think?
So does that follow you, that fear, if you're right to the microphone?
What?
Does that follow you to the microphone to where the person, if you're physically afraid of them, you can't say that Draymond Green was wrong? Or Kevon Looney, forget Steph Curry, it could be anybody. I'm disappointed in Dre's actions. He left us for dead. We're going to be without him. Our season's in the balance. Like, that's not over the top, like, criticism. I feel like any guy that did what Draymond Green has done, that's just par for the course for public scrutiny, and he's not getting any of that. Everything is, again, to me, from my vantage point, what I'm hearing
public
is kids. I'm talking about from his teammates.
But that's like
what?
I would not go public with a criticism of you. I just wouldn't.
And maybe that's
it would make me uncomfortable.
And maybe that's why I haven't changed whatever I was doing. Because you guys wouldn't give me that tough love.
Okay,
but you don't know that we've given him time. But maybe when we finish the show today, I'm like, what the hell was that?
No doubt. But it's different. It hits different.
Why do I need to prove to somebody else?
Evan, I'm coming to you. But it hits different when you say it publicly.
To whom?
To the people that are listening.
But what about to Draymond and you and that relationship?
Well, I'll tell you, how's that worked out so far, Matt?
They won 4 titles. That's the answer.
No. How has that worked out? He keeps making infractions. There's your answer. He's not stopped.
Oh, so one public admonition 10 years ago, Draymond be an entirely different person.
I wonder.
No, he wouldn't. But go ahead. Yeah. Listen, I'm not mad.
Yeah.
But the idea of you want a teammate of his, a coworker, to chastise him or to criticize him publicly.
Yeah.
No, I just you're one of the most loyal people that I know, if not the most loyal person. I appreciate
that, Evan.
If Steiny was getting dragged publicly by everyone,
okay,
not inside this building, I have a hard time believing that you would step to the mic and drag him as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might do it behind closed doors. You might do it off the mic, but I don't think that you would pile on because everyone else has already piled on. Like, the last 48 hours, what have we talked about? How terrible of a leader Draymond is, how he doesn't deserve this, how he's ruined that. I just, like, asking the one guy that's been in his corner for 15 years or 12 years, however long they've been together, to step to the mic and drag him even more, I think is asking a little bit too much. And maybe I'm wrong. But.
No, man, that's a hell of a one, Evan. And also here on the text line, Guru, name one other player who's criticized a teammate like you're talking about. So, like, it ain't just Golden State. Man, hey, I don't have the answers. I just know what I haven't heard, and I feel like that's what those guys were saying that has not been. Hey, Steiny, can I sit up here and tell you with a straight face that would fix Draymond and they would have no issues? No, but I do know this. This man assaulted with a hell of a right-hand punch in front of the world his own teammate, and not one person called him out for that.
Hold on.
On the team.
Really?
Yeah.
What did Kevon Looney say yesterday?
I'm not talking.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He's got to earn the trust back.
Well, what do you mean by calling him out?
Like, this can't happen, Steiny. You can't hit Evan like that. That's not who we are. And then not to suspend him goes back to my premise of he's beaten to his own drum, and that's fine. But let's not be shocked when things like this happen, because I think you or Evan saying something about working with me or something I did on social media.
Let me tell you what I would do.
Hurt me 100 times more than anything.
Why would I want to hurt you? You're my teammate.
But what
You're
about,
my friend.
Yeah,
why would I want to hurt you?
But don't I deserve something? You know what I mean?
And I'll give it to you in private if it's reached that level. That's just me. Like I
guess my next question to
you're right, there's no right or wrong, but
why are we here? Why do you think we're still here? You mentioned the fear factor. That's possible.
I
don't know. With Draymond. And the fact that I'm just bringing up a thought that I have about he's never really verbally been checked, which is so easy, because Kevon Looney could have said something more harsh, and I think Draymond would have been, I know, Looney, you still my dog. You didn't hang me out to dry. But it's almost like, I guess and it's easy for me to say, I'm just the type of guy that would give you two the license. If I did something that egregious, guys, I would almost want you to say about the action, Guru was wrong in this instance. And you know what that would be when I read it, or I'd be at home by myself thinking about what I did and I'm not with my brothers. That's the least I can do. I deserve that. And that's just me, Evan. That's just how I think.
Well, no,
man.
I think real quickly, though, before we got to the break, the LeBron James part of this is also interesting to me, too, because I think LeBron can call people out because he's not close with them in a way that Steph is with Draymond. Like, I've never heard LeBron James call out Dwayne Wade or call out Carmelo Anthony.
And Kendrick Perkins today said,
or call out his best friend.
LeBron doesn't do that. When stuff flies and it's off the court, not involving him, he ain't Martin Luther King. Like,
he'll call out the 10th man on the bench. Wow. He won't call out his boy. He won't call out Anthony Davis.
And I love Dre, Steiny. It's just, I guess if we remove the names and this were the Beatles or a great new addition to this R&B group, when a guy or gal does wrong and they keep doing it, I just don't think nobody's above their loved one saying, you know what, Steiny, my boy Steiny was wrong. He's getting it together. He'll be back. We'll be back. And that, I just feel like I hadn't heard a lot of that.
I'll tell you right now, Goo, I would never do that to you in a million years. I don't think. Yeah. Unless like
I hear you. I respect it.
Like, to me, that's kicking you when you're down a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I want to get so much more into this. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We'll be right back.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I am the system of this show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru.
Who you been talking to,
We're
bud?
here for you.
Dude, I got Dewey. Dewey Merritt. He was, me and him were pitcher 1 and 2.
He was 1?
Union City White Sox, I was 1. Went to TLC, I struck out 14. Hey, and my boy Tone said, Goo, Steiny's right. It's loyalty. You handle that business behind closed doors. And for Evan to give me that lovely compliment, I know what that means. I'm not saying publicly I'm done with him, but if you hit Evan, I would tell Mark Ibanez or Sal, you know what? Steiny's my guy. We love him. What he did was wrong, and we'll bounce back from that. Okay. That's what I feel like has not happened in all this. Not that it might change his motion, but
I mean,
it gets me thinking.
You're right. It hasn't happened. Nobody's called him out publicly, but
not I'm done with him or he's a bad person and we're not friends. But
I wouldn't. Like I wouldn't. I just
you wouldn't, huh?
No.
Evan said the
like
same.
If we were in the same situation, let's just keep the basketball and Steiny. Now I got Goo's really hurting the team. Steiny. It's like 90%. Like I don't know. I would say I don't know.
Well, it's also like if you did punch a teammate, and I think that's where the root of this all is, right?
Man.
Like, it's not that, like, I don't mind them not calling him out now, but, I mean...
Why aren't you reading the other texts? I'm saying Guru is right over and over, but it doesn't get mentioned. This is crazy. That's a 650. No, and Guru said, Steiny, as I was leaving, he's like, I just heard from a guy, maybe I'm wrong on this one. And I said, you're not wrong. Like, there's no right or wrong. I don't think. It's just, and I'm sure it's happened. I would be uncomfortable kind of being your judge and jury to a third party when you're my guy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But wouldn't that, I'm being real here, Evan and Steiny. I mean, how real is our relationship? What's the foundation based
behind
on?
Closed doors, bro.
Wow.
I'll just tell you, I just will. That's me.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why both Steph and I are not good leaders.
I'm not saying that at all.
Oh, of course not. No shade at Steph.
You can't control another grown man. That's what I've learned.
Well, that's why, like, this is where I'm starting to get a little bit, not annoyed.
Yeah.
But, and here's the word I wanted to emphasize. Draymond Green is uncontrollable. He's uncontrollable.
But the one thing, I'm cutting you off.
Cannot expect Steph Curry or any other human being to be responsible for what he does. He's uncontrollable.
But he can't control you going out to say and point out that Draymond was wrong. That's what you can control, because it's obvious. You're right. You can't control, nor will he change. But I think Draymond would be okay with somebody saying publicly, you know what? Dre got this wrong. He can't do that. We'll bounce back. It almost makes it worse to me that it's not happening or hasn't happened.
Well, I guess
Kerr did it after the Rudy Gobert. I got to tip my cap.
Right, because the league told him. Like, to me, that was so contrived.
You think so? Come on. Wow, man.
Like we talked about at the time. He did a 180.
No doubt. And Evan and I were like, wow. I thought that was like therapeutic.
And then what did it do? Like, how did it help?
Well,
like
you got me there.
This is kind of what I mean.
Yeah.
You think someone calling out Dre in public would make him finally sit back and reevaluate himself? That's a question for you from the text line.
No, but that wasn't my goal. It was part of it. The bigger part is there are standards here, and we're going to hold whoever is at fault accountable. And nobody's above us because everything, Trey, and Curry did, and I did love the chef. He did. Oh, Dre's going to get his.
Well, you can love the chef, but you're saying he should.
Somebody give me some fault. Somebody just say, you know what, we didn't agree what Dre did. He's going to get the necessary yada, yada, yada. That's all. Not I'm done with him. And somebody just brought this up real quick, Evan. Did anybody call out Ja Morant from his own team? And these are different scenarios, but Do you think Ja would have had a problem if Bane had said, it was a bad look for – like, that's totally different because that's a crime. We're talking about laws now.
Well, then
what did Draymond do?
There would be more of a reason to call him out if he did something like illegal. I mean, I don't know. Like, people haven't called out Miles Bridges. Like, I don't think his teammates have talked about his off-the-court issues.
Man. All right, man.
I guess
different cloth.
Here's the other thing that I'm feeling from the last 20 or 30 minutes about the Steph thing. It's so unfair that we're talking about Steph Curry and what he should or shouldn't say at a podium. The issue is Draymond Green and his uncontrollable actions. And by even bringing up Curry, I feel like we talk about accountability. Accountability, it's on Draymond Green. Like, Steph Curry is not responsible for Draymond Green. Draymond's a grown man.
Yeah. Wow. I ain't mad at that.
Shaka's in Berkeley.
Our guy.
Well, he was.
Yeah, Shaka, where you been, baby? Where you been?
I've been working hard, man.
Our Vikings, baby. We're going to the postseason. How do you do that?
I was at the Raider game. And no touchdowns for 2 games, man.
Oh, boy. I hate to see it.
Tremendous, man. He's going to be a high commodity, man. That's a good coach. Hey, man,
Talk to us.
I also predicted that the coach from the Chargers was going to get fired at halftime. But this is what I want to say about Draymond. Draymond is a Hall of Fame player. He's a great in the community, man, and I'm the biggest apologist for him ever. But this time, I can't. He has to be accountable for his actions as he moves forward, man, and do something. Get some anger management treatment, man. Because I'm thinking not about his life, but after basketball. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm worried about him just to be going through what he's going through, and it needs to be said by the people around him that he does so much for, man. And sometimes you don't want to tell somebody something because you feel they might cut you off, but sometimes we got to be bigger than what the issue. So that's all I want to say was moving forward. And Brandon Ingram would be the perfect fit for Curry. With the 2-3 years Curry's got great in him, a person who can score inside and out. Yeah. He's long.
I call him Baby Durant, Shaka.
Yeah.
KD, man.
Look at him.
It's one of the reasons you won't get him.
I just wanted to say before I left, man, my mother passed, man, and that's why I haven't been calling, man.
Thoughts and prayers, man.
Today I'm at Chapel of the Times with her from 48, man. She was a great woman, Deborah Parker.
Thoughts and prayers, Shaka. Man. I've been there,
Thanks,
man.
Shaka.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that.
Thinking of you.
No doubt about it. That's why you guys are so lucky, you and Evan, and everybody out there listening. Not to take it that way, but if you got both your parents and you're 40 or 50 or 30, just enjoy them. That's all. Yeah, I didn't mean, yeah. Hey, you got me thinking. Like, you and Evan, no, really, this is...
It's usually Willard who...
I don't know when you came up with that.
It's true. It's so true. It is so true. We'll do a 4-hour show. Willard comes in. He'll repeat something I said from hour 1, and Goo will be like, wow, Steiny.
God. Dude, it's the premise of the thought, which is not true. That's just my guy. He one of those... He doesn't suck the air out of a room. You know what I mean?
You're not listening.
Oh, boy. Shout out Willard.
Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego.
Coach, let's see what the coach has.
Another city that's better than this dump San Francisco. I'm kidding, people. What's up, Coach? How are you, my man?
Hey, what's up, man? Real quick on that, I tweeted Bonte yesterday. Like, that dude was out of pocket. I live right downtown next to Petco in the high rise. And there's like pee and tents everywhere. So in every major city you go to,
no doubt,
you're going to have issues. I love the Bay. But I got to disagree with you just a little bit, Goo, because the national media is really kicking Draymond's back in. Not saying he don't deserve it, but now it's turned into a Warriors thing. And it's like, okay, the hatred for Draymond is now the hatred for the Warriors. So right now, I think the worst thing Steph could do is to publicly, humiliate Draymond. Like, everybody's already calling him crazy, vilifying. Like he ain't Kevin Porter Jr. He ain't Miles Bridges. You know what I'm saying? He plays way too aggressive because he don't have another skill set to tap into. All he know is go. And he needs to be held accountable for that and get that under control. But to vilify him, and Steph like he's not a leader is just crazy. Because nobody gave him to Stephen A. Smith when he got suspended for making disparaging comments about women when he was doing it the whole week.
Wow.
So we all got skeletons, and things that we haven't done in our closet. But right now, this is family business, man. We have to come together, or we're not even going to make the playoffs.
No doubt.
Then everything is just going to blow up.
All right, let me leave you with this, because that was a hell of a call. This is a hell of a call. Let me just leave you with this. Can I just interest you in maybe if they had done this, the public call out, not humiliation, because that was a bit strong. Is it fair for me to say, and I know we're talking about a grown man in Draymond, maybe we don't get to this point?
No, you're right. I agree with you, but I'll say so. Look, I went to Texas A&M and University of Kentucky. I ran track at both, won a few national championships. I had a teammate just like Draymond. When I tried to hold him accountable publicly like that, he called me out.
Okay,
and I don't even know we friends till this day.
All right, I got you.
From my personal experience, So sometimes we just gotta handle it, internally because everybody ain't gonna take it the same.
Wow.
Draymond is fragile, man. He's real fragile right now. So I just think we got to come together and just try to move forward as a team and a unit because we hurting bad right now.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it, man.
10-14, Matt.
Huh?
10-14.
You don't have to tell me.
It's going to be you and Evan next week. I'm out. Please preference vacation. By the time I see you again,
it'll be done.
No, don't say that.
I will say it.
They could be over 500. Dude, I think a move's coming. I really do, Matt. I really do. What move? Goo or Daryl?
That's above your pay grade.
They look at it. I love that.
I'm having such a good time.
Would you like to hear Mike Dunleavy about a potential roster?
Man, I would.
Of course.
When did he speak? Oh, you said he should have a suit on.
This was yesterday.
Yeah.
Goo.
I did you.
We need to keep some more stuff in-house than we have been lately.
Pipe down. Hold on.
There you go.
Here's Mike Dunleavy Jr.
The bigger impact will be, how we do the next 15, 20 games. And that'll probably determine, where we go more than this specific incident or this time away for him. The reality of the situation is if you're evaluating Draymond, his ability this year has been great. His availability is not. We need him more available because when he plays, he's really good. We're really good. And, that's the main thing. I don't think I need any more evaluation of Draymond as a player. We need a little bit more evaluation on this team and the chemistry and the lineups and all that. From a basketball standpoint, honestly, pretty pleased with Draymond. We want to help him be on the court more, though.
Wow. So there is a number.
Wow?
Because there is this ain't, he didn't say however many games left. He said 15 to 20 or whatever threshold. Like, they're going to take inventory. And again, we can't predict the future, Steiny, so we don't know how this team's going to respond. They were in that game, got it to within one. But I do feel like they're going to take inventory and see where they're at. And I don't know. Could you imagine coming in here? Again, I'm not advocating for it. And they make a move to try to keep this thing going? Because if I got Steph Curry, there's a Steph Curry scoreboard of, Steph, how you feeling, man? Because if you lose him, then Dub Nations, we're really into something.
Are you guys really going to go all day and not talk about with the Raiders just laying down? Raiders were incredible last night.
I think he meant I didn't like it. You didn't score a point the week before, and you're going to score 63. Have some class, Pierce. That ain't going to win you the job.
We'll see.
But they did score a lot. The Chargers laid down. Coach got fired. We got a donation, $4.99. Stuart Brown. Kerr is the issue. He let this go on too long. He's scared of Draymond, an enabler. Stuart Brown.
I'm going to read this, but no, I swear to God, I'm not doing it to provoke. Yeah. I am, because I think it's Goo. You talk about the streets. Isn't an important lesson of the streets? Keep your family business in house. about the Steph Curry calling him out.
Right, no doubt. But this is so different from the streets, but the Warriors have gone by that code. And you just wonder maybe if they did something different. And I guess what I'm so perplexed at is just the fact of a teammate saying, or Kevon Looney, he told you and I love Loon. Dre's got to win our trust back. Steiny, that's the closest thing we've heard, from what I want. I don't want a smear campaign. I'm done with Evan. Evan's my guy. He knows he was wrong. He can't do that. We'll move forward. And maybe if they said that, this still happens. But you got to wonder.
I don't. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Draymond's behavior has gotten worse, and a lot of it probably has to do with the word enabling. Like, I do feel like the Warriors obviously bear responsibility.
Okay.
And I'm using Warriors because it's got to be Kerr, it's got to be Lakers, Myers, now it's Dunleavy. But the idea, I don't know. Let's
I'm with you.
There was one other one.
There's no right or wrong answer, man. The fact of the matter is they're 4 games under. Like, how many games, when you think he comes back? Before the new year?
No.
Evan?
Yeah, the number was over under 9.5 games because the 9 would take you up until the new year. I feel like at this point it's got to be 10 or more.
Wow.
I don't think he's back by the new year.
Wow.
Let's go to Leo in San Francisco. Hey, Leo, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing okay. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing
well? A couple things. At this point in time, I'm not even concerned about how this is all impacting the Warriors in terms of games won, games lost. I mean, I think this is a bigger deal. And I've said this before on this show and other shows that my criticism of the Warriors, and I primarily put that on Kerr and Steph and Myers to a degree also because of the relationship, is that they didn't hold him accountable after the Poole situation. And I think, in my opinion, that doesn't necessarily call for a public chastising of him. At that point in time, I believe because those 3 were so close to him, they really have that emotional attachment to him. I think it certainly would be very difficult for them to come out and publicly scrutinize him. But they certainly could have said to him privately, listen, you crossed the line. You need to take some time. You need to go get some counseling, however long that takes. So that's 10 games, 20 games. Now, had they done that after the Poole situation, what would have happened, obviously, is the media would have said, hey, where's Draymond? And they could have said, in the way they're saying it now, Draymond needs to take some time away from the team. All the things that they're saying now.
Right.
We really care about him more as a person and as a basketball player at this point. They would have been saying it back then instead of saying it now. Now, would have that worked and would that have prevented him from doing what he did to Sabonis and Gobert and the Nurkic the other night? I don't know. But the bottom line is what they're doing now could have happened when it occurred with Poole, and maybe we wouldn't be in this situation right now.
I mean, man, that's a reasonable take. I know some, not all will disagree, but Steiny, I mean, man, that made a whole lot of sense.
You know what's funny is a lot of people go back to the punch, and what did you expect when he didn't get punished for the punch?
Yeah.
It's like, to me, the punch was actually, I don't want to say less serious.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm going back 7-8 years ago when Draymond Green threatened Steve Kerr.
OKC.
And security had to be called because the people outside the locker room were worried that Draymond was going to harm him. The minute they didn't do anything then, night.
Wow.
Then that set up 6 years of, didn't do anything then.
Wow.
Why would they do anything then?
Well, it's an interesting point, too. I think, like, we're talking about the people who may or may not fear him, or I don't know if it's as physical as you're talking about, Sonny, but there's always been a fear of losing him. Like, I think that's probably why they didn't suspend him last year, because it was the ring night. They were fearful of him, I don't know. Like, it's not necessarily, I don't know if people are afraid of him physically, although that could be made a case, but it's like, for whatever reason, people are just assuming that it's almost like they're assuming he's more sensitive.
Well, you know what? And
like they don't want to lose him as a player.
If I made it sound like it was mostly physical, I didn't mean that.
Oh, okay,
I meant,
right. That's how I
they're
took
scared
it.
of him.
Yeah.
No, but I am saying I will allow for a small. There may be.
Oh, no doubt.
There may be a small group of people or a guy or somebody who is afraid of him physically. But no, that's not the scared I'm talking about. I'm talking about more of, well, we can't do that or we'll lose him. That kind of thing. Or we won't win anymore. That's being scared of him too.
This will be my last effort, Evan. I want you to chime in on this, Steiny, and the listeners, 888-957-9570. Am I wrong when you got me thinking about the Draymond Green experience? When that video leaked, I honestly believe that was somebody within the organization, regardless their job. That was a signal that they wanted to tell or they were tired of the experience, and that's why it got out. I know that's neither here nor there, but Matt, that chicken's coming home to roost to me now.
But I got to stop you there because I think that's totally unfair. Because what I heard about that video and how it, some of the
access people, anybody can access it from anywhere.
Exactly.
All right.
So I hesitate.
All right.
To say it came from within the organization. Again, it's like, I would tend to believe it was somebody from another organization.
Had you heard that take before?
What?
About within?
Yeah, right. When it happened.
Okay.
Well, when it first happened, I thought, well, it's easy to find out who it is. And then I realized it's actually not easy to find out who it is because the video was able to be accessed by anybody in the league, in theory.
But the lack of discipline after the video did, whether they intended it to or not, symbolically represent they were okay with Jordan Poole checking out as opposed to Draymond Green checking out.
Man.
Which is what happened.
888-957-9570 is the number. And hey, we got Niners. And we got
Does it feel like it? This is all.
That's right. Oh, by the way, I got to do that. When we come back on the other side, just say to me, Monte Ellis.
All right, gotcha.
Okay. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings live 2 hours before the start of the Cardinals 49er game. Join us. It's the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. If you've been wronged, Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also brought to you by AC Transit.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt? AC Transit wants you to join the crew. Help us drive the East Bay. No diesel experience? No problem. Paid training is provided. New mechanics are eligible for a $2,000 bonus. Apply today at actransit.org.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps? Done. And drop off these packages? Sure thing, honey. Ooh, and get the tracking info. Got it. But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ray Love. That's right, John, right? Yeah.
I don't like the way I'm being photographed lately.
What about the one where we're spread apart? I like that one.
I don't. I look again.
You got a head full of hair.
I look like a
Mad
vending
Dog Russo.
machine with a shoebox for a head.
You ruined my pictures with that.
Let me tell you something. I got a text from Raymond Ritter at the Warriors.
I text Raymond, nothing came back. Out in the world. What? You want to read?
I don't know.
Ray's our guy.
Do I want to call you out publicly?
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. Hey, listen, tomorrow the Warriors play the Brooklyn Nets, and you know who's going to be at the game? Monte Ellis.
Oh, wow,
Monte Ellis is going to be back for the game tomorrow. It's part of the Warriors Alumni Nights.
Dope.
Alumni Nights. That's what it's called. Alumni Nights. So these guys come back.
That's dope.
It's just a concept. He will be signing autographs starting at 4:30 in Thrive City next to the team store. So Monte Ellis, 4:30 to 5, Saturday.
Wow.
Tomorrow. Monte Ellis in the house at Thrive City. Go get autographs from him. And you know what? You're right, 510. He's a Warriors, and he's always going to be a Warriors.
And hold on. This is my childhood team.
Who?
I grew up at the Coliseum, the Golden State Warriors. I did not know what you told me about Monte. He's also the original creator of the Steph Curry tunnel shot.
Exactly.
How did we didn't have social media.
No,
that's what it was.
That's more about doing your homework.
Dude, there was no social media, so he created that. I don't know where I was, man. In my seat, maybe.
Let's go.
What you got?
Well, we can go to calls, or we could
music, life.
Exactly. We're like Andre Iguodala. Kind of do what we want.
So what role did he have in this 25 game? I mean, this suspension for Draymond.
Who?
Andre. Because I heard his name, it just had to cross his desk. Yeah.
No desk. He works remote.
My boy Tone goes, Guru, after I give him credit for siding with you, this won't be the last incident for I said, yes, it is. Michael Jackson, this is it. There's no coming back from the league. Forget this.
No, you know.
I know.
Yeah, of course you do.
That's how much thin ice he's on. Oh, so you want to bet, Mouth? You want to bet? No, because then you don't want to be right on something like that.
You want me to bet on Draymond Green's behavior?
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm out.
Yeah, because you don't want to be right. I get it.
Well, no.
No, because then you would take
I would take your buddy's side on that one.
Why?
Because he's got a track record.
This company.
You're weird, man.
No, I'm not weird.
Sometimes you're just crazy.
Sometimes weird is good. Do you wonder? So
that word doesn't offend you, does it?
No, no. I like it. Okay. Listen, when I was single, I used to like that.
Sensitive about that.
Listen. So you're saying what the league and this intervention is just a pile of smoke, but it's not jarring Draymond to change. Whatever happens behind closed doors, you and Tone are saying, oh, there's going to be something else.
Yeah, Guru trusts people too easily. That's what it is. Text line 209.
Go ahead.
It's an admirable trait.
No, but it's not true. But tell me, you're saying this ain't jarring him. That's what you're saying without saying it.
No. You have a tendency to look at things in extremes, either one or the other. I believe that the intentions of the league are to try to get Draymond some help.
Okay, we're talking about will there be another Draymond Green incident?
If I had a bet, how old is he, 33?
Yeah,
probably.
This season?
I don't know about,
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to bet. I get it. You're not like Tone. I told him you're wrong, Jack.
Put it this way, I would never bet on Draymond not having another incident.
My point is, this is it. Michael Jackson.
But what is...
the league got involved. They never got involved before. This is serious, is what I'm saying. And I think he knows it. The Warriors know it. This is. Is he going to be talking mess? All kind of little tussle. This is it.
Little tussle. Little tussle doesn't count.
No, I'm talking about boxing out.
I mean, this is.
You seen the video going around with the music and his.
I don't care about that stuff.
But they're facts. He's giving it to him. It's like Shaq and the Fool. JaVale McGee got mad. Quit doing it.
I can't think of anything more irrelevant, pointless, and insignificant than either you or me saying, yeah, it's not going to happen again.
When you say that, you go against everything how severe this situation. Like right now, the Steiny I work with all week since it's popped off, I know this is serious for Draymond.
Okay, that doesn't mean he's going to stop. It just means it's serious.
Oh, I think he's going to stop.
Okay, that's great. But I want to emphasize more than anything I've emphasized today is it doesn't matter what you think's going to happen.
I totally agree.
At all, and it's based in nothing. It's based on nothing.
Feel.
You're the worst gambler of all time. How's that feel working for you?
Norm said that to me years ago.
I love Norm.
It hurt me.
Huh?
Don't you ever say that to me. And I got some wins under my belt, baby.
See,
Raiders last night, -3.
Oh, God.
Evan, what? I was embarrassed for the Raiders.
For the Raiders?
You didn't score the week before. Don't fix it. We ain't forgot you didn't score.
Not the team that gave up 63?
They had 42 at half.
See, this is what Guru does to me. This is what he does to me. You ready? He says to me, Draymond, this is going to be it. No more incidents for Draymond after this one.
I feel it.
Okay. You feel nothing. You're just saying something. So, hey. Put your glasses down. Or did he say put them on?
Put them on.
So, okay, so what you seem like this is how Guru, this guy is so smart. This is how Guru backs you in. I have said, I woke up yesterday and said, boy, this is pretty serious.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that Draymond Green will heed the seriousness and react accordingly.
Okay, and I get you. I believe he will, Steiny. This is it.
But
he's never been in these waters. And what I mean,
are you guys gonna? Can you help me in there?
I think Evan would bet with me. Evan, do you think something?
Help me.
This is his ninth life, man.
That was just Steiny. I don't want to help him. No, but my question is, if this doesn't work, what is the next step?
I would be worried
that's the only reason I would be with Goo is
Okay.
because the only logical explanation for the league after this, if something else happens, you might get kicked out of the league.
Serious, Don. That's all I'm saying. This is serious, man. And I know Dre is smart enough to know it is. I'm not saying a dust up, yelling and screaming. He's going to do that.
I just.
This is Steiny.
You're so gullible.
Oh, wow.
It's like, hey, you have a sign on your head saying "Schnooker me."
I'm from the mean streets of the Union City, California. Please
tell me you hope it's the last time. But let's go to Pete in San Ramon. Hey, Pete.
Hello, gentlemen. How y'all doing? Thanks for taking the call.
Love you, buddy.
I love the conversation. However, somehow I'm thinking back to a couple of years ago. I swear I heard somebody who his initials might have been Guru say, not good to talk about a guy's chicken and his mentals. Anybody recall that?
I do.
That was Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, well.
No, Pete, no.
I thought it was you.
It was.
Oh, my God.
Pete. Hey, Pete.
Go ahead, Pete.
Pete, you're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, baby. Finish, Pete.
Well, Marshawn was right. That's all.
All right.
I don't know what Draymond knows. I don't know what he's learned. I just hope the man gets well.
I do too. Thanks, Pete. Pete stuck it to you.
I don't think Marshawn said you can't talk about it. He just said take care of it.
We're talking about what Guru said.
Nah, Pete,
and what Guru said was you don't talk about a man's chicken, man or woman's chicken, or his, what was the other thing?
Mentals. That's how you know I didn't say it.
His mentals. Yeah.
The Giants introducing your boy, Ho Lee.
Yay!
Will it translate? I look at Ho Lee like, you ain't on Toddy. That's bad. I got to get away from that.
Who?
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Did he get it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he corrected me. I said, ho. Dude, Willer's the best.
No, he's not.
Am I snitching if I share his text? He included the boss on this.
You are this.
I'm running a little late. I might get in for the crossover a little late. And he included the boss. Dibs, drive safe, brother. You got to love Dibs. You got to love Willard. You didn't always that.
Yeah,
you could have did Larry Krueger and just came in. Larry came in. Hey,
Larry's not a full-time employee here.
I love LK. But you got to love Willard. I would have sent that.
And all I'm saying is you don't have to love him.
Right.
You don't.
He's a real one, man.
Well, and he's not.
Foster City,
one.
Union City.
What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing. You say
He's from Marin.
Oh, I had him in Foster City. He went to school in Foster City.
Oh, well, he lives now in Marin.
Oh, well, you live here. You're from the Pennsylvania.
When people ask me where I'm from, I say the Bay Area, though, now.
You can't do that.
Oh, dude, let's not get into that.
All right.
So I'm in Europe on a family vacation, and a person says, hey, where are you guys from?
Only you can.
I'm supposed to say, Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, and that's Trenton, New Jersey, and
What about if you're in Pennsylvania?
Who are you?
What about if you're in PA?
How's it all coming down? Explain the situation.
So you get into a conversation at a cafeteria.
Okay.
Someone asks you where you're from.
Originally, I'm from here. Meaning, if we're doing this in Reading, Pennsylvania. West Reading. Yeah. I'm originally from here.
Yeah.
I live in California
And
now.
you can say that too if you're in Europe.
No, that's too long of a story.
I live in the Bay.
But like, they're just saying, hey, where you from? Well, I'll tell you what, I was originally from Reading, and I moved out to San Francisco in 1990. I'd say about 12 years, actually 13 years in San Francisco. Moved to Oakland back in 2002. 1-2-2, and that's, I'm sorry, you've left.
Well, once you say you're a radio host, I feel like they'll give you the floor.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Because, radio hosts talk a lot.
If I ask you the time, don't build us a clock. Some people.
Exactly.
That is the best thing ever.
I like the one Fitz uses.
What?
Don't tell me about the labor pains. Show me the baby.
Hey.
I know, that's a little edgy
Fitzy,
these days.
Wow.
Oh,
no.
It's like when, we can't, Barkley saying about it.
Oh, dude. That happened today, you're gone.
No, he wouldn't be gone.
What he said. Oh, my God.
What's that noise you just made?
The Friday noise.
Ron in Oakland. Let's get it started. Yeah. Let's get it started.
MC Hammer.
Ron.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Ron, turn that radio down or I'm going to knock some people down.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Thank you.
Hey, man, listen. I enjoy the show, the commentary, everything is great, bro. Hey, listen, this has got to play out in public, bro. I'm from that generation where your mom got that butt wherever you did it at. You do the crime out in public. He owns it. He's a public figure. Kids are coming to camp there at the Warriors. People look at him as a role model. This guy's got to get publicly humiliated. Not humiliated, but God, he's got to at least get censured and get some type of public reprimand. We need to get Draymond some help. I think Draymond is tired, and I'm commuting. He's tired, and he's been that center guy. I don't know why the Warriors won't get a big, but he's tired of doing that job, and he's always had to be the bully for the Warriors. And my last thing is, listen, this cost us KD. KD said in an interview, all I wanted the team to do was talk about it.
Yeah, that's right.
All I wanted the team to do was address it.
That's
and the
great.
team wouldn't even address it.
That's right.
Come on, man. We lost Poole. What else? I mean, come on.
Holy cow, man.
The casualties, bro.
Can I nominate him for Caller of the Day?
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate
You're nominated.
It means nothing, though.
But the KD, not what he just said a couple of days. He said the culture.
Such a good thing. Don't you wish you'd said it?
But no, I know.
Hey, Ron, you get it, man.
That was incredible.
He's right.
That's what Durant was yearning for.
See, these are the calls I love. Mo in OK City, gotta come down Guru's Road. We probably don't want him.
Hey, put him on.
I'll tell you what.
Because I didn't say what Marshawn accused him of.
Mo's in Oklahoma City. If there's anybody out there that wants to come down my road, 888-957-9570. That way it's
they're doing it on the text and YouTube
fair.
chat.
No,
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to Mo in OKC.
Mo.
An interesting, should we wait on Mo? Or should we take Mo? Hey, Mo, what's going on?
Happy Friday, fellas.
What's up, baby?
Go get him.
Mo money.
All right, Guru, man. Hey, I love both of y'all, but Guru, this is probably your worst take ever.
Tell us why
on the show.
Okay.
Put it in the cap.
All right, Guru. Didn't you have a problem with Kyle Shanahan when he called out Steve Wilkes publicly for the play call? When he was like, he knows he messed up.
No doubt. No doubt. I did. Yes, sir.
Okay, so now you're suggesting that the Warriors, right? Now you're suggesting that somebody publicly call out Draymond, and you're saying that will, that would wake him up, or and I heard you the other day. Yeah. You were saying that we don't have the credentials to say that Draymond has a problem.
Okay, gotcha.
Because we're not doctors,
right?
But men lie, women lie, numbers and patterns don't. And Draymond, yes, we can't take away that he's helped us win 4 championships, but he got he made KD lead. He got Jordan Poole shipped out,
no doubt,
and now it's that's what I wanted to know. You're.
Hey, don't hang up. But
Thanks,
hold on. Yeah, keep him on there, Stoney. But I feel like I'm my own genius, so bear with me. I feel like your Wilkes comp is so not a good comp to Draymond because we got more infractions with Draymond. He's on his 9th life in regard to something redundant happening to where he's hurting the team and they're without his services. Yeah. So I still stand by the Wilkes thing because it had never been done. I've never had a head coach do that. So you're right now. But Mo, and also, I'm not Team Draymond in this. There's nothing to see here. As a black man, I just felt like I was hearing too much of angry black man plays with fire. He has a problem. And it was black folks saying that. So that just hit me out of left field, and I dealt with it then and said what I said. But I'm the guy asking for Draymond to be held accountable verbally because I believe, caller, that's the only thing we have left right now to get him right.
Mo, what? Go ahead, Mo. You can respond.
I hear you on that, but look, we're talking about the Warriors, and look, Stephen Curry, and let me know if you agree or not. Leader, he's a leader, right?
Yep.
Right, Guru?
Yep.
Klay Thompson, he's a leader, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's, obviously, he's played with Iguodala, who's a leader as well, and many others. You don't think that those leaders behind the scenes, you don't think that they've pulled Draymond to the side and said, "Hey, man, you gotta cut this out. You gotta."
Right. That's why I'm asking for more. Do it publicly because that's not working.
Okay, but Draymond being who he is, you think that he would respond well to somebody going on in front of the mic and saying, "You know what? Draymond knows he messed up." Wow. Which Looney already said. Looney's already said that he has to earn our trust.
No doubt about it.
And so you think Curry or Thompson needs to say something to even more extent of...
Okay, I'll leave you with this when you hang up, man. Thanks, Mo. This is what I hate, Stoney, and you know me. I don't like a bully. And I just hate the ideology behind Draymond, for whatever reason, is so big that nobody can attempt to call him out publicly. That's how I'll leave that. Now, about if it won't work, that's fine. But the fact that it hasn't been done hurts me. And now I'm going somewhere I didn't even know I was going to go today. You need to really have your partners back when I say what I'm about to say to you. I was hurt. I said the Warrior culture as a whole didn't stab me in the back, but it cut me when they didn't do anything to Draymond Green after he did what he did to Jordan Poole. I said that culture that I thought that was mythical, that hurt me that they didn't do that. And Steiny, I haven't gotten over that. And now here we are a year later, the Rudy Gobert. I gave Dre a pass because I said he was defending Klay. But this one here, You let your guys down, and now the season's on the brink. So when you and Evan and even the caller think I'm saying, oh, if somebody says something out loud, it'll fix them, it's not more so about the fixing. It's about the responsibility that Draymond deserves to have somebody say, we don't agree with that. He was wrong, and then go give me the sweet nothings about he's getting help. But somebody just say he was wrong. And this is not okay. Stoney can't put his hands on. You don't, even if you say it behind closed doors, the fan base wants to hear it. It's called accountability from where I'm from, man. And it may not work.
Why should a colleague of Draymond Green's call him out? And that's what Steph Curry is. You want somebody call him out? You know what? Go ahead and do it.
Because I think it would hurt and penetrate more if it was his brother.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you do this?
Okay.
Go. I'll give you. I won't say a word. I'll lay out.
Okay.
Why don't you go tell? Why don't you say what you're saying to Joe Lacob? He's the owner of the team. Go ahead. Tell him.
Now, wow.
He's the guy who should do it. So go ahead.
I'm going to shock you here. I don't think Joe's words would resonate like they would from Steph, Looney, or anybody on the brother, the fraternity, because, he owns a team.
The owner of the team?
That's like the Higgins saying something to you. I believe, I love you, Matt. That's heavy. That's your boss. But if it were Evan or I would hope it would penetrate my soul more coming from you or Evan.
I would. Well, we can't.
Right.
Like, we can't go anywhere.
I'm not blaming Steph or any Warrior for Draymond's actions.
No, but I
just think he's getting a pass for not being called out by his team, man. His teammates.
Publicly.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the problem that I have.
So you're saying
you have no idea what Steph Curry has ever said to Draymond face to freaking face, which is
out loud I do, though, Matt.
More
out
important.
loud I do.
What are you talking about?
Nothing's ever been said.
You're not in this one, Goo. You ain't a Warrior. You ain't a player.
But I'm a fan.
That's great. But that's none of your damn business.
Wow.
What the 8-8 like? Why do you think Guru wants Steph Curry to rip Draymond? It's kind of not what.
It's accountability. That's what I call it. It ain't got to be Steph. It could be Coach Kerr.
You're assuming
did do it after the
you're
Gobert
assuming
situation.
That a public admonition is
gonna penetrate Dre more than that's just me, Stoney.
Evan, what's up, buddy?
We got like a minute here.
Yeah.
Get out your feelings, Goo. You're sounding about you're wanting your feelings validated. You're a fan. That's it. But when I root for my team, I don't want to ever feel like somebody's above the brotherhood. And right now, I feel like Dre's lived that since he's been a Warrior. I hated he would yell at Kerr to call or challenge. You remember those conversations we had? Okay, that's Dre being Dre. Everybody's told me that. But now you're 10-14. Jordan Poole's in Washington, I believe, because you knocked him out, and you got passed for that. Like, my only thing is, when does it end? And that's why I can tell you and Evan and the listeners, I think this is, Dre knows he can't mess up like this. He'll get in a spat.
Well, if he knows, if you're saying he knows, then why does he need to be publicly called out?
That's up against this, Donnie.
Yeah, lucky for you. What's that one song? It's a heavy metal song. Round and round. It's like a heavy metal song called Round and Round.
Guy. Oh, we got to go.
That's heavy metal. I get the sense that you're. Backing off this one.
No, I'm real. I'm a real mofo.
Let me tell you something. You ever call me out in public, and we're going to have big, big problems. Big problems. You think Draymond Green's got problems. Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Let me go, Dre.
Do you believe in Santa?
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Did he get it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he corrected me. I said ho.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, everybody.
So you call me brilliant all the time,
Steiny,
right? I'm trying to talk to this Kanye.
Go ahead. It's your show.
I saw 2 quarters of Boston Celtic basketball. Their number 1 seed in the East, 18-5.
Are you going to say they're going to win it?
Steiny, they play the most selfish brand of basketball I've ever seen. Poor, what's my guy from Milwaukee? Oh, he stands in the corner and does nothing.
Thanos?
What's my guy? Come on, the guard.
Kyle Korver? Who are you talking?
You're better than this. Who did they pick up from Milwaukee?
Said it. Grayson Allen? Like, who are you talking
about? The Celtics.
The Celtics picked somebody up from where? Drew
Holiday.
Drew Holiday.
They're not using him. They play good D, but you want to talk about selfish basketball?
All right.
I think I texted thread.
If you're just joining us, Guru has really, really backed himself into a corner with this one.
With what?
He's blaming Steph Curry for Draymond Green's behavior, essentially.
Well, I'm not.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, what he would like to see. Now, you stop me the minute I say something incorrect.
You already said it correct. Stephen A. said that. I didn't say it.
I'm starting now.
No.
Tell me.
Yeah.
Guru says that he would like to hear Steph Curry.
I said Warrior player or coach. I didn't say Steph.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, what good's it going to be coming from Pajemski?
No, but he ain't qualified because he just got here. Just quit trolling. If you ain't got nothing, say it. But don't say what Stephen A. said and put my name in there. I said, you know what I'm talking about. This is from Jump Street. They've created this, and
right.
Is anybody above reproach? And that was my whole point. Don't put Steph Curry in there because that's my dog.
You are a...
we got a donation. Stuart Brown, $4.99.
I was going to use the word...
Kerr is the issue. He let this go on too long.
Yeah,
I read that.
It's not Draymond. Round and round... The Rat. That's who it was.
Rat.
That's the name of the band.
Bonnie Rat.
No, it's Bonnie Raitt.
Oh.
See, I love that, though. By the way, you
just lied on me.
Jackholes out there who actually think that I think that the Washington Wizards have a player named Jim Gaffigan.
Did they
Steiny, it's Gafford. I know it's Gafford. It's just like you said, Bonnie Rat. And I was like, no, Bonnie Raitt. But I know you know what it was. Yeah. If you bring one chuckle or
right.
People ask me, Steiny, why do you do what you do? And I say, if I could just get a chuckle, one chuckle a day out of somebody, that's all I need. Yeah. This guy is such a D.
Listen to this. This hit me.
By the way, Dylan in the 209, he called in the other day. The first time he ever called in, he said he was a little nervous. He's saying, have a great weekend. Right back
what about
at
this
you.
one?
Right back.
Is this him? Thank you, Steiny and Goo, for everything you do, helping me get through my week.
Yes.
Holiday wishes. Well, you didn't say that part. That hit me.
I was going to read it.
That hit me. It hit you, too.
I was going to do a lot of things.
Lay out, won't you? That was pretty good.
Shut up, Fitz.
Man. Fitz, we need a win tomorrow.
No, we'll get one.
Brooklyn.
We'll get one.
Monte in the house.
And nothing like a young athletic team coming in to get right against.
They were there. They cut it to 1. Did it against Phoenix, too.
Hey, you know what, Goo?
Draymond
that sounds like a great, that will end up being a great epitaph to the end of the season. We got it to 1.
No, on a serious note.
Oh, my gosh. No.
Because my boy Vince wants
Don't go serious.
He's like Harry. My boy Vince, rap name was 9 Millie. Steiny, he wants me to throw hands because he thinks your radio persona is real. So he's like, oh, y'all got to throw hands. I'm like, Vince, Steiny's my guy.
You notice Vince wants you to throw hands. A little punk.
But listen.
Yeah, you don't want any part of me, do you, Vince? How big's Vince?
I'm being serious about Dre. Yeah, of course. Now, why would I say I don't know.
Why would you say
you know what? I was being defensive. Hey, I don't know what happened. I don't know. But listen, he asked me about what I asked you, why I think Dre won't get in any more trouble. Ask me again.
No.
Because now I got the answer. It's real. And I've said it, but say it.
No.
Hey, Goo, why don't you think Draymond will get in no more trouble?
I'm not being crazy with this one because I think one more of all this attention, the way it is negative, will affect his career after, which he has a beautiful career staring him in the face whenever that day does come. But, Evan, I'm telling you, you keep this up, and this, I'm telling you, it could affect TNT. And I think he knows and he's smart enough.
Yeah.
He ain't buying it.
No, I'm not. Like, you're the kind of guy who'll buy it. I'll wait to see. I don't have to buy it.
Now, what does that mean? I'm the type of guy that I just picture somebody at my door selling me something. Well, like I'll help the Cub Scouts out and the Girl Scouts.
Buy a vacuum cleaner even if you bought one a week before.
I'll sell the vacuum cleaner. Oh, I don't believe Norm is that guy. My mom used to rip him. Quit donating to the charity. The police and the... Anyway.
But so, Steiny, though, okay, so you don't believe Draymond's going to change. That's fine. But do you think that there are now... that he's gotten to a point in which there are real-life ramifications for his actions?
I'm going to sit out.
Because he hasn't really been hurt by it before.
I think look, I acknowledged that yesterday after a day went by, I'm like, you know what, this is pretty serious. But that's I look at that apart from Draymond. Like, yeah, it's serious.
Now, when you say apart, what you mean? Apart from Draymond.
Like separate from Draymond. What did I just say?
Separate.
What was separate?
Draymond and like what Evan asked you. His question.
Right, like what I mean by it's serious with Draymond, I mean like the league.
Yeah.
It's a serious issue with the league. Like that's what hit me.
And TNT's not happy.
I'm not going, I don't like anything else. But I'm making no judgment or connection between the league being serious and, well, Draymond, then it'll definitely be the last time. Like, I'm not going to do that. Hey, 510, I'm not underestimating the Nets.
Damn, they're over 500. No, who is?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's 650 on the...
Sometimes I wish I could just ask you a real basketball question and get a real honest answer. You know, like the answer to where, you know what, I was wrong. I got it wrong.
No, that's you.
No, I'm the guy that...
Okay, ask me a real basketball question.
Did you think Mikal Bridges could be this good? I did not. I knew he was a good ball player.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Evan?
No, I mean, generally 4-year players aren't that good. Or like...
Oh my God. God, you two.
You know what?
He was 24 when he came into the league.
Can I share something?
Oh, my God.
Since he's talking out of turn left and right about me.
Do you feel I am?
Yeah, you put too much out on the streets today.
You got 20 seconds.
I'm going Westbrook.
I'm going to tell people about the conversation I overheard with you and Mia, your wife.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You can do.
I heard Mia say,
oh, no.
You're asking me questions that I can't answer. And I'm like,
she said,
Mia! Love you, Mia.
I hated you. You were on your way out. I said, oh,
you're asking me questions that I cannot answer.
I would crossover next.
Crossover next. AC Transit, great sponsor.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career.
like, hey, you have a sign on your head saying, snooker me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's official. Guru has said that Draymond won't get in any more trouble, so he won't.
Dude, Dibs, I just think
Take
this
that
is
to the bank.
Michael Jackson. This is it.
Welcome, Dibs.
Yeah, dude. He's messing with his TNT stuff.
You get a 4 for your Michael Jackson, but
great movie.
I'm going to go ahead and laugh at the this is it. So Draymond serves his time, and Draymond gets help, and God help you, Draymond, and I hope you're able to go out there and get the help you need to get. And then he comes back on the floor.
There's arguments. He's yelling at the ref, but I'm talking about stuff leading the national news.
Okay.
I think he knows what's up and what's at stake.
So are you saying to me that through the rest of his career, and let's just pretend that his career only spans the rest of this contract, which right now is, as we sit, it's 59 plus 82 plus 82 plus 82. That's 246 plus 59. That is 305 games.
Guy.
So 305 games, and he's going to sit, let's call it 20 more. So 285 more games after that. Is he going to get another flagrant 2, ejection, suspension, or is this it?
Well,
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I'll do this year, but it's not about what you're talking about. It's how it looks. So, he could have a flagrant 2 to where we all say, okay, there was no
that'll be a suspension.
Yeah, and there'll be some arguments and disagreements, and he'll be, but I'm talking about
and you'll excuse him again.
Just this guy.
Well,
the real one then walked in. Yeah. Oh, you're a Willard.
Dude, I've been here. I
understand. I call you Tupac.
I mean, do I need to put on my stunner shades too to fit in here?
Willard, I called you a real one, and Steiny was saying you weren't a real one. And now you're going to be like, oh, Willard, I didn't mean it.
I think Mark Willard knows me well enough to know that if you say Willard's a real one, my answer will be no, he's not. Even though it has nothing to do with Mark Willard.
Can we get to the skinny of it? Buster Posey's comments. You got to be from the soil to be able to sell the soil, right?
I like that. Is that E40?
He didn't play 10 years.
Too short?
Huh? It wasn't a good look, Will. I know you catch your
catch my bag. That's a long run with a lot of bags.
Look at you.
Major bag alert. Good shades, Dan.
Thank you.
Look at him.
I'm trying to get shade. I'm trying to get some props up in this building, and I'm also trying to piss off Steiny a little bit.
No.
That's not hard.
It is on a Friday.
It is
on a Friday.
It don't happen on a Friday.
Yeah.
Nope.
Sunglasses indoors, Steiny. How you like me now?
Mark, talk to us, man.
You liar.
You know.
Willard, you're sweating.
I told him.
Wasn't that important?
That was a run. No, it is to me.
Did you park where we parked?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was about 11 minutes.
Look at Mark.
Maybe 10. Maybe 10.
Okay.
I apologize to all three of you.
For what?
The text was not
like
needed.
that.
No, on behalf of all three of us, let me just say this while you catch your breath.
You don't care?
Apology not accepted. Thank you.
I hope you used the opportunity to speak, Dibs.
Well, I tried until you burst in.
And I walked out.
That's enough of Dibs. Ratings. I need my airtime.
I know. You should have texted back. Dude, holiday book.
Take your time,
dummy.
Dude, wow.
Take your time, dummy.
Wow.
Buster Posey's comments. Here's what's important.
Talk to us.
They weren't Buster Posey's comments. He was parroting comments that he's received from others.
Right. Heard it from others.
Number one thing that's important for me to say today, because it has been 24 hours of, oh my God, on my phone.
Yeah.
And I get it. I stand by everything that I said.
You trashed him. That's what I read.
I stand by everything that I said yesterday. But what I said yesterday, if you're listening, I'm not mad at what Buster Posey said. I'm mad at how he said it. I'm mad that you shared it publicly. That's the mistake. You can't say it's a mistake for him sharing what he's hearing. That's what he's hearing. So for everybody who said, hey, he's just telling the truth, yes. And you don't always tell the truth to the whole world.
I told the truth.
I'm sorry, you don't. When you're running billion-dollar organizations, you don't always share the whole truth.
Less is more.
What would we have said if Kyle Shanahan had said, so here's why Brandon Ayuk is being benched, because he's a bum, and he won't show up on time, and he won't block downfield? We would have been like, yo, tap it down a little bit. There's another way to handle that. That's my only issue with, of course he's hearing that. Buster Olney has said it now. Ken Rosenthal, Chris Rose, everyone's like, yes,
Farhan.
we all hear this. Farhan.
Right.
So I don't deny that you're hearing that. The question becomes, Giants, what are you going to do about it? And parroting it out to the whole world and telling them, obviously San Francisco's got problems.
Sounds like a cop-out,
Who
Willard.
the hell doesn't think San Francisco's got problems?
Every major city has problems.
Thank you. For those of you who are on the streets dealing with it every day, if you go to L.A., I've lived there, you'll find the same damn thing.
It's incredible, man.
So if there is this narrative that I do believe is an agenda that in some ways is political by some, that has permeated our whole nation, that San Francisco as a city is something lesser than other major cities, I would argue, Giants, what you should say publicly is that. It's not that. It's not that different, and miss me with the idea that any free agent is living in the Tenderloin.
It's incredible breath control for a guy who's completely out of breath.
I am dripping in sweat. I did that with 3 layers on.
From a diaphragmatic standpoint, that was incredible.
I'm out until 2:03.
I was like, he's still going.
I've seen showers with less water pressure coming off your chin.
Dude, let's go.
Moses Malone.
I haven't seen a five.
Yeah.
Man, my guy's 5 head is dripping over there.
That's great.
He's more of a 4.5.
He got it out, though.
Well, interestingly, and it's so funny, Mark, that I see, of course, Guru over there nodding at you.
Yeah.
About sometimes
Finally some wisdom.
You're right, Mark.
Finally somebody said something smart on this radio station. It takes till 2 o'clock every day.
This is the same guy. Guru is criticizing Buster Posey for saying something, but he wants Steph Curry to step to the podium and eviscerate a teammate.
Willard, that was Stephen A. Smith that said that. Now he's having some fun.
And Stephen A. Smith is so wildly out of bounds, in my opinion, because leadership comes in many forms.
No doubt about it.
The podium leadership, to me, is actually not leadership. And Steph Curry is not responsible for Draymond Green's
a grown-ass
fist.
man.
He's not responsible for Draymond Green's foot, or his kick, or his leg, or his brain, or any of it. So Stephen A. Smith, shame on you, my brother, because what you did it's exactly what you accused.
He took offense to what Kerr.
Yeah, because Kerr's right. It was clickbait, and I don't care if you've been #1 for 12 years.
Yeah, drop that
dude.
in there.
Your ratings are minuscule, bro. No one watches your show.
Right.
In terms of like actual television ratings, your show is not rated at all. You're in the middle of the day when people don't watch TV. Put your ratings up against like Days of Our Lives or All My Children, and you get crushed, my dude.
Well, I actually listen. I haven't heard the comeback that Stephen had today.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
You were running.
I'm not right, and then I'm not going to rip Stephen A. Smith.
I am.
That's fine. He's an institution in our industry, and he's actually really like.
We've had him on the show, friend of the show.
Yeah, he's very good to other people. He really is. He's very good to other people. So I have a lot of respect for Stephen A. But here's what I'll say, because I've heard that today's retort went something along the lines of, we're just wanting to hold Steph Curry to the same accountability that we hold LeBron. In other words, we've done this to LeBron, so now we have to do it to Steph. I'm like, can we all get a fishing pole? Reel it back. If you're going to say that, how about let's go backwards and just don't do it to LeBron? So now the media is going, well, we were unfair to LeBron, so now we have to be unfair to Steph. How about back up and don't be unfair to either of them?
Yeah.
It's a stupid thing that you've been doing to LeBron for 15 years. So don't now double down and go, because we did it to LeBron, we've got to do it to Steph. Don't do it to either of them.
No doubt. And Willard, I told Steiny, if you're really my partner, my radio wife, I said, you will remember these words that I echoed to us, you three, the same time last year. Mark Willard, I'm not an NBA player. You saw me scoring. I'm going to shock you.
One for one.
Tibbs, I'm a loyal guy. All I do is react and talk about what I see. And the fact that the team did not, and I hate to bring this up, but I'm going to bring it up. He punched a teammate. I'm talking about Draymond Green. He humiliated Draymond Green. Okay, that's a 4.
Oh my God.
And there was nothing done.
Yeah.
Okay, forget what was said. There was nothing done. And to me, Union City, California, the Warriors culture took a hit. It hurt me because I felt like somebody in the know would know there's nobody above that. Okay, so we left that alone. He got off basically scot-free. Poole's gone, and then this happens. And my whole premise, and still is Willard and Dibbs and Steiny, is, okay, what does a guy got to do for anybody publicly to say, you know what, Dibbs is my guy. What he did to Steiny was wrong. We'll move on. He'll do what he has to deal with, and he'll be back. I'm not saying tear Draymond down. All I'm thirsting for, and you could call it thirst, I'm yearning for somebody just, not, Dre's doing this and that, and Dre, just somebody. Looney did it to us. We saw him. He said, you know what? He's got to earn our trust back. But that was as close as it came, and I'm going to end it with this. Now I think about everything that's gone on. Maybe if somebody had done that, because if you guys go public after I mess up, I'm at the house saying, you know what? I deserve what Willard said. Now, if Willard said I'm done with Goo and he's a fool and a lot of, it's going to hurt, but I'm almost like, you know what? I deserve for Willard or Dibbs to go public and say, Goo messed up. We still love him. He'll be back and we'll get through this. That has never happened. And I'm just wondering, as a parent, maybe that's why we're here.
They missed the sit down 10 years ago. Otherwise, this would all be fine.
Yeah.
You didn't feel like that's what Steph did yesterday?
No.
Okay.
And if anything was going to be done, it would have been after the Jordan Poole situation. They may have talked all night.
His quote, he knows that he can't do it like this anymore. I know that's...
Yeah. Go ahead, Go. Wow.
No, stop. He's really trying to come between it. But listen, come on, man. Willard, just...
Pretty insightful,
come on, can we admit... I got Steiny to admit, you think the Warriors organization
of course they
is afraid of Draymond.
Well, I think there's some fear of him.
See that?
They took attack and they navigated it a certain way, and it didn't work. So I don't know if it's fear of Draymond Green or whatever it was. They chose throughout all these circumstances, other than the Kevin Durant one, where he got a game. Yeah. Other than that, he reportedly confronted Steve Kerr in a physical manner,
just talked about
and he did all these things, and he never was rebuked. So the team decided to go a certain way, and it's led us to this point. Now, I don't know if you could say that it was a mistake or not, but here we are. Now, you get 3 for this, you get 8 games for that, you get 12 for that, now you're getting 16. Does that make it so this doesn't happen? I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I don't either.
They plotted a course.
You do know.
And this is where we wound out.
You do know. You said it's not happening anymore.
No, as a fan, and this being my childhood team, you want to root for a team and guys that you think are not getting special, treatment. And Draymond Green, for whatever reason, the Warriors have decided that this is the route they're going to go.
But I could tell you the reason. You know the reason. People get special treatment.
Because he's good.
People get special treatment.
Everybody gets special treatment.
I'm not going to get punished for being late today. I'm technically not late, but I'm like,
and Jordan hit Kerr, and
nobody. I've always kind of rejected this idea that everybody needs to be treated the same because it's not realistic. It just isn't. We don't treat you hear about a fight at school.
But when you put hands on somebody, Willard, the way that he did,
but your kid comes home and says, "I got a fight in school and I'm in trouble." Aren't you automatically mad at the other kid?
Yeah, it's happened.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's all. It's like, of course Draymond's going to get special treatment. He's Draymond Green. Steph Curry gets special treatment. LeBron James gets special treatment.
But I'll say to that, Willard, well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe, and why we're here now.
But Steph Curry doesn't have any problems.
Special treatment, I have in the Jordan rule, I get all that. But when you put hands on a teammate, I don't care who you are, there should be a price to pay.
And that's totally fine and totally fair. But now I think we're blurring lines again between the team,
Robin Thicke,
and Stephen Curry. Right? Like, I don't know how all of this happens with Draymond and our media has found its way to blaming Steph Curry.
That's what I'm blaming the Warriors.
And that's fine. That's fine.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That'll do it.
It will?
That'll do with his reads.
That'll do it, yeah.
Now he can stand here and look at the clock for 10 minutes until he can actually go home.
Bag is still
you
on
guys
the table.
golfing together tomorrow?
9 minutes. Not together.
Not really.
In the same group.
What does that mean? I thought it was together.
No, he's He's been ducking me for about 4 years.
Wait, in the same group? Like in the same group of 4?
No, we have
same group of-
16.
Okay.
Yeah, there are
That's
4
16.
In
groups.
the same group, but
Yeah.
different tea time.
Correct.
Yeah. My brother,
The leaders go off late.
he's 2 groups behind me. He's got no chance to get to me.
Whoa. I'll never say that. He
Well-
can slice it hard enough.
Knowing Steiny's game like I know Steiny's game, he's not slicing it hard enough. Now,
Correct.
if he's 2 in front of me, if he's 2 in front of me,
You might get him.
oh, for sure. Because you've seen my ball flight. Because
You've lost a lot of distance.
I've gained a lot of accuracy.
Have you?
Yeah. A lot of fairways these days.
We got to play together again.
Well, whenever you're done ducking me, because I'm different now, and I know why he's been ducking me.
Don't do this.
Because
Oh,
no, I'm going to do it.
Everybody's putting my business on the streets
I'm
today.
going to do it, and it's not about you. It's not always about you, Matt. This one's about me, and the reason why you've been avoiding me is because I'm a heavy load, and I am emotional, and I'm prone to drop an F-bomb at the top of my voice, and I'm prone to throw a club. I'm not always fun to play golf with, but I'm here to tell you there's something else. The afterworld.
Wow, Prince.
Shout out Prince. I'm a changed man. It's been about 2 years since I've gone into full meltdown mode. And you know what?
I'm kidding.
Do you think Draymond can change?
I do.
Do you think I can change?
I do.
Do you think I have changed?
Girl dad.
That and just... Honestly, for me now, golf is a true treasure. Golf used to be like, oh, I'm playing twice a week, and I didn't value it the way I now value it. When I play golf now, it is a truly special day. Tomorrow is going to be a special day. I get to play golf.
I used to marvel at these people. When you're 20 and you get paired with the 60-year-old who's just like waxing into the trees, and they're like, well, at least we're golfing. Dude, you used to look at that guy and be like, God, I'm never going to be like that.
And here I am.
And here you are.
I used to play 80, 90, 100 rounds a year, and I would grind. Oh, God, I shot at 83. I'm so pissed. And now it's like I play maybe once a month, and when I play, it is special. So tomorrow at 10:30 at Spring Valley in Milpitas, I'm going to be a happy man. I'm looking forward to it. And
Evan didn't know what to do with that.
Whatever.
Grandy's used to it. Evan looked around like, am I supposed to drop that?
You could have just stopped talking after Evan doesn't know what to do.
Steiny doesn't like that.
Oh, stick it to you.
Tomorrow is going to be special. Me and my brother, I'm playing with Billy D, and I can't remember who our 4th is, but...
I don't even know who he's playing with. So excited.
My brother, Mikey 2.0. Billy D, Bill Domhoff.
Say hi to Mikey.
You don't know Mike.
I do.
You don't know Mike Dibley.
I miss seeing him at T&B.
Good point.
Yeah. When I moved back to the Bay, I saw him before I saw you.
That was early Mikey 2.0 days.
Yes, it was.
He was fresh out the clink.
He sold me a CYO jersey.
Yeah, he did. Anyway, I'm a changed man, and I hope, Steiny, that you give me a chance.
So you guys will have one in the clubhouse when it's all said and done.
No, actually, I got to go to the steam trains at Tilden. I got a play date with an 8-month-old.
I got to tell you, dude, the train up there is nice. It's kind of fun.
And they have the lights on now too. I got to get up there by 4:45.
Go to Tilden and not play golf. That sounds terrible. You go up there and not play the course.
Steam trains greater than the golf course.
Steam trains are pretty cool.
Dude,
I
know.
Do you know what I'm talking? Have you ever done them?
No, I know them. I've not done it.
It's fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. The whole place is beautiful. It's the best view of the Bay Area for my money.
Somebody tell Posey that.
I got a picture.
Yeah.
Willard has not the best view in the world.
It's incredible.
Steiny is the best view in the world.
Coming back down from Tilden, when you can see the entire Bay Area.
No crime at the steam trains. Can't speak to the drugs, but thank you.
Different
Sorry
drugs.
about that.
Are you not to be confused with the skunk train up in Ukiah? I believe Ukiah to Willits. The skunk train.
The knowledge is incredible.
We used to deer hunt in Willits.
Skunk.
I know. Region 7.
D5.
Hey, did y'all see this comment in English? The opening statement from Jung-Hoo Lee?
Tell us.
Just an hour ago.
I didn't see it.
We'll play it for you. But
the city's a dump?
No, yeah.
Is he a Giant?
He's
Is it
a Giant.
official? He's a Giant.
What did he say?
He's a Giant. This guy prepared an opening statement in English.
Despite the tenderloins and the rampant crime, comma.
He said, I am going to go outside and take a dump right now. No, he said,
Trying to fit in.
my name is Jung-Hoo Lee, grandson of the wind.
That's so good.
From Korea. I always have loved the Bay Area. I'm here to win and will always give my best for my teammates and fans. Let's go Giants.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what, order the rings.
No doubt.
No questions, please. That's it. That's the presser.
Walk it off.
Walk it off.
Yeah. Although limp it off with the ankle surgery, I'm sure he's not yet walking, but.
I know you don't sometimes aren't fond of the text line, but I think this is a good one.
Bring
Somebody
it.
said, Dibs, with your glasses. They say Dibs looks like he knows where Jimmy Hoffa is buried.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, you're wearing those glasses now?
Yeah. No,
Andrew Dice Clay.
Hey.
Yeah.
Do you remember where Dibs debuted those glasses?
It was at the, no doubt,
yes,
the Summit.
No, not the Summit. He debuted
The
those
parade.
at the championship
There
parade.
you go.
And a very famous social media picture that I took where I did a side-by-side of Dibs in those glasses and John Goodman's character in what's the movie?
Babe.
No.
Kingpin.
No.
It's Kingpin.
No, it's
I'm the dude. I'm the dude.
Roseanne.
No. Damn it, somebody help me.
Barton Fink.
Come on.
Come on, Evan.
I'm the dude.
Grandy, whisper in my ear.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
Please text
they're too
line,
old.
help us. The movie.
Johnny Dangerously.
No. God dang it.
John Goodman?
Oh, boy. The text line don't even have it.
yeah,
I'm looking.
Yes.
The dude abides.
Big Lebowski.
Thank you. The Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski.
The Big Lebowski.
And look what I still have in my backpack.
Nobody.
Still have
Steiny.
championship coming from the sky.
Yes.
Confetti.
Confetti.
I wonder, I could
So anyway, you look exactly like John Goodman from the Big Lebowski.
A little skinnier now, I'd like
Little
to think.
skinnier.
But yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Bags on the shoulder.
Oh, boy. Look at the smile, though.
It's like when you're at Target too late, leading up to Christmas, and you hear that ding at 9:55. Ding. And they're like, customers, if you could please grab your final items,
boy.
please. It's very stressful. You're like, I'm not done shopping. It's the same feeling when you put your bag on your shoulder.
You guys got Kerr.
Yes, we do.
I love him for not ducking.
And Tim Cowker.
Well, he ducked the other day.
He
was
had a
busy,
game.
Not a duck.
He had a game.
Shout out Randy
It was
Duck.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Randy Duck. Let me tell you something.
They
Adam
adjusted
Cal.
the schedule.
Anwar McQueen.
He stunk.
I'm mad.
Randy Duck was not a good player.
We don't know why.
Anwar McQueen was a good player.
I just saw the queue recently. Where was I? Oh, I was at the, I think I was at a Niner game, and I bumped into Q.
Yeah.
Anwar McQueen. And,
real good guy.
yeah, his wife is actually
Nanea.
a big time exec with the Warriors.
Yeah, Nanea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, these two need to go to a
It's-
bar.
I mean,
Well,
Good God.
No,
one of us.
you want to do 4 more?
You want to do 4 more?
No.
Because I'll set my clock for thirsty in a minute.
No,
We'll
he
be
told
outta
me I was
here.
being Westbrook today. Kind of turned me off.
How so?
He said I was
Which
hogging
aspect?
it.
Selfish?
He said I
or-
was just selfish. Too many things.
You can call me Eric Snow every day. I'm playing with Iverson.
That's right.
I mean,
right.
Matt Geiger, whatever. I wait on the weak side. And
Miller, what does he mean?
I'm not assistant.
He knows what I mean.
I am
Miller
the assistant.
today,
Yeah.
he said
he either
no.
goes 9 for 24 or 11 for 28.
Oh, you guys, man.
Either way, I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
That's great.
All
A
right.
lot of assists. A lot of
All right.
filling up the stat
A lot of
sheet.
Ed McMahon.
By the way, just
yes.
I got to get out of here, but just because, just
sure.
to update you on some show stuff, there's a caller in Marin who's been on hold for 2 hours and 42 minutes. He says it's the perfect time for LeBron to poach Steph Curry. Make sure you take that one.
What's his name?
His name is Robin Marin.
Okay.
There you go.
Put a name on it.
All right, guys, seriously.
Steiny's
Bye,
left
Stein.
No,
over
seriously.
Stein.
Bye, Guru.
No, really.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry I was late.
You got 10 more seconds, Steiny. What else?
He acts as though we care he was late.
No,
I don't care, buddy.
I don't care if
I
you
love
care,
you, buddy.
I'm gonna say what I say, whether you care or
I
not.
gotta get out of here. It's driving me nuts.
I sent an email to payroll. He will be docked.
All right.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Let's get situated here for a second. My goodness. Sorry. Camera left. Come on, Grandy. There it is. There's Grandy. Say hi to Lucas. Spin. Check 1, 2. Sibilance. Down. Okay. Hi, Dibs.
You're going to have to take this first minute. I'm taking a minute off.
You take a minute off?
We're trying to make it even.
Wait, you want me to talk on my own for a whole minute?
I don't know if you can, Mark. I got to fix my camera,
that's
too.
a lot.
Down.
How many
God,
words
I
you
look
got?
bald
A
today.
lot. Okay.
It's so good to see you, kid.
Hi, everybody. How we doing? I want to say this right away. Right away. And don't you dare save your stupid moonwalk comments.
Oh, boy. Beep, 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 beep.
I'm not.
Buster, I'm so sorry I
I'm not.
buried you.
Nope. I'm not backtracking one bit. Let me start with that.
You're looking real good. Why don't you back that take up?
Every single thing I said yesterday, I stand on. Grab a Q-tip, clean out your ears.
I'm good.
And hear what I said with emotion. And I know that it's the emotion that made you all think, oh my gosh, the trash buster pose. You want to know what really got it going? Because I try to dial out when I get home. Got text from Mom.
Ellen Willard.
Mom texts in the fourth quarter of the Warrior game.
I thought you liked Buster, Mark. I'm here at home trying to get better, and all I hear is you hating on Gerald, and I call him Gerald because I'm a mother. How could you, Mark?
What do you think she said?
She said...
In the form of a question, Alex. What do you think she said?
She said, where do you get off coming at Buster Posey like that, son? Did she son you?
No.
She said...
I don't have my phone. I'll read it to you.
She said, Mark, what is your major malfunction, Private?
Your problem?
What is your major malfunction, Private?
Oh, where is she? Mom.
Mark. She probably said, Mark, when did you start hating Buster Posey?
9:31 p.m.
A little late for Ellen.
Mom. Are you going to get in trouble at work? For your Posey comments on Instagram?
I love Ellen. I need to meet this woman. And your answer was...
First of all, Mom, the comments were not on Instagram.
But that's where she saw them. Because we shared it.
Yes, they were.
And it was a 60-second rant with a lot of nodding from your boy McMahon. Yes.
You were great. I thought you were great. No, Mom, I'm not going to get in trouble. I think we're okay here.
Actually, you might get a raise because viewership went up, listenership went up. People like it when you actually turn on Buster Posey, when you bury a legend. We all get paid.
I'm waiting for you to let everyone know you're being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic at all. I'm waiting for you to double down on him. Like Stephen A. doubled down on Steve Kerr.
By the way, if people, they've been listening to you for years, but whenever the head starts to bob and you start to get, that's your...
that's a tell.
Well, that's the licking of the cupcake in Rounders.
Yeah.
Okay?
It was an Oreo, but go ahead.
Oreo, whatever. Sorry. That's the licking of the Oreo.
That's my tell.
That's when you know Dibs is not being serious.
I'm almost never serious. But this time I am.
True. Okay, this time.
This time I am, Mark. This time I'm serious.
I did not, even a little bit, quote unquote, trash Buster Posey. I didn't like what happened, but there's a very, very key factor that I know a lot of you got, because I got your comments too. A lot of you got it, a lot of you didn't. Because I know, same, we all are. It's funny that my mom sees it on Instagram. We get little snackable pieces, and off we go with, oh my gosh, 95.7 The Game hates Buster Posey. There has never been in my lifetime a classier sports figure in San Francisco than Buster Posey. Never. Not in my entire life. Period. End of story. I've gotten to interview him. He does a ton of work for pediatric cancer. I do a tiny bit, nowhere near as much as him. He has indirectly helped me with those efforts. Like, I could not be a bigger fan of Buster Posey. What he said was simply sharing his experience. What I didn't like is that he shared it publicly. How can you be mad at someone for saying, here's what I heard? You heard it. So for everyone who's been like, he's just sharing the truth, right. And you don't always share the whole truth. because then it becomes a thing. And now you have other players and media members out and about going, yup, see, confirmed San Francisco, worst place on earth. And that's the problem. If you wanted to share this publicly, you do it, in my opinion, in such a way where you say, listen, yeah, we've dealt with this, and that's one of the reasons that I'm here, because I moved my family from middle of nowhere, Georgia, to raise them in San Francisco because this place is actually amazing and it's getting an unfair shake. If that had been the quote, I'd have run a damn lap again around the city of San Francisco, which I just did.
Yeah, you did.
A half hour ago. But that's
how'd
not
you survive it? How'd you make it through?
Dodging bullets the whole way. If that's what
Dealing
it happened,
drugs and dodging homeless.
But that's not what happened. What happened was he said, yeah, this is what we hear. So shrug, bummer. And maybe it's not fair, but perception is reality. So we're kind of screwed. That to me, opportunity missed. And so, yes, I have issues with what was shared publicly. I don't have any issues with the actual quote. Buster loves San Francisco. He moved back.
Kind of.
No, but you know what? We got to stop that too, because I also
that's a fact.
I got 4,000. You've never lived in the city. Right. I've never lived in the city proper. I've worked here for years. I work multiple jobs here. I grew up on the peninsula. I live where I live now. That does not mean we don't get to have an opinion of our area.
You can have an opinion.
Because, oh, by the way, the people we're talking about will also not live in the city proper. That's
the fact
what
that he shared the opinion is the problem. In my view, and you're an executive and you're trying to woo people, and if this perception is out there and you believe that perception is a reality, then it's your job to change the perception, not to further the perception through your own opinion. That to me is damaging. And so, yes, you moved back here and you moved into the other side of the tunnel. I know where he lives. I won't give out his locality or his address, but he doesn't live in the city. And when he comes to the city, I'm sure he goes to the ballpark and he goes home. And so the idea of the city, and you mentioned it, the Jung-Hoo Lee quotes talking about, excited to be a part of the Giants and all the rest of it. I'm sure he's never been to 99.9% of the city, and that's okay. But you don't need to, as Buster Posey, further this notion that's been put out there through whatever means about what's wrong with San Francisco. And that's what he did. What he said was damaging. And that, to me, is my grand takeaway.
I mean, the whole nation of baseball is talking about this now.
The whole nation is talking about it.
All you have to do, take Buster out of it. Forget Buster. Forget any opinion you've heard on 95.7 The Game. Forget what Andy Baggerly wrote in The Athletic. Forget all of it and ask yourself one question. The whole baseball nation talking about San Francisco's problems right now on December 15th in the middle of the hot stove is a good or a bad thing?
Right.
Your choice. What would you say? Good or bad?
Probably bad.
Thanks.
Probably bad.
Therefore.
So, I mean, what if you pick any other team right now in Major League Baseball, is any of the team dealing with this?
No.
Is any of the team dealing with any questions about the city?
No.
And LA and New York and Chicago? I mean, Chicago's got a far bigger problem with, murder. It's the highest per capita murder among Major League Baseball cities. And you've got, Houston and Dallas and the problems with their social issues, and you can go to any other city in Major League Baseball, and none of them are dealing with issues with their city, yet Buster Posey, because he's a legend, and because he spoke to this, he's put this in the middle of free agency.
Yeah. And
he did that.
And he should have and would have known that that's where it was going to go when you say that publicly for multiple reasons. A, Faran dipped his toe in the water a year and a half ago and still hasn't gone away.
Right.
And two, you're Buster flipping Posey.
Right.
Good Lord, we want to hear what you have to say. I would argue that your presence back in the room in free agent conversations right now is maybe the most comforting thing for Giants fans of all.
Right.
You think that right now we're not thrilled that you're there alongside Farhan and Pete Patella? Who the hell do we want selling Giants baseball to whoever may come? You.
Yeah.
And that's what bummed me out and disappointed me. For one of the first public comments for him to make after sitting in free agent meetings is to come out and further Farhan's comments and get the whole country talking about this. Now I can guarantee you that every free agent's going to ask. Do you know how many free agents the Padres have signed in the last 3 years? I mean, go from Machado to Bogarts, and some of these were acquisitions, but Snell and Yu Darvish, and we could go on. It seems like they nail everyone. And I've never heard in their papers or in their press conferences, yes, Manny, thank you for accepting the $300,000. Your thoughts on all the homeless that are right outside? I haven't heard that before.
Right.
But it is. That's how it is in San Diego. I've lived there.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But so that's all. I don't know why we had to turn this into a national talking point, which puts what is obviously an issue center stage. That's the other thing. No one said yesterday, San Francisco is in an awesome spot right now. Yes, I said that I've never felt safer walking through the city as compared to when I've done it a lot, which is at different intervals in my career. I'll tell you this, over the last 5 years, I do. I feel safer today than I did 3 years ago, right in the middle of the pandemic, even when sometimes it was empty. Hell, there were coyotes running down the street.
Totally.
3 years ago. Now, that's my experience, and I understand that that's not all of yours. Different neighborhoods, different ethnicities. I get my privilege.
Yeah.
I totally get my privilege. I understand that. But what I'm telling you is, from someone who is and knows a lot of people who walk around and work in major cities all around the country, it's all the same. You're not walking down Broad Street in Philadelphia at 9:30 at night, bebopaloo. You're not doing it there either. But Bryce Harper's there and nobody's worried about it. So that's all. It just made a talking point. It firmed up something that, while there is some truth to it, it has also been embellished without question for an agenda that everybody understands.
Right. The agenda is that San Francisco is unsafe, and you could say who you want about who is putting that out there and making that so, but many people have picked up on it and the death spiral of downtown San Francisco and the doom loop of the city. And all you have to do is walk outside our building here, 1 block from Union Square, and do it tonight after work. Instead of going straight back to the parking garage, go to Union Square and you tell me how the city's doing 10 days away from Christmas. And you tell me how busy Union Square is and how full it is, and all the shops, the retail shops from Neiman Marcus to Macy's and all the rest of it. It's booming, and restaurants are busy, and half our staff right now is at the bar by our old building, and that place is packed.
Potentially more than half.
Other watering holes are packed, and the city is, it's not back to where it was 5 years ago, but it's trending in that direction, and that's why for Buster to say what he said becomes even more damaging, because honestly, Mark, he's got no idea. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well,
and I'm going to say it, and you can hold. No, but you can have your comment about Buster Posey. I'm going to say this because Buster doesn't live here. Buster doesn't come here. Buster doesn't work here. Buster doesn't traffic here, and he's never lived here. So what he's saying that he's hearing it from people who also aren't here. So you're just spreading a rumor that is untrue, and you're supposed to be better than that. You're a management guy.
Okay,
now.
Let's address that, because actually, to me, I disagree with a little bit of what you're saying in terms of what he's actually sharing, and I think it's what has led to this striking such a nerve. Your phone calls, always welcome, and we've got Niners and Warriors stuff for you today as well, no doubt. 888-957-9570. Yup, it's a football Friday. By the way, I don't know if you know, Niners are good. Brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Let's talk it out. We love doing it. That's why we're here. It's Willard and Dibs.
Cover California is a free service from the state that's already helped millions of people like you get and pay for health insurance. With financial
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. I love it when someone can throw in a little comic relief. Chicago Jason on YouTube. Hey, Mark, is Buster now a monster like the people that hand out almond joy on Halloween?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, actually it is. It's that kind of monster. Like, in other words, I'm not going to egg your house. I don't hate you, and you're allowed to feel the way you do and hand out whatever you want to hand out. I don't have to like it. But
this is way worse than handing out almond joy.
Well,
this is akin to handing out a toothbrush at Halloween, and those people did get egged.
Yeah, well, that's different. I agree. Those people are monsters.
Raisins.
I still feel like we've got this little fine line that we're having a hard time not crossing. So, in other words, like even when you said a few minutes ago for Buster to say what he said, like, I think it's important for people to... Buster did not share an opinion. It feels to me like there's a lot of you, and it is also being pinned on us, that we think that Buster trashed the city. Buster didn't share an opinion about anything. He shared his experience in talking to free agents. My issue with that is not what he said. How could I have an issue with someone sharing a fact, their experience?
Right.
My issue is that he said it publicly and made it a national debate so that now even the people that wouldn't have thought that that was an issue now think that it's an issue. That's my problem. So what Buster feels, got no issue with it. What Buster's experience was, got no issue with it. What Buster's perspective on this is, got no issue with it. My issue is that he said it to Andy Baggerly on the record for him to write and turn into a national conversation in the middle of free agency.
Right.
I find that to be a mistake.
It's a huge mistake. And now we're in day 2 talking about it, and it's a comment that, he shared what he's hearing about players and honestly, when you talk about players and then you add in and their wives, that puts a certain amount of emotional baggage onto it that makes it even more powerful than just players. So now it's players and it's their wives. So player X is like, you know what? I like San Francisco. I like what they're doing. I've always admired Bob Melvin. I think the ballpark fits my skill set. Honey, I don't want to go there because drugs and crime. And then it's like, man, you know what, honey? You're right. I don't want to take you and the kids there, even though we'll live 22 miles away in a very safe area with schools that get a 10 out of 10, and you'll never have to go there. You're right. I'm scared of the boogeyman in San Francisco, so we won't go there. And that whole notion and the fact that Buster Posey put his potentially Hall of Fame name to that makes it so much more damaging than if it was just like an unnamed player said that he chose the Milwaukee Brewers because, you know, he was afraid of drugs and crime in San Francisco. This is Buster Posey who is saying that he's hearing this.
Yeah, in the middle of free agency.
In the beginning of free agency right?
Yeah, so that's all I think. And now the issue as a whole I get very emotional about. And again, that's the second misconception that took over yesterday. Who on earth thinks that everything is hunky-dory around here? Nobody said that. Nobody said that. There are obvious problems. Is it what it once was? I think you could easily argue no. But that would kind of be my argument is, in this particular case, stop comparing San Francisco to itself. So many people I hear, it's not what it once was. Neither are the other cities. I don't know if you've all noticed we live in a super divisive world now. That was not the case 20 or 30 years ago. And it affects things because people become disenfranchised and not listened to and desperate, and it leads to all of these things. And we can have a very much larger conversation that, quite frankly, nobody wants to have on sports radio about why that is and how we got here. But it's not relevant right now in Giants free agency to compare San Francisco to what it once was. What's relevant is to compare it to what other cities currently are. Also dealing with crap. Also dealing with all of these things. So that's my only issue. Nobody's here to give a pass to San Francisco's leadership or say that everything is sunshine and rainbows out there. My issue is San Francisco has now become a national talking point as if it's the only city dealing with this stuff.
Yeah.
That's what's so hard for me.
Well, what's hard for me is the very idea of relevance in this topic anyway, because you've got a Giants player who plays at Oracle Park 81 times down there on 3rd and King, and that area is not rife with homeless, nor is it rife with drugs. So you're a Giants player who is going to that workplace, and you don't really have to deal with it. We're down here on Kearney in our new building, Kearney and Market, basically, and we don't really have a homeless and a drug problem at this location. Now, if Oracle Park were at, say, Pine and Jones in the heart of the Tenderloin, or in whatever other area you want to pick, or, you know, and I lived in Oakland for 20-something years, and where I lived out in the east, off of Edwards, it was Upper East Oakland. I didn't have the same problems in my neighborhood as people did about a mile and a half away, down off MacArthur or International or East 14th. So when we use these umbrella terms like Oakland and San Francisco and Hayward and Richmond and whatever city, Vallejo, whatever city you want to pick, it doesn't mean that the whole city is good, bad, ugly, indifferent, or whatever. So we talk about Oracle Park and San Francisco as being a detractor to free agents. No free agent is ever going to have to go into the areas where San Francisco is in need of some upkeep.
Well, and that's the other thing that I've heard so many say, and you know, Bonte and Guru and many have been saying this for a while, and I understand why this is a struggle, which is it's going to come off. There's no way to avoid that this is going to sound from an organization worth billions that prints money. It's going to sound like an excuse. It's like, we missed out on a free agent again, but what are we supposed to do? Your city sucks. There's no way around it feeling like that to the people who grew up here and live here. There's no way around it. And that may, like Buster even said in his quote, look, it may not be fair. Well, I'd say it right back to Buster and the Giants. May not be fair because you might actually be hearing that in your free agent meetings. Guess what? You don't get to use that. You don't. You've got to win battles. And if that means that the players you want, you've got to pay them $7 million more per year than the market is offering, do it. Do it. Because it doesn't really matter. It's all funny money. If you want the guy you want, get the guy you want. At a certain point, you're out here giving $700 million out. What's a few more?
Right.
And by the way, the guy didn't take it. Do you know how much money the Giants have offered in the last 5 years that has not been accepted?
Billions, yeah.
Over $1 billion.
Right.
Well over $1 billion. We're on our way to $2 billion. From 360 to 360 to 313 to 700. I don't know. That's pretty
That's
damn.
$1.7 billion.
That's pretty close to $2 billion that was not accepted.
And is that because of crime and drugs? Or is it because your team is not attractive enough to free agents?
I would argue it's much more the second.
Exactly.
Much more the second. Although I could also argue it's because one of the four did say yes, then you turned them away, and the other ones either had better offers or you didn't offer as much as the other teams offered. Bryce Harper would have been a Giant, and he's booed here every time he comes. I firmly believe they could have had him for $340. They stopped at $310. What's the difference?
Think about that now in terms of this year's dollars. $340.
What's the difference?
$340.
Exactly.
That's a bargain now.
They always are if they produce.
Right.
And if you
and he's produced.
Of course. Why? Because he was rare. He was a free agent in his mid-20s. Just like the guy they just got. Just like Yamamoto.
Just like Juan Soto, who got traded.
Right.
But, they didn't offer a package that was going to be good enough to get him.
You can't put a number on those guys.
Right.
I would much rather overpay for Yamamoto than have a bunch of Listellas and DeSclafani contracts sitting around. If you add up three of those, you know what you get? Yamamoto.
Yeah.
So I don't, nobody wants to hear it. It's like Draymond. Well, here's what happened on that play. Nobody wants to hear it. So you might be right. I'm sure you do hear that in free agent meetings, but it's not going to work as far as telling people why you don't have players.
Right, and it makes it worse when one of the faces of your franchise goes out and all but confirms that notion. So if you're a free agent now and you don't know anything about San Francisco and you hear Buster Posey saying, yeah, I've heard this from people before, people and their wives, about the crime and the drugs, well, then it becomes reality. Perception is reality. And you can like that expression or you can not like that expression.
Yeah.
I do think it's true, especially when it comes from a guy like Buster Posey. So when he says he's hearing this from people, you take him at at face value.
For sure.
You don't think he's lying about it. So
Definitely not. And that's what the reporters have all stepped in and said. No, this is a thing. The other Buster said the same thing. Buster Olney's like, yes, free agents have an issue with San Francisco, some of them. Yeah. You know what this also does? Go back to what Faran said a year and a half ago. And Faran has done a lot of work since then to be like, that's not really what I was saying. And I hear this now and I'm like,
it's what you were saying.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But you didn't have the cachet to withstand it. Buster does. So Buster's not going to get canceled. No one's going to be mad at Buster.
Right. Well, people are mad at Buster, but he's not getting canceled.
But they can be, again, I don't even consider myself mad at Buster. I'm frustrated with one thing that he did. I thought it was a bad choice. It's a bad choice. Doesn't make him a bad guy. Doesn't make him a bad choice to be in the room for the meetings. I think it was a bad choice to give the quote to Andy Baggerly. And Andy wrote around it as he should. He's a very good writer. And out he put some good stuff, and off we go. And now I don't know any free agent who won't ask. Thank you, by the way, Jung-Hoo Lee, for starting in your opening statement. I love the Bay Area. Thank you, Jung-Hoo Lee. I wonder if he would have said that in his opening statement, though, if this wasn't a national conversation.
And I wonder if he's actually been to the, quote, Bay Area, or, if he's been to
he's here right
SFO.
now.
He's been to SFO and he's been to Oracle Park. Oh, I love the Bay Area. This place is great. But I'm not trying to put bullet holes into his opening comments, but you love the Bay Area. You've been here for an hour and a half.
Well, no, who knows what I have no idea what his travel has been through his life.
He did say he and his parents, by the way, have come to San Francisco before when he was a kid.
There you go.
There you go. I'm sure he's been to Fremont. Spent time in Pittsburgh.
No, that's Rowdy Tellez who's going to be spending time in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
Here, Jung-Hoo Lee, opening statement.
Hello, Giants. My name is Jung-Hoo Lee, grandson of the wind, from Korea. First, I would like to thank the Johnson family, Larry, Faran, and Pete. Also, special thank you my lawyer, Scott Boras, and Boras Corporation. I'm honored to sell this day with my mother and father, and thank you for helping to achieve my dream to play in MLB. I always have loved the Bay Area from coming here as a young ball player. I am here to win and will always give my best for teammates and fans. Let's go, Giants! Thank you. 감사합니다.
He's officially my favorite.
He's forever Giant.
He's incredible.
I'm in.
He thanked Larry and Farhan and Pete
and his lawyer,
Scott Boras. Scott Boras got a shout out.
The Boras Corporation.
But he thanked the Johnson family and Larry, Pete Patilla, Farhan got a shout out.
That's right.
And I thought it was great.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Wonderful.
Dude. I'm excited about the guy. I have no idea if the game's going to translate or not, but how can you...
You missed the second part of it, which was I am very concerned about the drugs and the crime in the Bay Area.
We cut it off before he asked, can anyone tell me where to live?
Right.
That's engaging. I love that.
For sure.
That's fantastic. I do wonder if the Giants stuck the line in the middle. I've always loved the Bay Area. I wonder because... It's just not a good thing. It's not a good thing that this has been given credibility. And again, I don't say that to say that San Francisco is not struggling. I say that to say that all of the other major cities are too. So what do we got? The other Foster City Willard? Is that what we have, Lucas? Another Willard in Foster City? Hey, the other Willard.
The real Willard.
Oh.
In Foster City.
Who? State your name and address, please, and phone number.
Willard. I've been listening to Mark Talk Sports for 40 years now.
Wow, have I been doing it for that long?
Well, you did it in middle school.
I was going to say, that would make me 8 years old, and yeah, I was a talkative youngster.
So I just want to say, I work in finance. I see this all the time. Oh, not all the time, but a few times a year. You get two companies that are very similar in what they do and how they run their business. And when they release the quarterly reports, one of them will just bomb. And then they'll release a statement that it's because of bottlenecks in the supply chain or because the weather was bad or something like that. And then the very next day, their closest competitor will release their quarterly statement, and they'll just crush the numbers. They'll have a great quarter. And so it's like... It was raining on one company's stores, but it wasn't raining on the other company's stores that are around the corner in the same city. It just doesn't make sense, right? So you got this team in San Francisco called the Warriors that's right across the street from where the Giants play.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no problem signing free agent first ballot Hall of Famers. And yet, the Giants can't do it because of the city of San Francisco. Or because of Gabe Kapler. But I got to tell you, it was neither one of those things. It wasn't Kapler. It's not the city of San Francisco. There is a problem, but that's not the problem.
What's the problem?
Well, the problem is I work in finance. generally when a company is blaming the weather or something like that, the problem's at the corporate level.
Yeah.
The problem has something to do with their business practices. There's something that their competitor is doing to be efficient and to generate sales that they are not doing.
I'll say this, and thank you. And is this Bill? Bill, is this you?
It is.
Yeah, I thought so. I recognize your voice. It's good seeing you a few weeks ago, my friend. Thank you for calling.
Is he family?
I've known Bill for a long time.
So he's not quite family, but he's...
No, we're not related. No, he's...
But he's known you from the days of Foster City going way back.
That's elementary school right there. And middle school.
Classmate.
And high school.
Okay.
And the reunion.
Yeah.
A couple months ago.
All right.
And
I wish you would have stayed on the line. I could have asked him some questions about you.
That's why do you think I hung up?
Yeah. He knows where the bodies are buried.
Ran into him at the airport on our way to Soldier Field in Chicago for Giants 49ers weekend last year.
Yeah.
We were on the same plane. The one that Bonte was on. Yeah. Good to hear from him. Bill's a good dude. See, that's how we raise him in Foster City. Smart.
Long-winded and dull? I mean, too soon?
Call back, Bill. Did you hear what Dibs just said about you?
About both of you.
Wow.
I mean, I'm keeping it real up in here.
Must be Friday. There's always a different Dibs when we know we're going to be apart for 2 days.
Yeah.
It's like I can get away with some stuff
Couple
today.
cheap shots on a Friday.
Yeah.
No, he was great.
He makes a really interesting point, and I'll say this about the Giants, and this was prior to this even being a huge issue, like before the Aaron Judge pursuit. We probably all know people who work for the Giants, right?
Yep.
And I mean this like in all the different departments.
Right.
Morale's been bad.
Yeah.
Morale's been bad. Like almost from the second they got back from the 107-win season, and never forget the 107-win season. Like it was halfway through the year before we could even all go to the ball game in a normal sort of way.
Good point, yeah.
So
I went to a game halfway through, and it was like 8,000 people there.
Dude, I'll never
by
forget.
Design.
I'll never forget the first night they were like, okay, like release the hounds. All seats open. The A's were in town. The A's are always in town. You know what I mean?
Right.
The A's were across the bridge, and place was packed, but it was weird. It was weird being elbow to elbow with people
again, yeah.
Really weird. And so that was that season. So we only experienced that in some sort of disconnected way at times.
Totally, yeah.
And then we came back, and it was like, all right, we won 107 games last year, and all tickets are available. And from that moment on, they've been a yawn, they've been ineffective, and morale has stunk. Morale, that's a big word.
Across the board, too. I think you're right in terms of like executives and PR and all the people we talk to and the people that we know in the organization. It hasn't just been among the fan base. It's permeated the whole organization.
It has. And that's the kind of thing I think you can feel when you are a prospective free agent. I mean, think about it. If you were going to go take a new job, if you were going to move to a new house, like you're not just going to listen to the real estate agent, right? You might want to go knock on the neighbor's door.
Exactly.
What's it like living here? Talk to me. Somebody who really is going to be honest with me has got no skin in the game. I don't want a sales job. And so if you're talking to the other people, the players, blah, 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 I know the players on the team have said, good clubhouse.
Right.
Although we know a thing or two. I don't think all the players were big fans of Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
I know this, in fact.
Well, we talked to a few of them, and they were, they were not blatant in their dislike of how things were going, but you could read between the lines and, players not really knowing what their role was going to be and not being thrilled with what their role was. Yeah, for sure.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls also welcome. And then also this. Coming up next, we have exclusive sound here on 95.7 The Game from our own Sam Lubman, who was at the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference and pulled Farhan Zaidi aside for a one-on-one conversation and asked him to address the comments made by Buster Posey. That is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Shop the holidays at Whole Foods Market. Get bone-in spiral cut ham for $5.39 per pound with Prime through December 19th.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. Tim Kawakami's on the show. Steve Kerr's on the show.
I can't wait for both. I'm excited for both.
Yes.
And I thought Steve was great last night talking about the Draymond Green situation, and that'll be only part of the interview, but how about that new lineup, huh? New starting lineup?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Well, I mean, true to his word.
Right.
And
well, they lost, but
they did. And Clay was fantastic.
Clay Thompson, am I right?
the-
Sign him.
well-
Give that man his money. Pay him.
I don't know if they're going to be able to play defense without Draymond Green. That's the bigger
They're
issue.
going to have to try.
They're going to have to try, yes.
And just one more quick
They
Warrior
looked like
nugget.
they looked like the Chargers last night.
Not quite that bad. My God,
Sorry,
Brandon
go
Staley,
ahead.
rest in RIE.
Yeah.
Or RIU, rest in unemployment. But Brandon Poughkeepsie kid.
Yep.
He's fun to watch.
He's a good player.
He's feisty.
They found something. They found something there in the first round.
I mean,
Yep.
the Poughkeepsie,
Yeah, thank you.
the kid, Pajowski, whatever you want to call him, the Poughkeepsie kid, he's in the mix now. Anytime that ball is not possessed by anybody, he's in the mix. And when somebody does have it and he's on defense, don't get near him because he's going to take a charge.
We did.
I like Pajowski.
How could you not? We did this on the couch last night with the boys as he was running up and down and laying the ball in, and because they're still struggling with it because they don't host radio shows.
Sure.
And I think what started it is at one point I just called them Pods, and they're like, "What the hell was that?" And I go, "Well, that's one of his 27 nicknames."
Nice.
He also goes by BP. We got more on the way, and that launched a conversation, and they too are yet to grasp the full Pajemski. And I get it. It takes a minute, but we're going to keep saying it as many times as possible. It's Pajemski. Before we play the Farhan sound, exclusive sound from our own Sam Lubman responding to the Buster Posey comments, I want to shout out Susan Slusser, who sent this tweet out. There's a new study that shows that California's homeless population is up 181,399 people. First and foremost, I hate using this as a stat. These are human beings, and my heart breaks for the fact that there are almost 200,000 people in this state without a home. That's just unbelievably brutal. It's a nearly 6% increase from last year, and more than 2/3 of that 181,000 are unsheltered, just completely on their own. Just because of the discourse that has gone on in the last couple of days, Susan pointed out, and you have to dive pretty deep onto page 25 of a many page report to find out where the majority of that 181,000 and the increase is centered. Of all of the cities named in California that are the centerpieces of this increase, guess which city is not mentioned?
Geez, I don't know. Los Angeles?
Los Angeles would be the number one.
Oh, geez.
Increaser. 71,320 experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles County.
Yeah.
That's number one.
Jeez.
Number two is San Diego.
Yep.
And county, over 10,000. We can keep going into the suburban areas where Santa Ana and Anaheim, Orange County come in, and then San Bernardino and county, and then Riverside and county. The only thing that even registers in Northern California is the Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Sonoma County area with over 2,200 people.
Jeez. I mean,
San Francisco is
not
absent
mentioned, yeah,
from this report.
And it's
just
Maybe it's because there has been no increase.
Stir it into your coffee and take a sip. That's all. Just for whatever that's worth.
And it's worth a lot, but it's only part of what Buster was intimating. He was also talking about the quote-unquote crime. And you mentioned it yesterday about local news, and our coverage is always about, the bad news as opposed to the good news. And so the sense is that crime, and I feel it here, and we all know somebody who's had their car broken into or their house broken into, and there's carjackings and muggings and all the rest of it. And that's what I think the other part of this is, beyond the homelessness and the drugs.
Completely agree.
It's the burglary that feels like it's on the rise.
Yeah, and again, if you're in a situation and you're living in a spot and you're walking through a major city, I listen. Believe me, everybody who lives in every major city is feeling that at one time or another. All right, here it is. Sam Lubman, our own Sam Lubman, producer on the roast, down at the Jung-Hoo Lee introductory press conference. Had the opportunity to pull Farhan Zaidi aside for a quick one-on-one, and these were his comments with regard to what Buster Posey had to say.
I think Buster, who played here for a long time, moved back to Georgia, came back here because his family loves this area so much. I think his comments were really taken out of context, which happens. I view the Bay Area as a big recruiting advantage for us. When you look at our recruiting videos, including the one we prepared for Lee, it features sort of scenery from San Francisco and the Bay Area very prominently. I think it's a huge selling point for us. You talk to our players who played here about playing in San Francisco, living in the Bay Area, they all love it. So I think it's a little bit spun out of control relative to the reality of the situation. Is every free agent going to have San Francisco number one on their list? Of course not. That's not true of any city. Whether it's geography, whether it's someone having family in the Midwest or the East Coast, wanting spring training in Florida. There are a lot of reasons why players have geographic preferences. And on top of that, every free agent is different. Some free agents go in and say, I want to go to the team that pays me top dollar. Others say, I want to be on one of these two teams and I just want to get the best deal that I can. So that's a dynamic that every team deals with, and we're no different. But, you talk to our players, they have a great experience. Anybody who's serious about playing here, when they have conversations with Logan Webb, Logan Webb is out on the front lines of this, like tweeting pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge.
I know, he was going full force yesterday. I love that.
That was great to see. I love seeing that. But look, the bottom line is, anybody who's open or excited about playing in San Francisco, we're going to try to make that happen. And if we get a sense from a free agent that they have concerns, we'll either try to address them or we'll walk away from the table, because we don't want players who don't want to play here. So I don't view it as a disadvantage at all. If anything, I view it as an advantage, and it's an advantage that we make a big part of our recruiting pitch to players.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the reality of where all teams are, where you talk to a free agent and it's, how do you feel about playing in California? Well, I'm not really that into it. Okay, well then that's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, why would you even take the meeting?
Correct.
And I mean that from the player standpoint.
Exactly.
Like, that's another thing. And I know how this may come off sounding. Look, coming in second place, third place, fourth place, that's for the birds. I'm not into it.
Right.
But Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Aaron Judge and Bryce Harper and Carlos Correa and Jung-Hoo Lee, you know what they don't have a whole lot of during the free agent period? Time. They don't. And they wouldn't waste it. And Scott Boras wouldn't waste it. The fact that the Giants are given the opportunity to have these meetings with each and every one of them, I would gather from that means the player is at least intrigued.
Right, open to it.
Would like to hear what they have to say. Hasn't already X'd it off the list because it's terrifying and it's Gotham City out there. So, look, again, that's kind of my point. And I appreciate that Farhan addressed this with Sam. And I appreciate the detail he went into. Is it damage control? Maybe. Maybe there's an aspect of that to it. Sure. Because Farhan knows it better than anyone. He's already been through this once. But I appreciate him addressing it. But that's kind of the point. Farhan seems to be saying this is not a problem for us. So if that's the case, then all the more reason don't say this publicly, because now the whole country has bought into the idea that the city of San Francisco is a detractor when it comes to the San Francisco Giants.
Exactly. And it might be a detractor for some players before they even think about taking a meeting. And that's just the way it goes. And, this country is so different in terms of where you're from and what your beliefs are. Maybe you're a person who doesn't believe in what we tend to believe in California, whether it's social, political, economic, or city conditions, or all of the above. You may not want to live the way that we live out here. I know that I certainly wouldn't want to live in many places. I think about Texas as an example. I would not want to live in Texas based on some of the beliefs that they have, some of the lack of social structures that are in place for women, for example. I wouldn't want to live there. And so if I had a chance to be a free agent, and if there was a Texas radio station that wanted to sign me on, it would be a hard no, because I don't want to live there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's the case for
we
the
all
Giants,
have that. Absolutely.
Beyond what Buster Posey said.
Absolutely. We're sponsored by Consumer Cellular Freedom Calls. This just handed to me. Apparently there is more Faran.
Bonus Faran?
More Faran. And more of your phone calls coming up next. Oh, and also there is a pivot coming up here pretty soon. Cam Newton, what the hell are you talking about? We'll get to that on Willard and Dibs.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's the worst part of missing the playoffs in fantasy. It's the worst part. The worst part is not I don't get to win money or I don't get to participate.
No, that is the worst part.
I disagree. I've been there before where you just were, which is listening to other people talk about lineup decisions for their big playoff game coming up this weekend.
The worst part is you asking Lucas for advice and as if he's some sort of an expert.
No, I'm asking both of you.
You were looking at him. You don't care what I think. I was 5-9.
I do care what you think.
Start Okonkwo.
Well, I can do that, but I have another spot. I got a flex for Brian Robinson of the Commanders. He's out. And so that means...
He's been good to you, too.
Yeah, so I got 4 people. We can do Romeo Dobbs, we can do Dalton Schultz, we can do George Pickens, or we can do Jahan Dotson. 888-957. No, I'm kidding.
Dude.
I'm kidding.
Not ideal across any of those options.
No,
but
it's not ideal when your players get hurt, and there are a ton of them this weekend. Dude, people are freaking out about Tyreek Hill.
I actually accidentally started the Chargers defense last night in the consolation bracket. I'm in trouble, Mark. They got a -2.
You know what that was?
It was a consolation sensation.
Yes, it was.
I mean, my God. I was getting all kinds of, because I'll be honest, I wasn't locked in on that game, and I get home and I'm playing with the baby and I'm eating dinner and all that, and I look at my Twitter and I got a bunch of people, scoregami, because I've become like the scoregami guy, and I love a scoregami, and I'm like, wait, that thing's going to be a scoregami? And I looked and I was like, 63?
63.
63?
Did anybody start the Raiders defense? Because that was worth almost 30 points.
Yeah, it was.
I'm going
Pick 6 and a fumble 6.
I'm going against JT Lukin. He has the Raider defense.
And?
He benched him.
Well, honestly.
So sorry, JT. I was going against Easton Stick. Why wouldn't you?
I guess.
Have a little faith.
Who's his other defense, I wonder?
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
Yeah,
I think he went with Atlanta or something like that. I don't know what he did.
In one league, I played the Chargers defense, -4, and I played against the Raiders defense at 26. That's a 30-point difference.
I hope you lose. I hope you lose.
Granny quick to pile on. I love it.
Because that's what you do. You root for your team and you root for all your friends to lose.
In a completely separate league?
Yeah. Yeah. You dominated our league all year. We hate you.
First round bye.
I hope you lose.
This dude's in 6 leagues. He made the playoffs in all 6.
I hope you lose.
Big year for me.
Yeah.
Also, Dibs, I don't appreciate the slander you're throwing at me, calling me a so-called fantasy expert. You remember the days of the waiver wire, boys. You better show some respect on those Sunday mornings.
And you were carried by Tommy Call.
Facts.
And, since he left, that show is non-existent, which tells me that you are an FRUD fraud.
No, he was just a product of the system.
Exactly.
You were a game manager, Lucas.
You're a system weekend host.
All right. Well, so wait.
Cam Newton agrees with me. Thank you.
Wait a minute, Rocky? You know the guy who bought Buster Posey's house? Rocky, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting at home watching you guys on YouTube.
Hey, Rock. What's up, man? Look at you.
Rocky.
Finishing up my 2023, boys. I'm on vacation.
You want beer?
Yeah, well, about to have one.
Have a beer.
Yeah. Oh, well. Thanks, folks.
All right, go ahead, Rocky.
Real quick before I jump on the Posey. Giblets, you were off a day earlier when you guys opened the show with your YouTube numbers being up, the highest ever. It was actually a couple days ago when your live airstream and the app went down. Our only way to get you guys was on the YouTube stream. But what was funny about that was the first thought in my head when that was going on was Matt Nahigian frantically running around the office with a book, except with an F in the front and an Irish inflection on the word.
Oh,
nice.
Sounded like Conor McGregor, right?
I like it.
Right. By the way, not that far from the truth.
I'll give you 4 and you weren't even here.
Not that far.
Yeah, my cousin Joe actually bought Posey's former residence out in the East Bay, and I actually asked him if it was all pimped out and fully remodeled, and he said it was a bag of vests and totally trashed. So,
wait,
I don't know what that says about Posey.
Wait a minute. Wait. You're saying the house when he bought it was totally trashed? The Posey home?
It was trashed in like an original build. Like he never remodeled it when he lived there.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know what
that. I like that. I like that.
List it.
Yeah. That means Buster's a real one, Rocky. That's what it means.
Yeah, he's being green, but he's part of Giants ownership now and a legend. And this isn't Joe Montana saying that Trey Lance was a bad pick. He's misrepresenting the city and the organization. It actually kind of feels like maybe a long-term plot to sabotage the free agent offseason and kind of speed up the release of Faran. What do you guys think of that?
Oh, wow.
No, I heard this one before.
Thanks, Rocky.
Thank you, Rocky. And I actually heard it like, this is Buster's way of getting himself into the president of baseball ops job. Sabotage Farhan. Farhan out. Buster in.
Because you know what
Genius.
Buster loves? Oh, he loves talking to the media. He loves it. He always did. Remember when he was a Giant? Oh, he couldn't wait. He always had jokes after the games. He came on every radio station every week. Yeah, Buster don't want that gig.
No.
Buster doesn't want to be the manager. Buster doesn't want to be the general manager.
Agreed.
He wants to be an owner. He would like to make money. He loves the Giants. He loves San Francisco. He'd like to help. I always think, look, I could be wrong. I always think it's very funny, though, when stuff like this happens and people just immediately pull out the wild conspiracy theories.
It's my favorite.
There are some of you who think Farhan is still working for the Dodgers. Tremendous.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
Shohei Notani.
Well, how about this? More Farhan on 95.7 The Game.
I can say emphatically I've never had a player specifically express concerns about San Francisco. I mean, I've heard it sort of in passing from agents, but frankly, I think a lot of that is it often comes up as a negotiating point. So you sort of treat that accordingly. Again, I think anybody who might bring up concerns, whether it's speaking to players, speaking to staff, sending them information, we have plenty of ways to address it, but it has never come up with a player. Again, I think even in comments I've made in the past, the point was less about concerns about San Francisco and more the players out there that we would love to target that have geographic preferences, that want to be on the East Coast, that want to be, sometimes you can address that by paying a premium. Sometimes you can't. So, again, I don't think what we deal with there is any different than any other team.
A little interesting. Okay, so a year and a half ago, it was, right, we target people with Bay Area ties because there's some stuff out there. And now he's saying emphatically he's never had a player directly address it. Now that I've listened to it, I don't think he's lying. I think he's positioning. Here's what I mean by that. I'm sure in a free agent meeting, the player himself probably does more listening than talking. And if that player did have specific concerns about the city of San Francisco, it's unlikely that he's going to walk into San Francisco, into their building, and voice them.
Ever.
That's the reason you have an agent. And he does address the fact that, I've heard it from agents, although it's usually a negotiating ploy. So it doesn't mean the concerns don't exist. He's just saying a player hasn't said that directly to his face.
Right. Why would you say that directly to their face?
Because why would you be here if you feel that way?
And why would you give up the leverage of them maybe being a player in your own free agency negotiation? So if the Giants are, giving you their pitch and you're listening and all the rest of it, and, do you have anything to say? Yeah, I really don't like the city, and I don't really want to live here.
I don't like you either.
Right. So, okay, well, your offer just went away. So you're not going to ever say that. Now, when the offer's made, the player might let the agent know, man, geez, I got 5 years and $40 million from one city and 5 and $40 from the Giants. I don't really want to go to San Francisco, so I'm going to take 5 and $40 elsewhere. That might happen.
You got a really good signature Faran chuckle in that. Did you hear that it also, though, like what happens when he gives you the Faran chuckle, but you're in the room with him? It's face-to-face. Did you hear Sam?
No way Sam chuckled.
Listen, can you play it again? All right, here we go.
I can say emphatically I've never had a player specifically express concerns about San Francisco. I mean, I've heard it sort of in passing from agents, but frankly, I think a lot of that it often comes up as a negotiating point. So you've sort of...
Yeah, you're right. I heard a little bit of a...
It was like,
yeah.
Negotiating point. So...
Yeah.
Sam's like, totally. Am I right?
Yeah.
Agents. Crazy.
That's the classic Faran. I've never heard agents use it as a negotiating ploy, which means he's heard agents use it as a negotiating ploy.
Negotiating ploy. So
he knows that that's a tell, right?
I don't know why that strikes me. It's so funny. Oh, gosh. Whew. Yes, it's a tell.
It's a total tell.
Sam's just like,
Faran's telling you that agents have used it as a negotiating ploy.
Negotiating ploy. So.
And Sam in the background. Yes. And you accuse me of being Ed McMahon.
What are you supposed to know? But I get it. That's what happened. What do you do? Farhan's nice enough to go aside into some back room with this long-haired producer from 95.7 The Game. Once you get that scoop and you get those exclusive comments, if he kind of looks at you and is like, laugh with me, huh?
Am I right?
Negotiating.
I don't fault Sam for it.
No, I don't fault him at all.
Sam is great, and that's good hustle getting down there.
I'd have grabbed him on the shoulder if he had done that in front of me. I'm like, I'd have slapped him.
Am I right, Faran? Negotiating ploy. Yeah. So what Faran is really saying is he actually has heard agents use it as a negotiating ploy. It's a tell. The chuckle is a tell.
You're going to have to do this show for a little while.
No, you're going to be all right. You don't get to tote the rock when you decide you can tote it.
Whew.
Yeah.
That made me belly laugh.
Play it again, Granny. Just one more time. Negotiating ploy.
Negotiating ploy.
Every other time I play this, Tibbs, is more time you have to kill because we're killing Willard right now.
I can't do it. Poor Sam.
He's going to have to pull through, Grandy. He's gonna have to be a pro about it here and soldier on.
No, I know how we can do it. Is the Cam Newton on my board? Do we have the Cam Newton?
Not at the moment.
Okay, can we get it on the board? Because that one will tick me off, and then I'll stop laughing. That'll tick me off.
You pivot into something angry?
Pivot? Yeah.
Because Cam Newton dares to call Brock Purdy what he is.
Stop.
System guy.
Oh, you want one more?
Jared. And was it Jared, Dak, and Brock, all of them?
I don't even remember. We'll hear
shots them all.
Yeah. You want to hear another Faran? But
I would love to.
This is not exclusive. Is Jung-Hoo Lee going to be an everyday center fielder?
I assume, is this your center fielder of the future every day? You imagine it?
Yeah, that's definitely the plan, to have him play opening day and every day at center field.
And do you expect kind of more moves to shake out the downfield situation?
Possibly. I mean, we do have guys in a rotation, and we like to sort of get guys rest and use the bench. But I think it's a possibility, but not necessarily. We don't have anything imminent there.
Nothing imminent.
That's interesting. But whenever they say it's a possibility,
he's working on it.
Yeah, that's a tell.
He better be, because you mentioned it before.
What are you going to do with these guys?
You've got, 5 or 6 legitimate major league outfielders on the roster?
Does Matos count, or could you...
Matos counts?
Yeah, but in theory, you could start him back at AAA, in theory.
But you don't want to.
You don't want to, but that's an option.
Yaz, Matos, Slater, Conforto, Haniger, and Lee.
Yeah, that's a lot of outfielders.
And for 3 spots, unless we're going to an adult league softball 4 outfield look.
Usually you'd carry 5, but there are 6.
And one of those guys can DH and probably will.
Put it this way. Yaz and Conforto is sort of redundant. And I don't think that now if you really wanted to do a super platoon, I don't know, you've got the DH. And I don't know where Matos fits exactly into firm plans, but if you wanted to be like Lee's in center field, and when a right-hander throws, Conforto and Yaz are out there with him, and when a left-hander throws, Haniger and Slater are out there. I think Conforto and Haniger would be like, not too keen on that idea, and you're paying them way too much to just be like straight platoon. I mean, if you're...
And that's the lesser half of the platoon. If you're a righty, you're only facing lefties like 30% of the time?
At the most. So, yeah, you're talking about, what? You're talking about 60 games. That's not what you want for your $16 to $20 million.
And you've got Wilmer and Lamont at first, and, you can have one of them DH if the other one's playing first, or depending on who's pitching again in a platoon spot. But
or what if they sign Cody Bellinger still?
Yeah.
I mean, that's reportedly still on the table. I don't know.
Running out of spots is the issue.
I just hope they can convince 1 or 2 of them to come to San Francisco.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. No, I think there's a lot still to come. Did you see this? This is a cool news story today. Cool, I guess, in an awful sort of a way for those of us who are Giants fans. You want to talk about thinking ahead. We always hear when a major free agent is out there, they've been working on, and this is true now, they were working on Jung-Hoo Lee for 2 years. They've been sending representatives out there, scouting, talking, getting ready, working behind the scenes, all of that. The Dodgers used in the Shohei Ohtani free agency pitch a video directly to Shohei from Kobe Bryant, which means they recorded that at least 6 years ago, basically predicting that they would be pitching Shohei Ohtani in free agency.
You tell me this video was from 6 years ago?
I mean, that's how long he's been passed.
It's been 6 years?
I think so.
Oh, my God. It can't be that long.
We're coming up on it because I know exactly the date. I think, didn't he pass on, I think it's
January 26th. It'll be 4 years in January.
Oh, only 4 years? Well,
thank God.
But the video was recorded in 2017.
I believe you.
The video was recorded, and maybe was he pitching him that time?
Pre-Angels.
Before he came to the Angels. I don't know if he ever saw it. But they used Kobe Bryant's video to pitch Shohei Ohtani this time around. And, according to those who are reporting on this, that was a big deal to Shohei.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the greatest basketball players of all time. And he's, hey, Shohei, this is Kobe. Would love for you to be a Dodger. I love the Dodgers, and I want you to be a Dodgers. And, it's now almost 4 years since he passed.
January 26th, is that right?
Of 2020.
Okay.
I was at Steiny's house down in the basement. We were just doing what we did, watching golf and having an afternoon soda. And Sal Castaneda came over, and all of a sudden we're doing what we do on our phones, watching golf, whatever. And it's like the news crossed, and it was like one of us said, "Dude, Kobe Bryant just died." And it was one of those things where you say it,
you don't believe it.
No, nobody even hears you. Nobody believes it. And then it's like, Kobe Bryant died, and then now we're all scrambling to make sure that it's not a hoax. And then it's confirmed, and then we find out how. And then Sal Castaneda, who is kind of an aviation nerd, he's got the website where you can track all aircraft in the country. So now we're tracking the aircraft, and we're following the flight path, and we're seeing exactly how it happened and where it happened and all the rest of it. And it was a harrowing moment, and one of those moments where I'll never forget where I was,
I remember the intersection I was sitting at, actually.
Were you here?
No, well, I lived here, but we were visiting L.A. because January 26th is my oldest son's birthday, and he wanted to go visit family, his cousin and some of his old friends down in L.A., so he had gone down for the weekend to celebrate his birthday, and a very bad habit that I have came to light at that intersection because I don't always do the best job of putting my phone away while I'm driving, but we were stopped at an intersection, and it lit up, and I glanced down, and just an old friend goes, wow, R.I.P. Kobe. And I was like, what the hell does that mean?
Right.
You're like, I don't even... it was like, what, did you get dunked on?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
not the real R.I.P.
Right, yeah. Are you sending me some sort of video? Like, or is he being canceled? Did he say something he shouldn't have said?
Totally.
What does that mean? And so then you pick up the phone and start popping around, and all you have to do is open up any social media site, and it was just like getting grabbed by the Adam's apple, and just, woof. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
And then it gets worse when you get the details of the accident, and you realize that he was
more than just
shuttling his daughter and a few of her teammates to a practice up in Calabasas, and then you realize where the accident happened. And I used to work about a quarter mile from there back in the 90s at a place called Players Club International, Telly Savalas' company, back before Calabasas was Calabasas. It was a podunk like home of the strip mall. And so then you see the accident site, and for me it brought back all kinds of San Fernando Valley memories and feels, and it's like, oh my God, I know exactly where that is. And it became even more gruesome the more we learned about it.
And exactly 1 month later, they sent everybody home from school and work.
Wow.
Hell of a year.
Oh, seriously, that was 2020.
1 month later.
You're right.
Almost
about
to the
6
day.
weeks, exactly.
Almost to the day, 1 month later. I know this because next birthday we were down there. February 18th was my youngest son's birthday, and he wanted to go to Disneyland. So we went to Disneyland, and we were at Disneyland.
Right.
The last place you want to be.
Disneyland, February 18th.
February 18th.
And it was like March 11th or 12th that we all got sent home.
Yeah, maybe from a work standpoint. The schools sent them home a little bit earlier. I think we went back the following week, and on a Friday or like a Thursday night, they're like, don't come to school tomorrow. We're going to figure this out over the weekend, and we'll be back on Monday.
Oh, my God. I just...
Or Monday of next year, maybe.
I sat in Tim Jordan's office, the legendary engineer, our chief engineer here, and the boss, look, came to me and he said, you're going to be at home for a week. Jolo and Dibs, we'll do it from home. Go see Tim. We'll get you set up from home.
Dude.
1 week, you'll be back. Maybe 2, tops. And I did about a year and a half. Yeah.
Dude,
including 51 weeks.
Yeah.
Actually, 50 weeks of Steiny, Guru, and Dibs. We did 1 week in person. 1 week.
1 week.
I need you all back in the studio. We did 1 week. Guys, I'm breaking the show up. Dibs, you're going to join Mike Willard. I don't know if you know him.
Exactly. Oh man,
Life, man.
Well, and
Anyway,
how we all did those shows from home. I don't know if what just flashed in my head,
dude.
Like radio bosses would show up in their backyard with a mask on and all this equipment. Like, I didn't have the equipment to do a radio show from home, so it needed to be delivered. Nobody would go anywhere. They got like a program director, like warfare, like coming up through my backyard. This wire goes in this one, but not like this wire goes in this one. Like masks all over. Everyone's like, "Stay, I'll send you the directions over email."
Totally.
I mean, just ridiculousness when you look back on it.
We're doing Jolo and Dibs, and Lowe is doing it from his apartment in Alameda. And this man, he was shirtless. Shirtless. So we got Fortenbaugh, who was one step already out the door trying to get to ESPN. I got Low Neal shirtless in Alameda, and I'm in the garage unit of my soon-to-be ex-wife's house, and I'm thinking, is this what it's come to? Dude. And, I mean, Lowe is out front in his garden. The guy's got his shirt off, and Fortenbaugh is looking at him like, what the hell has happened to my career?
So, first of all, this trip down memory lane is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Shirtless.
But secondly, I tell you what, terrible memories, but I love going down that memory lane because, and I don't know if this does this for all of you, hey, y'all, if we can do that,
totally,
then we can do this. Okay? You know what I mean?
Good reminder, Mark.
Yeah.
Good reminder.
All right.
It is Mark, right?
Might be. It is for now. Let's torch Cam Newton coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. Have you been summoned to court to deal with a restraining order? It's crucial to understand the potential consequences.
We need to get hyped for this game, Mark. I think a lot of us are sleeping on Arizona.
Well, I will say this, and maybe this has something to do with the spread. Where's the spread? Was it at 12?
I saw it at 12.
13?
Yep.
What's the up to the minute?
I saw it on ESPN at 12, and they populate their numbers from probably DraftKings or Barstool or whatever. You could shop around and probably get it at, I don't know if it's going to be lower than 12.
I got you right here. No, it's 12. It's 12. Wasn't it 13 and a half like a couple minutes ago? It came down. All right, that's interesting. And I think I know why.
Cam Newton. I mean, duh. Cam talks, the line moves.
Yeah. The Niners are very hurt on defense. They're like very hurt. Do we have the official yet?
I'm looking at it here from Kyle Shanahan's comments from about 28 minutes ago.
Okay.
For the game, Eric Armstead out. Ross Dwelly out. Javon Hargrave out. Owen Burks out. Elijah Mitchell out. Charvarius Ward questionable. Dre Greenlaw questionable.
Okay.
Spencer Burford questionable. Aaron Banks questionable.
Okay, so offensive line, potentially some issues there.
Banks had a tweak in practice.
But who practiced today?
Well, the guys who were out did not.
Obviously.
And
did Ward practice today?
If he's questionable, I would imagine he'd be limited. I don't have the official practice report. This is just, Kyle always opens his press avails with the rundown of the injuries. And, man, that's a long list.
That's a lot. So should you still beat Arizona? Sure. You might need to score a little bit more to do it. I do think that the Cardinals might move the ball a little bit. That's a lot of people on defense, especially if some of those questionables go the wrong way. The defensive line will not be the same this weekend. Yeah, Grandy.
Update. So practices today. The following guys were limited participants today: Spencer Burford, Dre Greenlaw, Charvarius Ward, and Aaron Banks.
Okay,
all limited participants.
But that's good. That's good. If you get a little participation sensation in there that on a Friday, that's usually an indicator. Thank you. Like, for instance, Tyreek Hill, no practice today. No practice.
Yeah.
Now, they're listing him as questionable. And because he's a star, they might play him. But if you don't practice on Friday, it's a definite probably not. And so hopefully some of those for the 49ers go the positive way, and they're able to get out there on Sunday. But that's going to affect this football game now. That's a lot of people. Even if you just start with Armstead and Hargrave, that's a big deal.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then you're going to look at Javon Kinlaw in the middle as a key player there in terms of your D tackles and your run stoppers. And I also think that when you look at Banks and Burford both being questionable, a couple of your big interior offensive linemen, that's significant. And so you look at the defensive side, and if Greenlaw is questionable and Oren Burks is out, what's your linebacking core look like?
Nope.
Because that's linebackers 2 and 3. And I know you normally play a lot of nickel, which means 2 linebackers and 5 DBs. But when you go to 3 linebackers, Burks is that third guy, and you won't have him and Greenlaw potentially. So, I mean, if Burks is out and Greenlaw's questionable, what do you do linebacker-wise?
Yeah, well, and Greenlaw seems to be, there's a lot of in and out, so even if he goes to something get aggravated in the middle of the game, we'll see. So set up for maybe a nice Brock Purdy game, right? Like a game where you're going to have to score a little bit. I heard Stats Guerrero on with the Morning Roast talking about that, where and actually I hope he's wrong, but he goes, maybe this game looks a little bit like the Raider game last year, where the defense was uncharacteristically bad. Jared Stidham threw the ball all over the place on the 49ers, and I think the Raiders ended up with 35 points. Is that right? I think they ended up with 35 points in that football game, and the Niners had to win in overtime, 38-35, and Niners had to erase a 10-point deficit, and they had to keep on scoring. But I don't know if this will look like that. Maybe it will, and maybe if it does, I'm not holding out hope. Maybe comments like this one will stop. Cam Newton on the 4th and 1 with Cam Newton podcast.
Brock Purdy, but Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put that in its own right as game managers, Brock Purdy Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really, Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
And when you say game manager, I'm not asking you to go out and win the game. I'm just asking you not to lose.
Not to lose the game. Listen, I don't give a damn what you do. You don't have to score every time. You just don't have to throw a pick every time either. If we're going to really call a spade, a game manager is different than a game changer.
Oh my gosh. It's so exhausting.
Is it?
It really is. I find it to be so exhausting. What does that mean?
That means when you're a game manager, you're out there and you're not screwing it up. And your team is doing well because you're not screwing it up. But when you're a game changer, Mark, when you're a game changer, you're the one. You're the one out there making the plays. You're the one doing what needs to be done to win football games.
Isn't what needs to be done managing the game? What is that even?
It's just like saying a guy's a system quarterback.
Right.
It's a way to minimize the impact of a player who's playing very well.
We've reached the end of the road. Boys to men. We've reached the end of the road. System quarterback and game manager. What the hell do you even mean? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. Cam out of the league.
He explained it.
How old's Cam Newton?
Cam Newton is 35?
35. Same age as Steph Curry.
He'll be 35 in May. 34 and a hook.
Younger than Steph Curry. And he can't get a job.
Last played in 2021. He was 0-5 with Carolina as a starter. He was
when Cam Newton went to the Super Bowl, was McCaffrey on that team?
2015?
No, right? That was pre-McCaffrey?
Yeah. He was the MVP and he was the Opoi, Offensive Player of the Year. He threw for 3,837 yards. Brock will have more this year. 35 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and a QB rating of 99.4.
Don't forget the rushing part, though.
I'm going to get to that.
Yep.
And that's adjusted passing. He rushed for 636.
How many touchdowns?
10.
Good player. That year, he was a really, really good player. Didn't go after the fumble in the Super Bowl, but he's a really good player.
Yeah. It's dangerous.
This is an incredibly narcissistic quote. To think that you did something that other good quarterbacks, all the guys on the MVP ballot right now, you did something that they're not doing. Like, this is what I would love the opportunity to challenge someone like Cam Newton in this conversation. When you drop back the function of a quarterback, okay? Forget labels and forget your team. You snap the ball, you have the ball. Your job is to move the ball down the field. You move the ball down the field by throwing the football to your teammates. You do it accurately. You do it on time. You do it with good decisions. Sometimes the plan doesn't work out, so you improvise. These are all things that Cam Newton did. They're all things that Brock Purdy does. They are all things that Dak Prescott does. They are all things that Tua Tagovailoa does. What is the difference? What do you actually mean? One quarterback standing there throws the ball down the field. The other quarterback standing there throws the ball down the field. They throw it with accuracy. They throw it deep. They throw it short. They throw it all over the place. One guy's a superstar, and the other one, he's just a game manager. What do you actually mean? I know what you think you mean.
Well, I know what he means.
But what do you mean?
What he means is the quarterback is not very good. And what he's saying is patently incorrect.
Right, but how is that even possible?
Because he's not really watching the game. He's looking at Brock Purdy, his draft status, it's draftism, and it's JCPenneyism, as I now call it, because Brock Purdy looks like an aw shucks kid next door, which is what he largely is. He's not big. He's not strong. He's not overtly athletic. He's not anything other than really good. And so Cam Newton looks at him and thinks, well, he's got to be a game manager because, that's all he does really is get the ball and throw it to really good players. And the idea about a game manager.
That's quarterbacking.
Well, and you're a game manager, and your job, to what you said, is to
manage the
game. So the play comes into your headset, and you hear it, and it's, okay, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and, we want you to throw to Ayuk if he's open. If not, go to this guy, go to that guy. All right, ready, break. And you get the ball, and you look at Ayuk, and he's covered, and you check it down to McCaffrey, and he breaks 2 tackles and goes 71 yards for the touchdown. And that is somehow your detriment as a game manager because you managed to make a play within the structure of the offense. It's just a cheap way to say that somebody's not very good at being a quarterback, which is patently wrong because Brock Purdy is actually really good at being a quarterback, and he's probably the best in football this year.
Well, and I don't even want to make it all about Brock because then, when you're Brock Stan. Okay, fine. No, don't say this about Tua. Don't say this about Dak. They're playing great football this year.
Jared Goff is the other one.
For winning football teams.
Yep.
Well, Jared has looked really wobbly the last 3 or 4 weeks, but still, they're playing really good football, and quarterbacking is really hard, and I much prefer it when people who played the position acknowledge how hard it is. Therefore, don't denigrate the other people who are also doing it well. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. And when I say San Francisco, I say San Francisco. Great city. Anyway, I don't even understand it. Are we to believe, Cam, that when you played, there was no system? You didn't have a coach? There was nothing for you to manage? You got in the huddle and went, okay, here's the deal, y'all. I'm amazing, so do whatever you want, and I'll find you. And if I don't, I'll run, and it'll be fine, because I'm amazing, because I am the system. Ready? Break. That's not how it went. So this is disrespectful. You need a rocking chair and a porch is what you need at this point in your career, it appears. You need a corner seat at the bar and a couple of flunkies to sit around next to you so you can tell them your old stories of how great you were, even though there's probably 10 quarterbacks older than you who are still getting a check. I can't stand it when we do this. Why are we so hell-bent on denigrating people? Why? System quarterback, system quarterback, game manager. What does that actually mean? That's nothing different than what you did. And you did it really well for a period of time.
Yeah, for a long time.
And then you didn't.
Well, and he was a game manager.
And then you're out.
If you want to look at his stats, and if you look at his yards per game at 218.8 for his career, that's lower than Brock Purdy. And I'm sure it's lower than Tua. And it's probably lower than Jared Goff. So if we want to talk about game manager, Cam Newton was a game manager. He was a one-read quarterback. And if that one read wasn't available or open, he would pull it down and run. And it's because he was a great athlete that he was able to do that for the better part of 11 years in the NFL, including one with New England. And you were incredibly talented. And that's why you were able to be the quarterback that you were. It wasn't because you could read the field like Brock Purdy, because you couldn't, and you couldn't throw it like Tua or Jared Goff because you weren't that good of a passer. So Cam Newton, you were as much of a game manager as any of these guys.
You're really onto something, actually. This is what this is. So you've got a guy, and I remember, I'll never forget it. I covered this college symposium thing down at UCLA. Thank you, Grandy. I covered this college symposium thing, and it was all the players who were about to be drafted came and had this skills session day. Kaepernick was there. Same year, I think. At the end of the event, all of the players met at the 20-yard line in a big circle. And there was one head that just poked up above all the other players. And I'm these are gargantuan human beings. These are the people who are going to be drafted to go play in the NFL.
Right.
But there's one head and a set of shoulders.
One head.
One head. Just sitting out like it's stuck out like a sore thumb. And from far away, I'm like, who is that? Oh, that's Cam. This guy had physical gifts that dwarf almost any human being that have come into the NFL in the last 20 years. Yet, he's being outproduced by little people from Iowa State. And that bothers him. So now we have to explain it away because you never won the Super Bowl and because before the age of 35 and quite frankly before the age of 33, you were out of the league. You got replaced by Mac Jones.
Who?
Mac Jones. So now we've got to go find reasons why people who have fewer physical gifts have done more with them than you did with your unbelievable physical gifts. That's my read on this situation. And so we use labels. We use labels like this, which I've decided don't even exist. That, like, game manager and system quarterback, next time I hear anyone say it from now until forevermore, like, dismissing.
Well, Kurt Warner dispelled that on our show when he said that they're all system quarterbacks. And I think that the game manager label is largely the same to me in terms of if you really think about what a game manager is, it should be complementary. Alex Smith was the original game manager, and he was a winning quarterback because he managed to win games. And isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Yes.
Jimmy Garoppolo with the Niners was a game manager, and he managed to get his team into the Super Bowl, and he almost managed to win a Super Bowl. So I think we need to shed the negative connotations of that label. I know it's hard, and system QB is the same thing, but Brock Purdy is a system quarterback, and that's a compliment because he's playing in a system that is a lot of 21 personnel, 2 running backs and 1 tight end, or 1 running back and 2 tight ends, or however they want to scheme it. And Brock Purdy's really good in that system, and that is all you can ask him to do. Now, could Brock Purdy be a good quarterback in the system that Kurt Warner ran? We don't know that. But Kurt Warner himself said to us on this very show that he was a system quarterback, and the system that he liked was what Dick Vermeil ran in St. Louis with the greatest show on turf, which was a lot of 10 personnel, 1 running back, no tight end, 4 wide receiver, give me the ball and let me air it out to Ashair, I can't remember his name. I get confused.
Oh, the one in Tennessee now?
Yes. No, the one who was with St. Louis. It was Bruce.
Oh.
It was Holt.
Zahir Hakeem.
Thank you,
Yes.
Zahir Hakeem. I totally butchered that. And Marshall Faulk. When he went to New York, Kurt Warner did, and they ran a different system. All of a sudden, he wasn't a system QB because he couldn't run that system.
Yeah. You know who needs you to run the system? Every coach in the league.
Exactly.
You better run the system or else you get cut. You're not allowed to be on the team. Let's go out to the phones on this. 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami in less than 10 minutes. Steve Kerr in less than an hour. Slots and Coffee in the Bay. Hello, Slots and Coffee. What are you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing? Stuck in traffic right now.
Sorry to hear it.
No, it's all good. I got a few things that I need maybe even some feedback from you guys, because maybe I'm just strong here, but I hear everyone comparing Brock Purdy everywhere across the road, asking who we want to throw a ball for us, whether if it's Pat Mahomes in a situation. We got Cam Newton saying what he's saying. But at the end of the day, I see we're comparing Brock Purdy to guys who've been in the league 4 or 5 years, and he's only been in the league really systematically 1 year.
Okay.
How are we comparing him to these guys at this level? Why aren't we comparing him to the C.J. Strouds and maybe even guys like Kyler Murray? Because to me, Kyler Murray seems more like a comparable status for Brock Purdy. But even today on First Take, someone said that they would rather give the ball to Kyler Murray instead of Brock Purdy.
Well, that's fine. I mean, debate shows, whatever. I guess you can consider us one. I don't really see it as the same, but they're like a lot of shows are setting out to get the hair on the back of your neck all stood up, like that. You know what I mean? And they know. We did this conversation a few weeks ago. Brock and Slots and Coffee. Thank you. Brock Purdy is good for business. These companies, these shows, they understand. They understand what rates on social media and then they go back to the well. Colin Cowherd, you know I have a ton of respect for the show. The whole show is usually about 8 people.
Right.
For years.
LeBron,
Brady, Westbrook. He found Mayfield, right? And it's like you go to the well, and then you see that the well is filled with gold. So hang out in the well.
Yeah.
Whenever possible.
Dak, I'm sure, is another one.
Brock Purdy is one of the people this year. He's one of the people that's good for business because he is a player that has all kinds of opinions attached to him across the board. So we're going to keep going back.
Right.
We go back for a different reason. He's the quarterback of our football team.
But from a national standpoint, it's easy because is he any good? Well, yeah, he's good. Well, is he really good?
Why is he good?
Is he good, though, or is it the system?
Yeah,
and
that's why.
How
that's
is he that good when he was drafted where he was drafted? Well, it's because of the system. Well, is it the system? Is he a game manager? All the different ways you can disparage him.
Answers yes to everything.
Well, then you look up, and it's like, well, a lot of these arguments are going by the wayside because he's now number 2 in yardage, number 1 in rating, number 1 in yards per attempt. And, right.
Yeah.
He's stacking good game after good game. And, it becomes less of a debate. And now the debate is he the MVP? And now that gives whole new life to, no way is he the MVP? And it all feeds that same narrative of who couldn't be a good quarterback in that system with that coach, with that team.
Don't know, don't care. Doesn't matter. That's not how it works.
Right, but that's where the argument, that's where the debate shows want to live.
Like I hate to sound like an elementary argument, but, too bad, so sorry. So sad. He's going to win the MVP if he wins these next 4 games and plays well because that's how it works. So as far as who you should compare him to anybody you want. You know what I mean? Like I get what Slots and Coffee is saying. Like as far as where his career arc is, compare him to other young players who are in year 1, 2, or 3, or whatever, and that's fine. But if you're going to be in the MVP conversation, then yes, you also have to compare him to Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. So that's fine too. I don't even think we need to have a conversation about career arc and like, oh, don't compare him to people 5 years in the league as if he's been here 5 years in the league, or don't say Joe Montana because his career doesn't matter. Just look at this year.
Right.
This year, he's been the best quarterback in the league.
And this could be a flash in the pan. This could be his only MVP season. This could be the start of many more of this to come, but we don't know any of it. So just enjoy what you're seeing. This dude has been balling out, and he's having not only the best quarterback year this year, but he's having a top 10 quarterback year ever in terms of quarterback rating, which is a thing.
It is quite a thing. So's Tim Kawakami.
Is he coming up?
He is.
Oh, I love it. I just heard one of my new favorite expressions from that last caller.
What's that?
Stuck in traffic.
Oh.
I'm so sick and tired of this stuck in traffic. It rhymes with something else, Mark. I don't know if you got that.
I did.
Trying to get Grandy off his game a little bit back there, but he's locked in.
It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California.
Hate this stuck in traffic.
To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Yeah, more of your calls. Tim Kawakami next. Steve Kerr is coming up at 5. Don't go anywhere. We're not. It's Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2
cricket. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Lots to get to. When we told you at the start of this day, look, it's a football Friday. The Warriors played last night, and we've got the Draymond situation to work through, and then these Buster Posey comments that have led to a broader conversation about so many things within the Bay Area. When you've got kind of a potpourri, nobody better to have than Tim Kawakami. Nobody. Who's got it better than us, Tim? Nobody.
Yes.
Nothing says potpourri like Jim Harbaugh references. I'm sure that's all perfect there.
And we're doing, it's a little bit of a throwback Friday, Tim. We've told some stories about the pandemic, and so a Harbaugh reference kind of fits with today's show.
Why not? I'm always good with a Harbaugh reference. You know that.
There it is.
Absolutely know that.
Well, keep that in mind for future conversations. But it's Tim Kawakami, the TK Pod, part of the Odyssey family now, and joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. And your most recent pod was with Mike Dunleavy. And Tim, with his comments recently, let's put the Draymond thing aside for a second and just focus on their record. At 10-14, him saying that we're going to look at the next 15 to 20 games and see where we're at and then go from there. What kind of moves do you think could be made if their record is not better by then?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of big stuff that's available. You never know, right? There could be something, but anything big that they would do, they would, try to trade Draymond, try to trade Wiggins, try to trade Clay, try to trade Chris Paul. Well, I don't think you're getting much for those guys. In fact, if you're probably trading them, you're doing it just for, throw some money away, and you're probably going to have to give up future picks. Do you want to do that? You're might have to give up Kuminga. Do you want to do that? And without getting much in return. So that's tough. Again, you never know, but they're not in the position where they can put a couple things together, throw in a couple of future firsts, and get some really, some player who's going to change them. I just don't know that's there. Again, you have to go through the process. I don't see them as a fire sale team, not with Joe Lacob. They might be a team that wants to lose some money, though, right? I mean, they're paying $400 million commitment. It's not the payroll, but that's the commitment, adding luxury taxes. They might want to kind of back away from that a little bit. That might mean trading Chris Paul for basically nothing. I don't think they want to get to there, though, right? They want to feel like they have a shot. If they're right about where they are, 2 games out of the 10th spot, which is pretty bad, I still think they're going to think Steph Curry can drag us to the 7th seed, and then we're a hot team. Could be like the Lakers last year. They were the 7th seed. LeBron and Anthony Davis, kind of like they're a scary team. They could get you through to the Western Conference Finals, and who knows? I think that's what the Warriors are thinking. And then if you blow it up, if you really start to think about major pieces being moved, you do it in the off season. Think when I talked to Dunleavy, he wasn't saying that, but it was the implication. Much easier, much more practical to try to fight through this season. Probably don't do anything that's any more all in, right? You don't trade for a 38-year-old point guard if you're not that good a team. They did it in the offseason last year because they thought they were going to be a better team than they have been currently. But you get to the offseason, then you could start thinking about some retooling. I think that's kind of where they are right now. Try to hold on for now. Try to avoid the impulsive move right now because you never make the right move when it's impulsive. And then you get to the off season, and then maybe that's when the kind of deconstruction begins.
Does the Draymond suspension change the calculus at all in terms of how this next 10 to 20 games goes? And assuming he's out for 15 to 20, which is what my assumption would be based on the indefinite nature of the suspension, if things go really bad from a record standpoint, does that change their thinking, or do you think that they ultimately hold fast to this idea at least until the summer, no matter what?
Yeah, I mean, if it falls through the floor, then I think everything is up for grabs at that point. Problem is they're signed with Draymond for 3 more years. It's like 26, 28, whatever the hell the number is. It's a big number. I've written that they might have to look to get out of it. I don't know how they would. If he gets suspended for a year, which I think he would be for any other incident,
then you're kind of, that money comes off your books. I'm not sure, you can count on that and think about it, but it's a real thing. The next suspension is going to be huge. It's going to be massive. This one is big right now. So I think it's all part of their conversation is if we can't count on him, whether he's suspended or whether we trade him or that we just cut him, which I think, would be a very hard pill to swallow given the money he's owed. Yeah, it's all part of their calculations about where they are in the future. And maybe Kuminga plays really well in that spot. And that could change their view of what Draymond's value is. It's a moving target right now. It's, holding on to a dynasty that really is slipping away more rapidly. All I would say is the Draymond stuff probably accelerates everything. They were holding on to this because he's the right guy next to Steph. He's played well when he's been on the court. They can picture themselves as a playoff team with him and Steph and Clay. But when Clay gets off to the start he did, and when we know he played really well last night, but who knows where we'll go in the future. And Draymond is not somebody you can count on, and this cycle is accelerating with him. Then maybe you're not the team you think you are, and you have to do some major stuff. I just think it's accelerant. What we felt, everybody in the Bay Area who's watched this team win the titles, and then we've watched what's happened the last few weeks, especially the last few days. It's just things getting more rapid. Things, what we thought might take a year and a half to spill out or 2 years, kind of happening in the last few weeks. And that makes everything unstable, but that's the reality. Can't avoid it right now. Unless there's a turn in the way they play, there are going to be some major decisions made. I'm just saying it's probably going to be off season, not by February.
Tim Kawakami with us. The TK Pod had Mike Dunleavy on most recently here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Tim, I'm going to ask a cynical question here. And I would love your view of what the Warriors really believe behind closed doors. Do you think they really think that Draymond Green has like a personal mental health issue, or is that kind of going in line with what the NBA is putting out there because that's kind of what they need to put out there right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's different people in the organization probably think different things. I think their best explanation, if they're trying to find like something to hold on to, is that there is something going on with Draymond that can be talked through, that can be, I won't say fixed, but that can be soothed through counseling to try to explain this. Because if there isn't, this is just a guy out of control. I think the bigger picture, this is me saying this, I'm not saying anybody in there thinks this, but I think some people in the league think this. It's as a player declines, who has known for his aggressiveness and for his edginess and his capacity to kind of dominate opponents, as his athleticness declines and dwindles, you try to overcompensate, and then you get mad when the other players are better than you, or the gap is closing between you and these younger players, and maybe it frustrates you. And I don't see the answer to that. He's not getting younger, right? He's not getting more athletic. He likely is going to get more frustrated when other players are bouncing around him and he can't keep up with that, or at least in the way that he's used to. I think that makes the most sense to me. Again, I don't know. I'm not a counselor. I'm not in there. I get that the Warriors and Draymond can hope that there's some anger here and we need you not to do this. And maybe it's going to happen that way. I think they've done this before, though, right? He punched his teammate. And there was talk about, he didn't go through counseling then. He didn't want to. He didn't feel it was necessary. Okay, maybe it's different. Now he feels it's necessary. But, that happened, and they talked about it. If things would change, and it's been getting more rapid with the opponents. It's 3 times in 7 months now. I don't know. I think some people in the league think differently. So I think Joe Dumars wants to help him. I think Joe Dumars, who has known him for a long time, is going to do whatever he's, to try to make sure Draymond isn't doing this anymore. I think Adam Silver's sick of it. This is my guess. I'm not reporting anything. I think Adam Silver is sick of it. And I think a lot of executives in the league are sick of it. And I think they wouldn't mind seeing Draymond suspended for a good long time. The Warriors have to deal with that. That's what they have to deal with. That the league, in large part, is sick of Draymond Green, So what do they do with someone who's next suspension if he does something again? And I don't know that anybody can say that he won't do something again. Likely he's going to be suspended for a year, maybe more. You just have to roll with that. I don't know what each person in that organization thinks. I know they care about Draymond, but they've cared about Draymond for a long time. They cared about him after he punched Jordan Poole. Has not changed much. So we all got to see it. Everybody in the team has to see it. And I think that's what this is in many ways. The compassionate side is it can change. They don't know if it's going to change, but it can change if you get to some of those root causes. I don't know what the root causes are myself. Again, I've made the guess that some of it's just competitiveness that's gone berserk, where you had an edge on players and now you don't, and the reaction has been in the wrong direction. Can you fix that? Man, it's going to be awfully hard. If that's it, it's going to be awfully hard to fix that.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned, the skills continuing to deteriorate as all athletes do when they get in their mid to late 30s. Tim, do you think that he's done any real damage to his reputation or to his post-basketball career as a broadcaster and that potentiality?
Yeah, I mean, there's been some players who've had controversial careers or endings who've gone on to pretty good success in the broadcast. I mean, I know it's certainly up in the air. I know TNT maybe isn't so happy about putting him right back on anytime soon. But I think he can get past this. But yeah, there's jeopardy. There's absolutely. I think his legacy is right now. If he retired right now, we would be remembering this, and that's sad because he's accomplished so much. He's been such a great player. He's been so important to this franchise. But this is over this is over the line. This is constantly over the line. This is being warned not to do this, and many times how you end affects a large part of how you remember. That's the danger here. And Draymond's smart, right? He gets all this. He says the right things usually. He hasn't really talked about this one, certainly not since the suspension. But then don't do it. Then don't get yourself in these situations. Don't, do the stuff you've done throughout your career that's gotten you in trouble. So, and again, what Don Levy said to me, and I think it's very clear, so the real red flag is that it's accelerating. These things are happening faster. If it happens again, yes, he will be remembered in large part as much for the controversy, as he will be for the championship. It was going to be this way anyway, right? He got thrown out of he got suspended for an NBA Finals game that turned the final of a 73-win team. That goes down forever. If nothing else happened in his career, he punched a teammate, kind of messed up a whole season. These things are remembered. But as I always say, and I've been saying a lot lately, you can't throw away everything else he's done too. Like, you can't say, oh my God, the Warriors have just handled this terribly. You know what? It got him 4 championships. It maximized a lot of what the Steph Curry era was. Steph Curry wanted him next to him on the floor. Maybe some reassessments are being made now as Draymond is 33 and gone through these repeated incidents, but it doesn't mean that the last 4 championships were messed up. It doesn't mean they didn't happen. They did happen. Maybe there's going to be a period at the end of that, but I just can't say that what the Warriors have done was useless. It wasn't worthwhile. They got 4 championships out of it, and maybe they get some extended play from this group. We'll see, but right now it's in question.
TK, I know earlier today you were over at the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference with the Giants. What were your impressions?
Pretty loose kid. He was cracking jokes. He was definitely has a personality. I didn't know. He was very playful. His father, legendary Korean baseball player, was in the front row and asked, what have you learned from him? He goes, I've learned nothing from him. He was, cracking jokes. I think you'll get a feel for that really early on from him. He definitely is good with the cameras. He definitely has a wink. We'll see how he is as a player. I think he's going to be a pretty good player. I mean, they paid $113 million for him. We shall see. But I think he's going to be a solid player for them, possibly better than solid. And I think people are going to like him. And I think it's important that he said that he loves the Bay Area, that he's been to San Francisco before and liked it and wanted to come here for the history of the franchise. We know the background of that. We know, what the atmosphere is supposedly around the team. We'll see. But I think that it was a loose presser. compare it to the Ohtani, grandeur and the mash of people. This was a lot looser. It was in the Giants clubhouse. I've never been to a Giants presser in their clubhouse, but Scott Boras was loose and Farhan Zaidi was loose and Larry Bear. Like, it felt loose. It felt like a little bit of a pressure release. Doesn't mean, they're going to win 107 games next season, but I think you put the Melvin hire with this signing, and they got to do more signings. There's no question, and they're still not going to be better than the Dodgers. But what I felt, the atmosphere was kind of looseness, kind of like, okay, we got this one, and this one's going to be good in their minds, and it isn't going to be a desperation. They didn't have this feeling of, oh my God, what comes next. So we'll see. But I was struck just by kind of the levity of it. And levity's good. Levity's good in December, right? It's good for a baseball team. It's not feel tight, not to feel under siege. And I think there was some of that. Certainly, you compare it to the Carlos Correa non-presser last year. There's a little bit of difference there. Not as good a player. They've got to do more, but it's a little bit of a juxtaposition in my mind.
Can they do more, though, Tim, after what Buster Posey said? Are we making too much out of Buster's comment in terms of the damage it may have done to free agents? Or is this a real notion that players maybe in some quarters don't want to come to San Francisco because of what Buster was intimating?
Well, let's just be clear. Buster's comments aren't causing any damage. He was just saying, there's some perception out there, from players and their families that they don't specifically have San Francisco at the top of their list. That doesn't harm anything if that's what people do feel. So that's what I think is a little bit weird to me. Buster Posey's from the South. He came out to San Francisco, and for years I thought maybe he didn't want to be, with the Giants. He's a Southern kid, might want to go to play for the Braves, play for whoever, and he signs long term with the Giants. He wins big with the Giants. He goes back home. I thought we might never see him again. And he comes back and he's moved back here because, his family loves it here. So I think that's a pretty good spokesman for, let's change this perception. Let's sign people who understand what this area is like, what it's like to play for the Giants. So I think, it kind of gets into this, talk show world. I don't mean yours. I mean the other, the national ones. We know which ones we're talking about here. It gets into the Fox News kind of world of everything's extreme and everything, and on both sides. But this one does. It hits some buttons, and all Posey was doing was saying, there are players who think this, or their wives, or their whatever. Doesn't mean it's everybody, and it certainly wasn't Jung-Hoo Lee, right? I mean, they signed him, and Scott Boras was there. I don't think Scott Boras was upset about being in San Francisco. You pay the most, you show that you can win, you're going to get players. It's the way it always works. They're not the Dodgers, right? Nobody's the Dodgers. They weren't going to get Shohei Ohtani. Would have helped them a lot if they had won the last 2 years, and they didn't. That's the way that goes. That's winning. So I don't know that the harm. I don't know about. I think it's just one of the. It's something that's on Reddit and something that's banding about in other places, and we know we're in the dark corners of whatever world. That's not real life. Real life is the perception is you have to be convince some people, but you don't have to convince everybody. Some people want to come to the Bay Area. So I'm a Bay Area kid, guys. You probably can hear it in my voice.
Yeah.
I don't love that. Oh my God, this is now worse because Buster Posey. No, Buster Posey just saying this is something that sometimes we have to beat, and let's go beat it. Because he wasn't a kid who was born here. He was a Georgia guy, and he came out here, and not only did he play here and succeed here, he left, and then he came back. So that's a pretty strong message just right there.
TK, great stuff as always, man. We can't wait to do it again. Thanks so much.
All good, guys.
All right, there it is. Tim Kawakami, the TK Pod, part of the Odyssey Network. Glad to have Tim Kawakami's perspective on this. And again, we're all fully aware of this. It happens to us too. Social media for us, just speaking to our personal experience, been a little wild the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot of numbers being driven by the stuff that got put out yesterday. And I wonder, it's funny, listen to the cycle that goes. Buster has a conversation with Andy Baggerly. One quote gets pulled out of an article that had much more to say.
And he had much more to say, Buster.
Right. And we focus on the one quote. And then we have what was a 2-hour conversation. And then one quote. gets taken from that 2-hour conversation and put on the internet.
Your quote, burying Buster Posey, right? You buried the kid.
Yeah, Dibs. Yes.
But, I mean, that's what people thought.
Right, but
people thought you trashed him.
Do you see how that keeps that wheel keeps spinning?
I'm trying to keep it spinning on you.
It's like you guys took one quote. Well, so are you.
Exactly.
And if you listened, and yes, gosh, if I had a nickel for read the whole article, I did twice.
Right.
I did. You want me to text Andy right now and I read it. I read the whole thing.
Great piece.
And I know what Andy wrote about our station and what we put out. And by the way, it's not irresponsible because we're simply putting stuff out for public consumption, and you can't say a caller is factually inaccurate when a caller is giving an opinion. An opinion is not factually inaccurate. You can totally disagree with it, and by the way, I did too. I know what Filmo was saying yesterday. First of all, Buster is a Hall of Famer, and second of all, Buster wasn't ripping the city. I get that. And so that's the only thing that I come in today trying to say. Yes, I was critical of Buster, but not for ripping the city. I was critical not for what his experience was. I'm critical for him sharing it in a public forum. And I know we love honesty in sports, and we love it when people give us behind-the-scenes access. But I'm also a Giants fan. And what I felt firmly yesterday is that sharing that quote publicly actually holds the Giants at a competitive disadvantage.
Agreed, yeah.
That's how I feel. So I wouldn't have shared it publicly. He's obviously allowed to feel it. He wasn't even really sharing a feeling. He was sharing a factual experience that he's having.
Right.
So I got no issue with his experience. I got an issue with him sharing it to Andy Baggerly.
It does nothing to benefit the Giants. It does more of a disservice to the Giants, in my opinion, because it furthers a narrative that's a false narrative about San Francisco. And whether or not that's true among Major League Baseball free agents, Buster's job, if he wants to attract free agents, would be to dispel that narrative, not to further it by putting his name on it and saying, yeah, this is what I'm hearing other people say. Well, yeah, if that's a fact, then keep it to yourself, because by sharing that, it does nothing to help San Francisco and the Giants attract free agents to the city.
And I know what he may have even been trying to do, and I don't think it translated. I wouldn't have had any problem with it at all if he was like, so, hey, I know Faran kind of indicated this to a certain degree a year and a half ago. Let me back him up. We do hear that sometimes. Not usually, but we do hear that sometimes. And I tell you what, one of my goals is to make sure that every free agent that comes in here knows that that's actually being overblown. Do we have problems? You damn right. Is the city in a down era? I'll even acknowledge that. But I think all major cities have problems. And one of the things I want to do is let my brethren within the baseball community know that this is a great city. It's a great organization. You can have an unbelievable amount of success here. Let's roll. Like that. And maybe that's what he set out to do. It didn't come off that way.
Right.
And that's not the effect that it had nationally when all the shows, as TK points to, have spent the last 48 hours going, Giants got a city problem.
Exactly.
That's not good.
It's not good. And it's, credit to Andy Baggerly for writing a great piece. And there was more in that article than just that one Buster Posey quote. But Andy knows this, a guy who's been doing it a lot longer than I have, that, a quote like that becomes the headline and it becomes bigger than the overall story. And perception is reality. And the perception is that Buster Posey was taking shots at the city of San Francisco in that article. Whether or not you read the entire 37 paragraphs or not, that's the takeaway. And so for some people, that becomes the reality of it. And this is not to diss Andy's piece because it was a great article, but it's the nature of how people digest media in all forms.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls on this. Some of you still want to get after the Cam Newton and Brock Purdy stuff. We got time for you. Stay right where you are. And then also Steve Kerr in 18 minutes live on Willard and Dibs. And oh, by the way, his back and forth with Stephen A. Smith. We'll let you hear some of that if you haven't, coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr in 10 minutes. Right here on Willard and Dibs. So that'll be good.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
I mean, I was about to say that'll be fun, but I don't know how fun it's going to be.
That'll be fun. Yeah.
It's always good and informative and intelligent and well thought out.
Look, no one died.
Correct.
The Warriors have a losing record and Draymond is suspended indefinitely. There's stuff. We'll go through it.
Right.
But
it's not going to necessarily be fun like it is when they're on a championship roll.
I don't know. Maybe it will be.
Could be. And Steve is really, Steve's very good about answering questions, both easy and hard. And, we'll get into some stuff.
A couple days ago, Stephen A. Smith got into it about Steph Curry's leadership role in all of this. And Steve Kerr did not like that. And last night before the game said this.
Steph is as good of a leader as I've ever been around. I mean, the guy is an amazing human being. And what he's done the past decade in leading this team through all of the ups and the downs and the turmoil, for anybody to question Steph Curry's leadership, it's actually it's kind of sickening to me, And I saw some of that yesterday. It was disgusting. We're talking about one of the finest human beings I have ever been around. And but that's the climate that we live in, and these guys, part of all of this is just the climate we live in and the arrows that are, slung at these guys and the judgment, the criticism. That's fine, but it's part of it and it's not easy. We're all human beings. And
all right, so that's from Steve Kerr before the game last night. Obviously, when Stephen A. Smith or anyone like that kind of does something in the media that's a little bit loud, boisterous, and then they get a response like that, now it's really open season. So, want to hear Stephen A. Smith today?
Oh, yeah.
After Steve Kerr openly referenced him before a Warrior-Clipper game. Now, this is going to take a few minutes, but sit back, relax, and take a listen to Stephen A. Smith's rant on Steve Kerr today.
This is the problem, okay? No. You can leave me up on the split screen with everybody, please. This is the problem, okay? Steve Kerr, no one is questioning Steph Curry as a leader. What we said was, quote, if that were LeBron James, we would have said, where are you? So in this particular instance, we're not talking about behind the scenes. We're talking out front and center. We were asking Steph Curry, where are you on this? Because you're such a great leader. Because you're such a phenomenal individual, because you're the closest thing to perfection that I think most of us have ever seen as a professional athlete, we're asking about the impact that you've seemingly been unable to have on a teammate who loves and reveres you like Draymond Green. But Steve Kerr twisted it because we want to sit up there. He wanted, I don't even want to use the words. You understand that I'm tempted to in terms of him fawning over Steph Curry. We all fawn over Steph Curry. Why would you try to twist it like that? You trying to tell me that Steph Curry's not a human being? That every single thing about him is absolutely positively perfect, that we can't sit here while revering him and respecting him and appreciating everything about him. We can't simply sit here and say, yo, you of all people, you might be able to have an impact on Draymond Green. Whether we're right or wrong in that, I'm just talking about speculating about that because of the phenomenal person, athlete, professional that Steph Curry has proven to be. If I'm looking at Draymond, who is Draymond hurting most? He's hurting Steph Curry because Steph Curry is so great still that without Draymond Green, he's out on the court without his guy, which hurts him. That's the point that we were making. But Steve Kerr twisted up. And that's the problem that I have with him, and people let him get away with that because he's such a good man, and he's a top 5 coach of all time, in my estimation, and he is a good man. Everybody that knows that about Steve Kerr is a good man. He's decent. He's conscientious. He's a leader. He's a winner on every level. We know what he's been through in his life. The fact that he is the human being that he is, we revere him too. But from time to time, we might ask a question about Steve Kerr. It's disgusting to ask a question. That's a problem. And he's talking about the days that we're living in and all of this stuff and clickbait. My brother, you didn't say my name, but I don't need clickbait. We've been number one 12 years. With or without YouTube, with or without social media, been number one. Period. Number one. Month over month, week over week, year over year for 12 consecutive years. I don't need no damn clicks. We're on a national television show, which you used to do, Steve Kerr, because he was calling games. You in TV?
Yeah,
come on now. Just stop that nonsense. We can ask the question without somebody being disgusted because, oh, my God, we didn't fawn over Steph Curry with every syllable that we uttered out of our mouth. We know how great of a person Steph Curry is. Nobody impugned the integrity of Steph Curry. What we said was, if it were LeBron James, he would have been held to a certain standard. Why isn't that standard applicable to Steph Curry? That's all.
Okay. Take a breath. My only response to this, because, well, no, I think you and I will have different reactions to this. I think we'll have different reactions to this. There's a piece of what he's saying where he has a point.
What's that piece, Mark?
Well, the point is he's like, look, we're just asking a question. He's almost painting a picture of it's curious why someone like Steph Curry seemingly hasn't been able to get to Draymond.
Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know a damn thing about what Steph has done in terms of getting to Draymond.
But that's why he's asking the question. So if you're just asking the question, I actually have no issue with it. I think a fair space would be, Steph or Steve, why haven't the two of you seemingly been able to get what you need from Draymond in this space? I think that's a fair question.
But they have 99% of the time.
Well, maybe. I mean,
and Draymond's a grown adult.
Sure.
But this whole idea about leadership, Steph Curry's leadership, is nonsense to me because Draymond Green's a grown man. Steph Curry can only speak to him and do so much as a teammate.
Right, but there's still leadership even amongst grown men. And again, the portion of it I have no issue with is if they are truly, genuinely asking a question. What's it like to lead Draymond Green? Are you completely unable to get to him? Who knows? If it's just a question. The part I don't like about it is, A, that this issue has even landed on Steph Curry's doorstep.
Right.
And B, the fallacy that if LeBron James were going to get criticized for this, well, then Steph should too. Because as I said earlier, then reel it back and don't criticize LeBron James. In other words, this is Stephen A. saying, well, the media was unfair to LeBron for years, so we should be unfair to Steph too.
It's nonsense.
No. How about stop being unfair to either one of them? That's what I would ask.
When J.R. Smith took the basketball and went the wrong way in game one of the NBA Finals, was that LeBron James's fault? Was that a lack of leadership on LeBron's behalf? No, it was a basketball player who didn't know the game time situation, and he actually didn't know which basket at which he was supposed to be shooting. That had nothing to do with LeBron James, and this has nothing to do with Steph Curry. You can talk about leadership all you want. Steve Kerr is going to join us in 4 minutes, and we can ask him about leadership. Did Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy fail in terms of Draymond Green? Well, you could look at it in certain ways and say, perhaps. You're the head coach. It's your job to get the best out of your players. And, you know, Steve could look at 4 championships, and you could look at the calculus of Draymond Green. And it's not like Draymond Green acts this way every single game, every practice, and every day. These are moments where I don't think leadership applies in terms of Draymond Green. When he goes out and he pops Yusuf Nurkic, is that Steph Curry's fault because Steph Curry's not a good leader? It's nonsense.
No,
to me.
not fault. I agree with you completely. There's no fault here on anyone's plate other than Draymond's. I know that there's an enabling sort of an opinion out there from a lot of people.
But again, that has nothing to do with Steph.
Nothing to do with Steph Curry.
Right.
I do wonder, and again, that's why I only say a portion of this. I wonder what it's like to have these conversations with Draymond. I wonder what it's like through the years.
Right.
To have these conversations with Draymond, but then continue to have the problems. Even though you've asked or begged or pleaded or enforced or not enforced. They've probably tried it all. And in theory, it's getting worse. So I do wonder what that's like. No blame, no fault, I don't think. Certainly not amongst teammates. And quite frankly, even the head coach. Even the head coach. You want to have a conversation about the organization as a whole not doing anything last year? Could they, should they have done something earlier? We've had that conversation, sure. That's on the table. All right, Steve will join us in just a sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Plus,
oh, yeah.
Love that sound. That's because...
Is that Steve?
It's Friday, and it's 5 o'clock. It might be Steve. We can ask him if he's having a drink. Doesn't have a game right now. 5 o'clock Pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for our conversation with Steve Kerr. We're going to be sipping on 530, their wheat ale. It's brewed with estate-grown soft white winter wheat, a little slight citrus and floral aroma, which I really love, and flavor. Go grab a six-pack from Farmers Brewing Company at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the conversation with Steve Kerr and the beer right here on 95.7 The Game. All right. How about Steve Kerr?
Would love to talk to him.
Ready?
You know a guy who can get him on the phone?
Lucas? Yes, we do.
Oh.
No. Actually, no. Steve gets himself on the phone. Sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort. Same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great, which is something I feel all the time when we're about to talk to Steve Kerr. Hi, Coach. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I feel like you guys are disrespecting Lucas a little bit, though. That's disappointing.
Well, that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's how I lead around here, Steve. So, you know, that's what happens with some of our teammates sometimes.
It seems like a really effective leadership model.
Well, you know what? I mean,
It's tough love.
We've all got our own companies, and you know, some one man's trash is another man's treasure, Coach.
Well, Lucas can come work for the Dubs anytime.
Thank you.
Well, there it is.
It's been nice working with you guys.
You know what, Steve? You can have it.
Seriously.
No. Coach, how you holding up through all this, huh?
I'm holding up fine. I appreciate the question and you know the thought, but yeah, you know, given everything that I've been blessed with in my 10 years with the Warriors, you know, like this is a small price to pay. It's going through some rough patches. Obviously, right now we're going through it, but I love this team. I love the guys on the team, and I enjoy going to work every day. And part of the challenge of this job is, you know, helping the guys get through times like these. And so I'm doing fine, but I appreciate you checking in on me.
Yeah. Well, and along those lines, in a basketball sense, our first look, and I know he's missed a lot of games this year, but now it's going to be at least a little while. What is different about your team, your approach, your coaching without Draymond Green?
Well, I mean, it's a difficult question because there's a lot of ways you can go. I mean, if you want to just say strictly basketball, I think that's pretty obvious. You know, this guy's one of the great defenders of all time. He's a champion. He pairs with Steph Curry to form one of the most unique offensive combinations in the league. You know, those two guys do things that nobody else in the league does, and teams can't really scheme for. And at the defensive end, you know, he's a genius. He really is. So if it's just basketball, then, you know, those are pretty easy questions to answer. But, you know, right now that question also involves the emotion of everything that's happening. And, you know, frankly, it's tiring. It's exhausting for our team to have to go through all this here in the early part of the season, multiple suspensions. And you know, everybody on the team loves Draymond, and we care for him. We care about him. part of the emotion and part of the exhaustion is just worrying about him and trying to make sure he's okay and trying to make sure he gets to the right place in all this. So you throw all that together, it's a lot. It's a lot for a team to have to handle.
And no doubt, especially when he's such an integral part of the basketball playing of the team itself. And I don't want to get into the therapy end of what Draymond's going to be doing because I know that that's going to be personal and private. But beyond that, what sort of a role can he play, or are you planning on having him play over these coming weeks in terms of practice and just a presence with the team?
I think that'll just unfold organically. We're not planning on anything. This is really about giving Draymond his space and giving him the assistance and the help that he needs. That's why what I said yesterday before the game, to me, applies to all this. This is not a normal injury absence or, 5-game suspension or whatever game suspension or, some transgression. This is about an opportunity for Draymond and an opportunity for him to address the issue that the anger issue that has manifested itself in the last year in ways that are different than in the past. And whatever that takes, that's what we're committed to. And so I have no idea what it means in terms of him being around the team. None of that really matters to me, frankly. I just want him to get to a good place.
Steve, I'll certainly acknowledge that maybe for you guys it's been this way longer than we realize, but I think publicly this is the first time people are hearing the tone of this conversation be about self-help and self-awareness as opposed to what it's been in the past, which is Draymond's a live wire, that's the way he plays, and he needs a little bit of that edge. Is this kind of new for you guys in the way that you're handling it? And looking back, would you have done anything differently through the years?
Well, I think what's different now is we've had multiple transgressions, multiple incidents of actual violence. When Draymond punched Jordan last year, that was the first time there had ever been that sort of outburst. The previous 8 years that I've been together with Draymond, the outbursts were just, yelling at officials or, losing his temper, his poise, whatever, but nothing like that. And so I think what the reason for why we're reacting now is that in the last year, there's been multiple incidents where there's been actual violence, and that's scary. And so absolutely, our thoughts have changed. I think, our conversations with Draymond changed, and he is the first to admit right now that he needs to make a change. He needs some help, and so absolutely, the circumstances have changed, and as a result, so has our path to trying to handle it.
Draymond's always acted with a certain level of defiance when it comes to these sorts of punishments. Has he shown a greater level of contrition and self-awareness based on not only the punishment he's received this time, but also just the nature of this incident compiled on the previous ones?
100%. 100%. I mean, he recognizes circumstances right now. He recognizes that he has to make a change, and so I think that's all very positive because that's the first step, obviously, towards actually creating a shift. And but beyond that, I don't. This is not my area of expertise, and so my goal is to support Draymond throughout, and I love him. We've been together for a decade. He's an incredible human being. He's so passionate and so loyal and so competitive, but he cares. He would do anything for his teammates. And that's real. He would do anything for me. I feel that. And so we have such a powerful relationship, and I know our guys feel that. Steph feels that. Clay feels that. So we care about him, but we recognize that he's got some flaws, like we all do. But his are right now very public, and they've crossed the line as we've talked about. And he's admitted it. He knows it. And we're all in this together, and we just have to try to find the best path forward for him, regardless of the basketball component here.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every week on 95.7 The Game. Speaking of the path forward, and not necessarily just for him, but your basketball team, what does this open up for others, and how are you approaching this in terms of who you will use and how you will use them to make up for the absence?
Well, first of all, I like this team. I love the guys on the team. They're great guys. They're committed. You see it. We're competitive every single night. We're playing good teams on the road and getting big leads. And we're competing, but we're not closing. So we got to figure out how to close and what that means. Right now, I think there's opportunity for a lot of guys to step up. Jonathan Kuminga has really, developed, and he's playing better, and he's picking up on more things. He's going to get a bigger opportunity. Brandon Podziemski, we can't keep off the floor. He played more minutes than anybody last night. This guy is really, really a good player. He was 2 for 11, and I thought, watching the tape, I thought he was one of our best players. So what he does just transcends the ball going in the hoop or not. So the opportunities are going to be there for a lot of guys, and we have a lot of good players. We have a lot of depth. So I feel like we're going to get this thing turned around, and I'm excited about what's ahead.
Look at us talking basketball, Steve. Pretty cool, huh?
It's fun.
Yeah.
Let's keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, boy, I got more questions about it's basketball, right, that you coach? Sometimes I forget. Steve, that starting lineup last night, you had talked about how you were going to maybe do a little reshuffle. Wiggins goes to the bench, and you mentioned Podziemski comes in and Kuminga gets the start. What did you think of just the starting five, that new look five you put out there?
I like it. I like what I saw. It's a different look. I think we needed a change. I think this team needed a jolt. I talked about this the other day. I've been very patient, and I had a vision in my head for this team, for the starting five to be what it's been the last couple of years, and then we come off the bench with Chris Paul and Dario Saric and Moody and Kuminga. This is a group that has really proven off the bench that they're really good. They've dominated most matchups all year. But after whatever it was, 23 games, I had to try something different because that first five just wasn't clicking. And there's lots of reasons for that, but they don't matter because I think my job as a coach is to recognize when is the time to make a shift. And it felt like the right time last night. That's why I did what I did.
Speaking of that move, though, and I know that this is a difficult question to answer, but I think a lot of Warriors fans have this question, which is just what's going on with Andrew? What do you see, Coach?
I think that Andrew is a rhythm player. I think he's a guy who has to feel the rhythm and really be in the right place offensively and to really find his groove. And he was in that place for us for a couple of years. He was, I think, one of our very best players in our championship season in 22. He was phenomenal. And then he was phenomenal in the early part of last season. And then, he missed whatever it was, 50 games at the end of last season. And then struggled early on in this season. So I just think he's had a difficult time finding his rhythm and finding that groove that he was in. And for whatever reason, it's been tough for him to get out of it. It seemed like the game in Sacramento a couple weeks ago, he was fantastic, and I thought, all right, that's it. And then he gets the injury with his finger, and he misses the next couple of games, and then he's struggling to catch the ball and hold the ball with the finger when he does come back and play. Struggling to shoot it, and so it's just been up and down. But I think for every player, every team, frankly, I think sometimes the jolt is necessary, and so I feel like bringing Wicks off the bench, change the scenery, change the circumstances. I just believe in him so much as a human being. I know how much he cares. I know what a great teammate he is. That I think he'll respond, and I think he'll respond really well. And maybe this helps him, get his game back.
His 22 minutes last night, is that more of a byproduct of just how great Podziemski played and Kuminga was as impactful? Is it more about the guys who played in front of him as opposed to Andrew maybe not having the force that he needs to play with on this team?
It's both. As soon as he starts playing well and playing, to his level where he was a year and a half ago, then those minutes will rise quickly. So this is just, this is pro sports. I mean, it's a production business, and whoever produces is going to play. And with Brandon producing, he's finding himself out there. He was a DNP a few weeks ago, as a rookie, just trying to find his way. But he earned it. And that's how this works. And so that's how it works for everybody. And I have confidence that Wiggs will turn it around and play to the level where he's been for a couple of years for us. And when he does that, those minutes will go back up.
Steve, is there an emotional component to this in your position when you're dealing with a player who's been an all-star and now transitioning to a role that many see as a demotion?
Oh yeah. You grow so close to these guys, and you build relationships, and you get to know their families and kids, and I can't imagine rooting harder for anybody than Andrew. What a wonderful human being he is, and so I'm pulling for him, and I do everything I can to help him. Just get his groove back, and I know he can do it, and that's the plan going forward.
Looked like Clay got his groove back last night in a big way, 8 of 12 from 3. Is this just Clay being Clay, where he could have 5 or 6 tough games in a row, and then all of a sudden the light bulb goes on, and Clay's back to being the splash brother we all know?
I thought last night was bigger than that. He's had games where he's made shots. What made last night impressive was that he made the right play over and over and over again. Yeah, how many times did he hit Looney or Dario, on rolls or pops when the Clippers sent 2 at him? He just kept making the right decision. And to me, that's the whole key for Clay offensively. If he's making the right decision, then he's going to shoot the ball well. Last night he was 8 for 12. And he had 5 assists, multiple other passes that didn't lead to assists because shots were missed. But he makes the right play, then his shot will be consistent. And that's what I saw last night, and hopefully that's the norm going forward.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I know you've had your own heck of a week, so I don't know to what level you're aware of this, but interesting conversation surrounding Giants baseball and their free agency, in that Buster Posey said earlier this week that they have at times a hurdle to cross because of the city of San Francisco's growing reputation in a negative way, and that's something they have to overcome when trying to convince free agents. I wonder what your reaction is to that, and if you've experienced that at all in wooing NBA free agents.
It's an interesting dynamic. What I've found is that we haven't really had anybody express that. But what I have heard from players is when they arrive is their wives, significant others are surprised at what a great place it is. I've heard that multiple times, like, oh, this city is actually great. It's a great place to live. Things that we know, right? Those of us who live here understand this is a wonderful place to live. but the reputation and I think some of the political fallout of everything that we experience these days in America, such that San Francisco is you turn on Fox News, it's the center of Armageddon, and we certainly have our problems like every other city does, but this is an incredible place to play, and a place to live, and our players and their significant others express that all the time. So it's tough. It's tough on the city that we have to deal with this reputation. But again, to me, it's more just political BS than reality.
Well, I'm glad your players enjoy playing here because you got 11 of the next 13 at home. So they're going to have to be comfortable here in the city. And Steve, do you look at these next 13? 11 of them at home, a trip to Denver, trip to Portland, not big-time travel. Not that this is make or break time at 10 and 14, still fairly early, but are you looking at this as a really key stretch to kind of right the ship and get back in the mix?
I am. I think that's fair. There's so much season to be played, but you have to find your footing at some point in the season, and you can't wait until it's too late. And so I think this is a good time here for the next few weeks to enjoy the home cooking and fill up the cup and be with our families and enjoy our lives and hopefully win a bunch of home games and get this season going.
Coach, we always love your candor, and especially because we did just kind of touch a little bit on baseball free agency, we do need to follow up. Coach, you promised that Shohei was coming to the Giants.
Come on, Coach.
I tried.
Yeah.
You know that. But I couldn't predict. What a contract, huh? That was a bizarre. The whole thing was so bizarre.
Yeah. I'm told that Lucas is going to want the same kind of deferred contract when you hire him with the Warriors.
Well, I can defer it all until I'm gone, and I don't have to worry about it.
There you go. Did you have a moment with Steph Curry where he was like $700 million? Are you kidding me?
We had too much other stuff going on, so we haven't talked about Shohei yet.
Been a little bit busy, huh, Steve?
Yeah,
all right.
A little bit of a week. Well, we'll let you end the week right here. Thank you so much as always. Go get Brooklyn over the weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
That's great. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right,
on, Steve.
There he is, Coach Kerr.
Yeah, Lucas is boss now. He's looking to woo away our producer.
Yeah, I tell you what, I didn't see that coming. But sounds like not a bad guy to work for.
Yeah, and I love your use of candor because he always does speak with candor. He speaks honestly, and he gives you perspective, intellectual perspective. You may not agree or disagree with what he's doing with the team, but he gives you good, thought-out, forthright answers, and I love having him on.
Speaking of speaking honestly, I told him as I said bye on the phone, I said, thanks for sticking up for me. He says, hell yeah, screw those guys.
Yeah!
He did not.
Screw those guys!
Yep. Yes,
yeah, get them, Steve.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think that he said that, but I'd believe you if you said it again.
He said that.
Yeah?
Hell yeah, screw those guys.
No, he didn't.
Wait, you want me to keep saying it? What's going on?
Exactly. What's going on?
No, I wanted to look in your eyes and figure out if you were telling the truth. I'd believe it, but I don't.
I have a liar's face.
Yeah,
I've been told that before.
You do.
The second he hung up the phone, he turned to me and said that. So either he said it or Luke is a very quick on his feet liar.
Lucas is he's quick on his feet liar. He's always got that bleep eating grin on his face at all times. Right? Yeah.
How about Steve on Wiggins? You got to earn your minutes there, young man.
Yeah.
He loves Wiggins, and that's great. The love is there, but Andrew's going to have to play better if he wants more than 22 minutes.
I mean, come on. Yeah. I think
this guy's an all-star a couple years ago.
I think that speaks to people right now. Look, the Warriors have said a couple of things in the last 24 hours that if you're a fan, and yes, line them up. If anybody's any reaction to Steve Kerr, 888-957-9570, we'll take your calls. Couple things have been said in the last 24 hours that I think are important to point out with regard to the Warriors' patience level in terms of what's going on, because we talk to all of you every day, and we can tell that a lot of you are starting to run thin on patience. By the way, I know there are also some of you, and I identify with this a little bit, there are some of you who are like, dude, they've won 4 rings. Chill. I really can't get mad. This was inevitable. It was coming at some point or in some form. What are you going to do? They got 4 rings. You're going to get mad about it?
Not get mad, but I get what you're saying.
There
but
are
I said
2
this
types.
before.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is inevitable, but I thought the inevitability wouldn't come for at least a couple years. This is all happening sooner than I thought.
And that's fair. And that's fair. And
the end feels, and if this is the end, it feels more abrupt than I thought it would have.
Well, the younger 2 of the big 3 have gone sideways in different ways, right? Last night, very, very good sign, but Clay's had trouble with his shot, and Draymond Green's had trouble with his mentals. And Steph's fine, but that's not enough. But there are a couple of things that are indicators that would let you Warriors fans know, no, the organization is not going to just sit and take this lying down. They have benched an all-star, and Mike Dunleavy has publicly come out and stated, we're going to check on this for the next 15 to 20 games, and we'll see where we're at. And I don't even know if Draymond's going to play in any of those 15 to 20 games.
Right. Doesn't seem like it.
I mean, I would bet that maybe he would play, and I think he'll be back before 20, but who knows? I mean, I'm just throwing a guess into the wind.
Sure.
So, that says to me, no, the organization is not just going to be like, well, good college try. We've won a bunch of rings. Totally thought that this would go better, but it didn't. Oh, well. See you next year. No, I think that they will continue to be incredibly aggressive. And if you think about the owner, Joe Lacob, and the way he approaches things, he's not going to sit there and just be like, losing is fine. He won't.
Of course.
And so, yeah, the Wiggins thing is just another piece of that wall.
Right. And, you mentioned what Dunleavy said about, 10 or 15 games or 15 or 20, and then we'll take a look at it. And that coincides almost with the trade deadline. The trade deadline is about 50 games into the year, but I do think a lot of their actions will be determined by what happens over the next 15 or 20, because I mentioned it to Steve Kerr, 11 of the next 13 are home games, a trip to Portland, which should be a win, a trip to Denver on Christmas, which probably, you would schedule that as a loss. That's a tough spot no matter when you play it. But
should be a win is an interesting phrase right now.
Exactly.
I don't know if I really feel that about any of them, but I hear you.
If it's not a win, if you have these 11 games at home, 11 of the next 13 at home, including Washington bottom feeder, Portland bottom feeder, and Detroit bottom feeder, you've got teams that you absolutely should win. If you look at the next 13, and that takes you through January 10th, if you go 8-5, now you're 18-19, and you're still in the mix. If you go 4-9 over the next 13, now you're 14-23.
You're in trouble.
And now we're looking at harder questions to answer come trade deadline time.
Mike Dunleavy on the suspension, where they're at, and roster decisions.
The bigger impact will be, how we do the next 15, 20 games, and that'll probably determine, where we go more than this specific incident or this time away for him. The reality of the situation is, if you're evaluating Draymond, his ability this year has been great. His availability is not. And so we need him more available, because when he plays, he's really good. We're really good. And, that's the main thing. I don't think I need any more evaluation of Draymond as a player. We need a little bit more evaluation on this team and the chemistry and the lineups and all that. But from a basketball standpoint, honestly, pretty pleased with Draymond. We want to help him be on the court more, though.
Yeah, you're looking at mid-January. You're going to get another month plus of Warrior basketball, and then adjust if need, and believe that they will.
27 games until the deadline. So 27 games. I mentioned 11 to 13 at home. Then you've got a 4-game trip and a 5-game trip in there. You got Milwaukee on the road. Indiana's a tough team. And, you've got some difficult games. You got Philadelphia in there as well. So you get to the trade deadline February 8th. And if you are still an 11 seed, losing contact with the 10 seed, you might have some hard choices to make. And the other piece of this, Mark, and I think you mentioned this during the crossover, or we talked about it previously, $400 million is the payroll and the tax hit. And you mentioned Joe Lacob not wanting to be the owner of a losing team. And we know this from Joe Lacob. He is as competitive as any owner that we've ever heard about or met. And so you get to the deadline, the next 27 games, if you go 11-16, now you're 21-30 at the All-Star break, or at the trade deadline, rather. Is he going to want to continue to shovel money into the furnace, $400 million for a team that's going nowhere?
And you have 2 large expiring contracts.
Correct.
Yeah.
And, if Chris Paul walks at the end of the year, you get nothing for him. And Clay's not getting $42 million next year, but if you want to keep Clay, you're going to sign him, and you're probably still going to be over the luxury tax threshold. So hard decisions to make if this thing continues to flounder.
888-957-957. We would love to hear from you after that conversation. Telmo in the city. Hey, Telmo, what you doing?
What's up? How you guys doing today?
Good.
So I'm calling, and it's not specifically Warriors related, but it was something that Coach Kerr, what you guys talked about in the interview, and you brought up Buster Posey's comments in regards to the city and the city's woes affecting their ability to get free agents over here. And I take umbrage with that, and I think it's an absolute cop-out on his behalf and on the organization's behalf to imply that. Because if you look at Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, other big cities that deal with the same kind of big city issues and things that happen, they deal with the same problems, but they're able to get free agents over and get big marquee names over. Look at Ohtani just went to L.A. L.A. has one of the biggest homeless issues in the country as well. So I think for them to not look inward and say that, hey, we don't have the talent, the players, or consistency in coaching and management, that players feel like they can come over here and have a serious impact and win, I think is just cowardly in a way.
Yeah, Telmo, thanks. I leads the way to something that I really want to say here. I wish that Buster had said what Steve said, and that's what I'm getting at. If Buster and a baseball team, which, by the way, is different than a basketball team in terms of whether it is political leanings, as has been indicated, what have you. They're totally different cultures, NBA and Major League Baseball. We understand that. So I bet that those conversations are different. But if that's the experience you're having, it just felt like what Buster said either should have been kept private, or if you're going to go public, it was incomplete. It felt very much like, okay, so we're experiencing this, and it's difficult, and shrug shoulders, damn. Now let's go have a drink. No. I would have loved for Buster to go further, and he went a little bit of a way, but he would go further and do what Steve did. And did you hear what Steve said? He goes, so I tell you what we do experience is when we do get a free agent and the families come out here, they go, oh, this is way better than what I thought it might be. I don't even know how true it is.
Right.
But yeah, that's how you sell. That's how you do it. And by the way, as we all know here, I actually believe that Steve was being very genuine with that comment. Because again, Ayesha Curry is not living in the Tenderloin. She's in Atherton.
Right.
And I'm sure their experience is just fine. Thank you very much. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. I loved Steve's answer. A, we don't experience that. But B, these are the comments that are out there. And yes, San Francisco has got a long list of problems, and this is excusing no one and none of them. But all of the other cities are experiencing this to some level as well. And if you think that political agendas have not contributed to the narrative about San Francisco, I don't know how to help. They just have.
Right.
They have.
Well, and that comes from a guy who's on the other side of the political aisle than where these political narratives come from, and that's Steve Kerr. And I don't know where Buster falls, but I would imagine he falls on the other side of the aisle from which these political narratives come from. So that plays into how you are going to interpret it. And Steve Kerr is going to interpret it the way he does because of his own individual political leanings. And I respect him for that because I happen to share many of his beliefs. And whether or not you share those beliefs about San Francisco or not, bottom line is if you're looking to recruit players to your team, that's not something that you should say out loud. And that, to me, is the ultimate issue I have with the Buster Posey comments. And, Steve, as a statesman, I don't think would ever come out and say something like that, knowing that it's going to be a detraction to the ability to attract free agents.
Agreed. I thought that was pretty strong answer from Steve Kerr, and I think Dollar Bill wants to weigh in on that as well. Hey, Bill, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It kind of more on these lines of, I kind of feel there's two types of people in the world. There's people who make things happen, and there's people that things just happen to. And you have to decide what you're going to be. When it comes to free agents, it's funny how I get that from the Giants, that they're having all this trouble finding free agents when, hey, 49ers don't have any problem getting free agents. They have superstars on the Warriors. So what is it about, Third and King that is some different than the rest of the Bay Area? That's it, guys. Love your show.
Thanks, Dollar Bill. Appreciate it. Yeah.
The answer is nothing.
Right.
I mean, nothing. So,
well, yeah. Look, if the roster were better right now, it would be easier. But
to get free agents.
Yes, but I also, by the way, I want to fundamentally, I'm glad Faran said this today, even though he, in the past has said something that's a little bit different. But I'm going to actually go so far as to reject the premise that we're talking about. I'm not going to reject what Buster says. I don't know what his experience and what his conversations are. And I'm sure he gets stuff that's a little bit more candid because he's Buster Posey, as opposed to just a clear exec or an owner. He's Buster freaking Posey. So does he know what CAA represented athletes are thinking because he's also CAA represented? Sure. I guarantee that he does. So I'm not rejecting his experience, but the mere idea that this is really hampering the Giants, I don't buy it because I've never known in sports, I've never known the top bidder to lose consistently. And I don't believe that they ever will.
And if the top bidder loses, it's not because of a city blight or crime.
Right. The Giants are not often enough the top bidder. And look, what Jung-Hoo Lee's projections were. And the number almost doubled. Why? Probably because the Giants overbid. Good. Yeah. That's fine.
They got to win.
You like the guy? Overbid. In your fantasy draft a quarterback in the third round if you want, because it's really the guy you want. Like, just go get your guy. You've got plenty of dough. So that's how free agency works. We're overthinking this and overstating it. Be the top bidder, and you're going to get the guy most of the time. And I thought that was the indication with regard to Yamamoto. We'll find out. And I don't know if it's just going to get completely over its skis or if he's dying to be in New York. It sounds like it's sort of heading in a different direction, but don't be outbid.
Right.
Call the agent right now. We won't be outbid.
Well, even if you have the highest bid, he still might not choose to come here. And
Correct.
It might not be because of crime and drugs. It might just be as simple as, I want to go to New York. I've never lived in New York. And, for myself, Mark, New York is one of those places. If I had a chance as a radio free agent, if I had a chance to go, broadcast in New York for 2 or 3 years, I would love to do that. It's a city that intrigues me. I've been there a few times. I've had a great time. It's got a mix of urban life, some great parks, a lot of culture, and a ton of pizza. And I love pizza. So it might be as easy and simple as that, where it's not a city's detriments, but it's a city's positives that maybe attracts you. Even if the money's bigger here, he might say no based on things that have nothing to do with homelessness, drugs, and crime.
Of course. But I will believe that until the end. I don't care where you play. You could be the Tampa Bay Rays. If you identify who you want and you bid the most money, you're going to bat better than 500.
Oh, you'll probably bat about 900.
You might.
If you have the top dollar offer, you're probably going to land 4 out of every 5.
And the advantage the Giants have right now, the disadvantage they have is that they've got to position themselves to free agents like they have to convince them that they can win in the near term. That's the tough part because of what's happened the last few years. But the good news is, boy, if you've offered $1.7 billion to 4 or 5 different athletes in the last 3 years and they've all said no, well, then I would gather you've got a lot of money to spend. So I'm not kidding. Call Yamamoto's agent, and maybe they already have. Here's the deal. If that's what matters to you, we flat out won't be outbid. Period. In fact, whatever bid you get, we'll add $30 million to it. No matter what. You can do that if that's the guy you really want. You can totally do that. All right, it's Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Jose, James, Justin, here we come. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Is it possible that fast internet could take your business to the next level? With gig speed Wi-Fi from Comcast Business, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 12/20/2023.
What I have heard from players is when they arrive, their wives, significant others are surprised at what a great place it is. I've heard that multiple times, like, oh, this city is actually great. It's a great place to live. Things that we know, right? Those of us who live here understand this is a wonderful place to live. But the reputation and I think some of the political fallout of everything that we experience these days in America, such that, San Francisco is, you turn on Fox News, it's the center of, Armageddon. And we certainly have our problems like every other city does, but this is an incredible place to play and to incredible place to live. And our players and their significant others express that all the time. So it's tough. It's tough on the city that we have to deal with this reputation. But again, to me, it's more just political BS than reality.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's my coach.
And scene. Yeah.
That's my coach.
Yeah, he's a guy who speaks his mind and does it eloquently, and he just lays it out. He cuts through all the BS of the notion of it, and he doesn't take Buster Posey to task. He just says it in his own way, and that's the kind of statement that would be a good recruiting pitch. It's like, yeah, you'll find that if you come here and you spend some time here, you're going to find that this city is pretty awesome.
The full conversation with Steve Kerr, which was fantastic. He was great on Draymond, on the city, on Wiggins, on Clay. I sound like on Rudolph, on Donner, on Blitzen.
He was great on Blitzen.
He was great on Blitzen. You're about to go get Blitzen right now. It's Friday night.
Hell yeah.
But Grandy's got Best Of coming up in 13 minutes, and the full Steve Kerr conversation will lead it off. And we love it when we make Grandy's show.
It's big.
So it's very exciting. Very exciting for us.
I like it now when we're in the back half because by the time we walk to the parking situation and get in the car, it's usually about halfway through the Grandy Man. So,
well, you're going to have to hustle because Kerr's leading off.
Okay.
Leading off.
I'll get on the app. I'm a big Odyssey app guy.
I can't wait for our walk through the city.
This city?
Uh-huh.
Stepping over drug-addled homeless people and dodging crime, you mean?
Stepping over curbs. I don't want to trip.
That is my only beef with the city.
What's that?
Some slippery sidewalks when it rains. I almost went down, Coach, a couple weeks ago. And I'm at the age now where a slip and fall, it's 8 to 12 weeks.
There you go. Dibley got run over by a reindeer.
I know that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a Marin guy. The artist, Elmo.
Oh, dude, the guy who did the song.
I used to be in the same running club as Elmo. Shout out Tamalpa Runners.
I remember when his Tickle Me doll was a huge hit for a big Christmas.
Different Elmo.
A few years back.
That thing's expensive, by the way.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, now it's like a classic.
Yeah.
So,
we got our baby, the non-Tickle Me Elmo, and it was much cheaper.
Regular
Just
Elmo.
an Elmo. Melmo.
You guys got any Elmos in here that don't get tickled?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, so
I need a serious Elmo. Let me get that frowny Elmo.
Oh, gosh.
Totally.
All right, we'll go to the phones in a second, but yeah, all of Steve Kerr is coming up here in 10 minutes with the Grandy Man. How about Justin in Oakland? Hi, Justin. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just got out of traffic, so I hope you don't get caught in it when you head out.
We will.
But you will. That's true. But first of all, thanks for taking the call, and great job navigating a really tough, kind of prickly political combo. So that was well done.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, of course. My question is on the Warriors, and I came into this season wanting to just appreciate it for what it is, wanting to appreciate Steph, Clay, Draymond, and it's been harder than I expected. And I still want to go there, but it's hard to watch and see Clay do his thing and not be frustrated. And I don't want to feel that, but I don't know how to find the right mindset to go in and be like, hey, I'm going to enjoy this for what it is. Yeah, it's going to be tough. And I wanted to get your opinion on how to go about that.
Well, it's funny because actually, Justin, I think you do have the right mindset. It's just not always easy to access it on a nightly basis. Thanks so much, Justin. But appreciate it for what it is. That's exactly what you have to do, which is to say that a lot of this, not the Draymond part, but you mentioned Klay, a lot of this is so inevitable. Think about the greats through the years and the end, okay? Just a few examples that pop to mind. Michael Jordan going to Washington, Willie Mays with the Mets. How did Patriots fans feel watching Tom Brady win another Super Bowl in another jersey? Endings are rarely pretty and comfortable. They just aren't. Now, the hard part for me is that these guys keep going to the microphone afterward and going, no, it's not over. I'm still amazing. Watch, I'm going to do it next time. And so that hurts because we have a personal relationship, we feel, with these guys, at least the playing version of them. And, and they're still here. But look, even if they find it and start crushing people in the second half of the year, that just means that what you're worried about is going to happen next year or the year after that.
Well, it's going to happen.
It's coming.
Right.
But and it's okay.
Well, it's just life. It's, the cycle of life. And Steiny and I were talking earlier before you got here during the commercial break about golf. We're playing golf, not necessarily together tomorrow, but in the same larger group. And he said to me, he's like, you don't hit it as far as you used to. And I was like, you're right. I'm actually a lot more accurate than I was, but I've lost about 50 yards off the tee. And that's just the way it goes. When you get into your mid-50s, you're not going to be as good, as strong, as quick as a lot of things as you were. And we're watching these guys go through the same thing. And that's what hurts me, though, Mark, is I know that this is going to end, but I thought that the end wouldn't be here in December of 2023. And I'm not saying it's over.
And maybe it's not.
But it's looking more and more that way. Klay last night, or 2 nights ago.
No, last night.
That was last night?
Last night.
Jesus, where are we?
30 points.
Yeah, look great.
8 of 12 from 3.
But he now does that once out of every 3 or 4 games. It used to be 3 out of every 4 games.
Well,
but he still has that in him.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on a little bit of a run. I really wouldn't. Yeah, it's never going to be as consistent, I don't think. But I don't think Klay Thompson, he could absolutely get to a spot where he's not killing you. You can still win.
Yeah.
You can still win. They've got a lot of guys who need to do things differently. Klay is actually the least complicated problem on the team. Klay can't find his shot. Andrew can't even find himself. And Draymond can't find his cool. If you're going to take one of those 3, give me Klay. That's just more kind of black and white. Like, dude, keep shooting. You'll find it or you won't.
Right.
But, it's not mysterious.
And it's not as volatile.
Right. Right.
And, Steph Curry just can't find an opening, unfortunately.
He can't find a break.
Well, and teams are all over him, as they should be. And he doesn't have the same ability to get free as he used to.
Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How are you? Listen, Buster Posey was never even a good interview. Okay, the guy is considered an iconic Giant because he's always being clean cut and he was a good player. But if you were to ask, make a poll with the fans, 75% of the people would choose in the past 15 years who would be an iconic Giant. They would choose either big time Timmy Jim or Mad Bum, not Buster. How did they decide to place Buster as the spokesperson for the team? That's beyond me, okay? The guy has his views. During the offseason, he never even lived in the city. So he's going to say the first thing that comes to his head without even thinking, are there going to be any consequences? To me, it's just a lazy excuse to say, an excuse for the fact that Faran sucked at fixing the farm system, and his things are getting players in here. Okay.
Well, Jose, I'll say this on that, and
thank you, Jose. As well stated.
Totally fine to have your opinion on how Faran and the Giants have done on free agency. I'm not comfortable with that angle on Buster Posey First of all, the Giants didn't decide to have him come. It's not like they handpicked, like, oh, let's have Buster be a part owner. No, he's the one who could afford it and wanted to do it. Mad Bun probably never wants to visit San Francisco ever again. That would be my guess. So, like, Buster bought into this and moved his family back here. And no, he didn't live in the city. The same way none of the Giants live in the city not named Hunter Pence. So, like, I don't have any issue with that. You're allowed to live in the suburbs and